37b. Ajātasattu. The following is based on the Discourse on the Fruits of the Ascetic Life, Samana Phala Sutta, DN2, and its commentary. Birth of the Prince. When the Prince Ajātasattu was conceived in the womb of Vajji, the chief queen of King Bimbisara, the queen strongly desired to drink the blood of the king's right arm. It was hard to fulfill, and she considered it inadvisable to tell anyone about it. She dared not express it openly, and as a result she became lean, pale, and haggard in her physical appearance. Seeing this change in the queen, the king asked what was wrong with her. The queen at first refused to answer, but the king pressed for an explanation, and at last she revealed the craving that had made her so unhappy. The king was overwhelmed with love and said, "You silly queen, why should you think it is hard to satisfy your desire?" Thus reproving her for her reticence. The king sent for a physician, and after having his arm cut with a small golden knife, he had the blood taken in a gold cup, mixed it with water, and made the queen drink it. When the soothsayers heard the news, they predicted that the child in the queen's womb would become the enemy of the king, and that he would kill his father. On hearing their prediction, the queen was worried. She did not wish to bear the potential murderer of the king, so she went to the garden to carry out an abortion, but her attempt was unsuccessful. In spite of her repeated attempts, she could not get rid of her pregnancy. Later on, the garden was named Metteyya, the garden where abortion was performed. King Bimbisara inquired why the queen often went to the garden, and when he learnt what she was doing, he said, "We do not know as yet whether the child in your womb is a boy or a girl. Do not try to kill the child, because if you do so, our good reputation will be severely damaged all over Jambudvipa for our cruelty to our own child." He deterred the queen from killing her child and kept her under surveillance. The queen then decided to kill the child after its birth. When the child was born, the guards took him to a safe place. He was called Ajātasattu because he was the enemy of his father, King Bimbisara, even before his birth. Ajāta means before birth, and Satta means an enemy. The prince grew up, and when he was shown to the queen, she became deeply attached to him and lost all desire to kill him. King Bimbisara later appointed the prince as heir apparent. The subsequent association of Ajātasattu with his evil friend Devadatta and his killing of his father to become king have been described above in the section on Devadatta. From the day he ordered his father to be killed, King Ajātasattu was unable to sleep. As soon as he shut his eyes, he felt like he was being pierced by hundreds of spears, and he had dream-like hallucinations about his destiny that kept him shaking and muttering. This shows that those who have done much evil see signs of their impending descent into the lower worlds, not only on their deathbed, but long before the end of their lives. The guards asked the king what ailed him, but he said there was nothing. These nightmarish hallucinations plagued the king and made him reluctant to go to sleep. So every night he gave audience for a long time to keep himself awake. King Ajātasattu adored the evil Devadatta, who was a thorn in the side of the fortunate one, and so he gave alms lavishly to Devadatta and built for him a monastery in Gayasisa. And at the instigation of his teacher, he killed his father, who was a stream inner Sotapanna. In this way, he ruled out the possibility of doing any good deed leading to the stream entry, Sotapati, path for himself, and ruined himself most disastrously. Ajātasattu's decision to visit the Buddha. On hearing that Devadatta was swallowed by the earth, King Ajātasattu was afraid, lest he should share the fate of his former teacher. He could not indulge in royal pleasures, nor 899 could he sleep peacefully. He became tremulous, restless, and jittery, like a young elephant pricked with a sharp iron stake. He had visions of the earth cracking, the flames from the Avicii hell flaming up, the earth threatening to swallow him up, and the custodians of hell making him lie on his back on the red-hot iron floor and poking him with iron stakes. So, trembling like a beaten fowl, King Ajātasattu could not find any support even for a moment, nor could he stand firm and steady. He wanted to see the Buddha, pay respects and ask about his problem, but because of the enormity of his evil deed, he dared not go to the Buddha. Then, when the festival of the constellation Kattika was held in Rajagaha on the full moon night in the month of November Kattika, the whole city was decorated like a celestial city and brightly illuminated with fire torches and flames. While seated amidst his ministers on the golden throne in the audience hall, King Ajātasattu saw the physician Javaka and thought, "I will take Javaka as my guide and go to the Buddha. But I should not admit frankly that I dare not go to the Fortunate One, and I will tell Javaka to take me there. Tactfully, I will extol the beauty of the night, and then ask the ministers which real noble ascetic or Brahmin can inspire us with faith and devotion. When the ministers hear my words, they will glorify their respective teachers, and the physician Javaka will glorify his teacher, the Fortunate One. Then I will go and see the Fortunate One with Javaka as my guide." After planning this strategy, King Ajātasattu said, "Ministers, tonight is so delightful, being free from snow, mist, cloud, asarinda, and smoke, the 5 things that disturb the beauty of the moonlit night, or pollute the air. Ministers, tonight is so beautiful, being free from the 5 elements. Ministers, tonight is so lovely to look at, being free from the 5 disturbing elements. Ministers, tonight our minds are calm and serene because the night is free from the 5 disturbing elements. Ministers, tonight should be very memorable since it is free from the 5 disturbing elements." Having thus extolled the full moon night, the king added, "Which ascetic or Brahmin should we see tonight, who can inspire us with faith and devotion?" By saying this, the king gave a hint to the physician Javaka. The king had committed a heinous crime by killing his father, a great patron of the Buddha and a noble stream, Āṭānāṭiya, at that time, and he had done another by supporting Devdatta, who did many things harmful to the Buddha. So he dared not go to the Buddha by himself. He knew that for the fulfillment of his desire to see the Buddha, he must rely on Javaka, who had built a monastery for the Buddha and who served the Buddha's medical needs. Javaka did not fail to take his cue from the king. In fact, he knew it, but because the assembly included many followers of the 6 heretical teachers, Javaka thought, as followers of ignorant teachers, they themselves are ignorant, and they do not understand the rules to be observed at a meeting. If I start describing the noble attributes of the Fortunate One, they will rise one by one and extol their teachers, and then I will never come to the description of the Fortunate One's noble attributes. As the teachings of their 6 heretical teachers do not have substance or anything worthy of note, the king will not be pleased with what they say, and he will ask me directly. Then I will tell the king, without any distraction, about the noble attributes of the Fortunate One and take him to the Buddha. Thus, thinking deeply, Javaka said nothing despite the king's hint and sat silently. The ministers, who were the disciples of the 6 heretical teachers, thought, "Today the king extolled the beauty of the night of the November full moon. He really must have the desire to see one of the ascetics or Brahmins, to ask questions and hear his discourse. The king will greatly honor the teacher whom he adores and whose discourse he hears. It augurs well for the minister whose teacher becomes the king's teacher." So each of them became bent on extolling his own teacher and leading the king to him. With this intention, the ministers who were disciples of Kassapa, Makali Gosala, Ajita Kesakamala, Pakutta, 900 Kakayana, Sanjaya Bella Putta, and Niganaputta extolled their respective teachers. King Ajātasattu had seen the heretical teachers before. When he first saw them, their physical appearance did not impress him in the least. On the contrary, he was much disappointed. Now, when he heard the words of his ministers, he felt like a man who sees a very sour and acid fruit brought and put in his hand when, in fact, he wishes to eat a golden-colored, sweet, delicious, ripe mango. He longed to hear the sweet Dhamma concerning the absorptions, jhana, superknowledges, abhina, the 3 characteristics of existence, talaka, etc. And so when in addition to his disappointment with the heretical teacher's physical appearance he heard their followers praising them, he became much dispirited and said nothing. Although he was displeased with their speech, King Ajātasattu thought, "If I show my anger and have these ministers seized by the neck and turned out of the palace hall, other people will not have the courage to say anything, fearing that the king treats in the same way everyone who speaks." So, although he did not like their words, the king did not reproach them, but remained silent. King Ajātasattu thought, Only the ministers whom I do not wish to listen to are talking. Physician Javaka, who I wish to hear, is silent like the Garua bird that has swallowed the brain of a Naga. I am so unfortunate. Then he had an afterthought. Javaka is a disciple, an attendant of the Fortunate One. So he is quiet and lives in silence like a disciplined ascetic. He will not speak if I do not ask him. So I must act like a man, who, when trampled by an elephant, has to clasp the animal's foot. So thinking, the king said directly, Friend Javaka, why are you keeping silence? These ministers never tire of glorifying their teachers. Do you not have a teacher like these ministers have? Do you have no teacher because you are a commoner without any official post or privileges granted by my father? Or do you have no teacher because of lack of faith? Thus the king asked Javaka directly about the reason for his silence. Javaka thought, The king wants me to speak of the attributes of my teacher. Now is not the time for me to remain silent. But it is not proper for me to describe the noble attributes of the Buddha, just as these ministers extol their teachers in a posture of reverence to the king. So Javaka rose, bowed most respectfully in the direction of the teacher's residence in Javaka's mango grove, raised his joined hands above his head, and said, Great king, do not think that I am the devotee of just a so-called, self-styled ascetic, Sama, of doubtful characteristics. Certainly, at the time of my teacher's conception in his mother's womb, at the time of his birth, at the time of his renunciation, his becoming a Buddha, and his teaching of the Dhamma wheel Dhamma Kaka, the 10,000 world elements shook and quivered. In this and that place, the Fortunate One performed the miracle of fire and water. In this and that place, he came down to earth from the realm of Tvatisa. I will tell you about the Fortunate One's noble attributes to the best of my ability. Listen to me attentively. With this preamble, Javaka went on to give an account of the Buddha. Great king, Deva among the people, my teacher, the possessor of such attributes as Arahat, and Sammasambhadana now lives with 1,250 monks in the Mango Grove Monastery that we have donated to him. Our teacher, the Fortunate One, is an Arahat because he possesses the attributes of morality, Silagwa, mental concentration, Samadhigwa, wisdom, Panagwa, liberation, Vimudigwa, and knowledge and insight into liberation, Vimudiya with Makrane Dasanagwa, that make him worthy of special honor by humans, Devas and Brahmas. He is a Fortunate One, Bhagava, because he possesses the sixfold glory. Such good reputation of our teacher, the Fortunate One, has spread beyond the highest abode of the universe, known as Bhavaga in the formless, Arupa worlds. I want you, great king, to see our teacher, the Fortunate One. If you see our teacher, your mind will certainly become calm and serene. Even as he heard the noble attributes of the Buddha, King Ajātasattu was overwhelmed with the 5 kinds of ecstasy. So he wished to see the Buddha instantly, and knowing that there was no one except Javaka who could arrange transport for his visit to the Buddha at that time, he told Javaka to go and prepare the elephant transport. Herein, there are various kinds of transport, such as horses, chariots, etc., but the elephant transport is the best of all transports. King Ajātasattu decided that he should go to the Supreme Buddha by means of the Supreme Transport. Horses and chariots are noisy, making sounds that are audible in the distance. But the elephant makes no noise, although it may not go quickly. The king considered it advisable to go to the quiet and calm Buddha by means of quiet and calm elephants. So he told Javaka to harness the elephants. Then physician Javaka had 500 female elephants and the state elephant adorned with all trappings. The king did not tell him explicitly to prepare the female elephants for transport. But being intelligent, he got the female elephants ready with all equipment. In doing so, he was motivated by the reflection, the king wants to go and see the Fortunate One tonight. But kings have many enemies. If anything untoward happens to the king on the way, people will blame me and say that I lead the king out of the palace at an untimely hour of the night, heedlessly taking advantage of his compliance with my wish. Moreover, they will also blame the Fortunate One, saying that the Fortunate One preaches, taking advantage of his influence over people without regard for proper time. Therefore, I will make my plan so that the Fortunate One and I may be above reproach, and the king may be well protected. Again he thought, Men are never in fear of women. So I will make the king go happily, surrounded by women. After having 500 female elephants adorned with full trappings, he had the 500 female courtiers dressed as men and instructed them to accompany the king, each armed with swords and spears. Still another thought occurred to Javaka. On account of his heinous crime of parricide, there is no special good deed for this king Ajātasattu that will contribute to the attainment of the paths and fruitions in his present life. It is customary with the Buddhas to preach only when they see someone credited with extraordinarily good deeds, which may serve as a support of spiritual progress. Āṭānāṭiya. Now, I will assemble the people. Then the Buddha will preach the Dhamma in view of the former good deeds of someone in the assembly, the good deed essential to his spiritual uplift. The discourse will benefit many people. Instantly, he sent a message to every part of the city, announcing also by the beat of drum the king's plan to visit the Buddha and hear the Dhamma, and that people are to go along with the king for his security according to their official position. Then the people thought, "It is said that our king will go and see the Buddha. What kind of Dhamma will he preach? What can we profit by making merry in this planetary festival? We will go to the monastery where the Buddha is going to preach to the king." Then all of them waited for the king on the road with fragrant flowers in their hands. After having done all the necessary things, Javaka told the king that the elephants were ready and that it rested with him to choose the time for his journey. Ajātasattu's visit to the Buddha. Then King Ajātasattu mounted the royal elephant, and with a female courtier dressed as a man, and seated on each of the 500 female elephants, and with fire torches lighted, he set out from Rajagaha with great royal pomp and splendor, and went to Javaka's mango grove, which was then the residence of the Buddha. Herein, great royal pomp and splendor may be explained as follows. King Ajātasattu was the ruler of 2 countries, Aga and Magadha, each 300 leagues in width. He was a great monarch, and although no arrangements were made in advance for his visit to the Buddha, as arranged by Javaka, 500 female courtiers came out instantly dressed as men, with swords suspended from their shoulders and with ruby-handled spears in their hands. Moreover, 16,000 female dancers also accompanied the king. Behind those dancers, their attendant elderly women went along on foot. Behind the elderly women were the eunuchs who guarded the palace. Behind the eunuchs were 60,000 ministers exquisitely attired in various garments and walking on foot. Also walking on foot behind the ministers were about 90,000 provincial princes, adorned with various ornaments and fully armed like young men possessed of magical powers. Vajji. Behind the princes were 10,000 Brahmins, who, having bathed, smeared themselves with unguent and adorned themselves with golden flowers, wore expensive waist garments and donned expensive double robes covering the left shoulder. Raising their right hands and chanting, "May the great king overcome all dangers," they went on foot. Behind the Brahmins were the musicians. Behind them were the royal archers. Behind them was the elephant brigade. Behind them was a big cavalry. Behind the cavalry was the chariot division. Behind the chariot division was the infantry, and behind the infantry were the members of 18 assemblies dressed and adorned with various ornaments befitting their official position. Thus, as instructed by Javaka, the troops, ministers, etc. were deployed in such a way that the arrow shot from the end of the procession could not reach the king. As for him, he walked close by the king, very vigilant to save the king's life promptly in case of emergency. The fire torches were so numerous that they could not be counted by hundreds or thousands. With such royal pomp and splendor the king went to the residence of the Buddha. King Ajātasattu came out of the city, but as he approached the mango grove he became scared. He trembled with great fear and his hair stood on end. He was much frightened because the silence in the monastery raised doubts in him about Javaka's intent. As a matter of fact, Javaka had told him before that he would have to approach the Buddha quietly. So the king had banned music, and the musicians had only held their musical instruments during their journey. They had not spoken loudly, and they all had traveled without talking and only showing signs with their hands when necessary. Now in the grove, not even the sneezing of a monk was to be heard, and kings usually delighted only in places where there was sound. King Ajātasattu became weary and sick of the deep silence and suspicious of Javaka. He thought, "This Javaka says that there are 1,250 monks in his grove. But I don't hear even anyone even sneezing in this place. Javaka may not be speaking the truth. Perhaps he has deceived me and taken me out of the city. Perhaps he wants to seize me and usurp my throne with the help of the army. Certainly, Javaka is strong enough to match the strength of 5 elephants. He is also hanging about me, and there is no armed attendant near me. Oh, it is all over with me." Thus scared, King Ajātasattu was unable even to mask his fear with his royal demeanor, and he clearly expressed his fear to Javaka by asking, "Javaka, you are not deceiving me, are you? You are not handing me over to my enemies, are you? Why is it that among so many monks numbering 1,250, there is no sneezing, no coughing, and no talking?" Then physician Javaka said, "Great king, be not afraid. I do not deceive you. I will not hand you over to your enemies. Great king, go ahead. Within the circular hall, there are oil lamps burning brightly." Herein Javaka thought, "The king does not know that I never take life. If I do not console him, he will come to ruin here." So he consoled the king to allay his fear effectively by telling him twice not to be afraid and assuring him that he was not being deceived. Then to make his assurance more weighty, he told the king twice to go forward, and said the oil lamps were burning brightly in the hall. The implication of this last remark was that the illumination in the hall left no doubt about the presence of good people and the absence of insurgents and robbers who always went about in the dark. Javaka's speech was then deeply meaningful indeed. Ajātasattu's questions on the monastic life. Then King Ajātasattu went by elephant as far as possible, and at the gate of the monastery he dismounted. As soon as he put his feet on the ground, the power and glory of the Buddha pervaded his whole body. He sweated so profusely that he was nearly forced to change his garments. He remembered his parricide and became overwhelmed with fear. So he dared not go directly to the Buddha. Instead, he took Javaka's hands, and like a visitor looking around the monastery, he complimented Javaka, saying, "You have built this building wonderfully." When they came to the entrance of the circular meeting hall, the king asked Javaka where the Buddha was. In fact, it was customary with kings to affect ignorance and ask in spite of their knowledge. Then Javaka thought, "The king is like a man who stands on earth and asks where the earth is, like a man who looks up to the sky and asks where the sun and the moon are, like a man who stands at the foot of Mount Meru and asks where Mount Meru is. I will now show him the Buddha." So Javaka raised his joined hands towards the Buddha and said, "Great king, that person seated before the monks, leaning against the middle pillar and facing east is the fortunate one." Then King Ajātasattu approached the Buddha and paid his respects. Standing aside, he looked again and again at the monks who were serene and dignified like a very clear lake, silent without any coughing or sneezing, their eyes calmly fixed on the Buddha without casting a single glance at the gorgeous gathering of the king and his people. The king marveled and exclaimed, "The monks are so serene. May my son, Prince Āṭānāṭiya, have such serenity." Herein King Ajātasattu's exclamation should not give one the impression that he wanted his son to lead a monastic life and become serene. In fact, at the sight of the monks, he became clear in his consciousness and remembered his son. Naturally, getting an object that is hard to come by or seeing something marvelous reminds one of one's beloved relatives or friends. The king uttered the above words because he remembered his son, and not because he wanted to have his son ordained. In another sense, his exclamation was due to his worry about his son and his desire for the prince's serenity. For he thought, "The day will come when my son, seeing that I am still young, asks me where his grandfather is. If he comes to know somehow or other that his grandfather was killed by his father, he will also get it into his head to kill me and become king." In spite of his worry about his son and his desire to make the prince serene, the king was in fact destined to be killed by his own son. In the lineage of King Ajātasattu there were 5 cases of parricide. 1. Prince Ajātasattu killed his father, King Bimbisara. 2. Prince Āṭānāṭiya killed his father, King Ajātasattu. 3. Prince Magadha killed his father, King Āṭānāṭiya. 4. Prince Āṭānāṭiya killed his father, 904 Mamwika, and 5. Prince Nagadasa killed his father, King Āṭānāṭiya. Then the people of the country unanimously resolved to have nothing to do with these kings who disgraced their lineage, and they made away with King Nagadasa and appointed a new family to reign. Before the king made his exclamation, the Buddha had divined the thought of King Ajātasattu as he stood in silence before him. The Buddha knew that the king dared not speak to him, that he remembered his son as he looked again and again at the monks, and that unless he broke the ice, he would not have the courage to say anything. So deciding to speak first, the Buddha said just after the king's exclamation, "King, your mind is now with your beloved one." Then King Ajātasattu thought, "Oh, marvelous indeed is the greatness of the fortunate one. There is no one equal to me in having wronged the fortunate one. I killed my father, his greatest supporter, who was a noble one, Arya, and a supporter of the Buddha. Not only that, misguided by Devdatta, I sent assassins to kill the Buddha. Perhaps Devdatta thought he had my support when he rolled the rock from the Gajaka down the hill when trying to kill the Buddha. I have done so much evil, and yet now the Buddha has started a conversation with me. The Buddha indeed firmly possesses the unshakable, Āṭānāṭiya, attributes in terms of 5 characteristics. Therefore, we will never ignore the fortunate one and never seek refuge or a teacher elsewhere again. The 5 unshakable, Āṭānāṭiya characteristics are 1. Equanimity without any love or hatred in the vicissitudes, Lokadhamma, whether desirable, Iha, or undesirable, Anaha, of life. 2. Repudiation of defilements. 3. Having crossed over the current of Sastra. 4. Freedom from lust, hatred, etc. 5. Possession of morality, faith, etc., which makes him worthy of being pointed out as a man of moral integrity, faith, etc. The Great Exposition, Mahanidesa, PTS 1.114, has an elaboration. Alternatively, 1. The ability to have desirable perception, ihasana, at will in regard to undesirable, anaha, beings or phenomena. 2. The ability to have undesirable perception, anahasana, at will with regard to desirable, iha, beings and phenomena. 3. The ability to have desirable perception at will in regard to both desirable and undesirable beings and phenomena. 4. The ability to have undesirable perception at will in regard to both desirable and undesirable beings and phenomena. And 5. The ability to have equanimity at will in respect of both the pleasant and undesirable beings and phenomena. These 5 noble powers, Ariyita, are the 5 unshakable Āṭānāṭiya characteristics. So thinking, he was much delighted, and in response to the Buddha's remark, he said, "Exalted Buddha, I love my son, Prince Udayabhata, dearly. May my son, Prince Udayabhata, have the same serenity that the monks now have." King Ajātasattu reflected, "If after paying respect to the fortunate one, I go to the monks here and there and pay respect to them, I will have turned my back to the fortunate one, and that will mean a lack of reverence to him on my part. Certainly, a man who, after paying respects to the king, goes to the crown prince and pays respect, show lack of respect for the king." So after paying his respects to the Buddha, the king bowed to the monks with both hands raised from the place where he was standing and sat down at a proper place. Then King Ajātasattu said, "Exalted Buddha, if you permit me to ask, I would like to ask you a few questions about a certain thing." The Buddha said, "Great king, you may ask me about anything you like," thereby extending to the king the invitation of the omniscient Buddhas. An invitation for questions is of 2 kinds: the invitation by omniscient Buddhas and the invitation by their disciples. When someone wants to ask an omniscient Buddha about something, the Buddha, 905, says confidently and without any reservation, "Ask me about anything you like. I will answer all your questions thoroughly." This kind of invitation is made only by Buddhas and the intellectually mature bodhisattvas. As for their disciples, they do not say, "Ask me about anything," but they say with reservation, "I will answer your question if I can, only after I have heard it." On being thus invited by the Buddha in the manner of omniscient Buddhas, King Ajātasattu became much delighted and enthusiastic, and he asked the following questions. "Exalted Buddha, there are many skilled occupations and craftsmen. They belong to warriors riding elephants, warriors riding horses, warriors riding chariots, archers, flag-bearers, military strategists, commandos who slip behind the lines of the opposing army and cut off the enemy's heads, princes distinguished in fighting, daredevils who make speedy attacks on the enemy, warriors who are valiant like bull elephants, very brave warriors, warriors clad in armor, trustworthy servants, cooks, barbers, bath attendants, butlers, flower stringers, laundry workers, weavers, makers of reed mat walls, potters, arithmeticians, and those who count by their fingers. Besides these, there are many other similar craftsmen. These people live long, profiting by their skills. By means of their skills, they make themselves, their parents, their wives and children, and their friends comfortable and vigorous. Moreover, they give alms to monks and Brahmins, so as to be reborn in the Deva realm in the afterlife. Exalted Buddha, can one point out the benefits of a monastic life like those of skilled occupations, benefits which one can realize by himself in the present life? Then the Buddha thought, in this place are many princes and ministers who are the followers of heretical teachers, those who are outside the pale of my teaching. If I give my discourse in two parts, showing the impurity of their teachers' doctrines in the first part, Kahapaka, and the purity of my doctrine in the second part, Sukkapaka, these people will blame me, saying that I talk only about the doctrinal conflicts and controversies of the monks from the time of the arrival of their king, who has come here with great effort to listen to the Dhamma. As a result, they will not hear the Dhamma respectfully. If the king himself talks about the doctrine of the heretics, the people will not blame me. They will let me say what I like. In fact, people naturally follow the king, Isaranyavattako, high loco. Now I will make it the king's responsibility to describe the teaching of the heretics. Then the Buddha asked the king if he remembered having put the question to any other ascetics and Brahmins. The king said that he did, and the Buddha asked him how they had answered the question and urged him to state their answers if he did not mind it. The king said, "Sir, I do not mind doing so in a place where the fortunate one or a man like the fortunate one is sitting." What is implicit here in the king's reply is this: it is troublesome or hard to tell a pretentious person to be wise about anything, because he is apt to criticize every sentence and every word. The real wise man, however, extols the speech that he hears if it is flawless, and he corrects the language, sentences, and words if there are flaws in the speech. The Buddha has no peer in the world in respect of real wisdom. Hence the king's reply is mentioned above. Thus urged by the Buddha to recount the answers given by the heretical teachers, the king told him how he once approached the 6 heretical teachers, Prakasapa, Makali Gosala, Ajita Kesakamala, Pakuta Kakayana, Sanjaya Belapada, and Niganapada, and asked them about the advantages of being an ascetic in the present life. The 6 teachers described only their respective doctrines like a man who, being asked about a mango tree, describes a jackfruit tree, or vice versa. The answers were at variance with the question, but although the king was disappointed with the heretical teachers, he considered it inadvisable for a king like him to rebuke such religious persons as monks and Brahmins in his country. So he neither accepted nor rejected their sayings, nor did he show his displeasure by word of mouth. Instead, he got up and went back without taking note of 906, their words, and now he asked the Buddha about the present advantages of a monastic life. Then the Buddha gave an elaborate talk on the advantages of monkhood in the present life. For example, 1. A man-slave was honored by the king after his ordination. 2. A farmer who paid taxes to the king was honored by the latter after he became a monk. 3. To show the higher advantages of monkhood, the Buddha referred to the life of a man of either low or high caste who had heard his teaching, inspired with faith, who became a monk and practiced the lower morality, the medium morality, and the higher morality. Then he guarded his senses, developed his mindfulness, was easily contented, rejected the hindrances, and gained the first absorption, jhana. 4. The second meditation. 5. The third meditation. And 6. The fourth meditation. Still making further progress, he attained insight knowledge, vipassana with mekrane, psychic powers, manomayiti with mekrane, supernormal powers, iddhi with mekrane, the divine ear, dibbasoda with mekrane, penetrative knowledge of the mind of others, sito pariyaya with mekrane, remembrance of former existences, pubnavasanusati with mekrane, knowledge of the dying and reappearance of other beings, kudapapada with mekrane, an extinction of all mental intoxicants, Asavakya with Makrane, or the knowledge of the Arahat path, Arahata, Maga with Makrane, 714. Thus, the monk gained as the present advantages of his life the 8 kinds of progressively higher, extraordinary knowledge up to awakening. For a full understanding of the teaching given on that occasion, please read the discourse itself in full. Ajātasattu goes for refuge. When the Buddha described in detail the present advantages of the ascetic life with becoming an arahat as its apex, King Ajātasattu followed the whole talk attentively, expressing his appreciation verbally from time to time. He thought, "In the past, I did not ask many ascetics and Brahmins about these matters, and like a man who pounds husks of grain, I have never received anything substantial. Marvelous indeed is the greatness of the exalted Buddha. He has answered these questions, enlightening me very much as if with the brilliance of 1,000 oil lamps. For a long time, ignorance has deceived me, making me blind to the greatness and power of the Fortunate One." Overwhelmed with ecstasy arising from the contemplation of the Buddha's attributes, the king clearly showed his faith in the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha in the following words. "Venerable Sir, very delightful indeed is the teaching. Just as in the world what has been upside down is set right, just as what has been covered is uncovered, just as a man who has lost his way is shown the right way, just as torches are lighted in order that those who have eyesight may see various visual forms in the darkness, so also you have in many ways made the Dhamma very clear to me, Venerable Sir. I seek refuge in the Fortunate One, the Dhamma, and the Sangha. Let the Fortunate One regard me, from today, as a lay devotee who has gone for refuge, Saragamana, for life. Pinarablise. I am overwhelmed with guilt stemming from foolishness, confusion, and ignorance. For the sake of kingly pleasures, I have killed my father, a great monarch who practiced justice and ruled righteously. Let the Fortunate One forgive me for the offense, regarding it as an offense that will make me mindful and vigilant in future." Thus the king sought refuge in the Buddha, Dhamma, and Sangha and apologized for his offense. Then the Buddha said, "King, you are indeed overwhelmed with guilt arising from your foolishness, confusion, and ignorance. You have killed your father, the great monarch who practiced justice and ruled righteously. But we forgive you that offense because you admit it and make amends for it. If a man admits his offense, atones for it accordingly, and guards himself against it in future, then such atonement and self-restraint means spiritual progress under the my teaching." Then King Ajātasattu said, "Very well, Venerable Sir, we will now go. We have many things to do." The Buddha replied, "King, you may go as you wish." The king accepted the Buddha's teaching with much pleasure, extolled it with delight, rose from his seat, paid his respects, and went away. Note on going for refuge. Herein a note on going for refuge, Saragamana, will be included here. There are 7 points regarding going for refuge. 1. Refuge. 2. Going for refuge. 3. Person established in refuge. 4. Forms of refuge. 5. Fruit of refuge. 6. Contamination of refuge. 7. Destruction of refuge. 1. Refuge Sara. The Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha are the threefold refuge, Sara, because those who seek its protection overcome their fear, alarm, physical and mental suffering, and various miseries in the lower worlds after death. In other words, the Buddha helps beings overcome various perils by contributing to their welfare and averting their misfortunes. So does the Dhamma by making beings free from hardships of life and consoling them. And so does the Sangha by making them gain a great benefit even from a few good acts. Hence the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha constitute the real threefold refuge that ensures that beings have freedom from all suffering. 2. Going for refuge, Saragamana. This consists of great wholesome consciousness, Maha Kasalasiddha, that makes one inclined towards the 3 treasures by removing defiling and unwholesome mental states through devotion and veneration to the 3 treasures, great consciousness of action, Mahakariya-siddha, regarding the arahats, and path consciousness, Maga-siddha, regarding the noble ones established in the path, Magadha. All these forms of consciousness are called going for refuge, Saragamana. Conviction that refuge in the three treasures is the real factor that eliminates fear and suffering by means of such consciousness is going for refuge. This is the definition. 3. Person established in refuge. A person who has the consciousness described above is one who is established in the threefold refuge. Thus we should first understand the three aspects. 1. Refuge. 2. Going for refuge. And 3. The person established in going for refuge. 4. Forms of refuge. It is of two forms, supermundane and mundane. Supermundane, going for refuge, is implicit by way of fulfillment of the function in a single thought moment when the noble ones, Arya, realize the four truths and attain the paths, thereby overcoming all defilements and focusing their minds on Nibbana. By this is meant the supermundane, going for refuge, Saragamana, is path consciousness. Path consciousness is focused on Nibbana, and this means uprooting the defilements that make the going for refuge impure. So, although the path consciousness arises from the focus not on the three treasures but on Nibbana, the fulfillment of its function involves the recognition of the three treasures as the real refuge. In other words, at the moment of path consciousness, one is also possessed of the supermundane, going for refuge. For example, it is said that one knows the four truths at the moment of path consciousness. Having Nibbana as its object, the path consciousness is concerned only with the truth about the end of suffering. But it also roots out ignorance that makes us blind to the four truths. Thus, although the noble one, Arya, focuses his mind only on Nibbana, he becomes aware of the three other truths that do not directly concern Nibbana. The truths about suffering, the cause of suffering, and the way to the cessation of suffering. The mundane going for refuge arises in an ordinary person, Puthajana, when he contemplates the attributes of the Buddha, the Dhamma and Sangha in the effort to remove the defilements, Upakalisa, that defile the going for refuge. Basically, this going for refuge means faith in the Buddha, Dhamma and Sangha or right view, Samadhi, based on faith or a mental factor of wisdom, Āṭānāṭiya. As one of the 10 meritorious actions, Panakariya, it is called straightening one's views, Dhyayojikama. Here faith too is termed going for refuge, and so is the faith and wisdom combined. Mundane consciousness, with regard to the threefold refuge, is of two kinds. Intelligent consciousness, Ewithmakrane Sampayutta Saragamana, and unintelligent consciousness, Ewithmakrane Vipayutta Saragamana. The former is the consciousness of children who recite the refuge formula at the advice of their parents. Here it is only a matter of faith, Sakyans. The intelligent going for refuge is based on the knowledge of the noble characteristics of the three treasures, and here faith and wisdom are jointly mentioned as going for refuge because they are easily felt. The actual going for refuge, however, is the consciousness that is led by faith and wisdom. Again, the mundane going for refuge is of four kinds. 1. Going for refuge by giving up oneself to the three treasures, Āṭānāṭiya Saragamana. 2. Going for refuge by finding one's support in the three treasures, Tapariya Saragamana. 3. Going for refuge by becoming a pupil of the three treasures, Sisa-bhavupagamana Saragamana. 4. Going for refuge by showing great reverence to the three treasures, Paipta Saragamana. Of these four, 1. Giving oneself up to the three treasures involves a declaration as follows. From today onwards I give myself up to the Buddha. I give myself up to the Dhamma. I give myself up to the Sangha. 2. Finding one's support in the three treasures involves supplication as follows. From today onwards kindly recognize me as one who finds support in the Buddha, in the Dhamma, and in the Sangha. 3. Becoming a pupil of the three treasures involves supplication as follows. From today onwards, kindly recognize me as a residential pupil, Anivasika, of the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha. In the birth story about King Mahajanaka, Jataka, Ja 539, the Bodhisattva pointed out a lifeless mango, tree bearing fruit, and another mango tree bearing no fruit as his teachers because they instructed him for his welfare. Therefore, one speaks of the Dhamma as one's teacher and speaks of oneself as its pupil. For showing great reverence to the three treasures involves supplication as follows. From today onwards, kindly recognize me as one who worships, welcomes, raises one's hands in adoration, and venerates only the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sakka. One who adopts any of these four modes of seeking refuge is one who fulfills one's going for refuge. Alternatively, 1. Declaration uttering, I give myself up to the Buddha, to the Dhamma, and to the Sakka, or I offer my life to the three treasures, or I have offered my body to the three treasures, or I have offered my life to the three treasures, or I am aware of my approach to the Buddha as my refuge till the end of my life, to the Dhamma, and to the Sakka, or the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sakka are my refuge. All these utterances of declaration constitute going for refuge by giving up oneself to the three treasures. 909. 2. The going for refuge that is marked by the desire to seek protection and shelter in the three treasures, as in the case of the Yakavaka, the Deva kings Himavata and Satyagiri. This is termed going for refuge by finding one's support in the three treasures. 3. In the story of Pipali, a youth who later became well known as Venerable Maha Kassapa, he donned the robe by himself and set out from his Brahmin village of Mahatitha to visit the Buddha. On his way, he saw the Buddha at the foot of the banyan tree called Bahupataka between Rajagaha and Nanda. The Buddha was waiting for him from a distance of 3 miles. As soon as Pipali saw the Buddha, he decided that this noble ascetic must be the teacher, Satha, of devas and humans, the good wayfarer, gracious one, who has really attained nibbana through excellent practice, and the perfectly self-awakened one, Sammasambhada, who has rightly penetrated the right doctrines by himself. Then he took refuge in the Buddha by uttering, If I am to see the teacher of devas and humans, I will see only you. If I am to see the good wayfarer, I will see only you. If I am to see the perfectly self-awakened one, I will see only you. I will see no other person with my eye of wisdom as my teacher, good wayfarer, and as the perfectly self-awakened one. His utterances indeed amounted to going for refuge by becoming a pupil of the three treasures. 4. In the Discourse concerning Brahmaya Sutta, MN 91, after the Buddha had answered the 8 questions put to him by the Brahmin Brahmaya, the latter was much impressed, and so after rising, he bowed his head to the feet of the Buddha. He also sucked the Buddha's feet with his mouth and massaged them vigorously, saying, Gautama, I am the Brahmin Brahmaya, and thus mentioning his name. This gesture of the Brahmin Brahmaya, showing deep reverence for the three treasures, is going for refuge by showing great reverence to the three treasures. In short, there is no uniform gesture for the 4 kinds of going for refuge. There are many kinds of bodily and verbal actions by which one can show reverence for the three treasures. The commentary distinguished between 4 kinds of going for refuge, Saragamana, and explained the 4 kinds of reverences. Reverence may be of 4 kinds: reverence for relatives, reverence from fear, reverence for the teacher, and reverence for one who, as one of the 3 treasures or refuges, is worthy of excellent offerings. The going for refuge necessarily presupposes the 4th kind of reverence. It has nothing to do with the others. Indeed, reverence with faith is essential to going for refuge. This consciousness erodes only when there is reverence for the bogus Buddha, bogus Dhamma, and bogus Sakka in place of 3 genuine treasures. 1. So a Sakyan or a Kolian prince has no going for refuge if he reveres the Buddha, regarding the Buddha as a senior member of their family. 2. Neither is it going for refuge if a man reveres the Buddha out of fear that as a powerful teacher honored by kings, the Buddha might do harm to him if he showed no respect. 3. A man may remember having learnt some craft from the Buddha when he was still a bodhisattva, and now he reveres the Buddha, regarding him as his former teacher. Another man may have heard the Buddha's discourse on, say, the apportionment of one's wealth, i.e., a wise person should spend 1/4 of his income on enjoying life, 2/4 to be invested in business, and the remaining 1/4 to be saved for an emergency. See the Discourse on Taking Up, Ajātasattu, and 5.41. So he looks up to the Buddha as his teacher and reveres him for the advice with regard to his material welfare. Neither of these two men's reverence has anything to do with going for refuge. 4. But a certain man reveres the Buddha, believing that he was the real treasure, the real refuge, worthy of alms given as foundations for welfare hereafter. Only this man has a true going for refuge. For a layman or a laywoman who seeks refuge in the Buddha, recognizing the Buddha as a being worthy of excellent offering, Ajātasattu pagala, his or her going for refuge is not adversely affected even though he reveres a relative of an alien, heretical Sakka, to say nothing of revering a non-heretical monk or a layman in his family. So also a layman or a laywoman who has sought refuge in the Buddha will not have his or her vow damaged by revering the king out of fear. The same is true in the case of a layman paying respect to a heretic who happens to be his former teacher. 5. Fruit of refuge. The chief immediate benefits of supramundane going for refuge are the 4 fruitions of the path gained by the noble ones, Arya. The subsequent benefit is extinction of the round of births and deaths in Sasra. In other words, it is the total extinction of the illusions of permanence, pleasantness, and substantiality as regards the impermanent, unpleasant, and insubstantial psychophysical phenomena, etc., which are the benefits of mundane going for refuge. 6. Contamination of refuge. Mundane going for refuge gets debased owing to ignorance, doubt, and misconceptions about the noble attributes of the 3 treasures. It is not bright, vast, and great. The supramundane going for refuge is free from corruption. It is always clean and pure. 7. Destruction of refuge. Supramundane going for refuge can never be destroyed. The noble one, Arya, who is established in it, does not point out as his or her teacher anyone other than the 3 refuges even in the next life. It is only the mundane going for refuge that tends to come to destruction. Its destruction is of 2 kinds, disastrous destruction and non-disastrous destruction. The destruction is disastrous when one reveres and seeks refuge in other heretical teachers in one of the ways described above, thereby giving rise to craving, wrong belief, etc. When the destruction follows death, it is not disastrous because it does not involve doing any evil. The vow taken by Buddhists nowadays as regards taking refuge in the Buddha, Dhamma, and Sangha is mundane. Like the observance of the moral precepts, its duration is not fixed, and it ends only with death. This end is not disastrous because it does not involve craving, wrong belief, and other unwholesome states of consciousness. Note on the lay devotee. Some brief notes on the lay devotee, Upasaka, may be mentioned as follows. 1. Definition of a lay devotee. 2. Function of a lay devotee. 3. Morality of a lay devotee. 4. Livelihood of a lay devotee. 5. Failure of a lay devotee. 6. Success of a lay devotee. These 6 aspects should be understood. 1. Definition of a lay devotee. A lay devotee is he who seeks refuge in the 3 treasures, irrespective of his birth, high or low. 2. Function of a lay devotee. His function is to follow the 3 treasures, the Buddha, the Dhamma, and Sangha. He follows the 3 treasures. Therefore, he is a lay devotee, Upasati upasako, a devotee of the 3 treasures. 3. Morality of a lay devotee. His morality is the observance of the 5 moral precepts. 4. Livelihood of a lay devotee. His livelihood excludes the 5 kinds of wrong trades. 1. Trade in weapons. 2. Trade in human beings. 3. Trade in meat and fish. 4. Trade in alcohol. And 5. Trade in poison. Avoiding these 5 wrong trades, he earns his living righteously by tending cattle, buying and selling goods, and farming. 5. Failure of a lay devotee. His failure lies in the destruction of his observance of the 5 precepts and right livelihood. If his observance of the precept is impaired, or if he earns his living by taking up one of the 5 wrong trades, his life as a lay devotee is ruined. Moreover, there are 5 things that make his life rough, nasty and disgusting. 1. Lack of faith. 2. Lack of morality. 3. Performance of an indulgence in worldly rites and rituals with regard to what has been seen, heard or experienced is conceived by the foolish and the ignorant. For disbelief in the law of productive deeds, and belief in rituals. And 5. Performance of good deeds to the Saga of the Buddha only after seeking recipients in the sects of the heretics. These 5 deeds lead a lay devotee to failure. 6. Success of a lay devotee. His success consists in the fulfillment of his morality and right livelihood. He is a lay devotee as long as his morality and right livelihood remain intact. Besides, if he maintains the following 5 practices, he is said to be successful as a lay devotee. The 5 practices are: 1. Faith that makes one a lay devotee comparable to a jewel, a lay devotee comparable to a Paduma lotus, and a lay devotee comparable to a Purika lotus. 2. Unimpaired morality. 3. Non-indulgence in earthly rituals. 4. Belief in one's own productive deeds, good and bad. And 5. Performance of good deeds to the Saga before seeking recipients in the systems of the heretics. These 5 lead a lay devotee to his success. King Ajātasattu's loss and gain. Not long after King Ajātasattu's departure, the Buddha addressed the monks. Monks, the king has destroyed his own position. Monks, if King Ajātasattu had not killed his father, King Bimbisara, the righteous monarch, who ruled his kingdom lawfully, the stream entry path would have occurred to him on the spot, and he would have become a noble stream enterer, Āṭānāṭiya. The Buddha added, Monks, if he had not put his father to death, he would have attained the stream entry path while seated here as he heard this discourse on the fruits of the ascetic life. Samana Phala Sutta, DN 2. But now, on account of his association with his wicked friend, his potentiality to attain that path has been injured. Nevertheless, since he has taken refuge in the 3 treasures, and since his refuge, which is my threefold teaching, is supreme, he may be compared to a man who, after having been sentenced to death for murder, escapes the death penalty by getting good support and by giving just a handful of flowers as a small fine. Although he ought to suffer in the Vajji hell for his heinous crime of parricide, he will suffer only in the Lohakumbhi hell after his death, for he has the good support in my teaching. He will land in that hell and remain there for 30,000 years, and come up and stay on the surface for 30,000 years. Then, after 60,000 years, he will be released from Lohakumbhi. Herein, Ajātasattu's gain is mentioned according to the commentary. One may ask, had he benefited from his hearing of the discourse on the fruits of the ascetic life, Samana Phala Sutta? The answer is, yes, he had, and the benefit is enormous. From the moment of his parricide, he had known no sleep, by day or by night, for there appeared to him signs of his suffering in his rebirth. After listening to the sweet and soothing the discourse on the fruits of the ascetic life, he slept well whether by day or by night. And he lavishly honored the 3 treasures. No other worldling had faith Padhajanikasada that was equal to Ajātasattu's. Sound sleep, merit accrued from his honor done to the 3 treasures, possession of the unique faith of a worldling, etc. were his gain that was realized in his present life. The benefits after life would be his attainment of Parinibbana after becoming a Paksabuddha by the name of Vijitavi. Note on Ajātasattu's awakening. If it is true that King Ajātasattu could have gained the stream entry path knowledge instantly but for his parricide, how can he become a Paksabuddha and attain Parinibbana? If it is true that he will become a Paksabuddha and attain Parinibbana, how could he have gained the state of a stream enterer, Sotapanna? The awakening of a Paksabuddha consists in the fulfillment of 5 things. 1. A human life, Manasatta. 2. Being a male, Ligasampatti. 3. Discernment leading to freedom from the pollutants, Vigattasavadasana. 4. Principal service, Adhikara. And 5. Aspiration, Shandata. The awakening of a disciple requires only 2 factors. 1. Principal service, Adhikara. And 2. Aspiration, Shandata. As regards the duration of time for their fulfillment of the perfections, Parami, it takes 2 immeasurable periods, Asakya, and 100,000 eons for the awakening of a Paksabuddha, one immeasurable period and 100,000 eons for that of a disciple. In realizing the Four Truths, the former has no teacher, while the latter has. Are not the two kinds of awakening basically different from each other? The answer is that they cannot be different. For Ajātasattu will fulfill whatever is necessary for the attainment of awakening as a Paksabuddha, only after suffering for 60,000 years in the Lohakumbhi hell. Indeed, those who seek awakening as a disciple will gain it as Paksabuddhas, if circumstances are not favorable for them to become disciples, but they must have resolved to gain release as Paksabuddhas. This is the answer given by the first school of teachers. According to them, although the king had the potential for gaining release as a disciple, he could not do so in the present life because of his association with his evil friend, Devdutta, which made circumstances unfavorable and damaged the prospects for his attainment of the path of stream entry, Sotapati Magga. But later on he will fulfill everything that will contribute to his becoming a Paksabuddha, and he will gain release. But according to other teachers, Ajātasattu had resolved to gain only the awakening as a Paksabuddha. But in the absence of any definite prediction of a Buddha, even those who have performed the deeds necessary for becoming a Paksabuddha cannot gain maturity of their awakening in their capacity as Paksabuddhas. Instead, they will attain awakening as disciples in the presence of a Buddha. Hence the Buddha said, "Monks, if he had not put his father to death, he would have attained stream entry path while being seated here as he heard this discourse on the fruits of the ascetic life." Of the three kinds of future personages, the Bodhisattva, the future Paksabuddha, and the future disciple, only the Bodhisattva is free from the 5 deeds with immediate result, Āṭānāṭiya karma. The other 2 future ones are not. Though Devdutta had been assured that he would become a Paksabuddha, because of his grudge that he had long harbored, he committed 2 deeds with immediate result, Āṭānāṭiya karma, by creating schism, Saga Badaka karma, and causing a Buddha's blood to flow, Lohita karma, which were very serious crimes. Taking these into consideration, it may be understood that future Paksabuddhas and future disciples are not so invulnerable. It may also be understood, therefore, that King Ajātasattu missed his opportunity to gain stream entry knowledge in the present life because of his parricide, and that he will later on become a Paksabuddha by the name of Vijitavi in accordance with the law of Paksabuddha awakening, Paksika Buddha Bodhinayama. This is the view of the other teachers. You can choose between these 2 views what you think is more reasonable. These notes are based on the sub-commentary. (38a) The Buddha's parents in a previous existence. The following is based on the birth story about the city of Sakka, Sakita Jataka, Jas 68, and its commentary. The Brahmin couple. On one occasion, after residing in Savatthi for the rains retreat, the Buddha set out on a journey, taking into consideration the opportunities that would be provided by it, such as promoting his health, prescribing fresh rules of conduct for the Sangha, taming through dialogues and discourses those who deserve to be tamed, and discoursing on his own birth stories, Jataka, wherever the situation was appropriate. Traveling in stages, the Buddha arrived at Sakita at evening and entered the Anjana forest for the night's stay. On hearing the news of the arrival of the Buddha, the townsfolk of Sakita thought that it was not proper to go and visit him at night. They waited till the next morning. Then, taking flowers, perfumes, and other offerings with them, they approached the Buddha, made their obeisance, and exchanging courteous words of greeting with him, remained there till it was time for him to go on the daily alms round. When it was time to go on alms round, the Buddha, in the company of the monastics, entered Sakita. At that time, a wealthy Brahmin of Sakita was leaving the town when he saw the Buddha near the town's gate. On seeing him, the Brahmin felt an intense filial love for him, and weeping with joy and uttering, "My son, I have not seen you for such a long time," he drew near to him. Even while the Brahmin was drawing near him, the Buddha said to the monastics, "Monastics, let the Brahmin of Sakita alone. Let him do as he pleases." And as a mother cow would treat her own calf, The Brahmin viewed the Buddha at close range from the front, from the back, and from the left side and from the right side. Then embracing him, he said, "Oh, my son, so long have I not seen you. So long have you been away." It may be noted here that if the Brahmin were to be restrained from these outpourings of affection, he would not be able to contain the intense feeling and would probably have died of heartbreak. The Brahmin of Sakka said to the Buddha, "Venerable Sir, I am able to offer food to the fortunate one and the company of monastics. May the fortunate one, out of compassion, do me the favor of accepting the offering." The Buddha indicated his consent by remaining silent. The Brahmin led the way to his place, holding the Buddha's alms bowl in his hands. He sent word to his wife at home to say, "My son is coming. Spread out a suitable place for his stay." The wife did as she was told by her husband and stood all agog to receive the Buddha. As she saw the Buddha nearing her house, she went to him and saying, "My son, it is a long time that I have not seen you." And she fondled the Buddha's feet and wept with joy. She requested the Buddha to proceed to her home, where the Brahmin couple respectfully offered food to the Buddha and his company of monastics. After he had finished his meal, the Brahmin took the alms bowl and washed it himself. The Buddha then discoursed to the Brahmin couple in a way fitting to them, and at the end of the discourse they became noble Arya, stream enterers. They requested the Buddha, "May the fortunate one and his company of monastics, during their sojourn at Sakka, receive offering of alms food only at our home." The Buddha replied, "Brahmin couple, it is not the custom for Buddhas to have a permanent place to receive alms food as you request." Thereupon, the Brahmin couple requested the Buddha, "In that case, Venerable Sir, may the fortunate one and his company of monastics go for alms elsewhere, but take the meals at our home only, and go back to the monastery after giving us a talk on the Dhamma." To this request the Buddha consented as a special favor. From that time forward, the Brahmin came to be called by the people the Buddha's father, and the wife of the Brahmin, the Buddha's mother. The clan of Brahmin Sakka also earned the name of the Buddha's clan. Thereupon, Venerable Ananda asked the Buddha, "Venerable Sir, I know your 915 parentage through Queen Mahamaya Devi and King Suddhodana, and yet why is it that the Brahmin of Sakka and his wife are called the Buddha's parents?" And the Buddha explained, "Ananda, this Brahmin couple were my parents in the past 500 existences. Besides, they have been my elder uncle and aunt for 500 existences. They have also been my younger uncle and aunt for 500 existences. The Brahmin couple call me their son due to the extraordinary affection that has existed in the past." The Buddha then uttered this verse, Jas 68. Pabiva Sanavasena, Pakapana Haitina Va, Evata Jayat Pema, Upala Va Yathadak. Due to having lived together in previous existences and having done some beneficial things for each other, there arises love between two persons. It is like the case of the water lily or any other water plant that grows in the marsh where mud and water jointly cause its arising. The Buddha spent his days in Sakka for as many persons as there were in that town that deserved to gain awakening. Then he proceeded on his way to Savatthi. The Brahmin couple further sought guidance from the monastics from whom they got appropriate instructions, and in due course attained the three higher paths, after which they realized nibbana without any substrata of existence remaining, anupadasisa paranibbana. When the Brahmin couple passed away, the Brahmin community of Sakka assembled together with the common objective of paying due respects to one of their members. Similarly, the stream enterers, the once returners and the non-returners, all noble ones, Arya, who had been associates in the practice of the path with the Brahmin couple, assembled together with the common objective of paying their respects to one of their members. Those two groups of people placed the remains of the Brahmin couple on a bier with gabled roofs, and amidst floral tributes and sprinkling of perfumes about the bier, they carried it out of the town. The Buddha in his daily routine viewed the sentient world with his Buddha eye consisting of knowledge that discerns the natural bent and latent proclivities of individuals, Asyanusia with Mekrane, and knowledge of the maturity and immaturity of the faculties of beings, Indriya Paropariyadiya with Mekrane, for that day, and came to know about the passing away, in total cessation, of the Brahmin couple, and seeing that his presence and teaching at the funeral of the deceased ones would lead to the awakening of the multitudes attending the funeral, he left Savatthi for the cemetery at Sakka, carrying his alms bowl and double robe himself. On seeing the Buddha, the people said, "The fortunate one has come to attend to the funeral of his father and mother," and paid their obeisance to him. The townsfolk brought the bier to the cemetery in reverential ceremony. They asked the Buddha, "Venerable Sir, what is the proper way to venerate the Brahmin couple who had been noble, Arya, lay disciples?" The Buddha replied in the following verse, revealing the fact that the deceased couple had become arahats and that they deserved the veneration that was due to arahats. DHB 2:25. Ahisak yi muneo, nika kaina savat, tiyiniakuda na, yatha gampha na sokare. The arahats who do not harm others are always restrained in their physical, verbal, and mental actions. Having gone to Nibbana through path knowledge, they are free from sorrow. They have realized the four paths and fruitions and attained the deathless Nibbana. The commentary to the Dhamma verses, Dhammapada, says that at the end of that verse a great number of people attained stream entry and even higher stages of path knowledge. After uttering the above verse, the Buddha delivered the discourse on aging, Ajātasattu, S&P 4.6, that he knew would benefit the audience at that time. By the end of the discourse, 84,000 beings perceived the Four Truths and became noble ones. (38b) The destruction of the Sakyans. The following is based on the Dhamma verses, DHB 47, and its commentary. The story of Vyabha. Prince Pasenadi, son of King Maha Kosala of Savatthi, Prince Maha Lichavi, son of King Lichavi of Visali, and Prince Bandhula, son of King Malla of Kusinara, were on their way to Takasila to get their education under a famous teacher there, and met at a rest house outside the city. They introduced themselves, learned one another's names, parentage and clan, and also the purpose of their journey, and they became friends. After having completed their education under the guidance of a great teacher in due time, they bid farewell to the teacher and left Takasila together and returned to their respective homes. Of these three princes, Prince Pasenadi demonstrated his prowess and skill before his royal father, King Maha Kosala, who was so pleased with his son's capabilities that he anointed him king, and so the prince became King Pasenadi of Kosala. Prince Mahali of the Lichavis also demonstrated his prowess and skill before the Lichavis so arduously that both of his eyes went blind. The Lichavi princes felt very sorry at the fate of their teacher, Prince Mahali, and conferred among themselves to afford suitable status to him without abandoning him. They unanimously resolved to name him as lord of a certain toll gate, which had a yearly revenue of 100,000 pieces of silver. Prince Mahali lived on the revenues collected at the toll gate and took charge of educating and training the 500 Lichavi princes. When Prince Bandhula demonstrated his prowess and skill before the Mallas, he was tricked by someone. An iron rod was secretly concealed inside one of the bamboos which he was to cut with his sword. There were 60 bundles of 60 bamboos, each standing before him. His royal father commanded, "Now, son, cut these bamboos with your sword," by way of testing the prince's might. Prince Bandhula leapt up to a height of 80 cubits and cut down the 60 bundles of bamboos one by one. At the last bundle, he noticed a strange frictional noise from inside the bamboo, which had the concealed iron rod inside. Discovering the nature of the dirty trick played upon him, he threw away his sword and wailed, "Oh, there was not a single one out of this big crowd of my kinsmen and friends who would, out of kind regard for me, warn me of this trick. Had I been forewarned, I could very well have cut that iron rod too without letting it betray its presence there by its noise." Then he said to his royal parents, "I shall kill all the Malla princes and make myself king." To this the parents replied, "Dear son, it is a time-honored tradition with us Mallas to rule by turns. We do not approve of your idea." On being repeatedly refused approval, Prince Bandhula became frustrated and said, "Then I will go and live with my friend King Pasenadi of Kosala," and he went to Savatthi. When King Pasenadi of Kosala learned of the arrival of his friend Prince Bandhula, he went out to greet him and escorted him into the city with much pomp and honor. King Pasenadi of Kosala made Bandhula his commander-in-chief, and Bandhula sent for his royal parents and let them live in Savatthi. This is an account of the three princes, Prince Pasenadi, Prince Mahali of the Lichavis, and Prince Bandhula of the Mallas. King Pasenadi of Kosala. One day, King Pasenadi of Kosala was standing on an upper floor of his multi-gabled palace, looking towards the high road in the city when he saw thousands of monastics going to the houses of Āṭānāṭiya, the rich man, Āṭānāṭiya, the rich man, Sakka, the supporter of the Puffarama monastery, and Suppavesa, the rich man's wife, to 917 collect alms food. He asked his men where these monastics were going, and they reported to him that 2,000 monastics daily collected their alms food, daily food, ticket food, or sick monastics' food at the house of Āṭānāṭiya, and 500 each at the houses of Āṭānāṭiya, Sakka, and Suppavesa. The king was impressed. He also wanted to be a regular supporter of alms food to the Sakka. He went to the Jetavana monastery and invited the Buddha and 1,000 monastics to the palace, and offered food for 7 days, where he personally served the food. On the 7th day, he said to the Buddha, "Venerable Sir, may the fortunate one and 500 monastics come to the palace to receive our food offerings every day." The Buddha replied, "Great King, it is not the custom of Buddhas to receive alms food from the same supporter every day. People like to see the Buddha visit their home too. In that case, Venerable Sir, may the fortunate one let one regular monastic, together with 500 other monastics, come to the palace for daily alms food offering." The Buddha assigned Venerable Ananda to head 500 monastics to go to the palace for the daily alms food. The king attended to the offering of food to the monastics personally for 7 days without assigning these duties to anyone. On the 8th day, he was preoccupied with state affairs and forgot to offer alms food to the Sakka. As it was not the custom in the royal palace to carry out anything without orders, the attendants just provided seats to the monastics, but no offering of food took place for lack of orders. Many of the monastics were disappointed and left after saying, "We cannot remain here." On the next day also, the king forgot to feed the Sakka, and many of the monastics left the palace. On the 3rd day also, the same thing happened, and all the monastics left, and only Venerable Ananda remained. Noble ones endowed with great past merits take things with wise circumspection. They foster the lay supporter's faith in the teaching. There are certain disciples of the Buddha beginning with Venerable Sariputta and Venerable Mahamoggalana, who were 2 chief disciples. Venerable Kema and Venerable Uppalava, who were the 2 chief female disciples. Siddha, the rich man, and Prince Hadhakavaka, who were 2 foremost lay disciples, and Nandamata, wife of the rich man of Yukahak, and Lady Kujatara, who were 2 foremost female lay disciples who were acclaimed by the Buddha as foremost in their own right, and were endowed with the 10 perfections, parami, to a certain extent, and were, therefore, noble persons of great past merit, blessed with their previous aspirations. Venerable Ananda also had fulfilled the 10 perfections over 100,000 eons, kappa, and was a noble one of great past merit, blessed with previous aspirations. He was circumspect by nature. So, being desirous of fostering the faith of the supporters, he alone remained in the palace for the daily food offerings. The palace officials prepared a suitable place and made food offerings to the sole monastic, Venerable Ananda. King Pasenadi of Kosala came to the palace after every other monastic had left the palace. On seeing the food for the Sakka left untouched, the king asked, "Have the revered ones not come?" And the officials replied that only Venerable Ananda came. The king was angry because he felt that the monastics had let such a big amount of food go to waste. He went to see the Buddha and complained, "Venerable Sir, I had prepared food offerings for 500 monastics, but only Venerable Ananda came. All the food remains untouched. How is it, Venerable Sir, that those monastics have such disregard for our invitation to the palace?" Thereupon, the Buddha did not say anything against the monastics, but said, "Great King, These monastic disciples are not very well acquainted with you. Probably that is why they did not go to your palace. On that occasion, the Buddha presented a discourse to the monastics, the Discourse about Families, Kula Sutta and 9.17, setting out 9 reasons for monastics that make it not proper to go to the lay supporters, and 9 reasons that make it proper to go to the lay supporters. The Discourse about Families. Monastics, homes of lay supporters who come under these 9 conditions should not be visited by monastics. If they have never been there, or if they happen to be there already, they should not stay there. Now, these are the 9 improper conditions. 1. If the lay supporters do not respectfully welcome you. 2. If they do not make obeisance respectfully to the monastics. 3. If they do not respectfully offer proper seats. 4. If they hide from monastics their property worth offering to monastics. 5. If they offer only a little, whereas they possess much. 6. If they offer inferior things, whereas they have superior things. 7. If they do not offer things respectfully, but do so disrespectfully. 8. If they do not come near the monastics to listen to the teaching. 9. If they do not listen to a monastic's discourse respectfully. Monastics, homes of lay supporters who are of the above 9 improper conditions, should not be visited by monastics, if they have never been there. And if a monastic happens to be at such a home already, he should not stay there. Monastics, homes of lay supporters who come under 9 conditions, ought to be visited by monastics if they have never been there. And if they happen to be there already, they should stay there. Now, these are the 9 proper conditions. 1. If the lay supporters welcome you respectfully. 2. If they make obeisance respectfully to the monastics. 3. If they respectfully offer proper seats. 4. If they do not make any secret of their property worth offering. 5. If they have much to offer, they offer much. 6. If they have superior things to offer, they offer them. 7. If they offer things respectfully. 8. If they come near the monastics to listen to the teaching. 9. If they listen to a monastic's discourse respectfully. Monastics, lay supporters who have the above 9 proper conditions should be visited by monastics if they have never been there, and if a monastic happens to be at such a house, he should stay there. Great King, those monastics left you probably because they are not on intimate terms with you. Wise ones of the past are known to have gone to their intimate ones in times of serious illness, near unto death, although they were respectfully looked after by people not intimate to them. On being requested by King Āṭānāṭiya of Kosala to tell that story, the Buddha related to him the birth story about the ascetic Kesva, Jataka, Ja 346. This story was also referred to when Brahma Baka was tamed by the Buddha and was mentioned earlier. See Chapter 35, the section on Baka Brahma. After hearing the Buddha's discourse, King Āṭānāṭiya of Kosala saw the need to become intimate with the Sangha and thought of some way to fulfill this aim. He struck on the idea of marrying one of the Sakyan princesses. If I were to raise a Sakyan princess to the status of chief queen, he thought, the fortunate one would become my relation, and his disciples would consider me as an intimate. Thereupon, he sent an ultimatum to the Sakyan princes demanding the hand of a Sakyan princess in marriage to him. When the royal messengers charged with the mission asked, which princess, the daughter of which Sakyan prince, did His Majesty specify? The king said, any Sakyan princess would do, provided her ancestry is ascertained by you. At the city of Kapilavatthu, the Sakyans held a council to answer the ultimatum. They did not like to go to war with their rival kingdom, for if they refused to comply with King Āṭānāṭiya's demand, their kingdom would certainly be invaded. Since the Kosala were a different clan from the Sakyans, they could not give in marriage any one of their own kin to a non-Sakyan. It was Prince Mahanama the Sakyan who conceived a way out of the dilemma. I have a very beautiful girl born of one of my slaves named Ngamo. The girl is called Vajji. Let us give her away. They agreed. A formal reply was then given to the delegation from Kosala. We shall comply. The daughter of which Sakyan prince are you going to give? It is the daughter of Mahanama, the Sakyan prince, cousin of Buddha Gautama, son of Amitabhadana. Vajji is the name of the princess. The delegation returned to Savatthi with the favorable news. King Āṭānāṭiya of Kosala was pleased and said, "Go and bring the Sakyan princess without delay. But mark this, kings as a rule are crafty. A slave's daughter might be posed as a princess. So you must ascertain her genuineness by watching her at table. Make sure she eats together with her Sakyan father." The delegation went again to Kapilavatthu and announced, "Our king of Kosala will accept only a princess who eats together with you Sakyans." "Very well, friends," said Mahanama the Sakyan. When it was mealtime, Vasabhakatiya, fully attired and adorned as a princess, was brought to the dining table where Mahanama the Sakyan was sitting, and there it was made to appear that the two ate together. The delegation was satisfied with what they saw and returned to Savatthi with the girl. This neat trick was carried out thus. When the Sakyans were confronted with the dining test required by King Āṭānāṭiya of Kosala, the Sakyans were quite at a loss about what to do. But Mahanama reassured them with the instruction that after the bogus princess was being seated at Mahanama's dining table, and the prince was just about to put his first morsel into the mouth, an intervention was to be made with an urgent message which must be seen by him forthwith. The plan got the approval of the Sakyans and was carried out accordingly. Thus was the delegation from Savatthi taken in by the trick. Back at their capital, the delegation reported to the king what they had witnessed. King Āṭānāṭiya of Kosala was delighted. After the customary anointing ceremony, he made Vasabhakatiya the chief queen, and she was waited on by 500 court ladies. Not long afterwards, the chief queen, who became very dear to the king, gave birth to a son with golden complexion. When it was time for the young prince to be named, the Kosalan king sent a royal message to the royal grandfather Mahanama, the Sakyan, informing him of the birth of a son and asking him to suggest a suitable name for the princeling. It so happened that the messenger who took the royal message to the Sakyan court was slightly hard of hearing. After reading the Kosalan king's message, Mahanama remarked, "Vasabhakatiya was previously a girl of great personal influence, and now after giving birth to a son, she is going to be a favorite Vallabha of the Kosalan king." Now, the joyous expression favorite, i.e., an intimate darling, Vallabha in the local dialect, sounded as Vyabha to the Kosalan messenger, who took that word as the name to be given to the Kosalan prince. He reported to King Āṭānāṭiya of Kosala, "Vyabha is the name, your majesty, that the royal grandfather suggests for the princeling." The king mused, "Possibly Vyabha is a clan name of your with us," and he named his son Vyabha. Then with a view to pleasing the Buddha, the king made Vyabha commander-in-chief, even in his tender age. Vyabha was brought up as a prince in all regal style. When he was 7 years old, he came to notice how other princes were receiving dolls and other children got presents from their maternal grandparents. And so he asked his mother, Chief Queen Vasabhakatiya, "Mother, other princes get children's presents, such as dolls and the like, from their maternal grandparents. But I have received none from my maternal grandparents. Why is it? Have you no parents?" The mother replied, "Dear son, the Sakyans are your maternal grandparents, but they live far away from us. That is why they cannot send you any gifts." When Vyabha was 16, he said to his mother, "Mother, I would like to see my maternal grandparents' palace." And the mother discouraged him with the words, "Dear son, it is not advisable for you to do that. After all, what use is there in your seeing your maternal grandparents' palace?" But Prince Vyabha was insistent, and after many repeated requests, the mother could do nothing but yield to his wish. Vyabha informed his father, the king, of his intended journey and left Savatthi, leading a big army. Chief Queen Vasabhakatiya had in the meantime sent a secret message to the Sakyans asking them to keep up appearances when Vyabha arrived so that the whole conspiracy would not in any way be betrayed. This message gave the timely opportunity for the younger Sakyan princes, i.e., who were junior to Vyabha, to leave the city and remain in the remote country during his visit because they could not make obeisance to Vyabha, as would be normally expected. Those Sakyans who were to receive Vyabha met him on arrival at Kapilavatthu, at the royal rest house. There Vyabha was introduced to his maternal grandfather and maternal uncles, to whom he had to make obeisance. Having done his turn of paying respects, he saw no one paying him respects. "Why is there no Sakyan to pay respects to me?" he asked. The Sakyan elders then said, "Dear son, Your younger cousins have gone on a visit to the country." Then they entertained Vyaba lavishly. After staying 2 or 3 days in Kapilavatthu, Vyaba left the city with his big army. When every visitor had gone, a slave girl came to cleanse with diluted milk the seat where Vyaba had sat at the royal rest house, all the while cursing, "Fie! Profaned is this place, profaned by Vyaba, the son of the slave girl Vasabhakatiya." These words were overheard by one of Vyaba's men who had come back to the place to fetch his arms that he had forgotten to take away with him. He asked how far the girl's curse was true and was told that Vasabhakatiya was the child born of Mahanama, the Sakyan, and his slave girl Ngamo. The Kosala soldier related this news to his comrades, and it soon became the talk of the town that the chief Queen Vasabhakatiya was a daughter of a slave girl. When Vyaba learned this news, he was quick to understand the situation. "Well, let the Sakyans cleanse my seat with diluted milk now. When I become king, I will wash my seat with the blood from the Sakyans' throats," he said to himself, bearing an ominous grudge against the Sakyan clan. After arriving back at the capital, the king's ministers reported the news to the king. King Āṭānāṭiya of Kosala was very angry with the Sakyans. "This presenting a slave girl for my queen is preposterous. It is an insult against my honor." He roared and withdrew all the rank and status accorded to his chief queen and commander-in-chief, allowing them only the rank and status of slaves. 2 or 3 days later, the Buddha paid a visit to the royal palace of King Āṭānāṭiya of Kosala, where he sat on the specially arranged seat. The king made his obeisance to the Buddha and said to him, "Venerable sir, the kinsmen of the fortunate one have deceived me. They have sent me a slave girl's daughter, saying that she was a princess. I have discovered this and have therefore downgraded both mother, Vasabhakatiya, and son, Vyaba, to the rank and status of slaves." The Buddha said, "Great king, the Sakyans have done a wrong thing. They ought to have given you a princess as befitting your lineage. However, great king, I wish you to consider this. Vasabhakatiya was a daughter of Mahanama the Sakyan, and moreover she has been anointed as chief queen by you who are of royal blood. Vyaba is of your own blood. What does maternal lineage matter? It is paternal lineage that counts." This important fact was recognized by wise people of past, and therefore a firewood gatherer, a poor peasant girl, was made the chief queen, and the boy born of this chief queen of humble origin became King Kahavana of Braz, a city with an area of 12 leagues. When King Āṭānāṭiya of Kosala had heard the story of Kahavana, he was satisfied with the dictum that only paternal lineage is of real significance. Accordingly, he reinstated the chief queen and the commander-in-chief to their previous ranks and status. To avoid repetition, this story will be told later under Venerable Maharaja's story in chapter 43.41. Bandhula and his wife Mallika. The commander-in-chief of King Āṭānāṭiya of Kosala was Bandhula, a Malla prince. His wife Mallika was the daughter of King Malla of Kusinara. Even after some years of wedlock, the couple did not beget any offspring. Bandhula therefore sent Mallika to her father's home. Mallika thought that it would be well if she visited the Buddha before leaving Savatthi. So she went to the Jetavana monastery and made obeisance to the Buddha. On being asked where she was going, Mallika told the Buddha how she was being sent home to her father because she failed to produce any children. Thereupon, the Buddha said, "In that case, there is no need for you to go home to your father. You should go back to the home of the commander-in-chief." Mallika was very happy with these words, and, making her obeisance to the Buddha, she went back to her husband. Bandhula asked her why she had come back. She told him what the Buddha had said to her. Bandhula pondered. The fortunate one is far-sighted. He must have foreknowledge about Mallika's probable pregnancy. And so he let her stay with him. Not long afterwards, Mallika became pregnant. She had an intense craving, as is often the case with pregnant women. She told her husband about it. She wanted to bathe in the auspicious royal lake where the Lichavis usually were anointed king, and she also wanted to drink its water. Bandhula said, "Very well," and putting her on his chariot and taking his great bow that needed 1,000 men to harness it, they left Savatthi and entered Visali from the city gate assigned to Mahalachavi for the enjoyment of tolls collected at that gate. Mahalachavi's house was just close by. Mahalachavi recognized the sound of Bandula's chariot thumping on the threshold of the city gate. He had great foreboding. Disaster is afoot today for the Lachavis, and he warned them. The auspicious royal lake was very heavily guarded, inside as well as outside. It was covered with iron netting so that even birds could not gain entry to it. Bandula, the commander-in-chief, alighted from his chariot, drove away the guards with his cane, and cut open the iron netting with his scimitar. He and his wife entered the lake, bathed there, and, coolly putting her in the chariot, headed home by the same route that he had come. The guards reported the matter to the Vajji princes. Infuriated, the Vajjis mounted on 500 chariots and gave chase. When the chase was reported to Mahalachavi, he called out, "Young Lachavi princes, don't do that. Bandula, the commander-in-chief, will destroy you." To that the princes replied, "Sir, we cannot stand it. We must catch him." Mahalachavi had known the might of his schoolmate, Bandula, and warned the Vajji princes thus. "Well, princes, if you must give chase, when you see Bandula's chariot depressed down to the wheel hub, turn back from wherever you saw it. If you don't turn back, but still pursue him, do turn back when you hear a great roaring sound. If you don't turn back, but still pursue him, you will see holes at the front of each of your chariots. Turn back wherever you see these holes. Don't go any further." The Lachavies ignored the advice and proceeded in hot pursuit. When Mallika saw they were being pursued, she told Bandula what she saw. "Well, watch well. When all the 500 chariots are seen as one, when they all are in a straight line, do tell me," he said. Mallika informed her husband when the pursuing chariots were seen as a single line. Then Bandula, the commander-in-chief, gave the reins of the horse to her, saying, "You hold them." Then he stood in the chariot and drew his great bow that needed 1,000 strong men to draw it. At that moment, the chariot sank to the level of the wheel, 922 hub. The Lachavi saw this but did not heed Mahalachavi's warning and drove on. Bandula, as the commander-in-chief, after proceeding a while, pulled at the bow string, producing a thunderous sound. The Lachavis heard it but did not heed Mahalachavi's warning and did not turn back. Then Bandula sent an arrow which pierced through all the 500 pursuing chariots. It passed through the chest of the Lachavi princes and struck the ground. The Lachavi princes were still unaware that they had been shot and cried, "Hey, Bandula, stop!" all the while still following Bandula. Then Bandula, the commander-in-chief, halted a while and said, "All of you Lachavis are dead men. I need not fight with dead men, but we do not look like dead men, do we? Then take off the mail armor from the last Lachavi prince." When they did as they were told, the lifeless body of the rearmost Lachavi prince dropped to the floor of the chariot. Then Bandula told them to drive home and prepare for the funeral of all of them. "Before taking off your mail armor, you may say your last word to your wives," he added. The Lachavis did as they were told. All of them perished. Bandula, the commander-in-chief, drove back home with his wife Mallika. She bore him twin sons 16 times so that the couple had 32 robust sons, all brave and strong. They had their training completed in all the arts when they were allotted 1,000 men each as their followers. Whenever Bandula, the commander-in-chief, appeared in court, he and his 32 sons, together with 32,000 strong warriors, would fill the whole courtyard. Bandula is murdered. One day, there arose an uproar at the court of justice complaining that a miscarriage of justice had taken place. The matter was reported to Bandula, the commander-in-chief, who then went to the court of justice, heard the case afresh, and passed judgment, declaring who the rightful owner was. The people joined in their loud approval of the righteous judgment. King Pasenadi of Kosala heard the sound and asked what it was. On being told about it, the king was very pleased and placed him in charge of the court of justice. The former justices were all removed from service. Bandula thus got an additional duty as judge which he discharged with uprightness. The disgraced judges, being deprived of their usual bribes, plotted against Bandhula, the commander-in-chief. They conspired to make false allegations that Bandhula was aspiring to the throne. The king believed the words of the disgraced judges. He was greatly ill at ease. He wanted to do away with Bandhula, but since Bandhula was a popular figure, he dared not put Bandhula to death in the city. So he invented a wicked ploy. He had his trusted men stage an uprising at the border regions. Bandhula, the commander-in-chief, and his 32 sons were ordered to put down the fake uprising and to bring back the insurgents. The king sent along his chosen generals with Bandhula, with orders to murder Bandhula and all his sons. When Bandhula got to the so-called area of unrest, the king's men inserted themselves as insurgents fled. Bandhula carried out measures to turn the remote region into flourishing settlements and returned to the city. When they were a good distance away from the city, the captains who were sent along with them beheaded Bandhula and his 32 sons. Mallika's story. On that day, Mallika, the wife of the commander-in-chief, was preparing to offer a meal to the two chief disciples, Venerable Sariputta and Venerable Moggallana, together with 500 monastics at her home. Early that morning, she had received a message that her husband Bandhula, the commander-in-chief, and her 32 sons had been beheaded. She kept the news to herself, having slipped the note containing the message inside her jacket. While she was attending on the two chief disciples at table, her maids, after having offered rice, were bringing ghee to the table when they accidentally broke the vessel containing ghee. The two chief disciples witnessed this. Venerable Sariputta asked Mallika, "What is the nature of breaking up has broken up? Don't let it prey on your mind." Thereupon, Mallika produced the grim message from inside her jacket and said, "Venerable Sir, they sent me this message to tell me that my 32 sons, together with their father, have been beheaded. Even that news I did not allow to prey on my mind. How would this pot of ghee prey on my mind?" Venerable Sariputta gave a discourse beginning with the verse, Sala Sutta, SMP 3.8 Animidum Anata Magna Ita Jvita. Unsignaled and unknown here is the life of mortals. Then he rose from his seat and returned to the Jetavana monastery. When the offering of food to the Sakka was finished, Mallika sent for her 32 daughters-in-law and said, "Dear daughters-in-law, your husbands, though faultless, have suffered the consequence of their past deeds. Do not be oppressed by sorrow, grief, and lamentation. Also do not bear malice against the king." These words were overheard by the king's secret agents, who reported to the king that Bandhula and his sons were free of guilt. The king was remorseful. He went to Mallika's house and apologized to Mallika and her 32 daughters-in-law. Then he asked Mallika to name any boon she would like. Mallika said, "Great king, let the boon be considered as having been granted to me." After the king had returned, she offered special alms food to the Sakka for the benefit of her dear departed ones. Then she took her bath and went to see the king. She bowed before the king and said, "Great king, you have granted me leave to name a boon. I have no other wish than your permission to allow me and my 32 daughters-in-law to return to our respective parents." The king gave his assent gladly. Mallika sent home her 32 daughters-in-law to their respective parents' homes, and she herself returned to hers. Mallika lived in her parents' home in Kusinara for a long time. Later, when the Buddha passed away and she learned that his remains were being carried to Kusinara by the Mallas, she got the idea to honor the Buddha by adorning the Buddha's body with the famous great creeper, Mahālāṭa, gown which she had not worn since the death of her husband. She took it out from its place, cleaned it with perfumed water, and awaited the arrival of the Buddha's remains. The great creeper gown was a very rare piece of adornment which only 3 persons had the good fortune to possess. According to the commentary on the long discourse about the emancipation, Mahaparinibbana Sutta, DN 16, that was Visakha, Mallika, wife of Bandhula, the commander-in-chief, and the daughter of a rich man of Bras, Devadaniya the thief. According to the commentary on the Dhamma verses, Dhammapada, DHB 53, it was possessed only by these 3 ladies in the whole human world. When the remains of the Buddha were being carried past her house, she requested the carriers of the bier, Please, please wait a moment. And she respectfully encased the Buddha's body in the great creeper gown which covered the body neatly from head to sole. The golden-hued body of the Buddha, clothed in the great gown, wrought with the 7 kinds of gems, made a gorgeous spectacle. Mallika's mind was filled with delight in seeing the magnificence of the Buddha's body. Her conviction in the 3 treasures soared. She made this wish. Exalted Buddha, may I, in my faring on in this journey in Sastra, be always perfect in my personal appearance, even without the need to embellish myself. After she passed away, Mallika was reborn as a celestial being in the Tvatisa realm. On account of her wish, she was endowed with unrivaled beauty. She had a dress magnificently finished with the 7 kinds of gems, and also a mansion of like description. See the commentary to Mallika's heavenly mansion, Mallika Vimana, VV, 658-663. The passing of King Pasenadi. King Pasenadi of Kosala let the nephew of Bandhula, named Digakarayana, succeed him as commander-in-chief. This token of his high regard for Bandhula did not, however, appease the nephew who kept awaiting his opportunity to revenge the death of his innocent 924 uncle. The king was never happy again after the assassination of the innocent Bandhula. A feeling of guilt possessed him, so much so that he did not find pleasure in his kingly luxuries. At that time, the Buddha was sojourning at the market town of Medupa in the province of the Sakyans. The king of Kosala, wishing to see the Buddha, put up a rustic tent built of branches of trees in the vicinity of the Buddha's monastery and stayed there. Leaving the regal paraphernalia with the commander-in-chief Digakarayana, there he entered the Buddha's chamber alone. The reason for the king's leaving his regal paraphernalia with Digakarayana were: 1. He considered it improper to look ostentatious in the presence of the Buddha, and 2. He intended to have a private dialogue with the Buddha, which he believed would gladden him. When the regal paraphernalia was sent to the palace, it was understood by the royal attendants that they did not need to wait on the king in the meantime, and that they should return to the palace. As the Kosalan king went alone to the Buddha's monastery, Digakarayana felt uneasy with the thought. This king had previously had private conference with Gautama the recluse, after which my uncle Bandhula and his 32 sons were assassinated. Now he is again in conference with Gautama the recluse. What might this mean? Might I be the target this time? As soon as the king had entered the Buddha's chamber, Digakarayana, the commander-in-chief, took the regal paraphernalia to Vyabha, cajoled and coerced Vyabha to accept kingship then and there. Then he left a charger, a scimitar, and a royal maid for Pasenadi of Kosala with a note saying, "Do not come after us if you wish to stay alive." After that he took Prince Vyabha to the palace in Savatthi as the new king with the white umbrella held above him. When the Kosalan king came out of the monastery after having cordial conversation with the Buddha, he saw none of his army, so he asked his maid, who told him what she heard and saw. Thereupon, he headed for Rajagaha to muster help from his royal nephew, King Ajātasattu, with the object of deposing Vyabha the usurper. On his way, he had to make do with a meal of broken rice and to drink unfiltered water. As he was of a delicate constitution, that food proved indigestible for him. It was late in the evening when he got to the city of Rajagaha. The city gates were already closed, so he had to spend the night at a rest house outside the city, intending to see his nephew King Ajātasattu the next morning. That night, the Kosalan king suffered from indigestion due to the upset condition of his phlegm, bile, and wind. He could answer the call of nature only 2 or 3 times before he became totally exhausted. He slept on the bosom of the young maid who was his sole company. He died at dawn the next day. At the time of death, the Kosalan king was 80 years of age, the same age the Buddha was when he passed away. See the Discourse on Shrines to the Dhamma, Dhammasatiya Sutta, MN 89. When the young maid found that the king had passed away, she wailed loudly. My lord, the Kosalan king, who had ruled over the 2 provinces of Kasi and Kosala, had died uncared for outside the city in this rest house where the homeless make it their home. On hearing her lamentation, people came to know about the death of the Kosalan king. They reported it to King Ajātasattu, who came out and saw his dead uncle. He arranged for a fitting funeral with much ceremony. Then he mustered his troops by the beat of the gong, intending to capture Vyabha. The ministers of King Ajātasattu pleaded at his feet, saying, "Great king, if your royal uncle, the Kosalan king, were alive, your visit to Savatthi would be proper. But now that Vyabha, your younger cousin, is on the throne, and he had also a right through kinship to the throne, your expedition is not advisable." Ajātasattu accepted the minister's advice. King Vyabha remembers his grudge. King Vyabha, after ascending the throne at Savatthi, remembered his grudge against the Sakyans. He left the city at the head of a big army to make war against and destroy the Sakyans. Early in the morning, the Buddha viewed the world of beings with his Buddha eye and saw that danger was imminent for his kinsmen, the Sakyans. He thought it right and proper to protect them. So after going on alms round, he took a rest in his scented chamber in a noble resting posture like a lion, lying on his right side. In the evening, he went to Kapilavatthu by his psychic power and reappeared sitting at the foot of a tree with bare branches in the vicinity of the city of Kapilavatthu. Not far away from that tree, there was a shady banyan tree near the boundary between Kapilavatthu and Vyabha's country. When Vyabha saw the Buddha, he made obeisance to him and said, "Venerable sir, how is it that the fortunate one is sitting underneath this skeleton of a tree when it is still hot? May you come and sit underneath a shady banyan tree which is near our boundary." The Buddha replied, "Great king, so be it. Shelter provided by kinsmen is cool enough." Vyabha was not slow to take the hint. He surmised rightly that the Buddha was there to give his benign protection to his kinsmen. So he withdrew his forces after respectfully making obeisance to him. The Buddha reappeared in the Jetavana monastery by his psychic power. But Vyabha did not forget the insult he had suffered at the hands of the Sakyans. He took out another expedition against the Sakyan city. On this occasion, too, the Buddha was there, and he was obliged to withdraw. For the third time, he led a mighty force towards the Sakyan territory, only to meet with the Buddha before he could start operations, and again he had to withdraw. When King Vyabha set out for the fourth time, the Buddha saw that the time for the evil misdeeds of the Sakyan was taking effect, and so he did not intervene. The past misdeeds of the Sakyans consisted in spreading poison in a stream on a certain day in their previous existence. Vyabha came with a big army intent on destroying the Sakyans. The Buddha's kinsmen, on the other hand, were averse to taking life. They would rather give up their own life than destroy life. They knew that they were past masters in archery, so they thought of frightening away the enemy by their feats in archery. They put on male armor and came out pretending to join battle. They sent arrows into the enemy which did not hit anyone, but passed through their shields or through holes in their ear lobes which had been pierced while young for wearing earrings. When Vyabha saw the arrows, he thought that the Sakyans were shooting them in earnest. "They say the Sakyans don't destroy life," he said, "but now they are trying to kill us with their arrows." One of his men said, "Lord, inspect your forces and you will know. The arrows come in the direction of our men. But there is no one hit on this side. Great king, would your majesty make account of your men?" replied the man boldly. The king ordered to make account and found that no one had fallen. Vyabha withdrew his forces a little and ordered his men, "Men, slay all those who say they are Sakyan, but spare my grandfather Mahanama and those who are together with him." Thereupon Vyabha's forces made a dash for the kill. The Sakyans did not see anything to hold on to. Some of them stood holding on to tufts of grass, while others stood holding on to clusters of reed. When asked by the enemy, "Are you not Sakyan?" these Sakyans did not and could not utter a lie. Those Sakyan holding on to the grass replied, "These are not Sakka, teak trees, but only grass." And those Sakyans holding on to the reeds replied, "These are not Sakka, teak trees, but only reed." Those Sakyans and Mahanama together with the Sakyans that remained together with him were spared. Those who held on to the grass later came to be known as grass Sakyans, and those who held on to the reeds as reed Sakyans. All other Sakyans were put to the sword. Not even infants were allowed to live. Vyabha then cleansed his seat with the enemy's blood drawn from their throats. Thus was the Sakyan clan exterminated by Vyabha. Mahanama the Sakyan was captured alive. On his way to Vyabha's country, when it was time for the morning meal, they dismounted and the table was laid. Vyabha informed 926 Mahanama to join him. Persons of royal blood, as a rule, never share a meal with sons of a slave. Mahanama, therefore, noticing upon nearly, said, "Grandson, I need to wash up before I eat." "Then, grandfather, take a bath," replied Vyabha. Mahanama knew that if he refused to eat with Vyabha, he would be put to the sword. "It were better to take my own life," he reflected. So he untied his coil of hair, made a knot at the end of his hair which was spread out, and putting both his big toes together inside the hair, he dived into the water. Mahanama was possessed of such merit that his presence underneath the water caused warmth in the realm of the Nagas. The king of the Nagas looked for the strange phenomenon that was warming his abode, and on seeing the plight of Mahanama, he appeared before him, and letting him sit on his hood, carried him down to the realm of the Nagas where Mahanama survived for 12 years. Vyabha meets his fate. King Vyabha was left waiting for the return of his royal grandfather. He should be back any time, he kept on saying to himself. When he had waited rather too long, he thought, something is wrong, and he had his men wade into the water, dive into it, and search around the pond. As it was already dark, he sent his men all around to search any possible nook and corner with oil lamps. When he had left no stone unturned, he gave up the search at that locality. Assuming his grandfather must have fled from him, he and his army left the place. He arrived at the river Āṭānāṭiya at nightfall, and it was too late to enter the city. So he and his army had to camp on the riverbank for the night. Some of his men lay on the sandbank to rest while others lay on higher ground. Among the first group there were some who had not committed evil deeds in the past. Among the second group there were some who had done evil deeds in the past. It so happened that to both groups, swarms of white ants made their stay impossible. They were driven to seek fresh quarter for the night. Those who had done no bad actions in the past, who were lying on the sandbank, therefore found it necessary to move to high ground. Those who had done bad actions in the past, who were lying on high ground, found it necessary to move to the sandbank. After the people had made these shifting of locations, there arose black rain clouds, and all of a sudden there was a deluge that caused the Āṭānāṭiya to burst its banks. Vyabha and his army were carried away in the floods down to the ocean, where they were devoured by fishes and turtles. The past evil actions of the Sakyans. The massacre of the Sakyans became a subject of lively talk among the people. Men, they would say, the massacre of the Sakyans was absolutely uncalled for, and the brutality they suffered, even their small children not being spared, is most improper. This sort of popular opinion came to the ear of the Buddha, who said, "Monastics, the Sakyans met with a seemingly undeserved fate in their present existence. However, if their present fate is considered against their past evil action, they met the kind of death appropriate to the cause thereof." The monastics requested the Buddha to relate the nature of their past evil action, and the Buddha briefly related to them how in a certain existence in the past, they had united themselves in one mind and spread poison into a stream, causing mass destruction of fish in it. Again, the following day, at the assembly of monastics for hearing the teaching, the monastics were discussing the fate of Vyabha. Friends, Vyabha together with his company, after slaying such a great number of the Sakyans, became victims of fishes and turtles in the ocean even before achieving his ambition. When the Buddha came to the assembly and asked the monastics, "Monastics, what was that you were talking about when I came?" They told the Buddha about their subject of discussion. Then the Buddha said, "Monastics, just as all the villagers in a sleeping village are swept away by a great flood, so also, even before their ambitions in life are fulfilled, all living beings who are forgetful and sleeping have their lives cut short and are carried away by death to the ocean of the four lower worlds." Then the Buddha uttered this verse, DHP 48. Puffani hiva pasananta, biasata manasanara. Atitan niva kamisu, intako kurut vesa. Monastics, like one who gathers the choicest flowers, a person who hankers after sense pleasures, craving for what he has not got, and clinging to what he has got, is carried away by death into the ocean of the four lower worlds, just as a whole village that are soundly asleep are swept away to the ocean by a great flood. By the end of the discourse, many beings attained the fruition such as stream entry. This discourse is therefore a very beneficial discourse for all. The two Mallikas differentiated. The following is based on the commentary on the birth story about the portion of gruel, Kamasa Pya Jataka, Ja 415. There were at the time of the Buddha 2 Mallikas in Savatthi. One was Mallika, wife of Bandhula, the commander-in-chief. The other was Mallika, queen of the Kosalan king. The former was a Mallan princess of Kusinara about whom we have mentioned earlier. We shall now describe Queen Mallika in a brief way. This future queen was daughter of a flower seller in the city of Savatthi. She was a maiden of great beauty, with a large store of great past merits. One day, when she was 16, she went flower gathering in the company of other girls, carrying 3 barley cakes in a flower basket. As the group of girls were leaving the city, they met the Buddha, surrounded by a wondrous aura of 6 hues, in the company of many monastics, who was entering the city. Mallika was deeply moved by the glory of the Buddha, and in a state of devotional faith, she offered her 3 barley cakes to the Buddha. The Buddha accepted the alms in the alms bowl which was donated by the 4 great guardians of the 4 quarters. Mallika paid her obeisance at the feet of the Buddha, with her mind filled with delightful satisfaction, pity, derived from reflection on the attributes of the Buddha, and stood at a suitable distance. The Buddha looked at her and gave a smile. Venerable Ananda asked the Buddha the reason for his smile. "Ananda," said the Buddha, "on account of her offering of these 3 barley cakes with the volition of the first impulsion, this young girl will become the chief queen of the Kosalan king this very day." Mallika was overjoyed to hear the words of the Buddha and went to the park with her companions. It was the day when the king of Kosala fought a battle with his nephew Ajātasattu and was defeated. He escaped on horseback, and on hearing the singing of Mallika, he turned towards the park, being attracted by the girl's voice. Where all the other girls fled with fear at the sight of the king, Mallika, who was destined to become queen, felt no fear. Instead, she came forward and took the reins of the king's charger in her hand. Still sitting on horseback, he asked the girl whether she was married or not. On learning that she was unmarried, he dismounted, and as he was tired from the heat of the sun and the wind, he took a rest on Mallika's bosom. After having rested, he took the girl on horseback and entered the city accompanied by his army. He had the girl escorted to her parents' home. That evening, he sent the royal carriage to Mallika's house for the use of chief queen, and she was brought to the palace with pomp and ceremony. Then placing her on a ceremonial seat wrought with precious gems, she was anointed chief queen. From that day, Mallika became the beloved chief queen. Thus the 2 Mallikas should be known. Mallika, the Kosala queen, was the daughter of a flower seller. Mallika, the wife of Bandhula, the commander-in-chief, was the daughter of one of the Malla princes. (39a) The Discourse about Nyaya. The following is based on the Discourse about Nyaya, Ajātasattu, DN 32, and its commentary. The 4 Great Kings. At one time, the Buddha was staying in the monastery on the Gajaka hill near Rajagaha. During that time, the 4 great kings of the 4 quarters, Dādaraha, Viraka, Virapaka, and Kuvara, held a conference at the celestial city of Nyaya, the abode of Kuvara. After they had carefully arranged for the defenses of Tvatisa, the abode of Sakka, the lord of the Devas, against the Asuras at the 4 directions, by employing hordes of Yakas, Gandhabas, Kumbhas, and Nagas, they composed verses called the Nyaya Safeguard, Nyaya Parita, aka as Ajātasattu, DN 32, on the subject of the 7 Buddhas preceding Buddha Gautama. Whosoever disregards and goes against the authority of the Buddha's doctrine and the authority of our commandments shall be meted out specific punishments, they proclaimed. They also placed at the four quarters a large number of yakas, gandhabas, kumbhas, and nagas for their own protection. Around midnight, they went to the Buddha in resplendent appearance, their personal radiance flooding the entire Gajaka hill. After having approached the Buddha and paying respects to him, they sat at a suitable distance. It was unusual for Devas to sit in the Buddha's presence. They usually remained standing. But here they were sitting out of reverence for the Naya safeguard. The company of yakas who came with the four great kings behaved in different ways in the presence of the Buddha. Some of them made obeisance to him and sat in a suitable place. Some exchanged words of felicitations and sat in a suitable place. Some raised their joined palms in his direction and sat in a suitable place. Some declared their names and lineage and sat in a suitable place. Some sat down while remaining silent. At that assembly of Devas, Vasava addressed the Buddha in these words. Venerable Sir, among the very powerful yakas, some have pious faith in the Fortunate One while others have not. It is the same with yakas of middling powers and those of small powers. Venerable Sir, most yakas do not have reverence for the Fortunate One because the Fortunate One preaches restraint from killing, stealing, unlawful sexual conduct, lying, and taking intoxicants, whereas yakas generally do not refrain from killing, stealing, unlawful sexual conduct, lying, and taking intoxicants. For these yakas who lack morality, the 5 moral precepts is anathema. Venerable Sir, there are many monastic disciples of the Fortunate One who dwell in monasteries in remote places. These remote places are permanent residences of very powerful yakas who do not show reverence to the Fortunate One. To win their confidence, to serve as a protection for the male monastic disciples, female monastic disciples, male lay disciples, and female lay disciples of the Fortunate One, to let them be free from the harassment of yakas, and for a peaceful, carefree life in all the 4 bodily postures for everyone. May the Fortunate One teach the Naya safeguard, Naya Parita, to the disciples. Herein, Vasava acted as spokesman for the 4 great kings because he was well acquainted with the Buddha and was also an accomplished speaker. The Buddha accepted Vasava's proposition by remaining silent. Seeing that the Buddha approved his suggestion, Vasava recited the Naya safeguard thus. Vipasisa ca namathu, kakamantasa siramato. Sikisapai ca namathu, sababudina campino. May you revere Vipassi, the glorious visionary. May you revere Siki, who has pity on all beings. Vesabhasa ca namathu, nadakasa tapasino, namatha kakasanhasa, mara senapamadino. May you revere Vesabu, the austere one, cleansed of corruptions. May you revere Kakasanda, who has crushed Mara's army. Kagamanasa namathu, Brahmasa vusamato, Kasapasa ca namathu, Vipamatasa sabati. May you revere Kagamana, the accomplished Brahmin. May you revere Kasapa, who is free in every respect. Agrasasa namathu, Sakyu patasa siramato, Yo ima dhamma dasisi, Saba dukkha pandana. May you revere Agrasa, the glorious son of the Sakyans, he who taught this Dhamma, which is the dispelling of all suffering. Those who are emancipated in the world, who have insight into things as they are, those people free from malicious speech, who are great and fully mature. Haida Deva Manusna, Yanamasani Gautama, Vija Karasampana, Mahanta Vidasrata. They will revere that Gautama, who is of benefit to Devas and men, who is understanding and good conduct, who is great and fully mature. Yado Agachati Suriyo, Adiko Male Maha, Yasakagachamanasa, Savar Pai Nirajati, Yasakagate Surai, Devaso Ti Pavakati. From where the sun comes up, the son of Aditi, the great circle, while that one is coming up, the darkness of night comes to an end, and after the sun has come up, it is said to be the daytime. Rahato Pai Tatagambhiro, Samuddo Saradadako, Ivata Tatajanani, Samuddo Saradadako. There is a deep lake in that place, an ocean where the waters have flowed. Thus in that place they know there is an ocean where the waters have flowed. Ito sa purima disa itina atsikati yano yadisa abfipaliti maharaya nyasa siso. From here, that is the easterly direction. So the people declare, That direction is watched over by a resplendent great king. Gandhabna adhipati, Dadaraho ti namaso, Ramadi nakajitahai, Gandhabahai purikado. He is the master of the Gandhabas, Dadaraha, such is his name. He delights in song and dance. He is honored by Gandhabas. Putapitasa bahavo ekanamati mesuta asiti dasa ekotsa indanama mahabala. He also has a great many sons, all of one name, so I have heard they are 8, 0, and 10 and 1, into by name, ones of great strength. Take happy Buddha Disvana, Buddha Adhika Banduna, Dorado Va Namasani, Mahanta Vidasrata. They, having seen the awakened one, the Buddha, kinsman of the sun, from afar, do reverence him, who is great and fully mature. Namo te Purisa Jana, Namo te Purisatama, Kusalina Samakasi, Amanuspi Tavandani, Sutta Netta Abahaso, Tasma Eva Vaidmes. Reverence to you, Excellent One. Reverence to you, Supreme One. You have looked on us with goodness. The non-human beings worship you. We have heard this repeatedly. Therefore we should speak like this. Jaina Vandatha Gautama, Jaina Vandama Gautama, Vijja Kara Sampana, Buddha Vandama Gautama. You should worship the victor Gautama. We should worship the victor Gautama, who has understanding and good conduct. We should worship the Buddha Gautama. Yenapetapa Vutsanti, Piswapi Himasika, Paatipatinoluda, Tsoranakatikayana. There they say go the departed, who speak maliciously, backbiters, killers of creatures, hunters, thieves, and fraudulent people. Itosa dakhya disa itina atsikati yano yadisa abhipaliti maharaya yasasiso. From here, that is the southerly direction. So the people declare, that direction is watched over by a resplendent great king. Kamana adhipati, Virho iti namaso, Ramadi nakajitahai, Kambihi purikado. He is the master of the Kumbhas, Vira, such is his name. He delights in song and dance. He is honored by Kumbhas. Putapitasa bahavo ekanamati mesuta asiti dasa ekotsa indanama mahabala. He also has a great many sons, all of one name, so I have heard they are 8, 0, and 10 and 1, into by name, ones of great strength. Take happy Buddha Disvana, Buddha Adhika Banduna, Dorado Va Namasani, Mahanta Vidasrata. They, having seen the awakened one, the Buddha, kinsman of the sun, from afar, do reverence him, who is great and fully mature. Namo te Purisa Jana, Namo te Purisatama, Kusalina Samakasi, Amanusapi Tavandani, Sutta Netta Abahaso, Tasma Eva Vaidmes. Reverence to you, Excellent One. Reverence to you, Supreme One. You have looked on us with goodness. The non-human beings worship you. We have heard this repeatedly. Therefore we should speak like this. Jaina Vandatha Gautama, Jaina Vandama Gautama, Vijja Kara Sampana, Buddha Vandama Gautama. You should worship the victor Gautama. We should worship the victor Gautama, who has understanding and good conduct. We should worship the Buddha Gautama. Yatha Kagachati Suriyo, Adiko Male Maha, Yasakaga Kamanasa, Devaso Pai Nirajati, Yasakagate Surai, Savar Ti Pavakati. That place where the sun goes down, the son of Aditi, the great circle. While that one is going down, the light of day comes to an end, and after the sun has gone down, it is said to be nighttime. Rahato Pai Tatagambhiro, Samuddo Saradadako, Eva Ta Tatajanani, Samuddo Saradadako. There is a deep lake in that place, an ocean where the waters have flowed. Thus in that place they know there is an ocean where the waters have flowed. Itosa patshima disa itina atsikati yano yadisa abhipaliti maharaya yasasiso. From here, that is the westerly direction. So the people declare, that direction is watched over by a resplendent great king. Naganan ca adhipati, Virapako ti namaso, Ramadi nakajitahai, Najiva purikado. He is the master of the Nagas, Virapaka, such is his name. He delights in song and dance. He is honored by Nagas. Putapitasa bahavo ekanamati mesuta asiti dasa ekotsa indanama mahabala. He also has a great many sons, all of one name, so I have heard they are 8, 0, and 10 and 1, into by name. Take happy Buddha Disvana, Buddha Adhika Banduna, Dorado Va Namasani, Mahanta Vidasrata. Ones of great strength. They, having seen the awakened one, the Buddha, kinsman of the sun, from afar, Do reverence him, who is great and fully mature. Namo te purisa jana, namo te purisatama, kusalina samakasi, amanasapai tavandani, sutta neta abahaso, tasma eva vadmes. Reverence to you, excellent one. Reverence to you, supreme one. You have looked on us with goodness. The non-human beings worship you. We have heard this repeatedly. Therefore we should speak like this. Jaina Vandatha Gautama, Jaina Vandama Gautama, Vijay Kara Sampana, Buddha Vandama Gautama. You should worship the victor Gautama. We should worship the victor Gautama, who has understanding and good conduct. We should worship the Buddha Gautama. Yena Uttara Kuruvo, Maha Neru Sudasano, Manasa Tathajayani, Amama Aparigaha. Where delightful Uttarakuru is, and the good-looking great Mount Neru. The men who are born in that place are unselfish, without possessions. Nati Japavapani, Napi Nayani Nagal, Akaha Kima Sli, Parapunjani Manusa. They do not sow the seed, and nor are their plows led along. The rice that men enjoy the use of their matures in until ground. Aka Athusa Suda, Suganda Talafala, Tukar Pasidvana, Tato Bunjanti Bojana. Without husk powder or chaff, pure, sweet-smelling grains of the finest rice, having cooked it on hot rocks without smoke, they then enjoy their food. Gvike Kura Katva, Eniani Disodissa, Pasu Ike Kura Katva, Eniani Disodissa. Having made their cows solid-hooved, they go about from place to place. Having made their kinds solid-hooved, they go about from place to place. Ithi va Vanakatva, Eniani Disodissa, Purisa Vanakatva, Eniani Disodissa. Having made women their vehicle, they go about from place to place. Having made men their vehicle, they go about from place to place. Kumri Vanakatva, Enianti Disodissa, Kumra Vanakatva, Enianti Disodissa. Having made girls their vehicle, they go about from place to place. Having made boys their vehicle, they go about from place to place. Te Yain Abhirahitva, Saba, Dissa Anupariyani, Pakara Tassa Regino. Having mounted their various carriages, the messengers of that king go around in all directions. Hathiaina Asena, Dibba Ina Upahita, Pasada Civica Siva, Maharajasa Yasasino, Tassase, Anagara Ahu, Antalik Samapada, being furnished with elephant, horse, and divine carriages. And for that great and resplendent king, there are palaces and palanquins, and there are cities for him also, that are well built in the heavens, called Ana Kusina Parakusina Nasurinya Parakusiana, Utarina Casavanto, Janagam Aparina Ca, Navanavudio Ambara Ambara Vitiyo, Akaman Nama Rajadani, Ana Kusina Parakusina Napurinya Parakustana. To the north is Casavanta, and on the other side is Janoga, Navanavudia, Ambarambaravesha, and the king's capital named Alakamanda. Kuvera Sakhopana Marisa Maharaya Savisa Namarayadkani, Tasma Kuvero Maharaya Vesavoti Pavutsati. The great king Kuvera's capital, dear sir, is named Vis. Therefore is the great king also called Vesava. Patsasantopakasenti, Tatola Tatala Tatotala Oyisi Teyisi Tatoisi Suroraya Ariho Nemi. These each individually inform the king. Tatola, Tatala, Tatotala, Ojasi, Tajasi, Tatajasi, Sura, Raja, Ariha, Nemi. Rahato Pai Tatadara Nama, Yato Megapavasani, Vasa Yato Padiyani, Subhapi Tatasalavati Nama, Yatha Yakaparapasani. There is a lake in that place also, named Dara, and from there the clouds rain down, from there the rain spread. There also is the public hall named Salavati where the yakas assemble. Tatkanitsa Palaruka Nanadiga Ayuta Mayurakotapiruda Kokiladi Hivaguhi. There the trees are always in fruit, and have a crowd of birds of diverse kinds, resounding with peacocks and hens, and also with the lovely cuckoos. Javanjavaka Sadetha, Atho Oha Vasataka, Kukwak Karak, Vain Pakara Sataka. There is the pheasant who calls out, live on, and the bird who calls out, lift up your minds. There are the jungle fowl and golden cocks, and in the wood the lotus crane. Sakka Sika Sadetha, Dhammavakni Ca, Subhati Saba Kla Sa, Kuvera Nain Sada. There are the sounds of parrot and mina, and birds who have young men's faces, and Kuvera's lotus pond is ever attractive, all of the time. Ito sa Āṭānāṭiya itinaatsikati yano yadisa abhipaliti maharaya yasasiso. From here, that is the northerly direction. So the people declare, that direction is watched over by a resplendent great king. Yakanan ca ad hippity, Kavero iti namaso, ramadi nakajitahai, Yakahiva puricado. He is the master of the yakas, Kuvera, such as his name. He delights in song and dance. He is honored by yakas. Putapita sabahavo ekanamati mesuta asiti dasa ekotsa inda nama mahabala. He also has a great many sons, all of one name, so I have heard they are 8-0 and 10-1 into by name, ones of great strength. Take Happy Buddha Disvana, Buddha Adhika Banduna, Durado, Va Namasani, Mahanta Vidastrata. They having seen the awakened one, the Buddha, kinsman of the sun, from afar, do reverence him, who is great and fully mature. Namo te purisa jana, Namo te purisatama, Kusalina samakasi, Amanasapai tavandani, Sutta neta abahaso, Tasma eva vadmes. Reverence to you, excellent one. Reverence to you, supreme one. You have looked on us with goodness. The non-human beings worship you. We have heard this repeatedly. Therefore, we should speak like this. Jaina Vandatha Gautama, Jaina Vandama Gautama, Vijay Kara Sampana, Buddha Vandama Gautama. You should worship the victor Gautama. We should worship the victor Gautama, who has understanding and good conduct. We should worship the Buddha Gautama. Then Vesava said, Venerable Sir, this is the Nyaya safeguard, Nyaya Parita, which is to be used as a protection for male monastic disciples, female monastic disciples, male lay disciples, female lay disciples, to let them be free from the harassment of yakas, and for a peaceful, carefree life in all the four bodily postures for everyone. Venerable Sir, if a yaka, or a Gandhaba, or a Kamba, or a Naga were to possess with intention to harass any one of the male monastic disciples, or female monastic disciples, or male lay disciples, or female lay disciples who has learnt this safeguard well, that yaka will not enjoy the respect and reverence in the village or town which is my prerogative. Venerable Sir, that yaka cannot have a mansion of his own or get my permission to reside permanently in my city called Akamand. After mentioning to the Buddha the disqualification that surrounds a recalcitrant yaka, Gandhaba, etc., Vesava went on to say that just as there were recalcitrant men who defied the authority of the king, there were also recalcitrant yakas who did not obey the authority of the four great kings, and that, in case those recalcitrant yakas were to possess and harass the four classes of the Buddha's disciples, male monastic disciples, female monastic disciples, male lay disciples, and female lay disciples, 38 Deva generals such as Inda, Soma, Varua would be invoked and reported to, describing details. After that, Vesava bid the Buddha farewell in these words. Venerable Sir, we have many affairs to attend to. We shall go now. The Buddha said, Great guardian kings, you know the time to go. Then the four great kings rose from their seats, made obeisance to the Buddha, and vanished from there. The company of yakas, who arrived together with the four great kings, bade farewell to the Buddha in different ways as on their arrival. Some rose to make obeisance to the Buddha and vanished from there. Some exchanged memorable words of felicitation and vanished from there. Some raised joined palms in the direction of the Buddha and vanished from there, and some just vanished without saying anything. On the next morning, the Buddha related to the monastics the story of the visit of the four great kings and recited the Nyaya safeguard. Then he said, Monastics, learn the Nyaya safeguard. Study it again and again. Commit it to memory. Monastics, the Nyaya safeguard is beneficial to all. It will serve as a protection for male monastic disciples, female monastic disciples, male lay disciples, female lay disciples. It will enable them to free themselves from harassment by yakas and to lead a peaceful, carefree life in all the bodily postures. Ritual for the recitation. The reciter of the Nyaya safeguard, Nyaya Parita, must have a thorough knowledge of the safeguard, both in word and meaning. He must be able to enunciate every word correctly. Should there occur any flaw in enunciating it or any deficiency in reciting it, the efficacy of the safeguard will not be as great as it should be. Its efficacy depends on the overall efficiency in the reciting. If the reciter has any selfish motive for personal gain in the learning and reciting the safeguard, the objective of the safeguard will not be achieved. The reciter should be primarily motivated by a desire to gain liberation from the round of rebirths, and recite the safeguard in an attitude of good will to all. In driving out a yaka that has possessed a person, the Discourse on Friendliness Meditation, Metteyya, KHP 9, S&P 1.8. The Discourse to the top of a banner, Ajātasattu, SN 11:3. The Discourse about the treasures, Āṭānāṭiya, KHP 6, S&P 2:1, should be tried first. Only if the reciting of those discourses for even whole days fail, should the Nyaya safeguard, Āṭānāṭiya, be recited. Some teachers advise that the reciting monastic should abstain from cakes made from dough, fish, meat, and non-vegetarian foods, nor should he dwell at a cemetery. The reason is that yakas are fond of those kinds of food and like to frequent cemeteries so that they could get better opportunity to possess men. The place where the safeguard is to be recited should be plastered with fresh cow dung. A clean seat should be spread for the reciter, who should see to his personal cleanliness. The monastic who is to recite the safeguard should be brought to the assigned place at the house of the victim, surrounded by an armed guard. The recital should not be made in an open space. It must be made in a fully enclosed room, well guarded with armed men. The reciter should have an attitude of good will to all, including the recalcitrant yaka. The diffusion of loving kindness, metta, is the internal security for the reciter, while an armed guard is the external security. These precautions are necessary for a trouble-free recital. First of all, the victim must be established in the 5 precepts. Only after being established in the 5 precepts should the safeguard be recited for his protection. These measures should put an end to the harassment by yakas. If the yaka does not release the victim at the end of the recital, the victim should be carried to the monastery and laid on the relic shrine, stupa precincts. An offering at the place where the victim is lying should be made to the Buddha together with offerings of lights. The shrine precincts must then be swept clean. Auspicious verses of the Discourse on the Blessings, Magadha, KHB 5, S&P 2.4, should then be recited as a preliminary measure. Then a loud proclamation should be made calling upon all monastics residing within the monastic area to assemble on the shrine precincts. There should be a certain tree in a grove in the vicinity of the monastery where a guardian tree deva is traditionally said to reside. A person should be sent to that tree to act as official messenger from the congregation of monastics, where he should say, "Yakas, your presence is wanted by the Sakka." The yakas who reside in that area, including the yaka who has possessed the victim, cannot neglect the formal invitation because they do not dare to disregard the authority of the Buddha and the 4 great kings. Then the victim must be asked, "Who are you?" Addressing the victim here is addressing the yaka that has possessed him. When the yaka reveals his name, the monastic should say, "Friend so and so, we share our merit in our offerings of flowers, seats, and alms food to the Buddha. The Sakka have recited auspicious verses for your benefit. These verses are the friendly gift of the Sakka to you. Now, out of respect for the Sakka, release this victim." The recalcitrant yaka should respond to the request of the monastic congregation, made in loving kindness. If he does not respond, then an invocation should be made to the 38 deva generals, such as Inda, Soma, Varua, etc., and they should be told in these terms. Deva generals, as you know, this yaka has disregarded our request made in loving kindness. So we have to use the authority of the Buddha. Having let the Deva generals know the necessity of resorting to the Nyaya safeguard, Āṭānāṭiya, in those terms, a recitation of the safeguard should be made. This is the procedure where the victim is a lay person. In the case of a monastic being possessed by a yaka, the place for the congregation of monastics should be cleaned. A loud proclamation about the convening of the monastic congregation made, sharing of merit made to the recalcitrant yaka, for the offerings of flowers, etc., to the Buddha, and a genial request made to him to withdraw. Only when the yaka remains unresponsive should the Nyaya safeguard be recited. This is the procedure for monastic victims. 39b. Sakka's questions. Introduction. The following is based on the discourse about Sakka's questions, Sakkapanha Sutta, DN 21, and its commentary. At one time, the Buddha was residing at the Indasala cave, where the Indian ash tree stood on the slope of the Veddiyaka hill, north of Ambasa Brahmin village, which lay to the east of the city of Rajagaha, in the province of Magadha. The Brahmin village was known as Ambasa because it was situated by the side of a mango grove. The Veddiyaka hill got its name from a grove of gracefully straight and round trees like columns of sapphire growing around the hill. Indasala cave got its name from the Indian ash tree, Indasala, that stood at its entrance. It was originally a natural stone cave, which was later embellished with engravings. Signs of imminent death appeared to Sakka. As the Buddha was staying at the Indasala cave on the slope of the Veddiyaka hill near Rajagaha, there appeared to Sakka the 5 signs that proclaimed the approaching death of a deva. Sakka knew these signs well and said to himself, "Alas, my lifespan has ended." These 5 are: 1. The flowers adorning his person withered. 2. His dress becomes soiled. 3. His armpits sweat. 4. His personal appearance declines. 5. Listlessness sets in. When the 5 signs of imminent death appear to devas, those with little merit in store are gravely concerned about their next existence. Those devas with vast stores of merit remember their previous good deeds of giving, observing moral precepts and achieving concentration, and being assured of a good destination in the higher deva realms, remain unperturbed. As for Sakka, he was fearful and despondent, for he would now lose all the greatness of a Sakka, the Tvetisa realm, which is 10,000 leagues wide, the Vajjayana palatial mansion that is 1,000 leagues tall, the Sudhamma assembly hall, 300 leagues wide for listening to the Dhamma, the coral tree, Parakataka, which is 100 leagues high, the Pakambala stab of emerald, which is 60 leagues long, 50 leagues wide and 15 leagues high, 25 million celestial dancers, his follower devas who are denizens of Āṭānāṭiya realm and Tvetisa realm, and the celestial parks known as Nindana Park, Siddhalata Park, Masaka Park, Vasukha Park. Then Sakka pondered, "Is there any ascetic or Brahmin outside the Buddha's teaching who can allay my worries and fears of death and help perpetuate my lordship of devas?" He saw none. He continued pondering, and he thought of the Buddha. The Buddha can allay fears and worries that oppress hundreds of thousands of Sakkas like myself. Thus he had a strong desire to see the Buddha. Where is the fortunate one residing just now, he considered. He saw that the Buddha was residing at the Indasala cave. He then said to his companions, the Tvetisa devas, "Friends, the fortunate one is residing at the Indasala cave, where the Indian ash tree stands on the slope of the Veddiyaka hill near Rajagaha. Friends, it were well if we go there to see the fortunate one." The Tvetisa devas said, "Very well, Lord." Herein, the time and circumstances of Sakka's seeing the Buddha may be noted. A few days ago, Sakka had paid a visit to the Buddha at the Jetavana monastery, in the company of his close attendants such as Metteyya, but without a big retinue. At that time the Buddha saw that Sakka was not yet ripe for awakening, and that after 2 or 3 days' time he would become obsessed with death after seeing signs of the end of his life coming near, and then he would visit him in the company of devas from both the Āṭānāṭiya and Tvetisa realms to ask 14 questions, and that at the end of the question concerning equanimity, he would attain stream entry along with 80,000 devas of Āṭānāṭiya and Tvetisa realms. Seeing this situation, the Buddha dwelled in the absorption, jhana, on the arahat fruition, arahataphala, so that Sakka did not get an opportunity to meet with him on that day. On his part, Sakka was thinking, "About 3 days back the fortunate one did not give me audience because I went to see him alone. Perhaps I am not endowed with sufficing conditions of ripened merit to gain awakening. It is customary for the fortunate one to go to the end of the 10,000 world element to preach the doctrine if there is someone who has sufficing conditions for awakening. This time, if I go to the fortunate one along with a company of followers, there must be at least one of them who is endowed with sufficing conditions, and the fortunate one will discourse to him. In that way, I shall have my opportunity to hear the discourse which will set my troubled mind at ease. That was why he called the Tvetisa Devis to accompany him. Then Sakka, on second thoughts, considered that it would not be wise for him to go straight to the Buddha in the company of Devis from Katamaharajika and Tvetisa. It would look somewhat lacking in grace on my part. This Deva Pankasika is well acquainted with the Fortunate One, being used to rendering personal service to the Fortunate One. He has the privilege of seeing the Fortunate One and asking questions freely. It would be well if I were to send him first to inform of my coming to the Fortunate One and obtain his permission. Then only I will put my questions to the Fortunate One. Accordingly, he said to Pankasika, Pankasika, the Fortunate One is now residing at Indasala Cave on the slope of the Metteyya hill near Rajagaha. It would be well if we approached the Fortunate One there. Very well, Lord, said Pankasika. Then taking his lute known as Baluvapo and strumming it in an accompaniment to a song, thereby letting the other Devis know that Sakka was about to go somewhere, he stood by the side of Sakka. At the musical signal of Pankasika, the Tvetisa Devis got ready to go. Then, just as soon as a strong man was to flex his bent arm, or bend his spread-out arm, they suddenly appeared on the Metteyya hill lying to the north of Ambasa Brahmin village, eastwards from Rajagaha in the province of Magadha. At that time, the Metteyya hill and Ambasa Brahmin village were aglow with celestial lights. People living in that area were in awe with wonder at the extraordinary glowing of lights. Today, the Metteyya hill seems aflame. There are so many glowing lights on the Metteyya hill and above the Ambasa Brahmin village. What is going on? People were talking in great wonder with goose flesh forming on their skin. It should be noted that the visit to the Buddha by Sakka and company was rather too early. Although they were there after nightfall, it was even before children had gone to bed. It was the custom of Devis and Brahmas to visit the Buddha around midnight. But at this time Sakka was so uneasy at the thought of death, so he made the visit in the first watch of the night. Then Sakka said to Pankasika, Pankasika, Buddhas generally dwell in absorption jhana. If it is the time when the Fortunate One is dwelling in absorption, it is not a proper time for a person like me who is not free of greed, hatred, and delusion. Go now and ask permission of the Fortunate One for me to see him. Having got permission, we shall approach the Fortunate One. Very well, Lord, said Pankasika. Then, carrying the Baluvapo lute in his left arm, he drew near to the Indasala cave. He took up his position not too close to the Buddha and 936, not too far away, just a suitable distance away from where the Buddha could hear his music. Pankasika's songs. From that appropriate position, Deva Pankasika played his lute, singing songs on the subjects of the Buddha, the Dhamma, the Sangha, the Arahat, and of sensual pleasures. The word-for-word renderings in the original Myanmar, beautiful and learned, are penned by the Sibhani Sayadaw, who presided over the Fifth Buddhist Council in Mandalay. He was awarded Narendabaziri, Sadhamadhaja, Maha Damarajadurajuru, and Narendabaziri, Sadhamadhajapaladaja, Maha Damarajadurajuru title by King Mindon and Narendabadhaja, Achalatapati Siri, Pavara Maha Damarajadurajuru title by King Teepaw. The Sayadaw wrote the Burmese meaning of the songs in his treatise, Kavi Mana Madani. Only the gist of each song is given here in English prose. Vanditi Patarabad, Timbaru Suriya Vakase, Yena Jatasi Kali, Ananda Janani Mama. My noble lady of glowing complexion, like the radiant sun, offspring of Lord Timbaru. You are as fair can be, possessing the 5 qualities of feminine beauty, the source of my delight. Out of my fondness for you, I worship your father Timbaru. Vedo va Siddhata Canto, Naya va Pipasato, Agrasi Payamisi, Damo Arahata M. Eva, Atrasiva Basaja, Bojana va Jigachado, Paranabapeya Ma Bad, Jalantam Eva Varina. My lady with glowing complexion, just as a man who sweats welcomes a cool breeze, just as a thirsty man welcomes drinking water, just as the Arahat welcomes the Dhamma, just as one afflicted by malady welcomes medicine, just as one famished welcomes food, so also I, the Deva with 5 knots, adore you. Just as water quells the blaze, my noble lady, let your smile quell the fire of passion in me. Stadaka Pakarai, Yuda Kijakarian, Nego Gamabatado Va. Ogahi T. Thandara. Just as a tusker oppressed by heat wishes to descend into the cool waters of a lily pond, so also I would fain descend into your soft bosom. Akakuso Va Nego Va. Jitami Tudatamara, Kron Napajanami, Samato Lakharui. My noble lady, just as a tusker in musk, defying the pike that checks him, is blinded by passion, I too am infatuated with your graceful thighs. Te Gadita Satasmi, Siddha Viparimata, Piganta Nasakomi, Vakagasto Va Ambujo. My lady of radiant complexion, how I wish to possess you. Just as a fish that has swallowed the hook is unable to cast it out, so also my fervor for you is irreversible. How my mind flutters. Vamiru Sajama Bad, Sajama Mandalokane, Palisaja Ma Kalii, Adami Abipatheta. My lady with lovely thighs, may you, my beloved, embrace me gently. You are perfection personified. How I yearn for your tender embrace. Apako Vedami Santo, Kamo Velita Kasiya, Anika Bavo Samapati, Arahandavadaki. Previously, I had known little sensual desire, but since I have set my eyes on you, the possessor of long hair bent at the tips, sensual desire has risen by leaps and bounds in me, just as the fervent enthusiasm that arises in one who makes offerings to an arahat. Yummy Athai Katapwa, Arahanasa Tadisu, Tamisabaga Kalii, Teasati Vipakata. Maiden blessed with the 5 feminine charms. In me there is past merit on account of serving arahats, the stable ones. May that merit now result in my nuptial tie with you. Yummy Athai Katapwa, Asmi Pathavi male, Tamisabaga Kalii, Teasati Vipakata. Maiden blessed with the 5 feminine charms. In me there is past merit, such as alms offerings, done upon the entire expanse of this great earth. May that merit result in my nuptial tie with you. Sakyaputo Va Janina, Ikoti Napako Sato, Amida Muni Jijasano, Tam Aha Sariya Vakes. The sage son of the Sakya clan, born of King Suddhodana and Queen Mahamaya, who delights in meditation and who resorts to seclusion, who is wise and mindful, desires the deathless Nibbana, my lady of radiant complexion. Likewise I desire you. 938. Yathapai Muni Nandiya, Patva Sambadim Uttama, Eva Nandiya Kalii, Mispavagato Teya. O embodiment of elegance! The sage, having attained supremely perfect wisdom through the 7 purities, delights in his awakening. So also, it would delight me greatly if I were to be joined with you. Sakko si mi varadaja, Tvadis Namasaro, the bad variya, Eva Kumo Daho Mama. My beloved, if Sakka, Lord of Tvatisa, were to grant me a boon of my choice, I would opt for you, rather than for lordship of Devis. My noble lady, so firm is my fondness for you. Slavie na sirafulla, Patarati sumdhes, Vandamano namasami, Yasasatatasai paja. My lady of great intelligence, like the sudden blooming forth of the coral tree, you came into existence, as the illustrious daughter of Lord Timbaru, whom I worship on account of you. At the end of Pankasika's songs, the Buddha praised him. Pankasika, your lute is in perfect harmony with your singing. Neither the lute nor the singing dominate or are rivals to each other. The Buddha praised Pankasika not because he enjoyed the music, but for some other purpose. For he, being an arahat, was neutral towards all pleasurable or painful sensations because he was possessed of equanimity in 6 ways, as shown in the Discourse concerning Kohika, Kohika Sutta, SN 22.133. Yet he openly praises Pankasika to let him know that he approves of the Deva's action. If he did not give express approval, Pankasika might have withdrawn, wrongly thinking that he was not welcome, in which case Sakka would not have the opportunity to put his questions and to hear the Buddha's answers to him that would lead to the awakening of both Sakka and his company. After praising Pankasika, the Buddha asked him, Pankasika, when did you compose these verses on the Buddha, the Dhamma, the Saga, the Arahat, and sensual pleasures? Pankasika replied, Venerable sir, at one time the Fortunate One was staying at the foot of the Ajāpala banyan tree, near the bank of the river Naranjara, in the Uruvala forest in the 8th week after the Buddha's awakening. Venerable sir, during that time I fell in love with Suryavakasa, daughter of Lord Timbaru. She, on her part, was in love with Sakka, son of Matali, Sakka's charioteer. Venerable sir, when I saw that I was going to lose Suryavakasa, I went to the mansion of Lord Timbaru and played my Buluvapo lute, singing these verses on the Buddha, the Dhamma, the Saga, the Arahat, and sensual pleasures. Venerable sir, on my playing the lute and singing those verses, Suryavakasa said to me, Lord, I had never seen the Fortunate One myself, but while I was dancing at the gathering of the Tvatisa Devis at the assembly hall for listening to Dhamma, I had heard of the Fortunate One. Today, you are singing in praise of the Fortunate One, and so you get your opportunity of meeting me. Venerable sir, since that day, I never got the opportunity to see her again. Sakka enters the Buddha's presence. Sakka was glad that Pankasika was conversing cordially with the Buddha and said to him, Pankasika, go and say to the Fortunate One on my behalf, Sakka, Lord of Devis, and his ministers with their retinues make obeisance with their heads at the feet of the Fortunate One. Very well, Lord, said Pankasika, and having approached the Buddha, he repeated it to him. Thereupon, the Buddha said, Very well, Pankasika, may Sakka, his ministers and their retinues be well. Indeed, may all beings, human beings, Devis, Asuras, Nagas, Gandhabas be well. This is the customary mode of response of the Buddha to the arrival of mighty Devis. When the Buddha had said that, Sakka entered the Indasala cave and made obeisance to him and stood at a suitable distance. Pankasika and other Tvatisa Devis also followed Sakka into the cave, made their obeisance to the Buddha, and stood at a suitable distance. The Indasala cave was not big enough to accommodate this crowd. However, at that time, the cave became not only spacious enough for the big crowd, but its floor, which was normally uneven, was then even. The darkness inside also gave way to the dazzling lights of the Devis, but the lights were not as magnificent as the Buddha's aura which surrounded him to a range of 80 cubits, so the Devis lights were outshone by the Buddha's radiance. Then the Buddha said to Sakka, Wonderful indeed, Sakka. Unprecedented it is, Sakka, that Sakka of the Kosiya clan finds time to come here amidst his multifarious duties. Sakka said, Venerable sir, I have been intending to see the Fortunate One for a long time, but various matters concerning the Tvatisa Devis held me back. In this context, various matters concerning the Tvatisa Devis may be explained here. Sakka, as Lord of Devis, has to act as judge or arbiter in disputes between Tvatisa Devis. Devis are born as full-grown adults, as male or female in the bosom of Deva parents. Their spouses also appear on the bed simultaneously. Female attendants to those spouses of Devis appear surrounding the bed. Slaves also appear inside the mansion. For this kind of clear-cut case, no disputes arise as to ownership. Devis that appear at the boundary between two mansions form a bone of contention regarding the question of who owns these Devis. Disputes arise on that account, which are referred to Sakka for a decision. Sakka would then adjudge ownership of those Devis that appear nearer to one of the disputants' mansions. Where the distance of the appearance of a certain Deva is the same, the Deva that was born facing either of the disputants' mansions is declared by Sakka as belonging to that mansion. If that Deva was born without facing any of the two mansions, then the case has to be concluded by declaring that neither side wins the dispute, and that the Deva in question belongs to Sakka. This is the nature of Sakka's duty in matters concerning Tvatisa Devis. Besides those duties, the normal life of Devis in the enjoyment of sensual pleasures could also take up much of Sakka's time. Then Sakka continued, Venerable sir, on another occasion, about 3 days ago, the Fortunate One was staying at the Jetavana Monastery in Savatthi, in the chamber built of celestial wood, donated by King Pasenadi of Kosala. I had gone there in the hope of paying my respects to the Fortunate One, but at that time the Fortunate One was dwelling in meditation. Bhajati, queen of Vesava, the great guardian king, was standing in worship by the Fortunate One at that time. I said to her, "Sister, say to the Fortunate One on my behalf, Venerable Sir, Sakka, Lord of Devis, and his ministers with their retinues make obeisance with their heads at the feet of the Fortunate One." To this, Vajji replied to me, "Lord Sakka, this is not the time to see the Fortunate One. He is in solitary seclusion." Then I said to her, 940, Sister, in that case, when he rises from fruition attainment, Phala Samapatti, say to him, on my behalf, Venerable Sir, Sakka, Lord of Devis, and his ministers with their retinues make obeisance with their heads at the feet of the Fortunate One. How is it, Venerable Sir? Did Vajji report to you my message, and do you recall it? The Buddha said, Sakka, Lord of Devis, that Devakana did report to me your message, and I do recall it. As a matter of fact, I rose from the absorption in the meditation of fruition simultaneously with the sound of the rolling of your chariot's wheels. There were 4 principal mansions where the Buddha resided in the Jetavana monastic compound, namely, 1. Kararimalamla, with a magnificent array of musk rose trees at its entrance and whose boughs and branches intertwined with one another, provided a pleasant cool shelter, as if an arbor had been put up. 2. Kosamba Cottage, with the great Ceylon oak tree, whose foliage provided shelter at its entrance. 3. The monastic building built of scented wood known as the Gandhaki. And 4. The monastic building built of celestial wood, called Salagra Monastery. Each of them cost 100,000 pieces of silver. The Salagra Monastery was donated by King Pasenadi of Kosala. The other 3 were donated by Āṭānāṭiya. Prior to the discourse on Sakka's questions, when the Buddha was residing in the Salagra Monastery, Sakka had paid a visit to the monastery, but as his faculties were not fully ripe yet, the Buddha did not receive him. So he continued to dwell in fruition absorption for a predetermined duration. Vajji was a queen of Vesava, the great king. She was a once returner, a noble one, Arya, at the second stage of awakening, and so did not find deva pleasures agreeable to her. She spent her time in paying respects to the Buddha with her joined palms raised above her head. Sakka returned home after leaving his message with Vajji, after paying his respects toward the Buddha in Salagra Monastery. As he drove away skywards, the wheels of his chariot filled the whole Jetavana monastery compound with a strange musical sound, as though the 5 kinds of musical instruments were playing. At that very moment, the Buddha rose from dwelling in fruition attainment. That being so, the Buddha's first sense cognition thought was the sound of the chariot. However, it must be noted that the Buddha did not rise from meditation absorption due to that sound. It was the predetermined time for arising. Sakka continued, Venerable Sir, I have learned from those Tvatisa Devis, who were there previous to me, that during the time of the appearance of Buddhas, who are arahat and perfectly self-awakened, the number of asuras decline and the number of devas swell. Venerable Sir, I have personally observed this fact that when the Buddha, who is arahat and perfectly self-awakened, appeared in the world, the number of asuras declined and the number of devas swelled. Gopaka. Venerable Sir, in this city of Savatthi, there was once a Sakyan princess named Gopika, who had faith in the 3 treasures and who was in the habit of observing the 5 precepts. She disliked being a female and conducted herself well with a view to being reborn as a male. She was reborn in the Tvatisa realm as my son. He is known as Deva Gopaka in Tvatisa realm. Venerable Sir, 3 monastics, on the other hand, practiced the noble practice under the Buddha, but at their death, they were reborn as Gandhabas, devas inferior to Tvatisa devas. These Gandhabas enjoy sensual pleasures fully, and they come to the gathering of devas in the assembly hall to entertain the Tvatisa devas with their music. To them Deva Gopaka said, Revered sirs, with how much attention did you listen to Fortunate One's teachings? As for me, I was a mere woman in my former human existence who could only observe the 5 precepts, but being greatly dissatisfied with being a woman, I conducted myself well with a view to becoming a male at the next rebirth, with the result that I am now reborn as a son of Sakka, Lord of Devis. In this Tvatisa realm, I am known as Deva Gopaka. As for you, revered sirs, You were monastics who practiced the noble path under the Buddha, and yet you are now reborn as Gandhabas and are inferior to Tvatisa Devas. That seems to be a very unsatisfactory matter to me. On hearing these words of rebuke, which sounded as a warning to the three Gandhabas, two of them gained mindfulness that set them up at the first absorption, jhana, there and then, and they were subsequently reborn in the Brahmapurahita realm. The third one continued enjoying himself in the sensuous sphere. In this story of Deva Gopaka, the destination of the three former monastics is remarkable. Although they had conducted themselves well as monastics, they were reborn as Gandhabas and were called Devas who had been ascetics in their former existence. This was because they had in the past been Gandhabas for many existences, so that they had in them a liking for that existence, Bhava Nikantai. Gandhaba Devas belong to one of the realms of the four great kings. When Gopaka met the three ascetic Devas, he reflected on what previous merit they were endowed with as they had such attractive appearances. He saw that they had been monastics in their previous existence. Then he reflected whether they had been established in morality, and saw that they had indeed been established in morality. He further reflected whether they had further merit, and saw that they had attained absorption, jhana. He again reflected where these monastics lived, and saw that they were the monastics who went to then Sakyan Lady Gopika's house for daily alms food. He reviewed their case thus. Persons established in morality can wish for any of the 6 Deva realms. These monastics do not have rebirth in the higher Deva realms. Further, persons who have attained absorption usually are reborn in the Brahma realms. These monastics do not get reborn in the Brahma realms. As for me, I followed their instruction and am now born as Sakka's own son. These monastics who are reborn as inferior devas as Gandhabas are the struck to the bone, aiva, a type of persons who need goading to the extreme. That was why he said the words of rebuke. Revered sirs, with how much attention did you listen to Fortunate One's teachings? Struck to the bone, aiva, persons who need goading to the extreme is a reference to the discourse about the goad, Āṭānāṭiya, and 4.113. Where 4 types of trained horses and 4 types of trained men are described. 4 types of trained horses. 1. The horse that responds just by seeing the shadow of the goad, Chayadaya. 2. The horse that responds only when struck on the hair, Lomaveda. 3. The horse that responds only when his skin is pierced, Kamaveda. 4. The horse that responds only when he feels the pain deep in the bones, Ahiveda. The 4 types of trained men. 1. On hearing that so-and-so in such and such place is suffering from illness, or has died, he gains religious urgency, Savega, and he strives to gain insight and path knowledge, Chayadaya. 2. On witnessing someone suffering from illness or dying in his presence, he gains religious urgency, and he strives to gain insight and path knowledge, Lomaveda. 3. On witnessing one of his own family suffering from illness or dying in his presence, he gains religious urgency, and he strives to gain insight and path knowledge, Kamaveda. 4. Only on meeting with some serious illness himself does he gain religious urgency, and only then he strives to gain insight and path knowledge, Ahiveda. Deva Gopaka placed those 3 monastics in the 4th category above, and therefore considered that they needed goading to the extreme. In Sakka's story, 2 of them gained mindfulness that set them up at the first absorption there, and they were reborn in the Brahmapurahita realm. This needs some explanation. On hearing the words of Gopaka, 2 out of the 3 ascetic devas thought, normally, we ought to be rewarded for our service in entertaining them, but now, instead of any rewards, we are being scolded right from the start like salt sprinkled onto a hot plate. How is this? Reflecting on their past existence, they saw vividly that they had been monastics, that they had pure morality, that they had attained absorption, and that they used to go to Gopika, the Sakyan lady's residence, for daily alms food. They reflected on their situation thus. Persons who are established in morality can wish for any of the 6 Deva realms. Persons who have attained absorption, jhana, usually are reborn in the Brahma realms. Yet we have not been able to get rebirth in the higher Deva realms or in the Brahma realms. The young lady who followed our instructions is now reborn in a higher Deva realm. Although we were monastics and practiced the noble path under the Fortunate One, we are reborn as Gandhabas, which are an inferior class of Devas. This is due to our liking for Gandhaba existence where we had been repeatedly reborn before. That is the reason why this Deva Gopaka is speaking words of rebuke. Then two of them took these words to heart and regained mindfulness of the first absorption, jhana, and based on that concentration, they contemplated on the impermanence, suffering, and non-self nature of mind and matter, conditioned by causes, and attained non-returner, anagami phala. There and then. A non-returner, anagami pagala, has a class of supermundane consciousness that does not fit well with the five aggregates pertaining to the Gandhaba existence of the sensuous sphere. That class of consciousness is superior to that of the sense sphere existence. Hence, as soon as the path of non-returner, anagami magga, was attained, these two noble devas passed away from the Deva existence and were reborn in the Brahmapurahita realm, the middle plane of the three fine material realms, because they had attained the first absorption, jhana, which is the medium class of meditation. Although it is said that they were reborn in the Brahmapurahita realm, their bodies did not appear in that Brahma realm. They remained in Tvatisa realm at the assembly hall for the discussion of the Dhamma in the form of Brahmapurahita Brahmas instead of in Gandhaba forms. The third Gandhaba was unable to give up his clinging to the Gandhaba existence, and so remained in his present existence as a Kadamaharajika Deva. After Sakka, Lord of the Devas, had related in prose to the Buddha the story of Deva Gopaka, he further spoke in 15 verses on the same subject. Then in 3 more verses, he sang in praise of the Buddha's attributes, the teaching of the Buddha, and the purpose of his visit, which was to attain the supermundane paths and fruitions like that attained by those two Brahmas. He then concluded his last 3 verses with a request that if the Buddha would permit him to put certain questions and hear the Buddha's answers on them. The last of Sakka's 18 verses is as follows. Tassa gammasapatiya agatam hasimarisa katavakasa bhagavata bahaputsemumarisa. Venerable Sir, you who are free from all forms of suffering, dukkha, we have come here for the benefit of gaining the supermundane Dhamma that those two Brahmas gained. Venerable Sir, who is free from all forms of suffering, if the Fortunate One would, out of compassion, permit us, we would ask some questions. Then the Buddha reflected. This Sakka has long been virtuous. Whatever question he might like to ask, it will be of benefit to him. He is not going to ask unbeneficial questions. If I answer his questions, he will understand readily. Magadha and his 33 friends. The commentary to Dien 21 elaborates on the passage. This Sakka has long been virtuous, by relating the past existence of Sakka, when he had lived a virtuous life as Magadha, a young man in the village of Malla, in the province of Magadha. That was at a time before the advent of the Buddha. Early one morning, Magadha went to an open space in the village, where the villagers met to discuss community affairs, to tidy the ground. Another man found the ground inviting and spent his time there. Magadha was glad that his effort was useful to others. So he selected a spacious place in the center of the village, swept it clean, spread it with clean sand, and, in the cold season, he collected faggots and made small fires there. The villagers, young and old, gathered there to warm themselves by the fireside. One day, Magadha thought about the ease and comfort enjoyed by the king, his ministers and officials in the city. He also thought about the moon deva and the sun deva up in the skies. What previous actions had they done so that these great people on earth and the great devas in the sky enjoy such ease and comfort? Surely they must have done purely meritorious deeds that have led to their present state. Reasoning correctly thus, he decided to go on doing purely meritorious deeds in the footsteps of those great persons. He woke up early in the morning, took his breakfast of rice gruel, and taking the necessary tools and implements, he went to the crossroads where the 4 main roads met. He removed rocks that stood in the way, cut down trees that were growing too close by the roadside to allow free carriageway, and leveled the roadway. He set up a rest house at the road junction, dug a rectangular pond, built bridges, and spent the whole day earning merit and retired only at sunset. Seeing Maga's daily routine, a villager asked him, "Friend Maga, you leave the village early in the morning and come back only late in the evening. What have you been doing?" "Friend," said Maga, "I am doing purely meritorious deeds. I am paving the way to the Deva realm." "What do you mean by purely meritorious deeds? Don't you know what are purely meritorious deeds?" "No, I don't." "Haven't you seen the glorious state of the king's ministers and officials when you visit the city?" "Yes, I did." "Well, the king and those great people enjoy their elite status because in the past they have done purely meritorious deeds. I am doing the sort of work that leads to a similar state. Have you not heard of the Moon Deva and the Sun Deva?" "Yes, I have. I am paving the way to the Deva realm." "Friend Maga, are you doing these works all by yourself? Are you the only person fit for this sort of work? Cannot other people also do it?" "Friend, there is nothing that forbids anyone to do it." "In that case, friend Maga, let me know when you go to the countryside tomorrow." The next day Maga had a partner in his good works. In due course, he had by his side 33 strong youths who volunteered on his projects. This team of Maga and 33 youths had a common mind in seeking merit. They went about together mending roads, digging tanks, building rest houses and bridges. They executed their projects with might and main, generally finishing a particular work within the same day. The village chief plans Maga's ruin. The chief of Malla village was a rogue. He found Maga's social undertakings unacceptable because he himself sold liquor in the village, and when there occurred fighting and quarrels, he increased his income through fines collected as penalty. His trade was dwindling when youths did not visit his place for drinks, but went out on social projects. Therefore, he tried to use his official position to cause the ruin of Maga and his comrades. He misinformed the king that a band of people had been causing trouble in his village. When asked by the king what lineage those criminals belonged to, the chief of Malla said, "Great king, they come from good families." "How come men of good families turn bad? Why did you keep the news till now?" "Great king, I was afraid that they might turn on me. May your majesty pardon me for this." The king believed the chief's words and ordered the arrest of the so-called criminals, dispatching a contingent of his men with him. Maga and his party, after returning from their work and having had their evening meal, were discussing the next day's plan for meritorious deeds in the village center when the chief surrounded them, placed them under arrest by the king's orders, and they were taken to the king. The wives of those youths heard the news of their arrest and said, "That serves them right. These men of ours have been giving lame excuses for shirking their household duties and spending their time in the countryside every day." When Maga and his party were presented to the king, without investigating them, he passed the order that the band be trampled to death by the royal elephant. As they were taken to the place of execution, Maga said to his comrades, "Friends, will you listen to my words? Dear Maga, we are in this plight through listening to your words. Nevertheless, we shall continue to do so. What is your advice?" "Friends, death comes to all wayfarers in this sastra. Now, are you robbers as alleged by the village chief?" "Certainly not," they replied. "Friends, asseveration of the truth is the only reliance for all people in the world. So, declare the truth like this. If we are robbers as alleged by the chief, let the elephant trample on us. If we are not robbers, let the elephant not trample on us." The 33 youths made their asseveration as instructed. The royal elephant, far from trampling on them, dared not even come near them, but trumpeted in fear and ran away. The mahout goaded the elephant with the spike and other sharp points to come back to the site, but to no avail. When the situation was reported to the king, he ordered, "In that case, conceal the criminals under matting and let the elephant trample over them." The king's men did as ordered, but this time the royal elephant showed even greater fright, trumpeted doubly loud, and ran away. The king rewards Maga and company. When the king learned the miraculous news, he summoned the chief of Malla village and asked, "Is it true that the royal elephant refused to trample these men?" "That is true, your majesty." This is because their leader Maga knows a mantra that frightens elephants. Thereupon the king sent for Maga and asked, "Is it true that you know a mantra that frightens elephants?" Maga replied, "Your Majesty, I know no such mantra. What my associates and I did was to make a solemn declaration. If we are robbers and enemies of the king, let the elephant trample on us. If we are not, let the elephant not harm us." Then the king asked, "What sort of activities did you engage yourselves in?" "Your Majesty, we repair roads, build rest houses for travelers at road junctions, dig tanks and build bridges, or repair old bridges. We go to various places to carry out this kind of undertaking. Why do you think the village chief reported falsely against you?" "Your Majesty, the chief used to enjoy a good income from selling liquor when the youth of the village were forgetful and wanted to enjoy themselves. But since we engaged ourselves in useful works and are not forgetful as before, the chief lost his usual income. That was the reason for his reporting against us." Then the king said, "Maga, the royal elephant, though a mere animal, understands your good qualities, whereas I, even though a human being, did not understand them. From now on, you be the chief of Malla village. I present you with my royal elephant. Let the slanderer, that old chief, be your slave. From now on, do meritorious deeds on my behalf too." And he lavished the group with rich rewards. On their happy journey home, they rode the elephant by turns. Maga said to his friends, "Friends, meritorious deeds are generally aimed at future existence. But here we are reaping the merit of our good deeds, even in the present, like the brown lily growing in the water. Let us do good deeds with still greater zeal." Then he said further, "What sort of meritorious work shall we do now?" And all agreed, after discussion, that they would build a big rest house at the road junction as a permanent shelter for travelers coming that way. "But let us make it a point that our wives have no share whatever in our good deeds. They have been unkind to us. They failed to understand us. Instead of thinking about our release, they even showed delight at our misfortune." The 34 youths, headed by Maga, each gave a morsel of rice and a bunch of grass a day to feed the elephant, which was sufficient for the animal. As the group cut down trees for timber, the elephant dragged them and placed them on the work site. The group began in earnest, shaping the timber for the construction of a big rest house. Maga's 4 wives. Maga had 4 wives by the names of Suja, Sudhama, Siddha, and Nanda. Of these 4, Sudhama asked the chief carpenter the reason why Maga and his party were spending the whole day in the forest. The chief carpenter told her about the rest house construction project. Sudhama requested him to arrange for her contribution in the project, but he told her that Maga and his party had decided against contributions of any kind from their wives. Thereupon, Sudhama bribed the chief carpenter with 8 pieces of silver to make sure she could contribute to the project. The chief carpenter agreed. He went to the village center and loudly proclaimed to Maga and his party that it was time to start work for the day. When he was sure that everyone in the party was on his way to the forest, he said, "Boys, you go ahead. I have some business that is keeping me back." He went in another direction and chose a tree fit for making a ridgepole. He sent it to Sudhama and said, "Keep this until I send someone for it." The construction project progressed from stage to stage. Collection of timber, site clearing, foundation work, structural frame, and scaffolding were all ready and in place, except the rafters. At that juncture, the chief carpenter announced that to fix the rafters he needed a ridge pole, but that he didn't have a piece of timber of a special kind for the purpose. The working party blamed the man for his forgetfulness and asked him where to find one at this belated stage. "Let us try and inquire at our kinsmen's places," said the chief carpenter. Maga and his party went into the village asking whether anyone had got some suitable piece of timber for making a ridgepole. Sudhama said she had got one. The party of workers asked the price for it, but she said, "I don't want any price, but let it be my contribution." Maga scoffed at the idea. "Come in, let's go," he said. "This woman must not be allowed to contribute. We will get one from the forest." So saying, they left the village. Back at the work site, the chief carpenter, sitting on the scaffolding for fixing the ridge pole, asked, "Where's the timber for the ridge pole?" Maga and his friends explained the situation. The chief carpenter then looked up to the sky and said, "Young men, today is a very auspicious day. Another equally auspicious day will not be around at least for another year. You have collected all the timber in this structure with so much trouble. If we were to leave it unroofed, it will rot as it is. Let Sudhamma have her contribution and share the result of the merit in the Deva realm. Please get the timber for the ridgepole from her house." In the meantime, Sudhamma had an inscription made that read, "This is the Sudhamma rest house," carved on the lower surface of the ridgepole, which was wrapped up with a piece of new cloth. Maga's men then came back and said, "Sudhamma, please bring the ridgepole. Let things take their course. We shall now share the merit with you." Sudhamma, in handing over the ridgepole, warned them, "Don't take off the cloth wrapping until 8 or 16 rafters have been fixed to the ridgepole." The builders obeyed her warning. They removed the cloth wrapping on the ridgepole only after it had been put in place, needing only to be nailed down. Then an observant villager, looking up the building, noticed the inscription. "What is written there?" A literate villager read it out to them. It reads, "This is the Sudhamma rest house." At that, Maga and company protested loudly. "Remove that ridgepole, men. We, who have labored all along, have got none of our names on this building, whereas Sudhamma, by putting in a piece of timber a cubit long, got her name for the whole rest house." But even while they were protesting, the chief carpenter nailed down all the fixtures at the ridgepole, thus putting the finishing work. The builders later on marked out 3 portions on the floor space of the big rest house. One for the king and his officers, one for the common people, and one for the sick. There were 33 flooring boards used in the building of the rest house, each assigned to one of Maga's men. The elephant was given the instructions by Maga that whenever a guest arrived and sat on the board assigned to one of the 33 co-builders, the elephant was to take the guest to the house of that co-builder where the guest would get every care and attention. These instructions were satisfactorily followed by the elephant, so that every guest who came to the rest house got food, lodging, and massage services at the co-builder's house for the day. Contributions by Maga's family. 1. Maga had a coral tree planted not far away from the rest house. Beneath the tree, he laid a big stone slab. 2. Nanda, one of Maga's wives, dug a big tank not far away from the rest house. 3. Sita, another wife of Maga, created a garden in the vicinity. For Suja, the senior-most wife of Maga, was not interested in works of merit. She spent much of her time in front of the mirror, tending to herself in order to look beautiful. Maga said to her, "Now Suja and Sudhamma had the opportunity to contribute their might in the building of the rest house. Nanda has a tank to her credit, and Sita has created a garden. But you have done no meritorious deeds. Please do some good deed for the benefit of others." Suja replied, "My lord, for whom did you perform these good deeds? Are your good deeds not mine also?" She was not interested. She went on her way, being concerned only about her beauty. Maga lived a full lifespan, and at the death of that existence he was reborn in the Tvatisa realm as Sakka, Lord of Devas. His 33 friends, at their death, were also reborn in Tvatisa realm as Sakka's close assistants. Of the 4 wives of Maga, Sudhamma, Sita, and Nanda, at their death, were reborn as the 3 queens of Sakka. The senior-most wife of Maga, Suja, who did not listen to Maga's advice, but spent her time embellishing herself, at her death was reborn as a paddy bird in a ravine. Sakka's grand state. Sakka's Vajjayana palace was 700 leagues high. The flag post on the top of it is 300 leagues high. As the result of planting the coral tree when he was Maga, the celestial coral tree, 300 leagues in diameter of foliage, with a trunk of 15 leagues girth and a height of 100 leagues, arose in Tvatisa realm. For his former deed of laying a stone slab for the use of the public, there arose his majestic Pakambala rock throne of emerald color, which was 60 leagues in length, 50 leagues in width, and 15 leagues in height. Having previously donated timber for the construction of the rest house, the Sudhamma Assembly Hall, where the discussion of the Dhamma took place, arose in the Tvatisa realm, much to the fame and honor of Queen Sudhamma. Likewise, for her former donation for the public use of a tank, Nanda Tank arose in the Tvetisa realm, much to the credit of Queen Nanda, and for her donation for public use of a garden, Siddhalata Park, 60 leagues wide, appeared in Tvetisa realm to perpetuate the name and fame of Queen Siddha. Sakka sat at the Sudhama Assembly Hall on a golden throne 1 league long, with a white umbrella 3 leagues wide held above him, surrounded by 33 assistants or celestial chieftains and 3 Deva queens, while 25 million celestial dancers kept Sakka and his queens entertained. His following comprised Devas of Kadamaharajika and Tvetisa realms. Suja's story. Magadha was glad that his 3 former wives in the human existence were now Deva queens, but where had Suja been reborn? He reviewed the destiny of his former wife and saw that she was a paddy bird in a ravine. Alas! This girl disregarded my words and is now having an ignoble existence, Sakka said to himself. And he went to the place where Suja, the paddy bird, lived. Suja recognized Sakka as Magadha of her previous existence, and she held down her face in despondency. "You foolish girl," he scolded her. "You spent all your time preening yourself, and now you are afraid to look up to me. Sudhama, Nanda, and Siddha are now Deva queens. Come with me and see our happy state." So saying, he took her to Tvetisa realm, where she was put in the Nanda Park. He then resumed his seat on the golden throne at the Vajji palace. The Deva dancers asked Sakka, "Where have you been just now, Lord?" Sakka was reluctant to answer, but when pressed further by them, he told them the truth. He said that Suja, having been reborn a paddy bird in a ravine, had been brought back with him, and that she was now staying at the Nanda Park. The Deva dancers, who had been servants at Suja's household in their past existence, went to the Nanda Park to see their former mistress. They poked fun at her funny appearance. "Look at Suja's beak. It's like a spike for hunting crabs." Poor Suja was deeply hurt when those girls, who had been her household servants in the human world and whom she had treated with disdain, were now so scornful of her. She entreated Sakka to send her back to her own place. "What use is there for me with these palaces glittering with gold and gems? This Nanda Park has no attraction for me. All beings feel at home only where they are born. Send me back to the ravine. That is where I belong." Sakka complied with her wish. Before leaving her at the ravine, he asked, "Now, will you listen to my word?" And Suja replied, "Yes, I will, my lord." "Then take upon yourself to observe the 5 precepts. Observe them well, without the slightest flaw. I will then make you chief of those Devacana in 2 or 3 days." Suja, the paddy bird, was observing the 5 precepts when, 2 or 3 days later, Sakka came to test her virtue. He took the form of a fish and floated spine downwards in front of Suja in a stream. Thinking that it was a dead fish, Suja seized it by the head when its tail fluttered. Suja said, "Oh, it's a live fish," and let it go. Then Sakka, standing in the sky, cried out, "Good, good. You observe the 5 precepts well. For this virtuous conduct, I shall make you chief of the Devacana 2 or 3 days hence." Suja, as a paddy bird, lived a lifespan of 500 years. Since she would not eat live fish, she was mostly starving during that time. Although she was failing in her health due to starvation, she never breached the 5 precepts. At her death, she was reborn as the daughter of a potter in the city of Braz. Sakka reviewed the fate of Suja, the paddy bird, and seeing that she was now a potter's daughter, he thought of helping her in life, as it was not appropriate for him to take her to Tvetisa realm straight from the potter's house. So he turned himself into an old man selling golden cucumbers. He was not, however, selling them for any amount of money. "I will sell them only to those who have morality," he said to the would-be buyers, who said, "Old man, we do not know what is meant by morality. Name your price for these." But the old man insisted, "They will go only to those who observe morality." The villagers said among themselves, "Let's go, men. This old man is mad." And so they left. The potter's daughter asked them, "You went to buy cucumbers. Where are the cucumbers?" "Dear girl, that cucumber vendor is mad. He says he will sell his cucumbers only to those who observe morality. Perhaps he has got daughters who were fed on morality. But, as for us, we do not even know what morality means." On hearing this strange news, Suja rightly surmised that these golden cucumbers must have been meant for her only, so she went to the old man and said, "Father, give me the cucumbers." "My little girl, do you observe morality?" "Yes, father, I observe morality well, without a flaw." "These solid gold cucumbers are for you then," said the old man, who was Sakka in disguise. After leaving the whole cart of golden cucumbers in front of the potter's house, he returned to Tvatisa. The potter's daughter observed the 5 precepts throughout her life, and on her death, she was reborn as the daughter of the Asura Vepasiddhi. Thanks to the observance of morality in her 2 previous existences as a paddy bird and as a potter's daughter, she possessed great beauty and charm. Asura Vepasiddhi planned to marry his daughter to a suitable husband and called an assembly of Asuras. Sakka reviewed the destiny of Suja again. He saw that Suja was now born as an Asura and that her marriage was being planned. "Now is my chance to get Suja," he thought, and setting his mind on eloping with her, he went to the assembly of Asuras in the guise of an Asura. As he sat in the midst of the Asuras, no one noticed the stranger. Asura Vepasiddhi handed his daughter a garland, saying, "Choose the bridegroom by throwing this garland above the head of anyone you fancy." Suja looked around, and, on seeing Sakka in the guise of an Asura, she was inflamed with love, a love that had bound the two in many previous existences. "This is my bridegroom, my husband," she declared, throwing the garland above Sakka's head. Thereupon, seizing Suja's arm firmly, Sakka went up into the sky. Then only the Asuras know that it was Sakka and raised a cry. "Friends, hold him! Hold this old Sakka! He is our enemy. We will never give up Suja to this old Sakka." Asura Vepasiddhi asked his followers, "Who is it that has taken away my daughter?" "My lord, it is that old Sakka." Then he said to his followers, "This Sakka is the most powerful person besides myself, so make way." Sakka succeeded in his amorous venture. He made Suja chief of the 25 million celestial dancers in Tvatisa. Thereafter, Suja said to her husband, "My lord, I have no relatives here in Tvatisa, so take me wherever you go." Sakka conceded to this wish. The first question on envy and stinginess. The Buddha had known the virtue of Sakka since the latter's previous existence as Magadha, the young man of Malla village. That was why he bethought himself, whatever question Sakka might like to ask, it will be of benefit to him. He is not going to ask unbeneficial questions. If I answer his questions, he will understand readily. Then the Buddha replied to Sakka in verse. Pacha vasva ma paha, yakinsi manasikasi, tassa tassiva panhasa, aha anakaromiti. Vasva, Lord of Devas, whatever question you may like to ask, put it to me. I, the teacher of the 3 worlds, will clear any doubts and uncertainties concerning your questions. Having obtained the Buddha's express consent, Sakka asked in verse his first question thus. Venerable Sir, all beings, whether Deva or human, Asura, Naga, or Gandhava, have an earnest desire to be free from enmity, danger, enemies, sorrow, and anger. However, they live in enmity and danger amidst enemies, sorrow, and anger. What is the factor that fetters them thus? To that question the Buddha answered as follows. Sakka, the Lord of the Devas, all beings, whether Deva or human, Asura, Naga, or Gandhava, have an earnest desire to be free from enmity, danger, enemies, sorrow, and anger. However, they live in enmity and danger amidst enemies, sorrow, and anger. This is due to envy, Isa, and stinginess, Magadha. Envy and stinginess. Here envy, Isa, means begrudging others' well-being and status. 1. It has the character of feeling displeased with another's gain, whether already acquired or about to acquire. When the sign or character of the displeasure in someone who begrudges another person's gain is noticed, the fact of the arising of envy in that person should be known through the knowledge of Abhidhamma, the ultimate truth about mental phenomena. 2. Envy has the function of dissatisfaction with others' prosperity. It is the function of envy to feel distressed, to get annoyed when someone sees or hears of another's gain. 3. Envy is manifest to the insight of the yogi as turning away from others' well-being. To the yogi, who has insight into mental phenomena, the result of envy is manifested as the turning away in disgust from the success and well-being of others. Of the 4 kinds of manifestation, this is the manifestation of result. For the proximate cause of envy is other people's well-being or status. Envy arises due to another person's prosperity. If one has no occasion to see or hear of another person's wealth, there is no cause for envy to arise. The character of envy that reveals itself as begrudging others' well-being and status should be explained regarding both lay persons and monastics. To wit, someone may have acquired through his own effort and qualities, in any form of enterprise, valuable things, such as vehicles or horses or cattle or precious stones. Another person, with envy in him, may find it an eyesore to see that successful man prosper. He is very displeased with the other man's good fortune. When will this fellow meet his downfall? How I wish he would become a pauper. Such evil thoughts occupy the envious person. And if the successful man does meet with bad fortune, the envious one rejoices to see it. An envious monastic sees another monastic surrounded by fame and followers on account of the latter's learnedness and efforts, such as teaching the doctrine. The one with envy is all the time thinking about the decline of the successful monastic. If the latter does sink in popularity, the former is pleased. In this manner, the character of envy should be known as begrudging others' well-being and feeling displeased with others' gains. It is in the nature of envy to feel irritated by some gain that someone is enjoying as a matter of fact. Even the likelihood of someone meeting with some good fortune cannot be tolerated by envy. Envy longs for another person's failure and downfall. Stinginess, miserliness, or meanness. Stinginess, Magadha, is also called meanness. It is a mean attitude concerning one's own possessions. 1. It is characterized by a secretiveness about one's gains or status already enjoyed or about to enjoy. One oppressed by stinginess, an evil state of mind, is secretive about his success. 2. Stinginess functions as a reluctant attitude about one's own good fortune. The reluctance is the attitude that no one should enjoy similar fortune. One oppressed by stinginess is loath to share his gains or status with someone else. This meanness is the function of stinginess. 3. Stinginess is manifested as unwillingness to share one's gain or status with any other person. If perforce when there is occasion to share it, the stingy person feels very strongly against it. Or put in another way, if it comes to sharing his property with someone or making any donation to someone, he would part with a very tiny portion of it reluctantly. 4. The proximate cause of stinginess is one's own possession or rights. To a wise one with insight, stinginess is manifested as meanness about one's property or rights. This is the natural manifestation. Considered from another angle, stinginess manifests itself in anger when one is forced to part with one's property or rights. This is manifestation by way of function, how the manifestation works itself out. Or yet viewed in another way, it manifests itself as parting with only an insignificant part of one's possession under unavoidable circumstances, i.e., giving away merely a trifle which does not amount to a really meaningful gift. This is the manifestation as result. 5 kinds of stinginess or meanness. 1. Stinginess or meanness about living place. Monastery, dwelling place, park, day resort, night camp, etc. Avesa Magadha. 2. Stinginess or meanness about one's circle of friends or relatives, i.e., unwillingness to see one's or one's relatives' friends on friendly terms with others, Kula Magadha. 3. Stinginess or meanness to share any form of gain with another, Labha Magadha. 4. Stinginess or meanness in being painful to see others look as attractive in appearance as oneself or gain as fair a reputation as oneself, Va Magadha. 5. Stinginess or meanness to share doctrinal knowledge with others. Dhamma-Makariya. 1. Living place may mean any living space for monastics, whether the whole monastic complex or a room or space allotted for residing in by day or by night. A monastic, who has a specific place to dwell, lives in comfort as a monastic and enjoys the 4 monastic requisites of food, robes, lodging, medicines. A stingy or mean monastic cannot agree to the idea of sharing his living place with some other monastic who fulfills his monastic obligations, big or small. If that other monastic happens to get a chance of living there, the stingy one is wishing that the newcomer leaves soon. This attitude or state of mind is called stinginess or meanness about living quarters. However, if the co-resident of a living place is quarrelsome, the unwillingness to share with him is not counted as stinginess. 2. Stinginess about one's friends or followers. The relatives and lay supporters of a monastic form the subject of stinginess or meanness here. A stingy monastic wants to monopolize them. He does not wish any of them going to the monastery of another monastic or let them have any relationship between them and another monastic. However, if the other monastic is of an immoral type, dusala, the unwillingness to see that happen does not amount to stinginess, as a moral monastic is likely to debase his lay supporters. So the unwillingness to have relations with one's own relatives and lay supporters is proper. It is stinginess only when that other monastic is a virtuous one. 3. Any form of gain includes the 4 monastic requisites, which are robes, alms, food, dwellings, and medicines. When, on seeing a virtuous monastic receiving the 4 requisites, a monastic harbors such thoughts as, "May that one be deprived of these gains." This is stinginess or meanness about gain. However, where the unwillingness to see another monastic receive the 4 requisites is justifiable, there is no evil of stinginess or meanness. It is justifiable where that other monastic is in the habit of misusing the 4 requisites, thus destroying the faith of the supporters, or if that monastic does not make proper use of them, but hoards them without giving them away in time, so that they turn unusable, having gone stale or gone to rot. 4. Beauty refers to personal appearance or attributes. Meanness regarding beauty means displeasure at another person's good looks or attributes in the sense that no one must have the same good looks or the same good attributes as oneself. The mean monastic hates to discuss about others' personal attractiveness or good name concerning morality, practice of austerity, or practice of Dhamma. 5. Dhamma is of 2 kinds: learning the canon, Pariyata Dhamma, and attainment of the noble path culminating in paths, fruitions, and nibbana, Payveda Dhamma. The latter is the property of noble ones, Arya, who are never stingy or mean about their insight knowledge. In fact, they are desirous of sharing it with all beings, humans, devas, and brahmas. They wish all beings to acquire the noble path they have gained for themselves. Therefore, the expression stinginess about Dhamma can mean only stinginess or meanness about learning, Pariyata Dhamma. Here the meanness lies in not wanting other people to know what one has acquired by learning the difficult and obscure passages in the Pi text and its commentaries. One wishes to remain the sole authority in the matter of learning. However, the unwillingness to share the book knowledge may be justified on 2 counts. 1. Where the learner's integrity is doubtful, while the purity of the Dhamma needs to be safeguarded. 2. Where the value of the Dhamma is carefully considered and the type of person needs to be saved in his own interest. These 2 exceptions need to be understood properly. 1. In the first case, there are some persons in the world who are fickle-minded and change from one faith to another, from ascetic and Brahmin to a heretical ascetic. If such an unreliable monastic were to be taught the canon, he might distort the subtle teachings of the canon to suit his own purpose. He might misinterpret the meanings of scriptural terms such as meritoriousness and demeritoriousness. He might put the Buddha's teachings into the mouth of some heretic and claim that they were what the heretic teacher said. There would be confusion. Therefore, keeping the canon from those unreliable monastics, so as to preserve the purity of the Dhamma, is justified. 2. In the second case, where the learner monastic is of the type of person who is likely to claim awakening even though not yet an arahat, that would be for his ruination. Keeping the canon from such an unreliable monastic is also justifiable. It is in his own interest that the profound Dhamma is not imparted to him, so that the non-sharing of learning in such cases is not stinginess or meanness. Stinginess exists in the case of a teacher, where he is afraid that his pupil might outshine him, or excel him in the interpretation of the Dhamma, and so withholds the learning. Evil consequences of stinginess. 1. One who acts with stinginess in dwelling, Ajātasattu, is reborn as a demon or hungry spirit, and due to the meanness about his living quarters, he is destined to carry the filth of that dwelling place on his head wherever he goes. 2. One who is stingy about relatives and followers, Āṭānāṭiya, feels painful to see his relatives and lay supporters making offerings to other monastics. The greater the degree of stinginess, the greater the pain there is. In extreme cases, thinking his relatives and lay supporters have turned away from him, the stingy monastic suffers heartburn to such an extent that he may vomit blood, or his entrails may come out. 3. Stinginess about monastic requisites, Āṭānāṭiya, whether in respect of those of the Sakka or of a sect of the Sakka, not sharing them with fellow monastics, leads to rebirth as a demon or a hungry spirit or as a python. 4. Stinginess about personal appearance or attributes, Vajji, that makes oneself admiring and deprecating of others, leads to ugliness in appearance in future existences. 5. Stinginess regarding one's learning, Āṭānāṭiya, keeping one's knowledge to oneself, leads to rebirth as a 953 dullard, an ignoramus, a stupid person. Or explained in another way. 1. One who acts with stinginess in dwelling, Ajātasattu, leads to rebirth in the Niraya hell, where the stingy one is baked on hot iron sheets. This is because he had prevented others from enjoying the peace and comfort of the living quarters. 2. One who is stingy about relatives and followers, Āṭānāṭiya, results in a dearth of good fortune in future existences. This is the result of denying others their rights, or receiving offerings at the homes of the lay supporters. 3. Stinginess about monastic requisites, Āṭānāṭiya, leads to rebirth in the Niraya hell, where the stingy one wallows in human excreta. This Niraya is particularly nauseating. This kind of result follows the stingy one, because he had deprived others of the pleasure of the enjoyment concerning the monastic requisites. 4. Stinginess about personal appearance or attributes, Vajji, results in a complete lack of presentable appearance and good attributes in future existences. A detestable appearance and an abominable reputation is what he inherits for his past meanness. Whatever good he might do goes unnoticed by anyone like arrows shot in the dark night. 5. Stinginess regarding one's learning, Āṭānāṭiya, sends the monastic down to the hell of hot ashes. Envy. Envy arises from consideration of other people's property. Stinginess arises from consideration of one's own property. Since the object of thought differs, envy and stinginess cannot arise together. In the world, enmity, punishment, and antagonism between persons arise due to envy and stinginess, which are two evil fetters. These fetters are eliminated only by stream entry, Magadha. Unless envy and stinginess have been eliminated by stream entry knowledge, people's wish for freedom from enmity and so on will never be fulfilled. They will live miserably surrounded by enmity, and so on. This is the explanation to the Buddha's answer to the first question. Why is it that all beings live in enmity and danger amidst enemies, sorrow and anger, although they have an earnest desire to be free from them? On hearing the Buddha's answer, Sakka was delighted and said, "Venerable Sir, that indeed is so. Fortunate One, that indeed is so." Having learnt the Fortunate One's answer, all my doubts are cleared, all uncertainties have left me. The second question on envy and stinginess. After receiving with delight the Buddha's answer, Sakka put his next question thus: "Venerable Sir, what is the cause of envy and stinginess? What is their origin? What is their genesis? What is their source? When what factor is present, do envy and stinginess arise? When what factor is not present, do envy and stinginess not arise? To this question the Buddha replied as follows. Sakka, the Lord of the Devas, envy and stinginess have objects, like living beings or conditioned formations that one likes and objects that one dislikes as their cause, as their origin, as their genesis, as their source. When objects that one likes and objects that one dislikes are present, envy and stinginess arise. When objects of like and dislike are not present, envy and stinginess do not arise. Herein, a living being or conditioned formation that one wants to possess is an object of one's liking, irrespective of its intrinsic nature of disagreeableness. This is because defilements delude the mind into liking something that is of a disagreeable nature. A living being or conditioned formation belonging, 954, to another person is an object of one's dislike, even though it is a good thing. This is because for one who looks at it in anger with a biased mind, that good thing appears hateful. Stinginess arises on account of objects that one likes. Envy arises on account of objects that one dislikes. In another mode of explanation, both envy and stinginess arise out of likes and dislikes. This will be elucidated as follows. For a monastic, a co-resident pupil, or some living thing of his fancy may be there as an object of his liking. For a lay person, there are his children and his possessions, such as elephants, horses, or cattle, which are objects of his liking. When the monastic or the lay person is away from them, even for a short time, he feels uneasy. When the monastic or the lay person sees someone else having similar objects, there arises in that monastic or lay person envy against the other person. If some other person were to come and ask that monastic or lay person to loan him that favorite pupil of the monastic, or the children or elephant or horse of the lay person, for some purpose, even for a short time, the monastic or lay person would refuse, saying, I cannot loan him to you. He will get tired or feel bored. In this manner, there arises both envy and stinginess on account of some object of one's liking. Again, for monastics, there are monastic requisites, such as alms bowl or robes, which are objects that he likes. For lay persons, there are various possessions, such as clothing and ornaments, which are objects that he or she likes. When that monastic or lay person sees someone else having similar objects of that other person's liking, that monastic or lay person has an evil thought. Oh, it would be well if that person did not have those agreeable things. This is envy. If someone were to ask that monastic or lay person to loan, for a short time, that property of his fancy, the monastic or lay person would refuse, saying, that is not possible. I value that thing so much that I very seldom use it myself. This is how an object of one's liking gives rise to stinginess. Furthermore, whether for a monastic or a lay person, there are persons or things such as a wayward pupil or child, or an inferior article in his or her possession. Although those persons and things are actually not likable persons or things, yet due to the deluding nature of defilements, these very persons and things become objects of their liking. That monastic or lay person feels satisfaction about those persons or things. Who else can have such valuable assets, they think. Thus entertaining thoughts of self-admiration on account of greed, lobha, for these possessions, envy, the evil desire to deny others of those kinds of possessions arises. This is envy that springs from self-esteem and that arises due to the likelihood or possibility of other persons coming into possession of the kind of things one possesses. In another way, as in the aforesaid case where one entertains thoughts of self-admiration on account of greed for their possessions of no intrinsic worth, one wishes, may that person not have those things. Thus envy arises. This is envy that springs from what other people already possess. This latter explanation is not given in detail, since it has already been shown in the commentary. The former explanation is made in an inferential way, which is suitably modified to be in line with the sub-commentary thereto, and the sub-commentary to the abundance of meaning. Āṭānāṭiya. If someone came and asked for a loan of these persons or things of one's liking even for a short time, the owner is not willing to part with them. This is how persons or things that ought not to be cherished can also become a source of envy and stinginess. The third question on like and dislike. Sakka received with delight the Buddha's answer and asked the next question. Venerable Sir, what is the cause of like and dislike? What is their origin? What is their genesis? What is their source? When what factor is present, do like and dislike arise? When what factor is not present, do like and dislike not arise? And the Buddha answered thus. Sakka, the Lord of the Devas, like and dislike have greedy craving, Āṭānāṭiya, as their cause, as their origin, as their genesis, as their source. When greedy craving is present, like and dislike arise. When greedy craving is not present, like and dislike do not arise. Herein, chanda is synonymous with desires or wishes. Chanda is used in two ways: wishing to see, hear, smell, taste, touch, or to know, and craving for sense objects. The former is a wholesome factor called desire to do, kata kamaya chanda, which has the mental concomitant desire chanda, a wish to do. The latter is craving, ta, which has the mental concomitant greed, lobha, hankering after various sense objects. What is meant here is the latter type, greedy craving, lobhata chanda. 5 kinds of craving. 1. Craving developed while seeking objects of sense pleasure, pariyasana chanda. 2. Craving developed while acquiring objects of sense pleasure, palba chanda. 3. Craving developed while enjoying objects of sense pleasure, parabhoga chanda. 4. Craving developed while storing and securing sense pleasures, sandhi chanda. 5. Craving developed while bestowing rewards or gifts, visajana chanda, i.e., giving out one's property with expectation of reciprocal gain, as the bestowing of salaries and awards by rulers upon their men in the belief that these men will render them service by attending upon them and safeguarding them. Greedy craving causes likes or dislikes. When one gets what one craves for, one likes and has a fondness for the thing acquired. When one fails to get what one craves for, one hates that object of one's craving, and dislike arises in him. The fourth question on greedy craving. After listening with delight to the Buddha's answer, Sakka put his next question thus. Venerable Sir, what is the cause of greedy craving, Āṭānāṭiya? What is its origin? What is its genesis? What is its source? When what factor is present, does craving arise? When what factor is not present, does craving not arise? The Buddha gave the answer. Sakka, the Lord of the Devas, greedy craving has deliberation, Metteyya taka, as its cause, as its origin, as its genesis, as its source. When there is deliberation, Metteyya taka, greedy craving arises. When there is no deliberation, greedy craving does not arise. In this matter, thinking vitaka is not mere thinking about something in general. It is making up the mind about something after due deliberation, Metteyya vitaka. In making up the mind, the Buddha has pointed out the decision may be made in 2 ways. 1. A decision that is influenced by kinds of craving, ta Metteyya, and 2. Judgment made through the 62 wrong views, daihi Metteyya. A decision influenced by craving cannot come to a judgment as to good or bad, agreeable, 956, or disagreeable. That is because, as the saying goes, one man's food is another man's poison. For example, an earthworm is a delicacy for certain rulers of the remote regions, whereas it is nauseous to those of the middle region or kingdoms. Venison is a delicacy for rulers of the middle region, whereas it is disagreeable to those of the remote regions. Decisions influenced by craving are not correct decisions. After having acquired something, whether it relates to a visible object, a sound, an odor, a taste, a tangible object, one considers how much will go to others and how much will be kept for oneself. This manner of making a decision is the function of deliberation, Metteyya vitaka, where one makes up one's mind about something that has been acquired after deliberating on it, and becomes attached to whatever is decided on by oneself. Craving arises in respect of that object. That is the explanation of the Buddha's answer, that deliberation is the cause of greedy craving. The fifth question on deliberation. Having learnt with great satisfaction the Buddha's answers, Sakka put another question thus: Venerable Sir, what is the cause of deliberation, Vinakaya Vitakka? What is its origin? What is its genesis? What is its source? When what factor is present, does deliberation take place? When what factor is not present, does deliberation not take place? And the Buddha replied, Sakka, Lord of the Devas, deliberation has illusory perceptions, sana, associated with proliferation, papanka dhamma, which tends to prolong sasra, as their cause, as their origin, as their genesis, as their source. When there are illusory perceptions, deliberation takes place. When there are no illusory perceptions, deliberation does not take place. There are three types of craving: craving for sense pleasure, craving for becoming, craving for non-becoming, or alternatively, craving for sense pleasure, craving for form, and craving for the formless. As each type of craving arises with respect to 6 objects of sight, sound, smell, taste, touch, mind, it expands to 18 types. Again, as each of them is concerned with 3 moments of past, present, and future, it becomes 18 times 3 is equal to 54 in number, which, when considered for both internal and external aspects, multiplies to 108. Herein, there are 3 kinds of illusion that tend to proliferate in the mind. They are craving ta, conceit, mana, and wrong views, daihai. They are called proliferations, papanka dhamma, because they tend to prolong the round of rebirth, and one who is under their spell is called one who is attached to the world, who is egoistic, who is deluded. In other words, these 3 factors are hindrances that make one conceited and forgetful. In our present context, the illusion of craving is meant. There are 6 kinds or categories of illusory perceptions, sana, according to the 6 sense objects, viz. Perceptions about visible objects, rupasana, perceptions about sounds, satasana, perceptions about odors, gandhasana, etc. Deliberation or reason is developed based on those illusory perceptions. The 6th, 7th, and 8th questions on meditation. Then, having learnt with much delight the Buddha's answer, Sakka asked further, Venerable Sir, by what practice does a monastic destroy the proliferating perceptions, sanapapanka, and get to nibbana, where all perceptions cease? Contemplation of sensations. 1. Sakka, the Lord of the Devas, I declare that mentally agreeable sensations, somanasa vedana, are of 2 types: that which should be resorted to, and that which should not be resorted to. 2. Sakka, the Lord of the Devas, I declare that mentally disagreeable sensations, dhammanasa vedana, also are of 2 types: that which should be resorted to, and that which should not be resorted to. 3. Sakka, the Lord of the Devas, I declare that mentally neutral sensations, upekkha vedana, are of 2 types: that which should be resorted to, and that which should not be resorted to. 1. Sakka, the Lord of the Devas, I have said earlier, I declare that mentally agreeable sensations are of 2 types: that which should be resorted to, and that which should not be resorted to. The reason for this statement is this: if you understand that in resorting to a certain pleasant sensation, demeritoriousness increases and meritoriousness decreases, you should not resort to that pleasant sensation. Mentally agreeable sensations that tend to increase demeritoriousness and decrease meritoriousness should not be resorted to. The same should be understood to apply to the 2 other kinds of sensation. Of the 2 types of mentally agreeable sensation, if you understand that in resorting to a certain pleasant sensation, demeritoriousness decreases and meritoriousness increases, you should resort to that mentally agreeable sensation. Mentally agreeable sensations that tend to decrease demeritoriousness and increase meritoriousness should be resorted to. The same should be understood to apply to the 2 other kinds of sensation. Of the type of mentally agreeable sensations that should be resorted to, there is one that arises together with initial application of the mind and with sustained application of the mind, savataka savikara somanasa, And there is also the one that arises without initial application of the mind and without sustained application of the mind, Avataka Avakarasomanasa. Of these two, the one without sustained application of the mind, Avataka Avakarasomanasa, is superior. Sakka, the Lord of the Devas. It is for this reason that I have said, I declare that mentally agreeable sensations are of two types, that which should be resorted to, and that which should not be resorted to. 2. Sakka, the Lord of the Devas, I have said earlier. I declare 40a, the last days 1, in Magadha. As we have said earlier on, the Buddha spent the first 20 rains retreats, Vassa, at various places, and taught the noble doctrine that led to the liberation of the multitudes, and spent the latter 24 rains retreat in Savatthi only. After the end of the rains retreat, he set out on journeys of 3 kinds, and tamed those worthy of taming. The number of discourses and dialogues are as varied as they are wide, so that they cannot be treated fully within the confines of this work. Just as a drop or two of sea water would suffice to understand that the sea is salty, so also in this book, only a few examples from the discourses can be given that should give the reader a fair idea of the richness of the doctrine. Scholars who wish to gain further knowledge from the Buddha's extensive teachings are advised to read from the translations of the canon, with the help of the commentaries and sub-commentaries. We shall henceforth confine our narrative to the events and discourses that belong to the period extending from around the 44th rains retreat onwards, which was the period close to his realization of Parinibbana. At one time, when the Buddha had completed his 44th rains retreat, the Buddha of illustrious attributes was staying at the mountain abode, up on Gajakwa Hill, near Rajagaha. The place named Gajakwa means vulture peak, and was probably derived from the shape of the peak, or from the fact that it was the roosting place of vultures. King Ajātasattu and the Vajjians. At that time, King Ajātasattu of Rajagaha was keen on invading Vesali, the country of the Licchavis. I will exterminate them however powerful and mighty they may be, play havoc with them, cause their ruin, he kept saying, being a haughty monarch as he was. The reason for his deep-seated hatred of the Licchavis could be traced to some unhappy incidents. Rajagaha and Vesali were 2 flourishing cities on either side of the river Ganges which flowed east, with Rajagaha on the southern side and Vesali on the northern side. There was a caravan station known as Panagma, the present-day Putna, which was around that place. With Panagma in the middle, the region extending about half a league came under the domain of King Ajātasattu, while the region of the same extent towards the other side of that region came under the domain of the Licchavis. There were rich deposits of precious materials on the hillside near Panagama. As King Ajātasattu learned about the treasures and was making plans to go there, the Licchavis reached there first and took away all the treasures. When King Ajātasattu arrived and learnt that the Licchavis had taken them, he went back home in great fury. In the following year, too, the Licchavis were ahead of King Ajātasattu in getting there and enjoyed the find. King Ajātasattu's anger knew no bounds. He was obsessed with the thought of exterminating, destroying, and ruining the mighty Licchavis. In all his 4 bodily postures he cursed them aloud. He even went so far as giving orders to his men to plan an expedition. On second thoughts, however, he restrained his action. War is disastrous for both sides. There is no clash of arms that does not result in loss of life and property. By taking wise counsel, I may avoid harsh consequences. There is no one in the world greater in wisdom than the Buddha. Just now the Buddha is staying near my city on a mountain abode at Gajakwa Hill. I shall send a minister to him and seek his advice about my proposed expedition. If my plan is of any benefit to me, he will remain silent. If it is against my own good, he would say, what good is it for the king to go on such an expedition? Reflecting thus, he said to the Brahmin Vasikara, his chief minister, here, Brahmin, go to the fortunate one. Pay homage at his feet and convey my message. Inquire after his health whether the fortunate one is free from any affliction and disease, whether he is well and fit and at ease. Say to the fortunate one, Venerable sir, King Ajātasattu of Magadha, son of Queen Vajji, pays homage at your feet. He inquires after the fortunate one's health, whether the fortunate one is free from affliction and disease, whether the fortunate one is well and fit and at ease. Then say to him, Venerable Sir, the king wishes to make war against the Vajji princes, the Lichavis of Vaisali, and is making declarations that he will exterminate the Vajji princes, however powerful and mighty they might be, and that he will play havoc with them and cause their ruin. And then carefully note what the fortunate one says and report it back to me. The fortunate one never speaks falsely. Very well, your majesty, said the Brahmin Vasikara, and he went to the Gajakwa hill amidst a splendid formation of carriages. Once there, he descended from the carriage and approached the Buddha, and after exchanging greetings and concluding courteous words of felicitation, sat at a suitable distance. Then he said to the Buddha, Revered Gautama, King Ajātasattu of Magadha, son of Queen Vajji, pays homage at your feet. He inquires after your health, whether you are free from affliction and disease, whether you are well and fit, and whether you are well and at ease. Revered Gautama, King Ajātasattu wishes to make war against the Vajji princes, the Lichavis of Vaisali, and is making declarations that he will exterminate the Vajji princes, play havoc with them, and cause their ruin. At that time, Venerable Ananda was at the back of the Buddha, fanning him. In this connection, it may be pointed out that the Buddhas, by virtue of their infinite merit, do not feel too cold nor too hot. Ananda's fanning the Buddha was merely an act of veneration. 7 factors of growth and non-decline for kings. The first factor of growth and non-decline. When the Buddha had heard the Brahmin's words, he did not say anything to him, but entered into a dialogue with Venerable Ananda, saying, Ananda, do the Vajjian princes hold meetings frequently? Do they have meetings many times? What have you heard? Venerable Sir, I have heard that the Vajjian princes hold meetings frequently, and that they have meetings many times. Ananda, so long as the Vajji princes assemble frequently and have many meetings, they are bound to prosper. There is no reason for their decline. Frequent meetings means 3 or more meetings every day. They have meetings many times means never skipping a day without a meeting. The advantages of frequent meetings is that fresh information is always forthcoming from the 8 directions. If up-to-date information is not forthcoming, unrest at remote places and border areas might go unnoticed at the capital. So also breach of law and order in the country might not be duly reported. If no prompt action is taken against lawless elements, this will be taken as laxity on the part of those in authority, and the law and order situation will deteriorate. This is a sure way of decline for rulers. If, on the other hand, frequent meetings are held, up-to-date information from all over the country can reach the capital, and prompt action can be taken whenever necessary. The bad people will then know that they do not stand any chance against this sort of efficient administration and will disperse. This is a sure way of prosperity for rulers. The second factor of growth and non-decline. Ananda, do the Vajjian princes assemble in harmony, and do they disperse in harmony? Do they act in harmony in discharging their duties in the affairs of the Vajjian country? What have you heard? Venerable Sir, I have heard that the Vajjian princes assemble in harmony and disperse in harmony, and that they act in harmony in discharging their duties in the affairs of the Vajjian country. Ananda, so long as the Vajjian princes assemble and disperse in harmony and act in harmony in discharging their duties in the affairs of the Vajjian country, they are bound to prosper. There is no reason for their decline. To assemble in harmony means never appearing late at the appointed hour of meeting on any excuse. When the time for the meeting is announced by gong or by bell, all turn up in time, leaving aside whatever activities they may be engaged in. If one happens to be taking his meal, he must leave the table at once in the middle of his meal. If one happens to be dressing himself, he must attend the meeting even though not fully dressed yet. To disperse in harmony means leaving the meeting chamber all at the same time after the meeting has concluded. If some have left the meeting chamber and others were to remain, The ones who have gone might harbor suspicion against those who remain, with the uneasy thought that they stay behind to make important decisions behind their back. This sort of suspicious speculation is poisonous for the ruler's mind. In another sense, to disperse in harmony means to be keen to undertake what is to be undertaken, as the follow-up action consequent to the deliberations and decisions at the meeting. For example, if a rebellion needs to be quelled and someone is to take charge, everyone is eager to shoulder the responsibility. Harmony in discharging duties means rendering every possible assistance to one another. For example, if one of the members is found to be falling short of his duty, the others would send their sons or brothers to render help. Where a visitor needs to be entertained, the responsibility is not shirked, but all join in the task. In meeting their individual social obligations too, whether for happy occasions or sad occasions, all the members act as one whole family. The third factor of growth and non-decline. Ananda, do Vajji and princes abstain from enacting ordinances that have not been enacted previously? And do they abstain from revoking what has been enacted previously? And do they follow the time-honored Vajjian traditions and practices? What have you heard? Venerable Sir, I have heard that the Vajjian princes abstain from enacting ordinances that have not been enacted previously, and that they follow the time-honored Vajjian traditions and practices. Ananda, so long as the Vajjian princes abstain from enacting ordinances that have not been enacted previously, and abstain from revoking what has been enacted previously, and follow the time-honored Vajjian traditions and practices, they are bound to prosper. There is no reason for their decline. Enacting ordinances means imposing taxes and fines, not imposing fresh taxes and fines that were not done before, and not revoking traditional taxes and fines is an important principle for rulers. Whenever fresh taxes and fines are enacted, the people naturally resent it. They may even feel that they are fleeced, and in that case they may leave the country in disgust and turn to robbery and crime in remote places, where some of the discontented may join gangs of bandits, cause strife in out-of-the-way areas. Revoking traditional taxes and fines will result in loss of revenue. This will render the 986 rulers unable to meet state expenditures. The armed forces and civil servants will have reductions in their remuneration. This will lower their efficiency and the standards of their services will fall, affecting the might of the army. Following Vajjian traditions and practices means acting in accordance with the traditional code of justice. For instance, execution of accused persons without trial is a flagrant disregard of tradition and practice. If the time-honored Vajjian traditions and practices are disregarded and people are executed without trial, relatives of the victims of injustice will bear grudges against the rulers. They may go to remote places and resort to crime themselves, or may join gangs of bandits and roam the country. These are causes of decline for rulers. In a country where the ordinances enacted are the same ones that have been traditionally enacted, the people will accept them without murmur. They will feel happy about their obligations and go about their normal activities such as agriculture and trading. Where rulers do not revoke traditional taxes and finds their revenues in kind and in money are flowing in every day. The armed forces and civil servants enjoy their usual remuneration as they are properly provided for and made happy. Their services remain as trustworthy and dependable as in the olden days. In the Vajjian system of justice, there were stages of careful scrutiny in the administration of criminal justice. When a man was brought before the authorities and was accused of theft, he was not put into custody, but was properly examined. If there was no proof of theft, he was allowed to go. If someone was suspected of a crime, he was handed to the officials of the Justice Department where he was given a proper hearing, and if found not guilty, he was released. If the judges suspected him of the crime, he was referred to a panel of learned persons who were well versed in social ethics. If the panel of learned persons found him not guilty, he was released. If they considered him not free of fault, he was then referred to a review board of 8 jurors who belonged to the 8 categories of families with an honorable tradition and who were free from the 4 kinds of improper official conduct. If the review board found him not guilty, he was released, but if he was not free from blame, he was committed to the king through the commander-in-chief and the heir apparent. If the king found him not guilty, he was released. If he was not free from blame, The traditional criminal code was read in his presence. The code contained specific descriptions of acts of crimes with specific punishments attached to them. The king ascertained the nature of the crime the man had committed that answered the description in the list of crimes in the code, and the prescribed punishment was meted out to him. The observance of the Vajjian tradition described above was very reassuring to the people. When one of their kith and kin was punished for a crime, the people did not blame the Vajjian princes. They knew the king had dispensed justice and that the fault lay with the perpetrator only. Being satisfied that they had full protection of the law, they went about their normal business honestly. This adherence to the time-honored system of justice is thus a factor of progress for rulers. The fourth factor of growth and non-decline. Ananda, do Vajjian princes treat their elders with courteous regard, deference, esteem, and veneration? And do they consider that the advice of elderly people is worth listening to? What have you heard? Venerable sir, I have heard that the Vajjian princes do treat their elders with regard, deference, esteem, and veneration, and that they consider the advice of elderly people is worth listening to. Ananda, so long as the Vajjian princes treat their elders with regard, deference, esteem, and veneration, and consider that the advice of elderly people is worth listening to, they are bound to prosper. There is no reason for their decline. The terms regard, deference, esteem, and veneration all denote a deep sense of respect, indebtedness, genuine affection, and humility. To listen to their advice means to seek their counsel twice or thrice every day. If young princes do not have a sense of respect for their elders and do not go to them for advice, they will be ignored by the elders and lacking proper guidance. They will tend to indulge themselves in sensual pleasures and forget their princely duties, thus leading to their ruin. Where princes hold their elders in esteem, the latter will advise them on statecraft, pointing out the traditional practices. In military strategy, they have practical experience so that in a given situation they can give sound guidance, such as how to advance and how to retreat. Drawing on the rich experience and mature wisdom of their elders, the princes can thus carry on their proud tradition, perpetuating their national glory. The fifth factor of growth and non-decline. Ananda, do the Vajjian princes refrain from carrying away by force women and girls and keeping them? What have you heard? Venerable sir, I have heard that the Vajjian princes do not carry away by force women and girls and keep them. Ananda, so long as the Vajjian princes refrain from carrying away by force women and girls and keeping them, they are bound to prosper. There is no reason for their decline. Herein, where the rulers forcibly take any woman or girl without consent, the people will be very angry. They have taken away a mother from our house. They have taken away our girl whom we have nurtured with such great devotion. They have kept them at the palace. People will complain. They will leave the country, go to the remote regions, and become criminals themselves. Or they may join gangs of bandits and roam the country. This is a cause of decline for rulers. Where the rulers do not forcibly take away women and girls and keep them, the people are free from molestation and anxiety, and they go about their usual business. They contribute to the wealth of the rulers. So, restraint of rulers is a factor for their progress. The sixth factor of growth and non-decline. Ananda, do the Vajjian princes hold in respect, reverence, honor, and veneration their traditional shrines within and without the city? Do they see to it that appropriate offerings and oblations are made at those shrines as of yore, without remiss? What have you heard? Venerable sir, I have heard that the Vajjian princes hold in respect, reverence, honor, and veneration their traditional shrines within and without the city. They see to it that appropriate offerings and oblations are made at those shrines as of yore, without remiss. Ananda, so long as the Vajjian princes hold in respect, reverence, honor, and veneration their traditional shrines within and without the city, and see to it that appropriate offerings and oblations are made at those shrines as of yore, without remiss, they are bound to prosper. There is no reason for their decline. where the rulers do not venerate the traditional shrines whether inside or outside of the city, and are remiss in making the customary offerings and oblations that are due to them. The guardian spirits do not afford them protection. Although the guardian spirits are not able to cause fresh misfortune to the people, they can aggravate the existing misfortune, such as a worsening in coughs and headaches. In times of war, they do not join forces against the enemy. Thus the rulers stand to meet with decline. Where rulers do not neglect the customary offerings and oblations that are due to guardian spirits at the traditional shrines, the latter give them protection. Although the guardian spirits are not able to bring fresh fortunes to the people, they can attenuate the existing misfortune, such as causing immediate relief in coughs and headaches. In times of war, they join forces with the local combatants. They may cause delusion in the enemy, thinking that the local army is twice or thrice its actual numbers, or they may show up terrifying sights before the enemy. Keeping the traditional guardian spirits in a good mood through customary offerings and oblations is therefore a factor of prosperity for rulers. The seventh factor of growth and non-decline. Ananda, do the Vajjian princes see to it that arahats are given suitable protection and security, so that those arahats who have not yet visited the Vajjian country may go, and so that those arahats who have already arrived may live in the Vajjian country in a genial atmosphere? What have you heard? Venerable Sir, I have heard that the Vajjian princes make careful provisions for the protection of and security for arahats, so that those arahats who have not yet visited the Vajjian country may go, and so that those arahats who have already arrived may live in the Vajjian country in a genial atmosphere. Ananda, so long as the Vajjian princes see to it that arahats are given suitable protection and security, so that those arahats who have not yet visited the Vajjian country may go, and so that those arahats who have already arrived may live in the Vajjian country in a genial atmosphere, they are bound to prosper. There is no reason for their decline. In this matter, protection means necessary measures to ensure safety and security, means safeguarding the peaceful and friendly atmosphere. For noble persons, their protection and security need not be provided using a powerful armed guard. What is needed is to make sure that annoyance is not caused to these noble ones by such improper ways as felling of trees near their monastery, hunting or fishing in the vicinity. Careful provisions for the protection and security are intended to guarantee a genial atmosphere for arahats. They reflect the friendly attitude of the Vajjian princes towards the noble ones. Where the rulers of a country do not have a friendly attitude towards arahats who have not yet visited their country, it is due to their lack of faith in the three treasures. In that case, when monastics visit their country, they would not welcome them, would not go to them and pay homage, would not converse with them cordially, would not ask questions concerning the doctrine, would not listen to their discourse, would not make offerings to them, would not hear the joyous remarks of the recipient monastics, and would not arrange for their stay. They earn the reputation that such and such a ruler has no faith in the three treasures, as when monastics visited their country, they would not welcome them, would not arrange for their stay. Due to this ill repute, monastics do not travel near the city gate of such a ruler, and if they cannot avoid using the road that passes by the city of that ruler, they would not enter the city. And thus there is no arrival of arahats who have not yet visited that city. If those monastics who have already visited that city do not find a genial atmosphere, the monastics will feel that they have visited a wrong place. Who would live in such an unfriendly city where the rulers are so disrespectful? They would say, and leave the place. Where a place is shunned by monastics due to non-arrival of monastics and departure of monastics who have already visited there, the place becomes devoid of monastics. Where monastics do not stay, guardian spirits do not stay either. Where guardian spirits do not stay, demons have the run of the place. Where the demons thrive, strange diseases that are not known previously are caused by them. Opportunity for earning merit on account of seeing virtuous persons, seeking answers to doctrinal points, etc., is lost. This state of affairs is a cause of decline for rulers. The happy consequences of caring for the virtuous may be understood on the basis of the above unhappy consequences arising out of a lack of such care. Then the Buddha said to the Brahmin Vasikara, chief minister of Magadha, Brahmin, On one occasion, I taught the Vajjian princes these 7 principles of progress while I was staying at the Āṭānāṭiya shrine in Vaisali. Brahman, so long as these 7 factors of growth and non-decline remain with the Vajjian princes, and so long as the Vajjian princes carefully abide by these 7 principles, they are bound to prosper. There is no reason for their decline. Then the Brahmin Vasikara replied to the Buddha, "Revered Gautama, careful abidance to just one of those factors of growth would ensure the prosperity of the Vajjian princes, allowing no cause whatsoever for their decline. How much more so if they carefully abide by all the 7 factors? Revered Gautama, it is not likely that King Ajātasattu will conquer the Vajjian country simply by making war upon it unless he can successfully seduce the Vajji princes or sow seeds of dissension among them. O revered Gautama, we shall go now. We have many affairs to attend to. Brahmin, you know the time to go." Then the Brahmin Vasikara, being greatly pleased with the Buddha's words, expressed his delight, rose from his seat, and departed. The Āṭānāṭiya shrine was a pre-Buddhist shrine set up to propitiate a yaka of that name. With the advent of the Buddha, a monastery was built on the site. Hence the monastery was known as Āṭānāṭiya Shrine. The Brahmin's suggestion of seduction was meant to resort to acts of friendliness towards the enemy with lavish presents and messages of goodwill and amity. When the enemy was led into thinking that Ajātasattu was a real friend and remained unprepared for war, then only the chief minister would advise the king to attack. His second idea of sowing seeds of dissension also was another strategy to weaken the enemy. Both of these ideas flowed out of the Buddha's 7 factors of growth. It might be asked, did the fortunate one know that the Brahmin Vasikara would benefit from the discourse? The answer is yes. Then why did the fortunate one make the discourse? He made the discourse out of compassion for the Vajjian princes. To elaborate, the Buddha knew with his supreme wisdom that if he did not give the discourse to the Brahmin, King Ajātasattu would invade the Lichavi country, capture the Lichavi princes, and destroy them in 2 or 3 days' time. By giving the discourse, King Ajātasattu would first use the strategy of sowing dissension among the Lichavi princes and move to destroy them only after 3 years. 3 more years of survival would provide the Lichavis opportunities for more meritorious deeds that would establish them in good stead. Hence the discourse was given out of great compassion by the Buddha. The fall of Vaisali. When Brahmin Vasikara returned from the Buddha and got back to the palace, King Ajātasattu asked him, "Brahmin, what did the fortunate one say?" "Your Majesty, according to Buddha Gautama, the Vajjians cannot be captured unless through deceit or through causing disunity amongst them. If we employ deceit, we shall have to suffer losses in our armed forces. We had better try to cause disunity amongst them. But Brahmin, how should we go about it?" "In that case, hold a meeting at the palace and announce your intention to make war with the Vajjians. Then I shall pretend to disapprove of the idea and leave the council chamber. At that, you should feign anger with me and blame me openly. Thereafter, I shall send gifts to the Vajjians in open daylight which you should promptly find out and confiscate. Then, branding me as a traitor, you should, instead of inflicting physical punishment, appear to choose to disgrace me, shave my head, and expel me from the city. Then I shall speak out defiant words to the effect that, I know the defense system of your city. I will lead the Vajjians to destroy the city walls and ransack the city. At those impertinent words from me, you should show great anger and order my immediate departure." King Ajātasattu carried out Vasikara's scheme in detail. The Lichavi princes learnt that Vasikara had left Rajagaha, but they had fear of him as he was known as a crooked person. "Let him not cross the Ganges to our shore," they protested strongly. However, some of the Lichavis said, "Vasikara is in his plight because he spoke in our defense." So the Lichavis allowed the Brahmin to cross the Ganges. Brahmin Vasikara came to the Lichavi princes, and on being asked the reason for his banishment, he told them what had taken place at the Rajagaha court. The Lichavis were sympathetic with Vasikara. They thought he was treated too severely for such a small offense. "What was your official status at the Rajagaha court?" they asked of Vasikara. "I was the Minister of Justice." Then you can have that post at our court, the Lichavis told him. Vasikara proved himself a very competent judge. The Lichavis then learned the princely arts from him. When Brahman Vasikara had established himself as the royal teacher, he started to put his scheme into effect. He would call up a Lichavi prince in private and ask some trifling things such as, "Do yous under your royal highness do cultivating?" "Yes, they do," would be the natural answer. "Do they yoke a pair of oxen?" "Yes, they do." The dialogue did not go further. The two parted. But when one of the Lichavis who saw the private discussion asked the Lichavi who had conversed with Vasikara about the subject of their discussion and was told the truth, the inquirer naturally could not believe it. There must be something that he is keeping to himself, he thought. A wedge had been thus placed between the two princes. On another day, Brahman Vasikara took another Lichavi prince into private and asked, "Your Royal Highness, what did you have for breakfast today?" And that was all. When some other Lichavi princes asked about the meeting and was told the truth, it struck them as unbelievable. Another wedge had been laid at another place. On another occasion, Brahman Vasikara asked another Lichavi prince in private, "Your Royal Highness is said to be in straitened circumstances. Is that true?" "Who told you so?" asked the prince. "Prince so and so told me." And so ill will between two innocent Lichavi princes was created. Yet on another occasion, Brahman Vasikara said to another Lichavi prince in private, "Your Royal Highness is called a coward by someone." "Who dares call me a coward?" asked the prince. Prince so and so did. Thus enmity arose between two innocent Lichavi princes. After 3 years of insidious scheming, Brahman Vasikara brought the Lichavi princes to such a state that no two princes had faith in the other. Then, to test the effectiveness of his scheme, he had a public proclamation made by the beat of the gong for an assembly of the Lichavi princes, each bearing a grudge against another. None of the princes was prepared to work together in unison as before. "Let the well-to-do princes attend. We are the wretched ones," some would say, or "Let brave men go. We are but cowards." And on these diverse grounds of disunity, the assembly did not take place. Brahman Vasikara then sent a secret message to King Ajātasattu that it was the time to attack Vesali. Ajātasattu gave the war cry by the beat of the gong and marched out of Rajagaha. The ruling princes of Vesali heard the news. "We will not let them cross the Ganges," they declared, and an assembly was called, but nursing old grudges, no one attended. "Let the brave ones go," etc., they would say in derision. When Ajātasattu's forces had crossed the Ganga, the ruling princes of Vesali declared, "We will not let them enter our city. We will close our city gates and stand firm. Come, let's set our defenses now." They shouted and tried to convene an assembly. Yet there was no response. Ajātasattu's army met no resistance whatsoever from Vesali, whose city gates remained open. They massacred all the Lichavi princes and returned to Rajagaha as conquerors. The events leading to the fall of Vesali and its utter destruction took place during the 3 years, beginning with the year of the passing away of the Buddha and 2 years after that. The story is reproduced here as described in the commentary in this connection. May the reader, the virtuous follower of the Buddha, visualize in his imagination the scene of Brahman Vasikara learning from the Buddha the 7 factors of growth and non-decline for rulers at the mountain abode of the Buddha atop Mount Gijaka, and his departure in all satisfaction from there. 7 factors of non-decline for the monastics. The first set of 7 factors of non-decline. Even when the Buddha was giving a discourse on the 7 factors of growth for rulers to Brahman Vasikara, he had in mind making a similar discourse for the guidance of monastics in the interest of the prolongation of his teaching, which will be conducive to release from the round of existences and realization of nibbana, and hence are more beneficial than the 7 factors of growth for rulers, which are merely mundane principles. Accordingly, soon after the Brahman Vasikara had left, the Buddha said to Venerable Ananda, "Go, Ananda, and let all the monastics living around Rajagaha gather in the assembly hall." "Very well, Venerable Sir," said Venerable Ananda, and arranged for a full gathering of monastics. He sent monastics endowed with special powers to inform those monastics who dwelled at some distance from Rajagaha, and went personally to those monastics who were living nearby. When the monastics had gathered in the assembly hall, Venerable Ananda approached the Buddha, made obeisance to him, and standing at a suitable distance, said to him, "Venerable Sir, the community of monastics is assembled. It is time for the fortunate one to go, as and when he wishes." Then the Buddha went to the assembly hall, and, taking the seat prepared for him, addressed the monastics thus: "Monastics, I shall expound to you the 7 factors of non-decline. Listen and pay attention to what I am going to say in detail." "Very well, Venerable Sir," the monastics responded, and the Buddha gave this discourse. 1. Monastics. So long as the monastics hold frequent meetings and have many meetings, they are bound to make progress spiritually. There is no reason for their decline. 2. Monastics. So long as the monastics assemble and disperse in harmony, and attend to the affairs of the Sangha in harmony, they are bound to make progress spiritually. There is no reason for their decline. 3. Monastics. So long as the monastics do not prescribe rules that had not been prescribed by the Buddha, and observe well the training rules, Vinaya, prescribed by the Buddha, they are bound to make progress spiritually. There is no reason for their decline. 4. Monastics. So long as the monastics show respect, deference, esteem, and veneration towards the elders, who are of long standing and are senior in the monastic life, who have acquired the position of leadership among the Sangha, and consider that the advice of those elders is worth listening to, they are bound to make progress spiritually. There is no reason for their decline. 5. Monastics. So long as the monastics do not yield to the power, to the influence of craving, ta, which arises in them and which leads to rebirth, they are bound to progress spiritually. There is no reason for their decline. 6. Monastics. So long as the monastics are willing to go into seclusion in remote forest dwellings, they are bound to progress spiritually. There is no reason for their decline. 7. Monastics. So long as the monastics remain established in mindfulness themselves, so that those co-practitioners of the monastic practice who cherish morality and who have not yet come might come, and those of similar nature who have already come might live in peace and comfort, they are bound to progress spiritually. There is no reason for their decline. Monastics. So long as these 7 factors of non-decline remain with the monastics, and so long as the monastics live by them, they are bound to progress spiritually. There is no reason for their decline. The above 7 factors are called the first set of 7 factors of non-decline of monastics. 1. Of these 7, the first factor of assembling often is essentially the same as the first principle of progress taught the Vajjiyans. Unless monastics meet together often, they cannot get to know what is going on at various monasteries. For instance, a certain monastic boundary hall, Sima, in a certain monastery may be flawed for having mixed boundaries so that valid Sangha functions cannot be held in them, or that certain monastics at a certain monastery are practicing medicine, or acting as messengers for lay persons, or taxing the patience of their lay supporters by too many requests, or are pursuing gain with gain, etc. When the laxity of monastic conduct is not taken note of by the Sangha, evil monastics may take undue advantage of it and multiply their numbers with adverse consequences for the teaching. By the Sangha frequently meeting in assembly and promptly, a faulty monastic boundary hall, Sima, can be put right by Sangha acts so that it can function according to the Vinaya. When evil monastics have formed a community of their own, noble monastics who have attained paths and fruitions can be dispatched to teach them the ways and practices of the noble ones, Arya Vasadhamma. Evil monastics can be chastised by sending monastics adept at the discipline. In such cases, evil monastics will know that the Sangha is vigilant and that they cannot thrive. Thus the progress for the monastics in the threefold training is assured. 2. Monastics assembling in harmony means promptly responding to a call for the Sangha congregation to carry out any Sangha business, such as clearing the relic shrine, stupa, precincts, or doing repair work to the shrines, or making vows, or imparting instructions under the discipline. On no account should the signal for the gathering of the monastics be treated lightly. All personal engagements, such as stitching robes, or baking an alms bowl, or repairing the monastery, should be dropped for the moment to attend the assembly. This attitude of always giving priority to the business of the Sangha assembly assures harmony in monastic assemblies. Dispersing in harmony means to rise from the meeting all at once and to break up without exception. If some monastics were to stay on, those who have left the assembly hall might harbor suspicions against those staying behind. They might think, those monastics have real business to discuss between themselves only, and misunderstandings may, 993, arise. Dispersing in harmony may also mean rising up together eagerly, to take responsibility, to carry out the resolutions made at the assembly, such as participation in Sangha acts concerning monastic boundary halls, sima, or volunteering for chastising an errant monastic. Attending to the affairs of the Sangha in harmony means a readiness on the part of every monastic to live as a community, never being selfish. For instance, if a guest monastic arrives, he should be given a warm welcome instead of being directed to another monastery or making undue inquiries about his identity. This is particularly important in respect of a sick monastic needing shelter and attention. Finding monastic requisites, such as alms bowl, robes, medicine for the needy, is also an act of harmonious discharge of a monastic's obligations. Where there is a dearth of learned monastics at a certain place, and there is the danger of the Pi text or the correct meaning thereof going to extinction, the monastics of that place should find a competent monastic to teach the text and interpret the meaning thereof, and he should be looked after properly by way of the 4 monastic requisites. 3. In the third factor of non-decline, prescribing a monastic undertaking which is not in accordance with the doctrine amounts to prescribing something that had not been prescribed by the Buddha. An example of such an undertaking. There is a certain provision in the discipline called a sitting blanket, Nisādana rule, or an old blanket, Purasanta rule in the Parajaka PTS 3.232. When the Buddha was staying in Savatthi at the Jetavana monastery, he said to the monastics, "Monastics, I wish to remain in seclusion for 3 months. No monastic shall come to me except the one who brings my meals." The monastics then made an undertaking among themselves that any monastic who went to the Buddha, other than the one bringing food for him, should be liable to a confession, Pasattiya, offense, and breach of this offense should be conveyed to the Sangha. Now this is overdoing the Buddha's orders. These monastics had no right to classify a breach of the Buddha's words on that particular occasion as one of a confession, Pasattiya, offense, nor any right to declare by their own undertaking the breach a cause for confession. Such an undertaking is against the Dhamma Vinaya, and amounts to prescribing something which the Buddha had not prescribed. Disregarding what the Buddha prescribed is best illustrated by the case of the Vajjipataka monastics of Vesali, when they tried to introduce 10 unlawful rules of their liking, in flagrant disobedience to the Buddha's Vinaya rules. That event took place on the 100th year of the Buddha's passing away. See the Council of the 700 Saddha Kandaka, Vincan 22. During the time of the Buddha, there were monastics Assaji and Panabhisuka who intentionally infringed minor rules of the discipline. However trifling the offense might be, non-observance of what the Buddha prescribed is still a non-observance. In the story of an old blanket, Purasanta, the Arahat Upasena, the brother of Venerable Sariputta, refrained from making a novel undertaking a monastic rule of conduct. This is a case of not prescribing rules that had not been prescribed by the Buddha. Venerable Yasa, who headed the Second Council, taught the Dhamma Vinaya to the monastics. This is an instance of not disregarding the training rules prescribed by the Buddha. On the eve of the First Council, a lively discussion took place among the Sangha whether minor offenses should be dropped from the code of Vinaya, because the Buddha, when his passing away was near, gave this option to the Sangha after he was gone. Venerable Kassapa, as head of the First Council, made a formal proposal at the Sangha congregation to uphold all minor offenses as prescribed by the Buddha. This is a case of observing well the training rules prescribed by the Buddha. For, with reference to this factor of non-decline, elders would give spiritual guidance only to those monastics who are courteous and reverential, 994, towards them, and who approach them twice or thrice every day. To those who willingly seek guidance by showing their admiration, The elders would impart practical wisdom handed down from generations of teachers and essential points in the doctrine that are fit to be taught only to sincere and devoted pupils. If the monastics do not show due respect and regard to the elders, they will be deprived of the 5 benefits such as morality and the 7 properties of the noble ones, Arya, and so stand to have a great loss and decline. Those monastics who are courteous and reverential towards the elders and approach them twice or thrice every day gain knowledge from them in many ways. They get practical instructions in insight meditation, such as, you should go forward thus, being mindful and with clear comprehension. You should go backward thus. You should look straight ahead thus. You should look sideways thus. You should bend the arm thus. You should stretch out the folded arm thus. You should carry the double robe and alms bowl thus, etc. The elders would impart to them practical wisdom, which was handed down from generations of teachers, and the essential points in the doctrine, which were worthy to only sincere and devoted pupils. They would teach them the 13 ascetic practices and warn them against the pitfalls in doctrinal controversy by explaining to them the moot points contained in the 10 points of controversy, Kathavathu. Thus, being established as good pupils of worthy teachers, these monastics will gain the 5 benefits, such as morality, fulfilling the task of awakening, the fruit of becoming a monastic. 5. As regards the 5th factor of non-decline, a monastic who goes about from village to village, town to town, always at the heels of their supporters for the sake of acquiring the 4 monastic requisites, is one who yields to the power of craving. One who yields to craving is on the decline in the benefits of monastic practice, such as morality. One who does not yield to craving progresses spiritually, beginning with morality. 6. As regards the 6th factor of non-decline, a remote forest dwelling is a place away from human settlements, but not necessarily in a forest. One must be willing to dwell in seclusion in such a place. In a monastery close to a town or village, when a monastic rises from absorption, jhana, he hears human voices, male, female, or children's voices which spoil his concentration. At a forest abode, one wakes up in the morning to the sounds of animals and birds, which makes for peace and contentment and creates a delightful satisfaction, pity, and by wisely reflecting on that delightful satisfaction, one can attain the arahat fruition. Thus the Buddha speaks in praise of a monastic sleeping at a remote forest dwelling, even more than a monastic in meditation absorption, living near a town or a village. This is because he sees the potential to become an arahat in the forest-dwelling monastic. That is why he says that as long as monastics are willing to dwell in seclusion in a forest abode, they are bound to progress spiritually and that there is no reason for their decline. 7. Regarding the 7th factor of non-decline, resident monastics who do not welcome co-practitioners of the monastic practice who cherish morality are those who lack faith in the 3 treasures. This type of monastic would not greet guest monastics on arrival, would not offer a seat, nor would fan them to cool them, and would not do any act normally expected of a host monastic. A monastery where such monastics live earns the reputation it deserves, that such and such a monastery is a place where monastics lacking in faith in the 3 treasures live, that it is unfriendly to guest monastics and inhospitable. That reputation keeps away guest monastics from entering that monastery even though they may happen to be passing by it. Therefore, virtuous monastics who have not been there will never go there. Those virtuous monastics who have not been there, not knowing the inhospitable nature of the monastery, will soon find out that the place is not the right, 995 one for them to stay long, and will go away in disgust. In this way, that monastery will become a place where other virtuous monastics do not care to settle down. The result is that the resident monastics of that monastery will lack any opportunity of seeing virtuous ones who can share with them the doctrine which could dispel doubts in them, teach them the training precepts, and preach to them the excellent doctrine. These resident monastics will then hear no new discourse, nor will they try to retain through constant recitation whatever they have learnt. Thus the benefits of the monastic life, such as morality, will dwindle day by day. Resident monastics who wish to see guest monastics arrive at their monastery are those that have faith in the 3 treasures, so they would cordially greet those virtuous monastics who visit them, would offer lodging and ask them to join them on the alms round. They get an opportunity to learn the doctrine from the guest monastics and have their doubts dispelled. They can hear discourses on the excellent doctrine. The monastery resided in by this type of monastic earns a good reputation as a place where monastics with faith in the three treasures live, as a hospitable place that honors virtuous guest monastics. That reputation attracts virtuous monastics to it. When they arrive, the resident monastics do whatever acts of hospitality are due. They would pay respects to the visiting monastics who are senior to them, or would sit on their own seats around the visiting monastics who are junior to them, and then ask whether the visitor plans to stay or to move on to another place. If the visitor says he intends moving on, the resident monastics would invite him to stay on, pointing out that the place is a suitable one for them, and that alms gathering would also be no problem for him. If the visitor agrees to stay on, then the resident monastics get the privilege of learning the discipline. If the visitor is proficient in the Vinaya, or learning the doctrine Siddhanta, if the visitor is proficient in the discourses. Abiding by the instructions given by the virtuous visitors, the resident monastics become arahats with the four discriminative knowledges, pi sambit a with makrane. As for the virtuous guest monastics, they say gladly, "When we first came here, we thought of staying only a few days, but since the resident monastics make our stay pleasant, we shall stay here for 10 or 12 years. Thus the benefits of the monastic life, such as morality, increase. The second set of 7 factors of non-decline. Further, the Buddha said to the monastics, "Monastics, I shall expound to you another set of 7 factors of non-decline. Listen and pay good attention. I shall explain in detail." "Very well, venerable sir," the monastics responded. And the Buddha said this. 1. Monastics. So long as the monastics do not delight in and concern themselves with mundane activities or transactions, they are bound to progress spiritually. There is no reason for their decline. 2. Monastics. So long as the monastics do not delight in and seek enjoyment in idle talk, they are bound to progress spiritually. There is no reason for their decline. 3. Monastics. So long as the monastics do not delight in and seek enjoyment in slothfulness, and are not fond of sleeping, they are bound to progress spiritually. There is no reason for their decline. 4. Monastics. So long as the monastics do not seek enjoyment in the company of associates, they are bound to progress spiritually. There is no reason for their decline. 5. Monastics. So long as the monastics do not have any evil desire to make pretentious claims to attainment or to virtue, and do not yield to such evil desire, they are bound to progress spiritually. There is no reason for their decline. 6. Monastics. So long as the monastics do not associate with evil friends or evil 996 companions, and are not favorably disposed towards evil companionship, they are bound to progress spiritually. There is no reason for their decline. 7. Monastics. So long as the monastics, after comprehending the truth in a small way, do not stop halfway before attaining awakening, they are bound to progress spiritually. There is no reason for their decline. Monastics. So long as these 7 factors of non-decline remain with the monastics, and so long as the monastics live by them, they are bound to progress spiritually. There is no reason for their decline. 1. Of those 7 factors, the first factor, mundane activities, means assigning a robe for use, stitching robes, reinforcing the layers of a robe, making a needle container, stitching a sling for the alms bowl, stitching the girdle, stitching a water strainer, making a circular stand for the alms bowl, making a potsherd for scraping the feet, or making a broom, etc. Some monastics devote all their time to these matters. This, pointed out as the first factor, is not proper. A monastic should apportion his time for such matters, but he should have time for learning, studying, cleaning the relic shrine, stupa, precinct, etc., as well as to allow some time for meditation. A monastic who uses his time judiciously is not one who enjoys worldly affairs. 2. Idle talk means speaking fondly about women or about men, and any other flippant speech that is not conducive to the paths and fruitions. A monastic who indulges in such petty talk all the time is one who seeks enjoyment in idle talk. A monastic, who discourses on the doctrine by day and by night, who answers doctrinal questions, is called a reticent monastic, one who is disciplined in speech. The Buddha has said, Sanapatitna vio bhikkhave dvaya karaya dami ve katha ariyo va tabavo. For you, monastics, there are only two things to do when you meet one another: talk about the doctrine, or remain silent in deep contemplation. 3. A monastic, who is given to sloth and torpor even while going, sitting or lying down, is one who seeks enjoyment in slothfulness and is fond of sleeping. A monastic, who might have a cat nap due to earnest effort at monastic practice that tires his body, is not one who is slothful or is fond of sleeping. 4. A monastic, who feels uneasy in being alone but is fond of company of one or more to talk to, is one who seeks enjoyment in company. A monastic, who delights in being alone in all the 4 bodily postures and who is perfectly at ease while alone, is not one who is fond of company. 5. A monastic, lacking morality, may claim morality. Such a monastic is called one who has an evil desire. A monastic, who does not have pretension to morality, is not one who has an evil desire. 6. A friend is one whom one loves. A companion is one who lives, goes, or eats together with oneself. 7. A monastic who does not rest contented with purity of morality, or attainment of insight knowledge, or attainment of absorption, jhana, or attainment of stream entry, or attainment of once returning, or attainment of non-returner, but relentlessly strives to become an arahat, is one who is bound to progress spiritually. There is no reason for his decline. The third set of 7 factors of non-decline. Further, the Buddha said to the monastics, Monastics, I shall expound to you another set of 7 factors of non-decline. Listen and pay good attention. I shall explain it in detail. Very well, sir. The monastics responded, and the Buddha said this. 1. Monastics. So long as the monastics are instilled with confidence or faith grounded on conviction, they are bound to progress spiritually. There is no reason for their decline. 2. Monastics. So long as the monastics have a conscience about wrongdoing, hiri, they are bound to progress spiritually. There is no reason for their decline. 3. Monastics. So long as the monastics have concern about wrongdoing, ottappa, they are bound to progress spiritually. There is no reason for their decline. 4. Monastics. So long as the monastics have vast learning, they are bound to progress spiritually. There is no reason for their decline. 5. Monastics. So long as the monastics are diligent, they are bound to progress spiritually. There is no reason for their decline. 6. Monastics. So long as the monastics are established in mindfulness, they are bound to progress spiritually. There is no reason for their decline. 7. Monastics. So long as the monastics are endowed with insight wisdom, vipassanapanna, they are bound to progress spiritually. There is no reason for their decline. Monastics. So long as these 7 factors of non-decline remain with the monastics, and so long as the monastics live by them, they are bound to progress spiritually. There is no reason for their decline. 1. Of these 7 factors, the first factor of non-decline is conviction or faith saddha. It is of 4 kinds. 1. Faith in the not yet attained, agamaniya saddha, refers to the strength of conviction that arises in a bodhisattva due to the noble striving after perfection in 10 ways, parami, charity, kaga, and good conduct, kariya, without external prompting, which puts unshakable faith in anything that deserves faith. 2. Faith based on attainment, adhigama saddha, refers to the unassailably firm conviction of a noble one, arya, in the 4 noble truths due to having penetrative knowledge of the path. 3. Clear faith, pasada saddha, refers to the depth of conviction in the 3 treasures such as that of Mahakappana. When he heard the words, Buddha, Dhamma, Sangha, he had a deep faith in the noble qualities of the Buddha such as, the Buddha has analytical knowledge of all things, and so on, and this faith arose in him without being tutored by others about the attributes of the Buddha, the Dhamma, or Sangha. 4. Trusting faith, Okapanna saddha, refers to conviction after considered judgment regarding the Buddha, Dhamma, saga when others make mention about them. After well-considered judgment, the holder of this kind of faith has unshakable conviction in the three treasures like that of a noble one, Arya, who has realized the truth. In the present context about the first factor of non-decline, clear faith and trusting faith are meant. 2-3. In the second and third things that prevent decline, the distinction between conscience, hiri, and concern otapa should be understood by means of this analogy. Let us say there are two balls of iron. The first is cool, but is smeared with human excreta. The second is just a red-hot iron ball. A wise man would not touch the first iron ball lest he would pollute his hand, and he would not touch the second one lest his hand would get burnt. Likewise, a wise 998 person abhors wrongdoing because he detests it for its shameful quality. His sense of conscience to do wrongdoing is called conscience, hiri. He is concerned about wrongdoing because he is full of apprehension about the consequences, both here and in the hereafter. His concern about doing wrongdoing is called concern otapa. 4. In the fourth thing that prevents decline, a person of vast learning means one who is well read in the Pi texts and doctrine, pariyati, and one who has penetrative knowledge of the truth, that is, one who has gained supermundane knowledge, Veda. In the present context, the first meaning should be taken. Of the type of persons well read in the canon, there are these four kinds. 1. A monastic who needs no guidance in the interpretation of the canon. 2. A monastic who is fit to head a monastery. 3. A monastic who can give advice and instructions to female monastics. 4. A monastic who, like Venerable Ananda, is conversant with the whole of the canon and can explain and discourse on any point in them. In the context regarding the fourth thing that prevents decline, this fourth kind of learned person is meant. Only such a person can become established in the good practice, paipati, the good penetration, Veda, because being well-read is the foundation for both of them. 5. In the fifth thing that prevents decline, the diligent person fulfills two aspects of diligence, physical and mental. Physical diligence refers to a loner who shuns company and cultivates, in all the bodily postures, the 8 subjects on which diligence should be built. Mental diligence refers to a yogi who distances himself from the 6 sense objects and dwells in the 8 stages of absorption, jhana, and who, in other moments, in all the bodily postures, allows no defilements to enter his mind, which is constantly vigilant. So long as monastics are diligent both physically and mentally, they are bound to prosper. There is no possibility for them to decline. 6. In the sixth thing that prevents decline, established in mindfulness, means persons who have such power of awareness as being able to remember all deeds or words that they had done or spoken long ago, as in the case of Venerable Mahagadambaya, Venerable Gabaka, and Venerable Tipiyaka. Venerable Mahagadambaya was a precocious child. At the traditional ceremony for feeding him with the auspicious milk rice, on the 5th day after he was born, he made the sound, shoo, shoo, to scare away the crow that tried to poke its head into the rice bowl. When he grew up and later became an elderly monastic, his pupils asked him, "Venerable Sir, what earliest physical or verbal action of yours do you remember?" He related the event of his shooing away the crow when he was just 5 days old. When Venerable Gabaka was just 9 days old, his mother, in trying to kiss him, bent down over his effigy, and her big hairdo adorned with lots of Spanish jasmine buds came loose, letting handfuls of the flower buds drop on his bare chest. He remembered how that dropping of buds caused him pain. When asked by his pupils about his earliest memories, he recounted this event that he experienced as a 9-day-old child. When Venerable Tipiyaka was asked about his power of memory, this great elder said, "Friends, there are 4 gates to the city of Āṭānāṭiya. After the closing of 3 of these gates, when only the 4th gate was allowed to be used by the people, I would ask the name of each person going out in the morning. When they entered the city by the same gate in the evening, I could call up all of their names." 7. In the 7th thing that prevents decline, insight means the comprehension of the rising and dissolution of the 5 aggregates, Udayabaya Punna. In another sense, mindfulness or awareness mentioned as the 6th thing that prevents decline and insight mentioned in the 7th refer to right mindfulness and insight, which are the foundation of insight development, that is, having awareness and perception while meditating. The fourth set of 7 factors of non-decline. The Buddha then continued with the further 7 factors of non-decline thus. 1. Monastics. So long as the monastics cultivate mindfulness, sati, a factor of awakening, they are bound to progress spiritually. There is no reason for their decline. 2. Monastics. So long as the monastics cultivate investigative knowledge of phenomena, Dhammavicaya, a factor of awakening, they are bound to progress spiritually. There is no reason for their decline. 3. Monastics. So long as the monastics cultivate effort, viriya, a factor of awakening, they are bound to progress spiritually. There is no reason for their decline. 4. Monastics. So long as the monastics cultivate delightful satisfaction, piti, a factor of awakening, they are bound to progress spiritually. There is no reason for their decline. 5. Monastics. So long as the monastics cultivate serenity, passaddhi, a factor of awakening, they are bound to progress spiritually. There is no reason for their decline. 6. Monastics. So long as the monastics cultivate concentration, samadhi, a factor of awakening, they are bound to progress spiritually. There is no reason for their decline. 7. Monastics. So long as the monastics cultivate equanimity, upekkha, a factor of awakening, they are bound to progress spiritually. There is no reason for their decline. Monastics. So long as these 7 factors of non-decline remain with the monastics, and so long as the monastics live by them, they are bound to progress spiritually. There is no reason for their decline. In these 7 factors of awakening, which should be cultivated by monastics for progress, the Buddha teaches insight development pertaining to the paths and fruitions both at the mundane and supermundane levels. The fifth set of 7 factors of non-decline. The Buddha then continued with the further 7 factors of non-decline thus. 1. Monastics. So long as the monastics cultivate the perception of impermanence and nikka, they are bound to progress spiritually. There is no reason for their decline. 2. Monastics. So long as the monastics cultivate the perception of non-self, anatta, they are bound to progress spiritually. There is no reason for their decline. 3. Monastics. So long as the monastics cultivate the perception of the foulness or impurity of the body, asubha, they are bound to progress spiritually. There is no reason for their decline. 4. Monastics. So long as the monastics cultivate the perception of the danagars and the aggregates, Āṭānāṭiya, they are bound to progress spiritually. There is no reason for their decline. 5. Monastics. So long as the monastics cultivate the perception of abandoning, pahana, they are bound to progress spiritually. There is no reason for their decline. 6. Monastics. So long as the monastics cultivate the perception of detachment from passion, viraga, they are bound to progress spiritually. There is no 1,000 reason for their decline. 7. Monastics. So long as the monastics cultivate the perception of cessation, nirodha, they are bound to progress spiritually. There is no reason for their decline. Monastics. So long as these 7 factors of non-decline remain with the monastics, and so long as the monastics live by them, they are bound to progress spiritually. There is no reason for their decline. Herein, the perception of impermanence means perception that arises with concentrated reflection on the impermanence of mind and body. The perception of non-self should be understood likewise. Insight into the impermanent nature of conditioned phenomena that pertains to the 3 spheres of existence is insight wisdom, vipassana panna. The perception of that knowledge is worth cultivating since it is perception associated with knowledge. It should be noted that the word perception essentially means knowledge. The same method of the Buddha's teaching should be understood regarding perception of non-self, etc. Of the above 7 factors, the first 5 are mundane. The last 2 are both mundane and supermundane. The 6 factors of non-decline. Further, the Buddha said to the monastics, "Monastics, I shall expound to you 6 factors of non-decline. Listen and pay good attention. I shall explain it in detail." "Very well, sir," responded the monastics. The Buddha said this. 1. Monastics, so long as the monastics show by their bodily action their kind regards towards fellow practitioners of the pure life, both openly and in private, they are bound to progress spiritually. There is no reason for their decline. 2. Monastics, so long as the monastics show by their speech their kind regards towards fellow practitioners of the pure life, openly and in private, they are bound to progress spiritually. There is no reason for their decline. 3. Monastics, so long as the monastics keep an attitude of kind regards towards fellow practitioners of the pure life, openly and in private, they are bound to progress spiritually. There is no reason for their decline. 4. Monastics, so long as the monastics share with virtuous fellow practitioners of the pure life whatever they receive righteously, such as the 4 monastic requisites, and least of all, the alms food collected in their alms bowl. Without enjoying it alone, they are bound to progress spiritually. There is no reason for their decline. 5. Monastics, so long as the monastics, both openly and in private, remain in observance of the same moral precepts, sila, which lead to liberation from bondage to craving, ta, which are extolled by the wise, which are not subject to misconception, which make for concentration, and which are unbroken, intact, unblemished, unspotted, they are bound to progress spiritually. There is no reason for their decline. 6. Monastics, so long as the monastics, both openly and in private, remain in noble knowledge which leads to nibbana, and which leads one guided by it to the end of the unalloyed suffering, dukkha, of sentient existence, they are bound to progress spiritually. There is no reason for their decline. Monastics, so long as these 6 factors remain with the monastics, and so long as the monastics live by them, they are bound to progress spiritually. There is no reason for their decline. Thus the Buddha taught the assembly of monastics 5 sets of 7 factors of non-decline and 1 set of 6 factors of non-decline. Regarding factors 1, 3 above, showing kind regards by one's physical action means doing any deed with loving kindness. Showing kind regards by one's speech means speech uttered with loving kindness. Keeping a kind attitude towards others means thinking kind thoughts towards them. In this text, although the Buddha taught that a monastic's deeds, words, and thoughts are to be expressions of loving kindness towards fellow monastics, the same principle should govern all actions of lay persons too. The Buddha addressed the monastics here simply because in the 4 kinds of assembly, the assembly of monastics is the noblest. Thus, a deed of a monastic's loving kindness may consist in doing personal service to fellow monastics. In the case of a lay person, going to worship at a shrine or a Bodhi tree, or going to the monastery to invite the Sangha to an offering ceremony, warmly greeting the monastics on their alms round, offering a suitable seat, seeing the monastic off on his religious mission, etc., are deeds of loving kindness. A verbal action of a monastic's loving kindness may be expressed in terms of teaching the discipline, showing the methods of meditation, teaching the doctrine, teaching the canon as the most important action. With lay persons, stimulating and organizing one's friends to do meritorious deeds, such as going to a relic shrine, stupa, or to the Bodhi tree to pay respects, going to hear a discourse on the Dhamma, or to offer flowers or lights at the shrines, urging them to abide by the 10 moral actions, or to offer ticket alms food, or to offer robes for the rains retreat, vasa, period, or to donate the 4 monastic requisites to the Sangha. And then having invited the Sangha for the offering, 2. Organize and urge friends to prepare the food, to lay the seats, to provide drinking water, to greet the Sangha, to conduct them to the seats prepared for them, and above all, to remind them to have the right attitude in serving the Sangha. All these verbal activities spring from loving kindness. A mental action of a monastic's loving kindness takes the form of diffusing goodwill. After having made the morning's ablutions, seated at a secluded place, and wishing all monastics in the monastery well, that they all be free from trouble and ill will. On the part of lay persons, they should diffuse a similar spirit of good will to all the Sangha, thinking, may the Sangha be well, may they be free from trouble and ill will. Such an attitude constitutes mental action springing from loving kindness. Overt action and action in private. 1. Deeds. Examples of overt action. helping in the stitching of robes of fellow monastics, whether senior or junior to oneself, the younger monastics washing the feet of elders or doing other personal services, such as fanning, respecting him, etc. Example of action in private. Looking after the personal property of fellow monastics, whether senior or junior to oneself, which have not been properly looked after by the owner, and in doing so, doing it without having any disrespectful opinion about the lack of care on the part of the owner, but doing it as if it were one's own property that needs looking after. 2 words. Example of overt verbal action. Addressing another monastic in reverential terms. E.g., Venerable Elder Tissa. Example of verbal action in private. In inquiring after a certain elder, asking, "Where is our Venerable Elder Deva?" Or, "Where is our Venerable Elder Tissa? When is he expected here?" 3. Thoughts. Example of overt mental action. When one looks at a fellow monastic with endearing eyes in a clearly pleased expression, this is the outcome of the loving kindness in the mind of the one looking. It reflects his thoughts. The facial expression itself is bodily action springing from loving kindness. Example of mental action in private. Wishing Venerable Elder Deva or Tissa to be well and happy, etc., is mental action in private due to loving kindness. Regarding the 4th factor of non-decline above, to enjoy something alone means either not sharing something as an article that is obtained or not sharing something with a certain person or persons. In the first case, the extent one is prepared to share something is an instance of enjoying something alone in respect of an article. In the second case, one has in mind, I shall share it with monastic so-and-so, but I shall not share it with monastic so-and-so. This is an instance of enjoying something alone in respect of person. In this 4th factor, a monastic who regards any item received as an offering to the Sangha as common property of all virtuous monastics co-resident with him, considers thus, this alms food is of great value morally. I shall not give it to lay persons since that would amount to pursuing gain with gain. I shall not enjoy it alone first. I shall offer it to the Sangha. If anything is left after all the Sangha have partaken of it, I shall then eat it. For this food has been obtained with the intention of becoming the common property of the Sangha. Accordingly, he first announces the meal time for all the Sangha by the striking of the gong. This noble practice under the Buddha's teaching is called memorable practice. Fraternal living. The noble practice of fraternal living. What kind of monastic is competent or qualified to take up this fraternal practice? Sraya. An immoral monastic is not in a position to take up fraternal practice. Only a monastic endowed with morality can take up this practice. The reason is that virtuous monastics cannot receive offerings from a monastic of immoral conduct. They will always refuse it. Only a monastic with impeccable morality is qualified to take up the fraternal practice. Once taken up, the practice must be fulfilled without a break flawlessly. The details of the practice are given below. Where a monastic gives discriminately the alms food to his mother or father or preceptor or any such person, he is sharing it with someone whom he is bound to offer. But his sharing is not fraternal practice. It is merely removing an impediment, paibodha, by fulfilling an obligation, as it is termed in the teaching. That indeed is so. Fraternal practice is of a superior, nobler way of sharing, which is suitable only for a monastic who is free from impediments, obstructions, and personal obligations. A practitioner of fraternal practice may give, in fulfillment of his practice, the share of his alms food to a sick monastic, or to a monastic tending a sick monastic, or a guest monastic, or a way-faring monastic, or to a newly admitted monastic who has not learnt the proper way to robe himself, or to hold his alms bowl. After giving the alms food to these types of monastics, if any alms food is left, he offers it to the monastics beginning from the most senior of the elders who should be allowed to partake of it as much as they like, and not in a small quantity only. If the food runs out, and if there is time to collect alms food for the day, he may go on another round of alms gathering, and then continue the distribution of whatever food he has collected. If there is any food left after the distribution, he eats it. If none is left, and if there is no time to go on another round of alms gathering, he stays without any food for that day, and his sole sustenance then is the delightful satisfaction pity, derived from the successful undertaking of the fraternal practice. Note that although the text mentions sharing with virtuous fellow monastics, a practitioner of the fraternal practice may deny his alms food to an immoral, 1003 monastic, or he may, out of pity, give it to him, in which latter case it is not by way of fulfilling the practice. In actual practice, the practitioner of fraternal practice will find it not too difficult, if it is to be undertaken in the company of monastics who are skillful in this practice, but will find it rather difficult if in the company of monastics who are not so skilled. The reason is as follows. Where the associate monastics are skillful in fraternal practice, those who have collected alms food themselves do not partake of the practitioner's food, considering the trouble that would otherwise cause to the practitioner. Other monastics who do not get alms food elsewhere would partake of the food just to satisfy their need. Thus, no unnecessary burden is placed on the practitioner. Where the associate monastics do not know how stringent the fraternal practice is, those monastics who have got alms somewhere else would, under the influence of greed, also partake of the food offered by the practitioner. Other monastics who do not get alms food elsewhere would take more than what they actually need. In such a situation, the practitioner has to make repeated rounds of alms collection within the time proper to do so, and has, more often than not, to go without food as all his collection having been distributed to others. This self-assigned task of feeding one's associates must be pursued for 12 years without break, so that it can be called a success. A full 12 years self-denial regarding daily sustenance is the unique character of this practice. If, supposing on the last day of the 12 years, there should occur the slightest vexation in the mind of the practitioner, then he fails. For instance, if the practitioner went away to bathe, leaving his alms bowl containing alms food gathered by him, and if it was seen by a senior monastic and its contents distributed according to seniority and nothing were left in it, the practitioner must be able to take it in the proper attitude. Otherwise, if he had the slightest indignant attitude towards his associates for leaving nothing for him, his 12-year-long practice goes to waste. If he is still willing, he has to start it all over again for 12 more years. In this respect, the rule is as stringent as in the case of the probationary service period of probation after belonging to an outside sect, Āṭānāṭiya Paravesa. Once broken, a fresh period must be undertaken by the incumbent. If the practitioner, under the same circumstances, instead of being vexed, feels joy to know that his fellow monastics have partaken of all his food, his practice is then accomplished. It is a success. The benefits of fulfilling the fraternal practice are: 1. The primary benefit in fulfilling the fraternal practice is the abandoning of envy, Isa, and stinginess, Magadha, through his prolonged cultivation of overcoming these defilements. 2. His charitableness having been established, he is adored by everyone. 3. Since a strong desire to act in generosity has the benign effect of bountiful fruit, in the present existence, the practitioner is blessed with the 4 requisites all the time. 4. The 12-year-long practice of offering food to virtuous fellow monastics out of his alms bowl has the effect of rendering his alms bowl an inexhaustible source of alms food. He can give as much as he wishes out of it without depleting it. 5. As the result of giving priority to the most senior elders in his act of generosity for such a long period every day, whenever the common acquisitions of offerings are divided, the best things go to him. 6. As the result of the gladdening effect he had produced in others through his act of self-denial in offering food in them, and so, whenever famine visits, devis are ready to help him. Stories related to the fraternal practice. 1. Venerable Tissa feeds 50 wayfaring monastics. Venerable Tissa was a forest dweller who lived in the forest abode, known as Senavana. His place for the alms gathering was a village named Mahajiri. A group of 50 venerables, who 1004, were on a pilgrimage to the Nagadapa shrine, went on the alms round in Mahajiri village, but they collected none. As they were leaving the village, they met Venerable Tissa, the local resident monastic, who was entering the village for alms food. Tissa asked the 50 venerables whether they had got alms food. The venerables did not give a straight answer, but merely replied, "Friend, we have been on the alms round there." Tissa knew that the venerables had got no alms food, and so he said to them, "May the venerable ones wait here till I come back." The venerables then said to him, None of us 50 monastics got alms food there. How could you alone get it? Venerable sir, Tissa replied, resident monastics can manage somehow. Though not possessing great power, they know where alms food can be collected. The 50 venerables remained waiting there. As Venerable Tissa entered Mahajiri village, the very first house was ready with alms food. The lady of the house had milk rice prepared to offer to him. As soon as Tissa called in front of her house, she poured the milk rice into his alms bowl to the full. Tissa returned to the group of venerables and respectfully offered the alms food. Addressing the most senior monastic, he said, "May the venerable ones accept my offering." The elder looked surprised. 50 of us have been in that village, and none of us have collected any alms food whatsoever. This monastic has got milk rice in no time. How could it happen like this? These thoughts, though not spoken out loud, were reflected in their expressions. Venerable Tissa then said to them, "Venerable sirs, this alms food is righteously obtained. Do not have any misgivings about it." The 50 venerables partook of the rice meal to their satisfaction. After they had finished, Venerable Tissa ate the leftovers to his satisfaction too. After Venerable Tissa had finished his meal, the venerables asked, "Friend, when did you gain penetrative knowledge of the supermundane?" To this he replied, "Venerable sirs, I have not attained the supermundane." "In that case, are you endowed with absorption, jhana?" "No, venerable sirs." "How, friend, could you easily get milk rice where 50 of us failed to get even a morsel? Is that not a miraculous feat?" Venerable Tissa was obliged to admit his attainment to dispel doubts in those monastics. Since the attainment of fraternal practice is not a supermundane dhamma, Atari Manasa Dhamma, he considered it proper to admit to it. "Venerable sirs, I have fulfilled the fraternal practice. Since I had done that, I could provide food for even 100,000 fellow monastics out of my alms bowl." "Virtuous one, excellent it is, excellent it is. This miraculous feat is befitting a virtuous one like yourself. This is an instance of the alms bowl that has virtually become an inexhaustible source of food." The fourth benefit of fraternal practice. This story also proves the second benefit of being adored by everyone, and the third benefit of being blessed with the four requisites all the time. The commentary picks up this story to exemplify the fourth benefit, which is the most significant here. 2. Venerable Tissa at the National Offering Ceremony. In ancient Sri Lanka, there was the Jurabhanda Mahapuja, an annual festival of offerings held on Mount Metteyya, which was a grand national occasion. When Venerable Tissa arrived there, he inquired from fellow monastics what was the most significant item of offering that year. Being told that 2 finest fabrics intended for robe making were the most significant item, Venerable Tissa said, "Those 2 pieces will come to my lot." This was overheard by an official who reported to the king, "Your Excellency, there is a junior monastic who says that the 2 fine fabrics will come to his lot." The king said, "That is what he imagines. But those fabrics are worthy of elders only." And he thought of making the offering of the fabrics to the elders. When the procession of monastics arrived for the offering ceremony, the king himself headed the offerings. The 2 choicest fabrics were placed foremost, ready to hand. But they did not reach the king's hand when he was presenting the gifts to the elders. Only other items reached his hand. When Venerable Tissa came along, the 2 pieces of fabrics strangely reached the king's hand. The king offered them to Tissa. He also signaled by his facial expression to the official who reported to him about the fabrics to ask Venerable Tissa to sit there a while. After the procession had passed by, the king asked Venerable Tissa, "Venerable sir, when did you become endowed with this special apperception?" Venerable Tissa did not want to give even a faint suggestion of him of having attained the paths and fruitions, and so he simply replied, "Great king, I have not attained the supermundane." "But venerable sir, you had said even before the gift making that the 2 fabrics would come to you." "That is true, O king. That was because since I had successfully completed the fraternal practice, whenever common property of gifts are distributed among the Sangha, the choicest items always come to me." "Āṭānāṭiya, sir. Excellent it is, excellent it is. This miraculous happening becomes you well." After respectfully paying obeisance to Venerable Tissa, the king went back to the palace. This is an example of the fifth benefit. 3. The elder nun Naga. At one time, ancient Sri Lanka underwent troubled times due to an insurgency headed by one Tissa Brahmin. At a village known as Bharata where the elder nun Naga resided, the whole village fled for fear of insurgents, without letting it be known to the elder. Early in the morning, the elder nun Naga noticed the strange silence of the village and said to her pupils, "Bharata village is strangely silent. Go and inquire what's the matter." The younger female monastics went into the village and, having seen that no one was left, reported it to their teacher. The elder nun Naga said to her pupils, "Do not be alarmed or upset by the flight of the whole village. You go on as usual with your studying the texts, the commentaries, and meditation." When the time came for the alms round, she robed herself and went to the great banyan tree near the village gate, leading her 11 disciples. The guardian spirit of the banyan tree came down and offered the 12 female monastics sufficient alms food. He then said to them, "Venerable ones, do not move away to another place. Always come to this banyan tree for your alms food." Now, the elder nun Naga had a younger brother, a monastic by the name of Naga. He assessed the situation and decided that Sri Lanka was no safe place. 40b. The Last Days 2 in Vajji. The Four Noble Truths. Then the Buddha said to Venerable Ananda, "Come, Ananda, let us go to Koi village." "Very well, Venerable Sir," Venerable Ananda said, and then called the monastics. The Buddha, accompanied by a company of monastics, went to Koi village and dwelt there. The village was called Koi because it was the place where the pinnacle from which King Mahapananda fell. During that time, the Buddha discoursed to the monastics on the Four Noble Truths thus: "Monastics, it is through not having proper understanding and penetrative knowledge of the Four Noble Truths that I, as well as yourselves, have had to fare along the lengthy course of the round of existences in Sasra, never stopping, but ever repeating from one existence to the next." What are the four truths that are not understood? 1. Monastics, it is through not having proper understanding and penetrative knowledge of the noble truth of suffering, dukkha arya Sakka, that I, as well as yourselves, have had to fare along the lengthy course of the round of existences, never stopping, but ever changing from one existence to the next repeatedly. 2. Monastics, it is through not having proper understanding and penetrative knowledge of the noble truth of the origin of suffering, samadaya arya Sakka, that I, as well as yourselves, have had to fare along the lengthy course of the round of existences, never stopping, but ever changing, from one existence to the next repeatedly. 3. Monastics, it is through not having proper understanding and penetrative knowledge of the noble truth of the cessation of suffering, nirodha arya Sakka, that I, as well as yourselves, have had to fare along the lengthy course of the round of existences, never stopping, but ever changing, from one existence to the next repeatedly. For monastics, it is through not having proper understanding and penetrative knowledge of the noble truth of the path to the cessation of suffering, Magadha arya Sakka, that I, as well as yourselves, have had to fare along the lengthy course of the round of existences, never stopping but ever changing from one existence to the next repeatedly. Monastics, now I have properly understood the noble truth of suffering. I have penetrative knowledge of it. I have properly understood the noble truth of the origin of suffering. I have penetrative knowledge of it. I have properly understood the noble truth of the cessation of suffering. I have penetrative knowledge of it. I have properly understood the noble truth of the path to the cessation of suffering. I have penetrative knowledge of it. Craving for existence, bhavata, has been completely uprooted, leaving no trace of it. The craving for existence in me, which is like a rope that drags one to renewed existence, has become extinct. Now, for me there will be no more rebirths. Proper understanding means insight, knowledge conforming to and preceding path and fruition. It is mundane knowledge and is called understanding anyabodhi. Penetrative knowledge means penetrative knowledge of the paths and fruitions itself that destroys the defilements. It is called penetration, payveda. After the Buddha had spoken the above words, he further said this in verses. Katana Arya Sakna, Yathabtayadasana, Sasita Diamadna, Tasatis Viva Jatasu, Tani Atani Dini, Bhava Neti Samuhata, Uchinamla Dakasa, Nati Dani Punabhavo. Passing from this existence to that, faring through the long course of Sasra, is necessitated by a lack of understanding of the Four Noble Truths as they really are. I have fully understood those Four Noble Truths. Craving for existence, that rope which drags one to rebirth, has been cut off completely. The root of suffering, dukkha, has been thus eradicated. For me there will be no more rebirths. While the Buddha was staying at that Khoi village also, considering his approaching death, he discoursed to the monastics on the same theme, such as morality, sila, such as concentration, samadhi, such as wisdom, panna. Concentration that is developed through morality is highly efficacious and productive. Wisdom that is developed through concentration is highly efficacious and productive. The mind that is developed through wisdom is thoroughly liberated without any remnant from the moral taints or pollutants, asava, namely the pollutant of sense desire, kamasava, the pollutant of craving for continued existence, bhavasava, and the pollutant of ignorance of the Four Noble Truths, avijjasava. The mirror of wisdom. Then, after staying at Khoi village for as long as he wished, the Buddha said to Venerable Ananda, "Come, Ananda, let us go to Nataka village." "Very well, sir," said Venerable Ananda, and he called the monastics for the journey. The Buddha went to Nataka village accompanied by many monastics and stayed in a brick building. Herein, Nataka was a twin village founded by two cousin brothers 1016, who sited it near a reservoir. Thus the village got its name, the village of relatives, Nataka. In the Pi word the N became corrupted into N, and hence the name Nataka. In that twin village there was a brick monastery which was the place of the Buddha's sojourn. During that time Venerable Ananda approached the Buddha and asked these questions. "Venerable Sir, in Nataka village, a monastic by the name of Shah has passed away. What is his destination? What is his next existence?" "Venerable Sir, in this same Nataka village, a nun named Nanda has passed away. What is her destination? What is her next existence?" "Venerable Sir, in this same Nataka village, a devotee named Siddhartha has passed away. What is his destination? What is his next existence?" "Venerable Sir, in this same Nataka village, a devotee named Sujata has passed away. What is her destination? What is her next existence?" "Venerable Sir, in this same Nataka village, a devotee named Kukua, Kimba, Nika, Kaisaha, Ta, Sena, Bada, a devotee named Subhata has passed away. What is his destination? What is his next existence?" To these questions the Buddha answered them, one by one thus. "Ananda, due to the extinction of the pollutants, asava, Shah the monastic had realized in this very life emancipation of mind, arahata phala samadhi, and emancipation through wisdom, arahata phala panna, and he died in arahat. Ananda, through the eradication of the 5 fetters that lead to rebirth in the sensuous sphere, the lower planes of existence, Nanda the female monastic has been reborn spontaneously in the Brahma realm. She died a non-returner, anagami, with no possibility of returning from that Brahma existence, and will realize parinibbana there. Ananda, through the eradication of the 3 fetters, wrong view of the 5 aggregates as a self, Sakya Daihi, uncertainty and doubts, Visakicha, and belief in religious practices outside of the noble path, Silabhata Paramesa, and through the lessening of passion, raga, hatred, dosa, and delusion, moha, Siddhartha the devotee was a once returner, Sakadagami. He will make an end of suffering, dukkha, after being reborn in the human world only once. Ananda, through the eradication of the 3 fetters, the wrong view of the 5 aggregates as a self, uncertainty, and belief in religious practices outside of the noble path, Sujata the female devotee, was a stream inner Sotapanna, who is not liable to fall into the 4 lower worlds of the downfall, apaya, destined for the fortunate existences, and is firmly set on the path of spiritual progress, marked by the 3 higher paths. Ananda, the devotee named Kukua, Kimba, Nika, Kaisa, the devotee named Santada, Bada, the devotee named Subhata, through the eradication of the 5 fetters that lead to rebirth in the sensuous sphere, the lower planes of existence, has been reborn spontaneously in the Brahma realm. He died a non-returner, anagami, with no possibility of returning from that Brahma existence, and will realize parinibbana there. Ananda, over 50 devotees from Nataka village who have died were non-returners, anagami, by virtue of having eradicated the 5 fetters that lead to rebirth in the sensuous sphere, the lower planes of existence, destined for spontaneous rebirth in the Brahma realm, with no possibility of returning from that Brahma existence, and they will realize parinibbana there. Ananda, over 90 devotees of Nataka village who have died were once returners, Sakadagami, who had eradicated the 3 fetters, wrong view of the 5 aggregates as a self, Sakaya Daihai, uncertainty and doubts, Visakicha, belief in religious practices outside of the noble path, Silabhata Paramesa, and have lessened passion, raga, hatred, dosa, and delusion, moha. They will make an end of suffering, dukkha, after being reborn in the human world only once. Ananda, over 500 devotees from Nataka village who have died were stream enterers through the eradication of the 3 fetters. They are not liable to fall into the lower worlds of the downfall, apaya, and were destined for fortunate existences and are bound to attain the 3 higher paths. Ananda, this ability to tell about the destination of people is something which anyone endowed with knowledge of the Dhamma can have in respect of himself. It is not a mysterious art that belongs only to the realized one. Ananda, if the realized one were to be approached and asked as to the destination of every person who has died, it would be quite bothersome for him. As such, Ananda, a noble Arya disciple who possesses the mirror of wisdom can, if he wishes to, say of himself, I shall never be reborn in the realm of continuous suffering in Niraya, nor in the animal world, nor in the realm of wretched spirits burning with thirst and hunger, Pita, nor in any of the 4 lower worlds of the downfall, Apaya. I am certain to be reborn only in the fortunate existences. I am bound to attain the 3 higher paths. I shall expound this discourse on the mirror of wisdom. Ananda, what is this mirror of wisdom? 1. Ananda, in this teaching, the noble, Arya, disciple has unshakable confidence in the fortunate one, being convinced that the fortunate one is worthy of homage, Araha. He is perfectly self-awakened, Samasambhuddha. He is possessed of perfect knowledge and good conduct, Vijja Karasampana. He speaks only what is beneficial and true, gracious one. He knows all the 3 worlds, Lokavidu. He is incomparable in taming those who deserve to be tamed, Anattara Purisa Dhammasarati. He is the awakened one, knowing and teaching the 4 noble truths, Buddha, and he is the fortunate one, Bhagava. 2. The noble Arya disciple has unshakable confidence in the Dhamma, being convinced that the Dhamma expounded by the fortunate one is well expounded, Svakata. Its truths are personally apperceivable, Sandahika. Its practice yields fruit immediately, Ekalika. It can stand investigation, Ehipasika. It is worthy of being perpetually borne in mind, Opaniyika. And it can be seen, realized, and enjoyed by the wise, each according to his own capacity, Pakata Veditabo Vinuhi. 3. The noble, Arya, disciple has unshakable confidence in the Saga, being convinced that the Saga are endowed with the right practice, Supaipana, having the 3-fold training in morality, concentration, and wisdom. They are endowed with straightforward uprightness, Ujupaipana. They are endowed with righteous conduct, Nyapaipana, and they are endowed with conduct which inspires awe and respect, Samasai Paipana. Thus conducting themselves well in these 4 ways, serving as 4 grounds for their worthiness, the Saga, comprising 8 individual types of 4 pairs, is worthy of offerings, even those brought from afar, worthy of offerings specially prepared for guests, worthy of offerings made for the sake of acquiring great merit, worthy of receiving obeisance. They are the incomparably fertile soil for all to sow the seed of merit. Thus they are worthy in these 5 ways. 1018. For the noble Arya disciple is endowed with the moral precepts, Sila, which tend to liberation from bondage to craving, which are extolled by the wise, which are not subject to misconception, which make for concentration, and which are unbroken, intact, uncheckered, and unspotted, and which are cherished by the noble ones, Arya. Ananda, a noble, Arya, disciple who is endowed with the above four factors of the mirror of wisdom can, if he so desires, say of himself, I shall never be reborn in the realm of continuous suffering called Niraya, or in the animal world, or in the realm of wretched spirits burning with thirst and hunger, Pitta, or in any of the four lower worlds of the downfall, Apaya. I am certain to be reborn only in the fortunate existences. I am bound to attain the three higher paths. This discourse is called the Mirror of Wisdom. While at the brick monastery at Āṭānāṭiya village as well, the Buddha, considering his approaching death, discoursed to the monastics on the same theme, such as morality, sila, such as concentration, samadhi, such as wisdom, panna. Concentration that is developed through morality is highly efficacious and productive. Wisdom that is developed through concentration is highly efficacious and productive. The mind that is developed through wisdom is thoroughly liberated without any remnant from the pollutants, asava, namely the taint of sense desire, kamasava, the taint of craving for continued existence, bhavasava, and the taint of ignorance of the four noble truths, avijjasava. The courtesan Ambapali. Then, after staying at Āṭānāṭiya village for as long as he wished, the Buddha said to Venerable Ananda, Come, Ananda, let us go to Vesali. Very well, Venerable Sir, said Venerable Ananda, and called upon the monastics for the journey. The Buddha, accompanied by many monastics, went to Vesali and stayed at courtesan Ambapali's mango grove. At that time, 500 of the monastics in the Buddha's company were young men who had joined the Sangha recently and were weak in diligence. They would soon be seeing Ambapali, who would be coming to greet the Buddha. In order that the young monastics might not lose mindfulness on setting their eyes on the charming courtesan, the Buddha prepared their minds by giving a discourse thus. Monastics, a monastic should dwell in mindfulness and clear comprehension. This is my exhortation to you. Monastics, how should a monastic remain mindful? Monastics, in this teaching, a monastic keeps his mind on the body with diligence, comprehension, and mindfulness, steadfast by contemplating it as body, so as to keep away sense desires and distress that would otherwise arise in him. He keeps his mind on feelings with diligence, comprehension, and mindfulness, steadfastly contemplating it as feeling, so as to keep away sense desires and distress that would otherwise arise in him. He keeps his mind on the mind, steadfastly contemplating it as mind, so as to keep away sense desires and distress that would otherwise arise in him. He keeps his mind on mind objects, Dhamma, steadfastly contemplating them as mind objects, so as to keep away sense desire and distress that would otherwise arise in him. Monastics, this is how a monastic remains mindful. Monastics, how does a monastic exercise clear comprehension? Monastics, in this teaching, a monastic exercises clear comprehension in moving forward or back, in looking straight ahead or sideways, in bending or stretching out, in wearing the double robe, or in carrying the alms bowl and robes, in eating, drinking, chewing, savoring food, in defecating and urinating, in walking, standing, sitting, falling asleep, waking, speaking, or in remaining silent. Monastics, this is how a monastic should exercise clear comprehension. Monastics, a monastic should dwell in mindfulness and clear comprehension. This is my exhortation to you. When Ambapali the courtesan heard the news that the Buddha had arrived at Vesali and was staying at her mango grove, she had the most excellent carriages harnessed for the great occasion to visit the Buddha, and mounting on the carriage and accompanied by other excellent vehicles, she left the city of Vesali for her mango grove. After riding in the carriage for as far as it could properly go, she dismounted and approached the Buddha on foot. She made obeisance to him and sat in a suitable place. To Ambapali the courtesan, who was seated at a suitable distance, the Buddha pointed out the benefits of the doctrine, exhorted her to set herself up in the practice of the Dhamma, and gladdened her in the practice. After the Buddha had pointed out to her the benefits of the doctrine, exhorted her to gladden her in the practice, Ambapali the courtesan said to the Buddha, Venerable Sir, may it please the fortunate one to accept my offering of food for tomorrow, together with the company of monastics. The Buddha accepted the invitation by way of his silence. Then, Ambapali, knowing that the Buddha had accepted her invitation, rose from her place, made obeisance to him, and left respectfully. The Licchavi Princes. When the Licchavi princes of Vesali heard that the Buddha had arrived at Vesali and was staying at the mango grove of Ambapali, they ordered the most excellent carriages harnessed, and mounting these vehicles, they left the city, accompanied by other excellent carriages, which were kept in reserve. Some of the Licchavi princes were garbed in dark blue uniform, and, wearing dark blue ornaments, they took on a dark blue appearance. Some of them were garbed in yellow uniform, and wearing yellow ornaments, they took on a yellow appearance. Some of them were garbed in red uniform, and wearing red ornaments, they took on a red appearance. Some of them were garbed in white uniform, and wearing white ornaments, they took on a white appearance. Not only were the dark blue uniform princes wearing dark blue ornaments, they painted themselves in unguents of dark blue color. Furthermore, the chariots they rode in were also finished in dark blue, studded with dark blue gems, and harnessed by horses with embellishments of the same color. Even the whips and the flags fitted to the chariot were also of the same color. The same applies to the remaining color groups among the Licchavi princes. Then Ambapali, the courtesan, let her carriage bump against the carriages of the young Licchavi princes, axle against axle, wheel against wheel, and yoke against yoke. Thereupon, the Licchavi princes said to Ambapali the courtesan, "Look, you Ambapali, why do you let your carriage bump against the carriage of young Licchavi princes, axle against axle, wheel against wheel, and yoke against yoke? Princes, it is because I have invited the fortunate one together with his company of monastics to a meal offering tomorrow. Now then, Ambapali, give us the privilege to offer this meal to the fortunate one in exchange for 100,000. Princes, even if you were to give me Vesali together with its fief territories, I would not give up the privilege to offer this meal." At those brave words of Ambapali, the Licchavi princes, fluttering their fingers in admiration, exclaimed, "O men, we have been outdone by this young woman. We have been outdone by this young woman." Then the Licchavi princes rode on to Ambapali Mango Grove. The Buddha saw the splendid sight of the Licchavi princes trooped in various colors, and said to the monastics, "Monastics, let those monastics who have never seen the Tvatisa Devis, 1020, look at the array of Licchavis. Let them look at them carefully. Let them feast their eyes on the Licchavis, as if the Licchavi groupings were the Tvatisa Devis." In this context, the Buddha said to the monastics, "Let them feast their eyes on the Licchavis as if the Licchavi groupings were the Tvatisa Devis," not in the sense of regarding the splendid sight as something to be cherished. It is said here to impress the monastics about human glory that is comparable to the glory of celestial beings. It is a way of inspiring some of the monastics as in the usual pattern of discourses, beginning with the benefits of giving, Dana Katha, the benefits of observance of morality, Sila Katha, including the fortunate existences in Deva realms, Saga Katha, and culminating in the faults of sensual pleasures, Kamna Āṭānāṭiya Katha. And yet the question remains, why does the fortunate one urge the monastics to look at the Licchavis, which might lead some monastics in the audience to think that sight is something good, something to be cherished? In many of the Buddha's discourses, the usual instruction is not to regard sense objects such as visual objects as something beautiful, sabha. But how is it that here the same instruction is not given? The answer is this. The Buddha says so in the interest of the monastics. Here is the explanation. Some of the monastics among the audience were not diligent in monastic practice. The Buddha wishes to show them that monastic practice can lead to the sort of human glory possessed by the Licchavis. Compare this with the Buddha's method of arousing the initial interest of Nanda in monastic practice by taking him to the Deva realms and showing the glory of Devis. UD 3.2. Further, the Licchavis would in due course furnish a concrete example of the impermanence of things. For these Licchavis, so high in their present state, comparable even to Tvatisa Devis, are bound to meet their ruin in the hands of King Ajātasattu. The monastics, who remember the greatness of the Licchavis, will soon have occasion to see their downfall. Then these monastics will gain insight readily into the impermanence of sentient beings, leading to awakening with the four discriminative knowledges, pai sambade with makrane. This is the second and more important reason for the Buddha's urging the monastics to have a close look at the Lichavi princes. Then the Lichavi princes rode in their carriages as far as their vehicles could go, and then they alighted and walked towards the Buddha. They made obeisance to the Buddha and sat at a suitable distance. To the Lichavi princes thus seated, the Buddha pointed out the benefits of the Dhamma, exhorted them to set themselves up in the practice of the Dhamma, and gladden them in the practice. After he had pointed out to them the benefits of the Dhamma, exhorted them to get established in the practice of the Dhamma, and gladden them in the practice, the Lichavi princes said to him, "Venerable Sir, may it please the Fortunate One to accept our offering of food for tomorrow together with the company of monastics." Then the Buddha said to them, "Lichavi princes, I have already accepted the offering of food for tomorrow by Ambapali the courtesan." Thereupon the Lichavi princes, fluttering their fingers in admiration, exclaimed, "O men, we have been outdone by the young woman. We have been outdone by the young woman." Then the Lichavi princes expressed their appreciation and delight at the Buddha's discourse, rose from their seats, made obeisance to him, and left respectfully. In this connection, it might be asked, since the Lichavi princes knew from Ambapali that she had invited the Fortunate One and his company of monastics to the next day's meal, why did they make the invitation to the Fortunate One? The answer is, because the Lichavis did not believe Ambapali's word, and because they set a high value on the lay supporter's obligations. More explanations on this. The Lichavi princes did not take Ambapali's words at face value because they regarded her as a fallen woman. And secondly, it is customary for lay supporters to invite the Sangha to a food offering when they are going home after listening to a discourse. Ambapali donates her mango grove. Then, after the night had passed, Ambapali, having had the choicest food and delicacies prepared in her mango grove, informed the Buddha by messengers who said, "Venerable Sir, it is time to proceed. The food offering is ready." Then in the morning, the Buddha arranged his robes, and taking his alms bowl and double robe, went to the house of Ambapali, accompanied by his company of monastics, and sat at the place prepared for him. In this context, Ambapali's house should be understood to mean the pleasure park of hers in the mango grove, and not her permanent residence in the city of Vesali. This fact is clearly indicated by her words to the Buddha which say, "I give this grove in donation to the Buddha." The chapter about medicines, Besajaka Kandika, Vin MV6, is also specific about this. It says, Ambapali the courtesan offered food to the Fortunate One and his company of monastics at her pleasure park in her grove, and donated her mango grove to the Sangha headed by the Fortunate One. Ambapali attended on the monastics headed by the Buddha, respectfully offering the choicest food and delicacies with her own hands. After the meal, she sat at a suitable distance and said to the Buddha, "Venerable Sir, I give this pleasure park, Arama, in donation to the Sangha headed by the Fortunate One." The Buddha accepted the donation, and after giving a discourse on the Dhamma to Ambapali, he rose and departed. While the Buddha was sojourning at the mango grove of Ambapali in Vesali, there too he repeatedly expounded the importance of morality, concentration, and wisdom, the threefold monastic training. The Buddha's last rains retreat. Then the Buddha, after staying at Ambapali's mango grove for as long as he wished, told Venerable Ananda his wish to go to Vuva village in the vicinity of Vesali, and he proceeded there accompanied by a big company of monastics. During his stay at Vuva village, the Buddha said to the monastics, "Monastics, enter upon the rains retreat Vasa, in the vicinity of Vesali at the monasteries of your friends and acquaintances. As for me, I'm going to pass the rains retreat in this Vuva village." "Very well, Venerable Sir," the monastics replied, and they entered into the rains retreat at the monasteries of friends and acquaintances in the vicinity of Vesali. The Buddha himself entered the rains retreat at Vuva village. The Buddha told the monastics to dwell during the rains retreat period in the various monasteries in the neighborhood of Vesali, because Vuva village was too small to provide daily alms food to a great number of monastics, whereas the many monasteries around Vesali could collect alms food without difficulty. The reason for the Buddha's orders to the monastics to stay not far away from Vesali was that he knew that he would enter Parinibbana in the next 10 months. So if the monastics were allowed to go and dwell at faraway places, some of them might not be able to pay their last respects to him when he passed away, and they would feel very sorry for the lack of any hint from him about his oncoming demise. By staying around Vesali, they could get the opportunity of listening to his discourses 8 times a month. So it was out of compassion for the monastics that the Buddha limited the area of rain's retreat, Vasa, dwelling for the monastics to the neighborhood of Vesali. A severe illness. After the Buddha had entered into the rain's retreat, Vasa, period at Vuva village, he was afflicted with a very severe illness that caused excessive pain near unto death. He bore the pain and neutralized it by remaining mindful with clear comprehension, having insight knowledge that reflected on the impermanence, suffering, and unsubstantiality of sensation. It now occurred to him, it would not be proper for me to pass away in the attainment of Nibbana without letting the attendant monastics know, without taking leave of the Sangha. It would be well for me to keep off this ailment by insight meditation, vipassana bhavana, the precursor to fruition knowledge, and then by abiding in the life-maintaining and sustaining absorption in fruition attainment, phala samapatti. Accordingly, the Buddha kept off the ailment through insight meditation and by abiding in the life-maintaining fruition attainment. Then the Buddha's illness faded. The continuous process of psychophysical phenomena kept going by the force of productive deeds, karma, is called life-maintaining effort, jivita sakra. The prolonging of this process of psychophysical phenomena through fruition attainment, phala samapatti, is also called life-maintaining effort, jivita sakra. This life-maintaining process or effort is also the life-sustaining process, ayu sakra. The arahat fruition, phala samapatti, of the Buddha is of 3 kinds. The fruition attainment immediately following path attainment, the fruition attainment that can be resorted to, and life-maintaining attainment, ayu sakra. Of those 3, 1. The 3 impulsion thoughts that arise immediately consequent to the Buddha's arahat path, arahata magga. Thought process, the path impulsion thoughts having the character to fructify immediately, akalika, are called fruition attainment immediately following path attainment, maganantra phala samapatti. 2. The sustained absorption that the Buddha may at any time later enter at will is called fruition attainment that can be resorted to, vajjana phala samapatti. This is the enjoyment of the peace of Nibbana. The Buddha entered into this kind of absorption at any possible odd moments, even while the audience expressing appreciation by saying, sadhu, 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 during a discourse. 3. The insight meditation entered into by the Buddha at Vuva village as the preliminary effort to enter into the absorption of fruition attainment, phala samapatti, is the same as the contemplation that the Bodhisattva had practiced on the threshold of awakening under the Mahabodhi tree. It consists in contemplating the 3 characteristics of physical and mental phenomena. Having first established himself in this insight meditation, the Buddha made a solemn wish that he be free from any ailment for 10 months up to the full moon of May Visakha. After that he entered upon fruition attainment, phala samapatti. This absorption of fruition attainment had the desired effect of quelling the severe illness and the freedom from all disease for 10 whole months. Therefore, this 3rd type of fruition attainment is called the life-maintaining attainment. Details of the method of insight meditation preceding this fruition attainment called the material, rupa sataka, and immaterial septad, nama sataka, may be gathered from the Path of Purification, Visuddhi Magga, Chapter 20. Of the above 3 kinds of fruition attainment, phala samapatti, the first 2, the fruition attainment immediately following path attainment, and the fruition attainment that can be resorted to are referred to as temporary, kaika fruition attainments, phala samapatti, in the commentaries and sub-commentaries, while the 3rd is called life process, jivita sakra, fruition attainment, phala samapatti. The distinction between the temporary, kaika, fruition attainments and life process fruition attainment should be noted. The temporary fruition attainments are preceded by the ordinary mode of entering into insight meditation, whereas life process fruition attainment is preceded by a higher mode of insight meditation called the immaterial septad, nama sataka, which requires greater effort. These two types of insight meditation have, therefore, different effects on the fruition attainment, Phala that immediately follow them. The former can put off ailment only while the absorption lasts, just like a stone falling on a moss-covered surface of water can clear away the moss while the impact of the stone lasts, but will let the moss gather together on the spot later. The latter can put off ailment for a desired period, here for 10 months, just like when a strong man were to descend into the lake, clear away the moss from the desired area, so that the moss is kept away for some considerable time. The Buddha came out of his monastery soon after his recovery, and sat in the shade of the monastery on the seat prepared for him. Then Venerable Ananda approached him. 1023, paid his obeisance, and, having sat at a suitable distance, said, "Venerable Sir, I see the fortunate one now at ease. I find the fortunate one now in good health. But, Venerable Sir, although I now see the fortunate one like this, when the fortunate one was ill, I felt heavy and stiff in my body. I could hardly distinguish between the directions. I became befuddled, unable to comprehend things such as the methods of steadfast mindfulness. However, I got a little comfort from the thought that the fortunate one would not pass away so long as he had not left any instructions concerning the Sakka." Thereupon the Buddha explained his position regarding the Sakka thus: "Ananda, what more could the Sakka expect from me? For I have taught them without discrimination with an inner circle of disciples or an outer circle of disciples. Ananda, in the matter of the teaching, I do not keep back anything as if it were some secret held in the closed fist of a mean teacher. Ananda, if someone should desire that he alone should have sole control over the Sakka, or that the Sakka should rely on him alone, then it would be for such a person to leave any instructions concerning the Sakka. But Ananda, I have no desire that I alone should have sole control over the Sakka, or that the Sakka should rely on me alone. Since I have no such desire, why should I leave any instruction concerning the Sakka? Ananda, I am now grown old, far gone in years, and have arrived at the last stage of life. I am turning 80 years of age, and just as an old worn-out cart is kept going only by additional efforts and care, so my body is kept going by the additional effort of the life maintaining fruition attainment, Phala. Ananda, it is only when the realized one remains abiding in the Arahat fruition attainment, unconcerned with material objects through the cessation of some mundane sensations, and through ceasing to attend to any signs of conditioned phenomena, that the realized one's body is at greater ease. Therefore, Ananda, let yourselves be your own refuge. Let yourselves, and not anyone else, be your refuge. Let the Dhamma be your firm ground, and let the Dhamma, and not anything else, be your refuge. Ananda, how does a monastic make himself his own refuge? Make himself, and not anyone else, his refuge? How does he make the Dhamma his firm ground, and make the Dhamma, and not anything else, his refuge? Ananda, in this teaching, a monastic keeps his mind on the body with diligence, comprehension, and mindfulness, steadfastly contemplating it as body, so as to keep away sense desires and distress that would otherwise arise in him. He keeps his mind on sensation with diligence, comprehension, and mindfulness, steadfastly contemplating it as sensation, so as to keep away sense desires and distress that would otherwise arise in him. He keeps his mind on the mind, so as to keep away sense desires and distress that would otherwise arise in him. He keeps his mind steadfastly contemplating it as mind, so as to keep away sense desires and distress that would otherwise arise in him. He keeps his mind on mind objects, Dhamma, steadfastly contemplating them as mind objects, so as to keep away sense desires and distress that would otherwise arise in him. Ananda, thus a monastic makes himself his own mainstay, makes himself, and not anyone else, his refuge. Thus he makes the Dhamma his firm ground, and makes the Dhamma, and not anything else, his refuge. Ananda, those monastics who either now or after I have passed away, make themselves their own refuge, make themselves and not anyone else their refuge, who make the Dhamma their firm ground and make the Dhamma and not anything else their refuge. All such monastics are sure to attain to the highest state, to become arahats, among all the monastics who cherish the threefold training. Thus did the Buddha conclude the discourse culminating in the highest attainment of the arahat fruition, arahata phala. The demise of the two chief disciples. After spending the last rain's retreat, Vasa, period at Vuva village, the Buddha left the village for Savatthi. Traveling by stages, he arrived at Savatthi and he stayed in the Jetavana monastery. It was about the 8th day of the lunar month of November Kattika. On that day, Venerable Sariputta, knowing that he had just 7 days more to live, bade farewell to the Buddha and took a 7-day journey to his native village, Nalaka village in the province of Rajagaha. There in the brick house where he was born, Venerable Sariputta passed away and entered Parinibbana on the full moon day of November Kattika. After the funeral rites were finished, Venerable Kunda, younger brother of Venerable Sariputta, took Venerable Sariputta's alms bowl, robes, etc., together with the remains to Savatthi. These relics were enshrined under the Buddha's instruction at Savatthi. Thereafter, the Buddha went to Rajagaha. When he was in Rajagaha, on the day of the new moon in November, Venerable Moggallana entered Parinibbana. The relics of Venerable Moggallana were enshrined under the Buddha's instructions at Rajagaha. Details of these important events will be described in Chapter 43 on the saga. After that, the Buddha proceeded on his journey and, traveling by stages, arrived at Ukasila. There, at the landing place on the river Ganges, he gave a discourse at Ukasila concerning the demise of the two chief disciples, Ukasila Sutta, SN 47.14. Then, in the morning, he went into Vesali on his alms round, and after his meal, leaving the eating place, he said to Venerable Ananda, "Ananda, bring the sitting mat. Let us go to the Kapila shrine to spend the day there." "Very well, Venerable Sir," said Ananda, and taking a leather sheet seat, followed closely behind the Buddha. The Buddha hints about his passing. Then the Buddha approached the Kapila shrine and sat on the seat spread out for him. Venerable Ananda paid respects to him and seated himself at a suitable distance. Then the Buddha said to Venerable Ananda by way of clear hints, "Ananda, whosoever has cultivated, practiced, used as a vehicle, taken as his basis, kept up, mastered, and fully developed the 4 bases of psychic power, Iddhipada, could, if he so wished, live for the maximum lifespan or even beyond the maximum lifespan. Ananda, the realized one, has cultivated, practiced, used as a vehicle, taken as his basis, kept up, mastered, and fully developed the 4 bases of psychic power. Therefore, Ananda, the realized one, could, if he so wished, live for the maximum lifespan." Although the Buddha thus gave clear hints, Venerable Ananda failed to grasp them, and so it did not occur to him to entreat the Buddha in these terms. "May the fortunate one, for the welfare of mankind, for the benefit, well-being, and happiness of devas and humans, out of compassion for the world, live for the maximum lifespan. May the one who speaks only what is true and beneficial live for the maximum lifespan." Venerable Ananda's mind was like that of one possessed by Mara. In this connection, the Udina shrine, Satya, was a temple built on the site where the Yaka Udina was traditionally propitiated. The other shrines at Vesali likewise were traditional places of worship in respect of traditional deities. Regarding the term aeon, kappa, in this context, kappa va tahiya kappa caesar va is unanimously taken to mean lifespan, au kappa, by the commentators and subcommentators. Only Venerable Mahasiva took a different interpretation. According to him, the Buddhas never make claims about their powers without some good cause. That being so, the fortunate one could repeatedly resort to entering into the absorption of fruition attainment, Phala Samapatti, and go on prolonging his life by 10-month periods up to the end of the present aeon, which is marked by 5 Buddhas. Yet the Buddha did not choose to do so. Why not? The Buddha probably had thought thus: human beings with corporeality born of productive deeds are subject to decay. The Buddhas do not wish to present themselves with their decrepit bodies, which naturally show after the 4/5 of the lifespan has passed. That is why it is customary for all Buddhas to pass away when they have attained 4/5 of the lifespan, when their physical appearance is still firm and inspiring for the devotees. There is also another practical consideration. If a Buddha were to survive most of his great disciples and were surrounded by youthful monastics, the people would say, "Oh, what sort of disciples the Buddha has." Thus, Venerable Mahasiva maintained the practical considerations that Buddhas take into account in not exercising their power of living till the end of the aeon. However, Venerable Mahasiva's views were not accepted by the commentators, who take lifespan as the meaning of Au Kappa on the authority of the commentary on the collection of the long discourses, Āṭānāṭiya. The view of Venerable Mahasiva was also rejected by the sub-commentary on the collection of the long discourses, Āṭānāṭiya, where it says, Venerable Mahasiva's view contains a statement that human beings are subject to decay, which implies that decay cannot be postponed by psychic power. In that case, it also implies that death cannot be prevented by psychic power. Therefore, the argument is inherently unsound. Only the view taken by the commentary should be taken as the sound view, and not that of Venerable Mahasiva. In this matter, Venerable Mahasiva would appear to take only one point as primary consideration, and that is that a bodhisattva's resultant karma in his last existence has the power to prolong life for an infinite period. And that view, coupled with the authority of the Pi text that the life-maintaining fruition attainment, Phala Samapatti, of Buddhas can postpone fatal ailment, leads Venerable Mahasiva to claim that if the Buddha so wishes, he might live on throughout the end of the present aeon. Even though the resultant karma of a bodhisattva in his last existence is supposed to prolong life for an infinite period, that infinite period can be literally true only if the prevailing lifespan is also an infinite period. But if the prevailing lifespan is 100 years, that so-called infinite period can last just 100 years. That is so because the power of productive deeds, karma, has its effect limited by the extent of the prevailing times, physical basis of the person, effort taken, and the plane of existence. That is why the miscellaneous teaching, Paccayaka Dasana, of the ancient commentary takes the meaning of Au Kappa as the prevailing lifespan. This view has also been maintained by the new commentators such as Venerable Buddhaghosa, Venerable Dhammapala, etc. As regards the expression, possessed by Mara, the 12 kinds of distortions, vipallasa, should be noted. 1. Impermanence, anicca, is held as permanence, nicca, through the illusion of perception, the illusion of thought, and through the illusion of views. 2. Pain, dukkha, is held as pleasure, sukha, through the illusion of perception, the illusion of thought, and the illusion of views. 3. Non-self, anatta, is held as self, atta, through the illusion of perception, the illusion of thought, and the illusion of views. 4. Loathsomeness, asubha, is held as lovely, sabha, through the illusion of perception, the illusion of thought, and the illusion of views. One who is free from all these illusions, and we can take Venerable Mahamoggalana as an example, cannot fall victim to Mara's influence mentally, a worldling who is not rid of any of these illusions, or a noble one, Arya, who has overcome some of these illusions but still has some remaining in him, is liable to be possessed by Mara. Venerable Ananda still had these 4 illusions: the illusion of perception and the illusion of thought that made pain appear as pleasure, the illusion of perception and the illusion of thought that made the loathsome appear as lovely. Hence, he was targeted by Mara. The way Mara possesses his victim is by frightening him out of his wits, either by creating a dreadful vision or a dreadful sound. When the victim is thus frightened, he loses consciousness, leaving his mouth agape. Mara then would insert his hand through the open mouth and take hold of the heart, exerting pressure on it. The victim lies in a senseless state, totally possessed by Mara. In the case of Venerable Ananda, Mara could not insert his hand through the mouth and oppress the heart. He merely presented some dreadful sense object before Venerable Ananda, under the influence of which Venerable Ananda could not think of the significance of the Buddha's intimation. For a second time the Buddha said to Venerable Ananda, and for a third time the Buddha said to Venerable Ananda, Ananda, pleasant is the city of Vesali, and pleasant are the shrines of Udina, Gautamika, Satamba, Bahaputa, Sarandatta, and Kapila. Ananda, whosoever has cultivated, practiced, used as a vehicle, taken as his basis, kept up, mastered, and fully developed the 4 bases of psychic power, Iddhipada, could, if he so wished, live for the maximum lifespan or even beyond the maximum lifespan. Ananda, the realized one, has cultivated, practiced, used as a vehicle, taken as his basis, kept up, mastered, and fully developed the four bases of psychic power. Therefore, Ananda, the realized one, could, if he so wished, live for the maximum lifespan. Thus the fortunate one gave clear hints. Although the Buddha thus gave clear hints, Venerable Ananda failed to grasp them. And so it did not occur to him to entreat the Buddha in these terms. May the fortunate one, for the welfare of mankind, for the benefit, well-being, and happiness of devas and humans, out of compassion for the world, live for the maximum lifespan. May the fortunate one live for the maximum lifespan. Venerable Ananda's mind was like that of one possessed by Mara. Herein, it might be asked, why did the fortunate one, knowing well that Venerable Ananda was being possessed by Mara, repeat his words of intimation 3 times? The answer is this. The Buddha foresaw that later, when Mara had released Venerable Ananda, he would then regain his senses. Venerable Ananda would then entreat him to live the whole of the lifespan. In that event, he would have reason to blame Venerable Ananda for his failure to make the request at the proper time, and that this blaming would have the effect of attenuating Venerable Ananda's grief. Then the Buddha said to Venerable Ananda, "Go now, Ananda. Now you know the time to go." "Very well, Venerable Sir," said Venerable Ananda. Then arising from his seat, he made obeisance to the Buddha and went to sit at the foot of a tree, not far away from him. Mara's request. Soon after Venerable Ananda had left the Buddha's presence, Mara, the wicked one, approached him and, standing at a certain place, addressed him thus, "Venerable Sir, let the fortunate one realize parinibbana now. Let the fortunate one pass away." "Venerable Sir, it is time now for the fortunate one to pass away." "Venerable Sir, the fortunate one had said this to me. Wicked one, I shall not pass away so long as my disciples, the male monastics, are not yet well versed in the doctrine, not yet well disciplined in the threefold training, not yet sure of the righteousness of their conduct, not yet possessed of wide knowledge, not yet able to memorize the teaching, not yet able to practice according to the teaching leading to the supermundane, not yet able to take up the proper practice, not yet settled in their practice, not yet able to expound, to set forth, to show, to establish, to elucidate, to analyze, or to make evident their teacher's doctrine that they have learnt. So long as they are not yet able to thoroughly refute on righteous grounds such other doctrines as may arise, and expound the wonderful teaching. Venerable Sir, now that the fortunate one's disciples, the monastics, are well versed in the doctrine, are well disciplined in the threefold training, are sure of the righteousness of their conduct, are possessed of wide knowledge, are able to memorize the teaching, are able to practice according to the teaching leading to the supermundane, are able to take up the proper practice, are settled in their practice, are able to expound, to set forth, to show, to establish, to elucidate, to analyze, or to make evident their teacher's doctrine that they have learnt. Now they are able to thoroughly refute on righteous grounds such other doctrines as may arise, and expound the wonderful teaching. Venerable Sir, let the fortunate one realize parinibbana now. Let the fortunate one pass away. Venerable Sir, it is time now for the fortunate one to pass away. Venerable Sir, the fortunate one had said this to me. Wicked one, I shall not pass away so long as my female monastics, my male lay disciples, my female lay disciples are not yet well versed in the doctrine, not yet well disciplined in the threefold training, not yet sure of the righteousness of their conduct, not yet possessed of wide knowledge, not yet able to memorize the teaching, not yet able to practice according to the teaching leading to the supermundane, not yet able to take up the proper practice, not yet settled in their practice, not yet able to expound, to set forth, to show, to establish, to elucidate, to analyze, or to make evident their teacher's doctrine that they have learnt. So long as they are not yet able to thoroughly refute on righteous grounds such other doctrines as may arise, and expound the wonderful teaching. Venerable Sir, now that the fortunate one's female lay disciples are well versed in the doctrine, are well disciplined in the threefold training, are sure of the righteousness of their conduct, are possessed of wide knowledge, are able to memorize the teaching, are able to practice according to the teaching leading to the supramundane, are able to take up the proper practice, are settled in their practice, are able to expound, to set forth, to show, to establish, to elucidate, to analyze, or to make evident their teacher's doctrine that they have learnt. Now they are able to thoroughly refute on righteous grounds such other doctrines as may arise, and expound the wonderful teaching. Venerable Sir, let the fortunate one realize Parinibbana now. Let the fortunate one pass away. Venerable Sir, it is time now for the fortunate one to pass away. Venerable Sir, the fortunate one had said to me thus, Wicked one, I shall not pass away so long as this teaching of mine, which is the practice of purity, is not yet sufficiently established among the disciples, not yet prosperous, widespread, or has not reached the multitudes, and become renowned, to the extent that it can be thoroughly made known by wise devas and humans. Venerable Sir, now that the fortunate one's teaching, which is the practice of purity, is sufficiently established among the disciples, is now prosperous, widespread, has reached the multitudes, and is renowned to the extent that it can be thoroughly made known by wise devas and humans. Venerable Sir, let the fortunate one realize Parinibbana now. Let the fortunate one pass away. Venerable Sir, it is time now for the fortunate one to pass away. This was the third time Mara requested the Buddha to pass away. The first time was during the 8 weeks of Buddha's sojourn in the vicinity of the Bodhi tree, after he had attained perfect self-awakening. At that time he said to the Buddha, Venerable Sir, as the result of your fulfilling the perfections with the aim at Buddhahood, you have now become the Buddha. You have attained perfect self-awakening. What benefit would be there from your wandering from town to town, village to village, teaching your doctrine for the welfare of the world of living beings? Venerable Sir, let the fortunate one realize Parinibbana now. The second time Mara, having seen that the Buddha had assented to Brahma Sahampati's request to preach the doctrine, approached him, when he was sitting beneath the goat herder's banyan tree where he stayed for the 7th week after awakening. Mara was feeling miserable at the prospect of his domain getting lost to the Buddha whose doctrine would lead the multitudes to the deathless. So, in spite of the Buddha's promise to Brahma Sahampati, he decided to try to change the mind of the Buddha in an attempt to prevent the Buddha's propagating the Dhamma by making a second request to pass away, in words similar to the first request. At that time, the Buddha replied to Mara that so long as his monastics, female monastics, male lay disciples and female lay disciples were not well versed in the doctrine, not yet well disciplined in the threefold training, not yet sure of the righteousness of their conduct, not yet possessed of wide knowledge, not yet able to memorize the teaching, not yet able to practice according to the teaching leading to the supramundane, not yet able to take up the proper practice, not yet settled in their practice, not yet able to expound, to set forth, to show, to establish, to elucidate, to analyze, or to make evident their teacher's doctrine that they have learnt. So long as they are not yet able to thoroughly refute on righteous grounds such other doctrines as may arise, and expound the wonderful teaching, he would not pass away. Mara in his third request, therefore, referred to the reasons the Buddha gave on that second request. On being requested thus, the Buddha said to Mara the Wicked One, Wicked one, don't you worry. The Parinibbana of the realized one will not be long in coming. 3 months hence the realized one will realize Parinibbana. The Buddha renounces the life process. Then the Buddha, while at Kapila shrine, decided mindfully and with deliberation to give up the life-maintaining mental process at the end of 3 months, and not to resume the absorption of fruition attainment, Phala Samapatti. On the Buddha's making that resolution, the great earth quaked with a hair raising and goose flesh causing vehemence. Then the Buddha, perceiving this phenomenal occurrence, uttered a joyous utterance in verse. Tulam achalan ca sambhava, bhava sakram avasaji muni, ajata rato samahito, abhindi kavakam ivada sambhava. The great sage, having weighed the infinite nibbana against the ephemeral nature of sentient existence, has cast off by the noble path the resultant producing volitions that cause fresh existence. With delight in insight meditation, reflecting on the three characteristics of the five aggregates. And with complete calm of mind, he has destroyed the tenacious defilements that enwrap him like a tight coat of chain mail. The meaning of the verse is further expanded. The Buddha gained the Four Noble Paths after cultivating meditation for calm and insight meditation. As a brave warrior at the battlefield would cut loose, with his sharp sword, the tight coat of chain mail that he is wearing, so also the Buddha has completely destroyed the defilements with the four-path knowledges. Just as when the tap roots of a tree are cut off, the fruit-producing potential of the tree is terminated the moment the defilements are destroyed, the potential for rebirth that has been accumulating from the beginningless sastra was terminated in the mental makeup of the Buddha. In the statement, the fortunate one decided mindfully and with deliberation to give up the life-maintaining mental process. Mindfully means the Buddha's mind dwelled at all moments on the four foundations of steadfast mindfulness: body, sensations, mind, and mind objects. Reflecting wisely on these four foundations, he recalled how he had borne the burden of the five aggregates over such a long, weary journey of sastra, and that he was now free from the burden, and that to enable him to cast aside this burden, he had for over 4 immeasurable periods, Sakya, and 100,000 eons fulfilled the perfections, the prerequisites for the noble path. Now that he was established in the path which he had long aspired after, he was able to dwell on the four foundations of mindfulness, having had penetrative insight into the loathsomeness, suffering, impermanence, and non-self of conditioned phenomena. With deliberation, means the Buddha pondered on the benefits he had brought for himself and for others. For his own benefit, he had obtained his goal of Buddhahood at the foot of the Bodhi tree. As for the benefit for others, he had, by his teaching the Dhamma, caused the multitudes to gain liberation from the round of suffering, dukkha. He would be bringing an end to that mission in the next 3 months, on the full moon of May Visakha. These thoughts which the Buddha considered led to the decision, by means of his Buddha knowledge, to give up the life-maintaining mental process. In the expression, to give up the life-maintaining mental process, Āṭānāṭiya, it is a term capable of two meanings: the interaction of mind and matter, kept going by the process that sustains life, conditioned by productive deeds, kama, is one meaning. The formless fruition attainment, arupa loka phala samapatti, that acts as a condition for prolonging life, is the other meaning. To give up the life-maintaining mental process means the Buddha was resolving that he would not re-enter into the fruition attainment, phala samapatti, after 3 months. He would do so only up to the full moon of May Visakha. By that resolution, the Buddha, in effect, renounced the condition for prolonging his life beyond 3 months. When the Buddha thus renounced the life-maintaining mental process, the great earth quaked in 6 different ways. 1. Swaying from east to west. 2. Swaying from west to east. 3. Swaying from south to north. 4. Swaying from north to south. 5. Heaving upwards. And 6. Lunging downwards. This phenomenon occurred throughout the 10,000 world element, causing people terror, with goose flesh appearing on their skin and the body hairs standing up. When the Buddha had relinquished the life-maintaining mental process, he felt delightful satisfaction with the thought that the burden of the body, which he had been carrying over the long course of sastra, was now to be laid aside in the next 3 months. Since the joy at this happy prospect was so intense that it could not be contained, it found expression in the joyous utterance of the above verse. The fact that the verse was the outcome of great joy makes it evident that in relinquishing the life-maintaining mental process, the Buddha was not yielding to Mara out of fear. If it were so, how could such a joyous utterance come about? Only the happy prospect foreseen by the Buddha knowledge, that 3 months, 1030, hence he would be laying down the burden of the 5 aggregates and making an end of all suffering, dukkha, brought forth that joyous utterance concerning his relinquishment. Then Venerable Ananda bethought himself, "Wonderful it is, unprecedented it is. This hair-raising earthquake is monstrous indeed. It is really stupendous. How rolling thunders echoed and re-echoed. What is the cause of great earthquakes? What conditions them?" He approached the Buddha, made his obeisance to him, and sitting at a suitable distance, addressed the Buddha thus: "Wonderful it is, unprecedented it is. This hair-raising earthquake is monstrous indeed. It is really stupendous. How rolling thunders echoed and re-echoed, "Venerable sir, what is the cause of such great earthquakes? What conditions them?" 8 causes of earthquakes. And the Buddha said, "Ananda, there are 8 causes of or conditions leading to great earthquakes. They are: 1. This great earth is supported by water, the water by air, the air by space. When very strong winds blow, the water is shaken. When the water is shaken, the earth is shaken. This is the first cause of, or the first condition leading to, great earthquakes. 2. Further, Ananda, an ascetic or Brahmin who has great mental power, and who is accomplished in the supernormal powers of the mind, or a deva of great power, by developing intense concentration on the limited image of the earth element and on the boundless image of the water element, can cause the earth to shake strongly, to sway violently, and to convulse. This is the second cause of, or the second condition leading to, great earthquakes. 3. Further, Ananda, on the occasion of a bodhisattva passing away in the Tusita realm and descending into the mother's womb, mindfully and with clear comprehension, this great earth shakes, quakes strongly, sways violently, and is convulsed. This is the third cause of, or the third condition leading to, great earthquakes. 4. Further, Ananda, on the occasion of a bodhisattva being born, mindfully and with clear comprehension, this great earth shakes, quakes strongly, sways violently, and is convulsed. This is the fourth cause of, or the fourth condition leading to, great earthquakes. 5. Further, Ananda, on the occasion of a Buddha attaining supremely perfect awakening, this great earth shakes, quakes strongly, sways violently, and is convulsed. This is the fifth cause of, or the fifth condition leading to, great earthquakes. 6. Further, Ananda, on the occasion of a Buddha expounding the Supreme Dhamma on the Four Noble Truths, the first discourse, known as the Discourse setting the Dhamma while turning, Dhamma Kakappavatana Sutta, SN 56.11. The great earth shakes, quakes strongly, sways violently, and is convulsed. This is the sixth cause of, or the sixth condition leading to, great earthquakes. 7. Further, Ananda, on the occasion of a Buddha relinquishing mindfully and with deliberation the life-maintaining mental process, this great earth shakes, quakes strongly, sways violently, and is convulsed. This is the seventh cause of, or the seventh condition leading to, great earthquakes. 8. Further, Ananda, on the occasion of a Buddha passing away, leaving no remainder of the 5 aggregates, and enters upon Parinibbana, realizing the ultimate peace, this great earth shakes, quakes strongly, sways violently, and is convulsed. This is the 8th cause of, or the 8th condition leading to, great earthquakes. Ananda, these are the 8 causes of, or the 8 conditions leading to great earthquakes. Some elaboration on the above 8 factors. 1. Earthquakes occur due to the unstable conditions of the elements of the cosmos. The great earth is supported by a mass of air, which is 960,000 leagues thick. Above that mass of air, there is a mass of water which is 480,000 leagues thick. Above that mass of water lies the great earth, which is 240,000 leagues thick. The lower half of the thickness, 120,000 leagues, of the earth is granite, while the upper half of 1031, the same thickness, is earth. When the elements become unstable and powerful winds blow across the surface of the normal mass of air, the mass of air is temporarily displaced, so that its support of the mass of water is withdrawn. The mass of water then drops abruptly, leading to a sudden drop of the mass of the great earth. When the extraordinarily strong winds become calm again, the mass of air returns to its normal level, resumes its function of supporting the mass of water, and rises up again. This leads to the rising up of the great earth. Thus, strong winds that blow due to unstable conditions of the elements are the causes of earthquakes. This phenomena is present all the time, occurring occasionally. This sudden falling and rising of the earth is not noticed because of the thickness of the great earth. 2. Earthquakes due to powerful persons. Persons possessed of psychic power can cause earthquakes by means of that power. The method they employ is by entering into absorption, jhana, with water as the object of concentration and thereby causing the upheaval of the great earth. They caused the earthquake for some noble purpose, just as Venerable Moggallana caused the Vajjayanta pinnacled mansion of Sakka to shake for the purpose of arousing spiritual urgency in others. And novice Sagarakata also did the same thing to inquire after something. Novice Sagarakata. Novice Sagarakata, the nephew of Venerable Mahanaga, was a remarkable novice who became an arahat even while his head was being shaved at the time of entering into the saga. He reflected whether there had appeared before any monastic who could cause the Vajjayana mansion of Sakka to shake, and seeing none, he attempted to do it. But he could not do it. Seeing his attempt fail, the Devakana who belonged to the group of dancers at Sakka's palace ridiculed him. "Son, you are too young to try to do such a thing. This Vajjayana mansion is too strong for you," they said to him. Novice Sagarakata bethought himself. "I am being ridiculed by these Devakana because I lack proper instruction from a teacher." And so, he considered where his preceptor, Venerable Sammutika Mahanaga, could be found, and knowing that the latter was spending the day in a cave underneath the great ocean, he went there and stood in worshipful posture before the elder. "So you failed to shake the Vajjayana mansion because you joined battle even before you had learned how to fight," said the elder. "Venerable sir, I have not received any instructions from an able teacher," the novice said. "Son, if such a person of psychic power as yourself cannot shake the Vajjayana mansion, who else could? Now then, you have seen some dried piece of cow dung floating along the surface of water, haven't you? And remember, son, how the pancake maker retrieves her pancake from the frying pan by tearing off its edges first. Mark this example." These were the elliptical words from the teacher. "That is instruction enough, venerable sir," the novice said. Then he made the wish. "Let the Vajjayana mansion be surrounded by water." And the novice went to where the Vajjayanta mansion stood. On seeing him return, the Devakana remarked, "Here he comes again, not satisfied with his disgrace." "Yes, he is here again." When Sakka heard them, he said to them, "Do not ridicule my son. He has received instruction from an able teacher. He will shake the mansion now." Novice Sagarakata then touched the outside beam of the Vajjayana mansion with his big toe. The mansion swayed in all the four directions, sideways as well as back and forth. Thereupon the Devakana cried, "Son, please stop. Leave the great mansion alone." Novice Sagarakata then let the Vajjayana mansion stand in its place, and standing above it, uttered the following 3 verses in ecstatic joy. Day, PTS 2.560. Ajeva Pabajito, Aja Patsavakiya, Aja Kampemista, Aho Badashrit. Ajeva Pabajito, Aja Patsavakiya, Aja Kampemista, Aho Damasharat. Ajeva Pabajito, Aja Patsavakiya, Aja Kampemista, Aho Sagasharat. Just today I have become a monastic. I have today became an arahat even as my head was being shaved. And today, I have been able to shake Sakka's mansion, having received instruction from my teacher. Excellent and marvelous indeed is the Buddha, the perfectly self-awakened one. Excellent and marvelous indeed is the Dhamma, that truly leads to emancipation. Excellent and marvelous indeed is the Sangha, the noble ones, Arya. 3. The third cause, the conception of a Buddha to be, and the fourth cause, the birth of a Buddha to be, are due to the superb merit of the Bodhisattva. 5. The fifth cause, the occasion of awakening, is due to the power of the penetrative knowledge of the Buddha. 6. The sixth cause, the occasion of delivering the first discourse, is due to the power of the knowledge consisting in the power of exposition of the Buddha. On this great occasion, the guardian spirit of the great earth, showing his appreciation, is figuratively said to be applauding by the great earth, according to the commentary. 7. The seventh cause is due to the power of the Buddha knowledge in relinquishing the life-maintaining mental process out of weariness with sentient existence which is conditioned. On this great occasion, the guardian spirit of the earth sympathized with the Buddha in the matter of decay and death which is incumbent on everyone, not excepting the Buddha, and showed his sympathy by the great earthquake. 8. The eighth cause is due to the power of the Buddha's knowledge that makes the Buddha very happy with the delightful satisfaction in having accomplished his mission that had taken him for immeasurable periods, Sakya, and 100,000 eons, Kappa, for attainment of perfect peace, Āṭānāṭiya Nibbana. As for the guardian spirit of the earth, it was an occasion for grief and lamentation. The great earthquake, then, is an expression of his grief and lamentation. 8 categories of assemblies. When the Buddha discoursed on the 8 causes of great earthquakes, Venerable Ananda, being of great wisdom, rightly concluded that the Buddha had relinquished the life-maintaining mental process that very day. The fact is, Venerable Ananda's appraisal of the situation was known to the Buddha, but he did not allow Venerable Ananda to disrupt the discourse, and continued with other topics, such as the 8 categories of assemblies, the 8 means of mind mastery, and the 8 liberations. There are certain commentators who explain this action on the part of the Buddha as his strategy of alleviating the sorrow that would arise in Venerable Ananda if the fact of the relinquishing of the life-maintaining mental process were to be allowed to come to the surface. The fresh topics that the Buddha takes up without interrupting are thus meant to occupy Venerable Ananda's mind with matters other than the Buddha's oncoming passing. Ananda, said the Buddha, there are 8 categories of assemblies. There are the assembly of nobles, the assembly of Brahmins, the assembly of householders, the assembly of monastics, the assembly of the Devas of the realm of the 4 great kings, the assembly of the Tvatisa Devas, the assembly of the Devas led by Mara, the assembly of Brahmas. Ananda, I remember having attended hundreds of assemblies of nobles. In those assemblies, I sat together with them, conversed with them, and had discussions with them. While I was among them, my appearance was like their appearance, and my voice was like their voice. In my discourses to them, I pointed out to them the benefits of the doctrine, exhorted them to be established in the practice of the Dhamma, and gladdened them in the practice. While I was thus discoursing to them, they did not know me. They wondered, who is this one discoursing? Is he a deva or a man? After I, by my discourse, had pointed out to them the benefits of the Dhamma, and gladdened them in the practice, I vanished from there. When I vanished too, they still did not know me, and wondered, who was 1032, that who has vanished now? Was he a deva or a man? Ananda, I remember having attended hundreds of assemblies of Brahmins, householders, monastics, Devas of the realm of the 4 great kings, Tvatisa Devas, Devas led by Malla. I remember having attended hundreds of assemblies of Brahmas. In those assemblies, I sat together with them, conversed with them, and had discussions with them. While I was among them, my appearance was like their appearance, and my voice was like their voice. In my discourses to them, I pointed out to them the benefits of the doctrine, exhorted them to be established in the practice of the Dhamma, and gladdened them in the practice. While I was thus discoursing to them, they did not know me. They wondered, who is this one discoursing? Is he a deva or a man? After I had, by my discourse, pointed out to them the benefits of the Dhamma, and gladdened them in the practice, I vanished from there. When I vanished too, they still did not know me, and wondered, who was 1032, that who has vanished now? Was he a deva or a man? Ananda, these are the categories of assemblies. Some examples of the great many assemblies of nobles are: the first meeting with King Bimbisara after the Buddha had attained awakening, the Buddha's first visit to Kapilavatthu and meeting with his kinsmen, the Buddha's meeting with Lichavi princes as told in Sanakata's story, and Sakka's story. Such meetings with nobles took place also in other world elements, it should be presumed. My appearance was like their appearance, means not the color of the skin, but the form, for nobles had various colors of skin, some white, some black, some dark tan. As regards the form, the Buddha did not assume any particular guise, but retained his own self. Only the onlookers, the nobles, regarded them as one of them. This reminds one of the traditional presentation of the Buddha image in royal attire with reference to his taming of Jambapati. My voice was like their voice, means the language that the Buddha used in speaking at the particular assembly. Regarding the voice itself, the Buddha had a voice like that of the Lord of Brahmas, a voice replete with 8 marvelous qualities. When the Buddha happened to be seated on a throne, the audience would think that their king was speaking in a sweet voice. Only after he had finished the discourse and left the assembly, then the audience could see their real king, and they were left wondering, who was there sitting on the throne, who talked to us in Magadha on the Dhamma in such a sweet voice, and who is gone now? Was he a deva, or was he a man? They did not know that it was the Buddha. It might be asked, why did the Buddha discourse on the Dhamma to those who did not recognize him? What benefit did he see there? The answer is, the Buddha taught them to prepare the ground for their awakening later. Here's the explanation. Although those hearers of the Dhamma did not recognize the Buddha and did not take a real interest in the Dhamma, since the Dhamma is replete with the excellent qualities such as being well-delivered svakato, hearing it will serve as a necessary condition for awakening in the future to gain the paths and fruitions. As regards the great many assemblies of Brahmins, we have examples in the Buddha's encounters with Soadanta, Kadanta, and so on. Similar assemblies of Brahmins in the other world elements can also be presumed to have taken place. It might be asked, what benefit did the fortunate one see in discoursing on the 8 categories of assemblies? The answer is, the Buddha discoursed on the 8 categories of assemblies to illustrate the fact that he was fearless. Here's the explanation. After describing the 8 categories of assemblies, the Buddha continued, Ananda, in going amongst those 8 assemblies, the realized one had no fear. That being so, how could anyone say that the realized one was afraid of Mara, who came to him alone? Ananda, in relinquishing the life-maintaining mental process, the realized one did so fearlessly, with mindfulness and clear comprehension. These words are contained in the miscellaneous teaching on the Dhamma, Paccayaka Dhamma Dasana, which was not recited at the Great Council, but was quoted by the commentaries. 8 Ways of Mastery of the Mind. Then the Buddha continued his discourse without break thus. Ananda, there are 8 ways of mind mastery, abhibhayatana jhana, and overcoming the opposite phenomena and sense objects, that is, the hindrances that mark clear mental vision. These are 1. Someone with an excellent mental capacity or intelligence, after having gained concentration at the preliminary or preparatory level on the color of certain parts of his own body, concentrates his mind on small external forms of his choice, kheja, which may be either unblemished or blemished. His mind gets fixed on these forms, gains mastery over them, and he thus dwells in absorption, appanajjhana. After emerging from that absorption, he is aware that he knows and sees these forms. This is the first mind mastery, abhibhayatana jhana. 2. Some other person with an excellent mental capacity or intelligence, after having gained the preliminary concentration on the color of certain parts of his own body, concentrates his mind on big external forms, kheja, which may be either unblemished or blemished. His mind gets fixed on these big objects, gains mastery over them, and he thus dwells in absorption. After emerging from that absorption, he is aware that he knows and sees these forms. This is the second mind mastery. 3. Some other person with an excellent mental capacity or intelligence, without taking the color of any part of his body as an object of preliminary concentration, concentrates on small external objects, kheja, which may be either unblemished or blemished, as objects of preliminary concentration. His mind duly gets fixed on these small forms, kheja, gains mastery over them, and he thus dwells in absorption. After emerging from that absorption, he is aware that he knows and sees these forms. This is the third mind mastery. 4. Some other person with an excellent mental capacity or intelligence, without taking the color of his body as an object of preliminary concentration, concentrates on big external forms, kheja, which may be either unblemished or blemished, as objects of preliminary concentration. His mind duly gets fixed on these big forms, gains mastery over them, and he thus dwells in absorption. After emerging from that absorption, he is aware that he knows and sees these forms. This is the fourth mind mastery. 5. Some other person with an excellent mental capacity or intelligence, without taking the color of his body as an object of preliminary concentration, concentrates on external forms, kheja, that are dark blue, with a dark blue color, dark blue hue, like the flax blossom, which is dark blue, with a dark blue color, dark blue hue, or like bronze fabric with a smooth finish on both sides, which is dark blue and has a dark blue color, dark blue hue. He concentrates on external forms that are dark blue, with a dark blue color, dark blue hue, as objects of preliminary concentration. His mind duly gets fixed on them, gains mastery over them, and he thus dwells in absorption. After emerging from that absorption, he is aware that he knows and sees these forms. This is the fifth mind mastery. 6. Some other person with an excellent mental capacity or intelligence, without taking the color of his body as in 1035 object of preliminary concentration, concentrates on external forms, casia, that are yellow, with a yellow color, yellow hue, or like bronze fabric with a smooth finish on both sides, which is yellow and has a yellow color, yellow hue. He concentrates on these external forms that are yellow, with a yellow color, yellow hue, as objects of preliminary concentration. His mind duly gets fixed on them, gains mastery over them, and he thus dwells in absorption. After emerging from that absorption, he is aware that he knows and sees these forms. This is the sixth mind mastery. 7. Some other person with an excellent mental capacity or intelligence, without taking the color of his body as an object of preliminary concentration, concentrates on external forms, casia, that are red, with a red color, red hue, like a flower of the noon flower tree, Bunda Javaka, which is red, with a red color, red hue, or like bronze fabric with a smooth finish on both sides, which is red and has a red color, red hue. He concentrates on these external forms that are red, with a red color, red hue, as objects of preliminary concentration. His mind duly gets fixed on them, gains mastery over them, and he thus dwells in absorption. After emerging from that absorption, he is aware that he knows and sees these forms. This is the seventh mind mastery. 8. Some other person with an excellent mental capacity or intelligence, without taking the color of his body as an object of preliminary concentration, concentrates on external forms, casia, that are white, with a white color, white hue, like the morning star which is white with a white color, white hue, or like bronze fabric with a smooth finish on both sides which is white and has a white color, white hue. He concentrates on these external forms that are white with a white color, white hue, as objects of preliminary concentration. His mind duly gets fixed on them, gains mastery over them, and he thus dwells in absorption. After emerging from that absorption, he is aware that he knows and sees these forms. This is the eighth mind mastery. Mind mastery, Ajātasattu jhana abhibu, means overcoming opposite external states such as hindrances, and is a state of ecstatic bliss jhana. It is the meditation that is possible for those with very sharp intellect who can achieve concentration quickly and thereby overcome all hindrances, and who are able to deal with either a small object or a big object of meditation and gain mastery over it without difficulty. To achieve mind mastery, Ajātasattu jhana, a yogi may begin the preliminary or preparatory concentration by taking an internal form, such as concentrating on a certain part of his own body or an external form. If he begins with an internal form, he may choose any one of the four colors, dark blue, yellow, red, or white, that consist in the various parts of his own body. For example, if he concentrates on the dark blue color, he may concentrate on either his hair, or bile, or the pupil of the eye and impress his mind with the dark blue color, thinking, dark blue, dark blue. If he concentrates on the yellow color, he may concentrate on either the fat, the skin, the top of the hand, or the top of the foot, or the yellowish surface of the eyeball, and impress his mind with the yellow color, thinking, yellow, yellow. If he concentrates on the red color, he may concentrate on either the flesh, the blood, the tongue, or the reddish surface of the eyeball, and impress his mind with the red color, thinking, red, red. If he concentrates on the white color, he may concentrate on either the bone, the teeth, the fingernails, toenails, or the whitish surface of the eyeball, and impress his mind with the white color, thinking, white, white. Internal forms can help set up only the preliminary concentration, parakama, and not the full concentration, apana. The after-image or reflex image that the yogi obtains after achieving the preliminary concentration is sometimes not sufficiently clear. To get the necessary unblemished reflex image, pibganamitta, the yogi has to shift his object of meditation from an internal form to an external form. Then only can he get the desired sign or reflex image that can upgrade his concentration till he attains access concentration, upakara, In full concentration, Āṭānāṭiya, by stages. The yogi, who begins the preliminary concentration by taking an external form as an object of meditation, can fulfill all the three stages of concentration. The preliminary stage, Parakamabhavana, the threshold stage, Upakarabhavana, and the absorption stage, Āṭānābhavana. The objects of concentration may either be small or large. For the yogi who can achieve mind mastery, Abhayatana jhana, is a very keen intellect, so that he does not find any difficulty on account of the size of the object of concentration. It is like that of a person of good appetite, who can eat a small amount or a big amount without difficulty. Whether the object of concentration is small or big, the yogi of this caliber achieves access concentration quickly and then immediately attains absorption, Āṭānājana, thus overcoming all opposing mental states such as hindrances. Regarding the first four of the 8 mind masteries, a small form as object of concentration is suitable for yogis who are ruminative in nature, Vitakka Karita. A big form as object of concentration is suitable for yogis who have a bewildered nature, Moha Karita. An external form of good color is suitable for yogis who are irritable by nature, Dosa Karita. An external form of bad color is suitable for yogis who have a strong inclination towards sensuous desire, Raga Karita. These mind masteries were taught by the Buddha out of his own experience. As a matter of fact, he had practiced them innumerable times. To some people outside the Buddha's teaching, an indefinite object can be quite daunting to be taken as a proper object of concentration. For an indefinite object may be as vast as the entire physical setting of the world of living things. As for the Buddha, the extent of the object of concentration is infinite. Nothing whatever can therefore daunt the Buddha's mind. In discoursing on the 8 mind masteries to Venerable Ananda, the Buddha intended to let Venerable Ananda understand the fearless nature of the Buddha. (40c) The Last Days 3 in Malla. Kunda, the goldsmith's son. Then, after staying at the town of Bhoga for as long as he wished, the Buddha said to Venerable Ananda, "Come, Ananda, let us go to Pava." "Very well, Venerable Sir," said Venerable Ananda. And the Buddha, accompanied by his large following of monastics, went to Pava, where he dwelled in the Mango Grove monastery donated by Kunda, the goldsmith's son. Kunda, the goldsmith's son, was a very rich man. From his earlier meeting with the Buddha, he had benefited from his discourse and become a stream enterer. He built a big monastery in his mango grove and donated it to the Buddha. This was the last time the Buddha resided at the monastery. When Kunda, the goldsmith's son, heard the news that the Buddha had arrived and was staying at his mango grove monastery, he approached him, made obeisance to him, and sat in a suitable place. The Buddha pointed out to Kunda the benefits of the doctrine, exhorted him to set himself up in the practice of the Dhamma, and gladdened him in the practice. After listening to his discourse, Kunda said to the Buddha, "Venerable Sir, may it please the fortunate one to accept my offering of food for tomorrow together with the company of monastics." The Buddha signified his acceptance by remaining silent. Kunda, knowing that the Buddha had accepted his request, rose from his seat, paid respects to him, and left respectfully. The next day, he had choice foods of hard and soft kinds prepared at his home, including tender pork, Sakka, meat of a wild pig that was neither too old nor too young. "Venerable Sir, it is time to proceed. The food offering is ready," he announced to the Buddha. Herein, the Pai word for tender pork, Sakka, is interpreted by some teachers as soft rice boiled with fine-tasting cow's milk, while others also say that it means a special food prepared with some delicious and highly nutritive concoction called an elixir, rasayana. They say that Kunda had this special meal prepared for the Buddha in the belief that it would not cause the passing away of the Buddha. Then in the morning, the Buddha, taking his alms bowl and robes, went to the house of Kunda, accompanied by the monastics, and sat on the seat prepared for him. Being thus seated, the Buddha said to Kunda, the goldsmith's son, "Kunda, you may serve me the tender pork prepared by you, and you may serve the other food prepared by you to the company of monastics." "Very well, Venerable Sir," answered Kunda, and accordingly served the personally prepared tender pork to the Buddha, and the other personally prepared food to the Sakka. After finishing the meal, the Buddha said to Kunda, "Kunda, bury the remaining tender pork in a pit. I see no one else besides me, in all the celestial world of Devas, Maras, and Brahmas, or in this human world of ascetics and Brahmins, rulers and men who, should he perchance to eat it, could digest it properly." This the Buddha declared categorically. "Very well, venerable sir," said Kunda, and accordingly buried the remaining tender pork in a pit. Then he approached the Buddha, made obeisance to him, and sat in a suitable place. And the Buddha taught Kunda a discourse on the doctrine. Then the Buddha rose from his seat and departed. Thereafter, subsequent to the meal offered by Kunda, the Buddha became afflicted with a severe illness, an acute form of dysentery with discharge of blood, causing great pain near unto death, but he bore the pain with mindfulness and clear comprehension, without perturbation. Then he said to Ananda, "Come, Ananda, let us go to Kusinara." "Very well, venerable sir," said Venerable Ananda. It should be noted here that the dysentery came upon the Buddha not on account of Kunda's food offering. It is meant here that the affliction came merely subsequent to the meal, but not because of it. As a matter of fact, Kunda's specially prepared meal strengthened the Buddha. If not for Kunda's highly nourishing food, the Buddha would not be able to withstand the onslaught of the severe illness. Thanks to Kunda's tender pork meal, the Buddha found the strength to journey to Kusinara on foot. Drinking water. Then the Buddha left the road and went to the foot of a tree. There he said to Venerable Ananda, "Ananda, fold my double robe fourfold and place it on the ground." "Ananda, I am weary. I shall sit down for a while." "Very well, venerable sir." Venerable Ananda assented, and he placed on the ground the double robe folded fourfold. The Buddha sat on the seat thus prepared and said, "Ananda, go and get some drinking water." "Ananda, I am thirsty. I want to have a drink of water." Venerable Ananda said, "Venerable sir, 500 carts have just now crossed the stream. The shallow water is disturbed and is turbid. Venerable sir, the river Kakuta is not far off. There the water is clear, sweet, cool, and free from muddiness. The river bank is also pleasant and inviting. The fortunate one may take his drink of water at the river Kakuta and also may cool his limbs there." "Ananda, go and get some drinking water." "Ananda, I am thirsty. I want to have a drink of water." Venerable Ananda again said, "Venerable sir, 500 carts have just crossed the stream. The shallow water is disturbed and is turbid. Venerable sir, the river Kakuta is not far off. There the water is clear, sweet, cool, and free from muddiness. The river bank is also pleasant and inviting. The fortunate one may take his drink of water at the river Kakuta and also may cool his limbs there. Ananda, go and get some drinking water." "Ananda, I am thirsty. I want to have a drink of water." After being commanded thrice by the Buddha, Venerable Ananda assented, "Very well, venerable sir," and taking the alms bowl, went to the little stream. Then the shallow water, which was turbid after having been disturbed by the caravan, became mysteriously clear, pure, and free from muddiness. Thereupon, Venerable Ananda thought to himself, "Wonderful indeed, and marvelous indeed, is the great power of the realized one. This shallow stream, which was turbid due to the crossing of the caravan, is, on my arrival, flowing clear, pure, and free from muddiness." With these thoughts of wonderment, Venerable Ananda took the drinking water in the alms bowl, went back to the Buddha, and said, "Wonderful indeed, venerable sir, marvelous indeed, venerable sir, is the great power of the realized one. That shallow stream, which was turbid due to the crossing of the caravan, just now, on my arrival there, was flowing clear, pure, and free from muddiness. Now let the fortunate one drink the water. Let the fortunate one drink the water." And the Buddha drank the water. The 12 debts of the Buddha. In this connection, it would seem appropriate to mention briefly the 12 counts of recompense, which might be considered as 12 debts the Buddha had to meet in Sasra. 1. The first recompense, In his former existence, the Bodhisattva was a drunkard named Muni. He accosted a Paksabuddha named Surabi with a wild accusation. This man is an immoral person who indulges in sense pleasures in private. For that evil verbal action, he was reborn in the realm of continuous suffering in Niraya. And in the last existence as the Buddha, he was publicly accused by Sundari, the wandering female ascetic, as being luscious and having had an affair with her. 2. The second recompense. In a former existence, the Bodhisattva was a disciple named Nanda to a Paksabuddha named Sababibba. He accused his teacher of being a person of loose character. 1051. On account of that evil verbal action, he had to suffer for 100,000 years in the Niraya realm. When he was reborn as a human being, many times he was unjustly accused of wrongdoing. In the last existence as the Buddha, he was publicly accused by Sinkamavik as a wanton person who had caused her pregnancy. 3. The third recompense. The Bodhisattva was once a learned Brahmin teacher who was well versed in the 3 Vedas and a person of great esteem. While he was teaching the Vedas in the great wood to 500 pupils, they saw, in the sky, a holy recluse named Bhima coming to the forest by means of psychic powers. Instead of being inspired, the Bodhisattva told his 500 pupils that the recluse was a sensuous hypocrite. The pupils believed in what the teacher had said, spread the teacher's view of the holy recluse while the recluse was going alms collecting. These 500 pupils were reborn as monastic disciples of the Buddha. Due to their slander against Bhima, as the 500 pupils of the Brahmin teacher in their former life, they were falsely accused of murdering Sundari, the wandering female ascetic, who was actually the victim of the ascetics. It should be noted that an accusation against the disciples of the Buddha amounted to an accusation against the Buddha himself. 4. The fourth recompense. In a previous existence, the Bodhisattva murdered his half-brother on account of covetousness. He threw the younger brother into a ravine and then crushed him with a boulder. For that evil deed, the Buddha, in his last existence, became the victim of Devdatta's plot against his life. But, since a Buddha is not liable to get killed, he suffered from being cut by a rock splinter, which was as a result of a huge boulder being dropped from the hillside by Devdatta. His big toe was internally bruised by the rock splinter. 5. The fifth recompense. In one of his former existences, the Bodhisattva was a scamp, and when he met a Paksabuddha on the way, he gave vent to frolicsome tendencies and threw stones at the Paksabuddha. For that evil deed, the Buddha once came under attack by a band of archers sent by Devdatta who meant to kill him. 6. The sixth recompense. When the Bodhisattva was a Mahout, he threatened a Paksabuddha who was on his alms collection with his elephant, as if to trample on him. On account of that misdeed, the Buddha was once threatened with a drunken elephant named Njairai in Rajagaha, which was sent by Devdatta to trample on him. 7. The seventh recompense. In one of his former existences, the Bodhisattva was a monarch. Out of kingly conceit, he executed a prisoner personally, without considering the consequences, by piercing him with a spear. That evil deed brought him down to the realm of continuous suffering for a great many years. In his last existence, the Buddha had to undergo treatment on his big toe being cut open by Javaka, the celebrated physician, to heal it when it was hit by a splinter caused by Devdatta's wicked scheme. 8. The eighth recompense. In a former existence, the Bodhisattva was born into a fisherman's family. He used to take delight in witnessing his relatives hurting and killing the fish, although he did not do the killing himself. As the result of that evil thought, in his last existence as the Buddha, he often suffered from headaches. As for his relatives of that existence, they were reborn as Sakyans who were massacred by Vyabha. 9. The ninth recompense. When the Bodhisattva was born as a human being during the time of Buddha Fuss's teaching, he railed the male monastic disciples of the Buddha, saying, "You may eat only barley, but not rice." That vituperation had the consequence that in his last existence, the Buddha had to live on barley meal for the whole of the rains retreat, Vasa, period at the Varanja Brahmin village where he stayed at the invitation of Brahmin Varanja. 10. The 10th recompense. Once the Bodhisattva was born as a professional boxer, and one time he broke the back of his combatant. As a consequence of that evil deed, the Buddha, in his last existence, often suffered from backache. 11. The 11th recompense. When the Bodhisattva was a physician in one of his former existences, he purposely administered a drug causing loose bowels to a rich man's son who grudged him his fee. On account of that evil deed, the Buddha, in his last existence, was afflicted with severe dysentery with discharge of blood prior to his passing away. 12. The 12th recompense. The Bodhisattva was once born as a Brahmin named Jyotipada. He made blasphemous remarks about Buddha Kassapa, saying, "How is it possible that this shaveling is perfectly awakened? Perfect awakening is a most rare thing." That blasphemy had the consequence of delaying awakening for him. Other bodhisattvas attained awakening in a matter of days or months, whereas Gautama, the bodhisattva, had to go through 6 painful years in his quest for the truth. These 12 consequences of the past blunders of the bodhisattva were related by the Buddha himself in the connection with previous deeds in the traditions about the Buddha, Pubbakama Paladika Buddha Apadana, AP 39.10. Pakusa, the Malla prince. While the Buddha was sitting at the foot of the tree after having a drink of water, Pakusa, a Malla prince who was a disciple of Rakalama, was on his journey from Kusinara to Pava. Seeing the Buddha sitting at the foot of a tree, Pakusa of the Mallas approached him, made obeisance to him, and sat in a suitable place. Then he addressed the Buddha. "Wonderful it is, venerable sir, marvelous it is, venerable sir, how the recluses remain in their tranquil state. Venerable sir, as it happened in the past, Rakalama, while on a journey, left the road and sat down at the foot of a tree by the roadside to spend the day. At that time, 500 carts passed by, very close to him. Venerable sir, a man who was following behind the 500 carts went towards Rakalama and asked, 'Sir, did you see 500 carts pass by?' Ra said, 'Friend, I did not see them.' 'Sir, how is it then? Did you hear the noise of those carts?' 'Friend, I did not hear the noise either.' 'Sir, how is it then? Were you asleep then?' 'Friend, I was not asleep either.' 'Sir, how is it then? Were you quite conscious then?' 'Yes, friend, I was quite conscious.' 'Sir, you say you did not see nor hear the 500 carts that passed very close by you even though you were conscious and awake. Yet your double robe, 1053, is covered all over with dust, isn't it?' 'It is so, friend.' Venerable sir, after having that dialogue with Rakalama, that man thought thus, 'Wonderful it is, marvelous it is, that the recluses remain in their tranquil state.' This recluse Ra, although conscious and awake, did not see nor hear the 500 carts that passed close by him. And saying how deeply he revered Rakalama, he went away. Thereupon the Buddha said to Pakusa of the Mallas, 'Pakusa, what do you think of this? Someone, though conscious and awake, does not see nor hear the 500 carts that pass close by him. Another person, though conscious and awake, does not see nor hear a downpour of rain with rumbling thunder, lightning, and crashing thunderbolts close by him. Now, of these 2 cases, which is the more difficult to achieve? Which is the more unlikely to happen?' 'Venerable sir,' replied Pakusa, 'to remain unseeing and unhearing of the passing of carts close by oneself, be it 500, 600, 700, 800, 900, 1,000, or even 100,000 carts, cannot be called difficult compared to the other case. Indeed, it is much more difficult to remain unseeing and unhearing the downpour of rain with rumbling thunder, lightning, and crashing thunderbolts close by. It is more unlikely to happen.' Then the Buddha said, 'Pakusa, at one time, I was living in a straw hut at the town of Aluma. During that time, there was a downpour of rain with rumbling thunder, lightning, and crushing of thunderbolts. A thunderbolt struck near my hut, killing 4 oxen and 2 cultivators who were brothers. Then, Pakusa, a large number of people came out from the town to see the place where the 4 oxen and 2 cultivators were killed. By that time, I had come out of the straw hut and was walking up and down in the open near the hut. A man from that crowd drew near me, and after paying respects to me, stood at a suitable distance. I asked that man, "Friend, why are there many people gathered?" "Venerable sir, for oxen and 2 cultivators were struck by a thunderbolt and killed while it rained heavily with rumbling thunder and lightning. These people have come to see the damage." "But, venerable sir, where were you at that time?" "Friend, I have been here all the while." "Venerable sir, how is it then? Did you see what happened?" "Friend, I did not see it." "Venerable sir, how is it then? Did you hear that sound?" "Friend, I did not hear the sound either." "Venerable sir, how is it then? Were you asleep?" "Friend, I was not asleep either." "Venerable sir, how is it then? Were you conscious?" "Yes, friend, I was conscious." "Venerable sir, is it that though conscious and awake, you neither saw nor heard the heavy rain, rumbling thunder, lightning, and crashing thunderbolts?" "That is so, friend." Pakusa, at the end of the dialogue, the man thought, "Wonderful it is, marvelous it is that recluses or monastics remain in their tranquil state. The fortunate one here, though conscious and awake, did not see nor hear the heavy rain, rumbling thunder, lightning, and crashing thunderbolts. And saying how deeply he revered me, he made obeisance to me and went away." A special gift to the Buddha. After the Buddha had said these words, Pakusa of the Malla said to him, "Venerable sir, whatever high esteem I had for Rakalama, I now throw it away as if I would throw away rubbish in a strong wind, or let go as if I would cast some worthless thing down the rushing stream. Venerable sir, excellent is the Dhamma. Venerable sir, excellent is the Dhamma. It is as if, venerable sir, that which has been turned over has been turned up, or as if that which has been hidden is revealed, or as if a lost traveler was told the way, or as if a lamp was lit in a dark place, so that those with eyes may see visible objects. Even so the fortunate one has shown the Dhamma to me in various ways. Venerable sir, I take refuge in the Buddha, I take refuge in the Dhamma, I take refuge in the Sakka. May the fortunate one regard me as a lay disciple, one who has taken refuge in the 3 treasures, from this day to the end of life." Then Pakusa called a man and said to him, "Man, go and bring me the pair of fine golden-hued pieces of cloth that are reserved for ceremonial occasions." And when the pair of lengths of fine golden-hued cloth were brought, Pakusa, the Malla prince, offered them to the Buddha, saying, "Venerable sir, may the fortunate one, out of compassion for me, accept this pair of fine ceremonial lengths of cloth." The Buddha said, "In that case, Pakusa, present one to me and one to Ananda." And so Pakusa presented one piece to the Buddha and the other piece to Venerable Ananda. In this connection, one might ask, did Venerable Ananda accept Pakusa's gift? And the answer is, yes, he did. Then the inquirer might point out the previous agreement by Venerable Ananda not to receive offerings originally made to the Buddha, which was the agreement to receive only 4 kinds of gifts and to refuse 4 kinds of gifts made by him when he became the personal attendant to the Buddha. The gift was accepted in this case as an exception was for these 3 reasons. Venerable Ananda had, by this time, fulfilled his task as the Buddha's personal attendant supremely well. This fact of his receiving the gift would stop others who might otherwise say that Venerable Ananda had not served the Buddha well. So the Buddha did not favor him with any gift after 25 years of personal service. Venerable Ananda understood that the Buddha let Pakusa enjoy the benefit of making the gift to the Sakka, for giving to Venerable Ananda amounted to giving to the Sakka. The Buddha also knew that Venerable Ananda would not use the cloth himself, but instead would present it to him. Then the Buddha pointed out to Pakusa the benefits of the doctrine, exhorted him to set himself up in the practice of the Dhamma, and gladdened him in the practice. After thus pointing out the benefits of the Dhamma, being exhorted to set himself up in the practice of the Dhamma, and being gladdened in the practice, Pakusa rose from his seat, and after paying respects to the Buddha, departed respectfully. Not long after Pakusa was gone, Venerable Ananda placed the pair of fine golden-hued robes on the body of the Buddha. Once they were placed on the person of the Buddha, the pair of robes appeared to lose their splendor against the natural splendor of the Buddha's person. Venerable Ananda was awestruck. He exclaimed what he saw. Thereupon the Buddha explained to him thus: Ananda, what you say is true. Ananda, what you say is true. There are two occasions when the natural color of the realized one becomes exceedingly clear and his complexion exceedingly bright. These two occasions are the night, Ananda, when the realized one attains supreme, perfect self-awakening, and the night in which he passes away, leaving no trace of the five aggregates, and realizes complete nibbana. 1055, Ananda. These are the two occasions on which the natural color of the realized one's person becomes exceedingly clear and his complexion exceedingly bright. Ananda, today in the last watch of the night, in the Sala grove of the Malla princes where the road to Kusinara turns between the twin Sala trees, the realized one's realization of Parinibbana will take place. Then the Buddha said, Come, Ananda, let us go to the river Kakuta. Very well, Venerable Sir, said Venerable Ananda in assent. Then the Buddha proceeded to the river Kakuta, accompanied by a large number of monastics. He entered the river, bathed in it, and drank its water. Back again on the river bank, he went to the mango grove by the river. Venerable Ananda was then at the river bank, drying the loin cloth in which the Buddha bathed. There he said to Venerable Kunda, Kunda, fold my double robe fourfold and place it on the ground. I am weary. I need to lie down. Venerable Kunda assented respectfully and placed the folded double robe on the ground, and the Buddha lay down on his right side in a noble posture, with his left foot above the right foot, placed slightly beyond it, with mindfulness and clear comprehension, and keeping in mind the time of arising. Venerable Kunda kept watch there, seated nearby. The merits of the two meals. When Venerable Ananda returned to the Buddha, he made the following special remarks about the last meal. Ananda, it may happen that someone may cause unhappiness to Kunda, the goldsmith's son, by saying, Friend Kunda, the fortunate one passed away after he had eaten his last meal provided by you. How unfortunate! What a loss to you! Should such a thing happen, Kunda should be solaced thus. Honorable Kunda, the fortunate one passed away after he had eaten his last meal provided by you. How fortunate! What a good gain for you! Honorable Kunda, these are the words I heard from the mouth of the fortunate one himself. There are two offerings of food that surpass all other food offerings in their benefit, and whose merits compare well as between the two of them. The two offerings are the food offered to the realized one, after eating which the realized one attains supreme, perfect self-awakening, and the food offered to the realized one, after eating which the realized one passes away, leaving no trace of the five aggregates, and realizes complete nibbana. These two offerings of food surpass all other food offerings in their benefit, and whose merits compare well as between the two of them. These are the words I heard from the mouth of the fortunate one himself. That being so, the Honorable Kunda, the goldsmith's son, has in store for him the merit that will ensure him long life, the merit that will ensure him good looks, the merit that will ensure him well-being and happiness, the merit that will ensure him large following, the merit that leads to the Deva realm, and the merit that ensures him preeminence. Thus should Kunda the goldsmith's son be solaced. Then the Buddha, comprehending the matter, uttered this exalted verse on the spur of the moment Udana. In one who gives, merit grows. In one who is self-controlled, enmity cannot gather. One who has insight, wisdom, abandons evil. One who is endowed with generosity, morality, concentration, and wisdom, having destroyed attachment, hatred, and delusion, attains peace. Herein the equal merit in Suja's milk rice at the Bodhi tree and Kunda's tender pork might be a matter of controversy. One might ask, at the time the fortunate one ate Suja's milk rice, he had not destroyed 1056 attachment, hatred, and delusion, whereas at the time he ate Kunda's food offering, he was free from attachment, hatred, and delusion. Thus the state of purity was not equal. How could the merit in the offering be equal? The answer is this. The equal factors in both are 1. Both the meals lead to Parinibbana. 2. Both enable the Buddha to dwell in the attainment of absorption, jhana. 3. Both led to the same mode of contemplation by the two supporters. Now to expand this. 1. After eating Sujata's milk rice, The Buddha extinguished the defilements and become a Buddha, which is the parinibbana of the defilements, kilesa, the realization of nibbana with the 5 aggregates remaining. After eating Kunda's tender pork, the Buddha extinguished the re-arising of the 5 aggregates, which is the parinibbana of the aggregates, khandha, the realization of nibbana with no aggregates remaining. Thanks to Sujata's milk rice, there arose in the Buddha's physical system superior corporeality, patarupa. This gave strength to the mental system so that the Dhamma body, comprising the arising of insight, the arising of path, and the arising of fruition, was able to destroy the defilements without difficulty, thus leading to the parinibbana of the defilements. Kunda's food offering likewise provided proper sustenance to the Buddha and enabled him to renounce the 5 aggregates without difficulty, thus leading to the parinibbana of the aggregates. 2. On the day of the awakening, the Buddha, after eating the milk rice offered by Sujata, had the strength to dwell in the attainment of concentration comprising 24,000 billion absorptions, which was to become his daily routine, Devasika Vajjana Samapatti. After eating Kunda's food offering, the Buddha was, in spite of his severe dysentery, also able to keep up the daily routine of dwelling in the attainment of concentration comprising 24,000 billion absorptions. 3. Sujata offered her milk rice to the Bodhisattva, thinking him to be the guardian spirit of the great tree, later to be called the Mahabodhi tree. But when she knew that it was the Buddha to whom she made her offering, and that he become a Buddha after having her meal of milk rice, and that the Buddha got sustenance for 49 days from her food offering, she was intensely happy. What a great fortune for me! What a great gain to me! She contemplated repeatedly, thus increasing her meritorious thoughts of delightful satisfaction and joy. Similarly, when Kunda learnt that his food offering was the Buddha's last meal, after which he realized nibbana with no aggregates remaining, he was overjoyed. What a great fortune for me! What a great gain to me! He contemplated repeatedly, in this way increasing his meritorious thoughts of delightful satisfaction and joy. The 2.4 million billion sustained absorptions. As discussed in the sub-commentary to the collection of the thematic discourses, Āṭānāṭiya, on the discourse about the emancipation, Parinibbana Sutta, SN 6.15, according to some teachers, Kesai the Buddha in his daily routine dwelled in the absorptions of great compassion, Mahaku, numbering 12,000 billion times, and the Arahat fruition, Arahata Phala, absorptions numbering the same, thus dwelling in a total of 24,000 billion absorptions, known as the attainments resorted to daily. Devasika Vajjana Samapatti. Another explanation, with the Buddhas, the return to the life, continuum thought moment Bhavagasiddha is very swift. Entering into and dwelling in a certain type of absorption, as from one to another, is an accomplished feat. To enter into absorption, and to emerge from absorption, the Buddha needs just 2 or 3 thought moments. That being so, it is routine for the Buddha to dwell in the 5 types of fine material absorptions and the 4 types of non-material absorptions, the measureless attainments, Appamana Samapatti, the cessation attainment, Nirodha Samapatti, and the Arahat fruition attainment, Arahata Phala Samapatti, thus making a daily total of 12 types of attainment Samapatti. 1,000 billion times for each of these 12 attainments were entered into every morning, and the same number of absorptions repeated every afternoon. Thus a daily routine of 24,000 billion absorptions took place every day. This is according to some teachers. According to other teachers, it was customary for the Buddha to dwell in the cessation attainment, Nirodha Samapatti, every day. Entering into the cessation attainment is to be preceded by insight meditation. With the Buddhas, the subject of contemplation to develop insight meditation leading to the cessation attainment is dependent origination, Pika Samuppada. This meditation procedure involves contemplating the 12 factors of dependent origination, Pika Samuppada, in the forward order beginning from ignorance, Avijja, each for 1,000 billion times. Thus 12,000 billion times are devoted to the 12 factors of dependent origination or dependent origination, Pika Samuppada. Then contemplating the same 12 factors in the reverse order involves another 12,000 billion times. The entering into the cessation attainment with dependent origination, Pika Samuppada, as the subject of contemplation, is therefore 12,000 billion times each for the forward and the reverse order of dependent origination, thereby taking up 24,000 billion times. This is what other teachers say. Since the 24,000 billion times are devoted daily to the absorptions by the Buddha, what significance is there about these absorptions on the day of awakening and on the day of passing away? The significance, as pointed out in the sub-commentary on the collection of the long discourses, Āṭānāṭiya, is that on these particular days the absorptions are built up on a more rigorous mental discipline that requires contemplating the 7 aspects of physical phenomena, Rupa Sataka, and 7 aspects of mental phenomena, Nama Sataka, in the preliminary insight meditation. Kusinara as the Buddha's last repose. Then the Buddha said to Venerable Ananda, "Come, Ananda, let us go to the Sala grove of the Malla princes where the road bends to Kusinara town, on yonder bank of the river Hiranavati." "Very well, Venerable Sir," Venerable Ananda assented. Then the Buddha, accompanied by a large body of monastics, reached at last the Sala grove of the Malla princes where the road bends to Kusinara town on the further bank of the river Hiranavati. There he said to Venerable Ananda, "Ananda, lay the couch with its head to the north between the twin Sala trees." "Ananda, I am weary and wish to lie down." "Very well, Venerable Sir," said Venerable Ananda, and laid the couch with its head to the north between the twin Sala trees. And the Buddha lay down on his right side in a noble posture, with his left foot above the right foot, placed slightly beyond it, with mindfulness and clear comprehension. On this journey from Pava to Kusinara, a very large body of monastic disciples, almost beyond count, had gathered around the Buddha because from the time of the news of his imminent passing away had gone out of the small village of Vuva, all monastics living at various places, who had come to the Buddha, did not disperse. In the Sala grove of the Malla princes where the couch for the Buddha was laid, there were 2 fine rows of Sala trees at the north, where the head of the couch was placed, and at the south. Amidst these 2 rows, there was a pair of Sala trees at the opposite ends of the couch whose roots, branches, and foliage were intertwined, so that they were referred to as the twin Sala trees. There was a couch used by the Malla princes in the Sala grove, and it was the couch that the Buddha commanded Ananda to be laid for him, and which was duly complied with. "Ananda, I am weary, and wish to lie down." The significance of these words may be considered in the light of the Buddha's natural physical might, which was equal to the strength of 10 billion of ordinary elephants, equivalent to that of 10 Siddhanta white elephants, or that of 100 billion average men. All that marvelous might drained down with the dysentery, like the water poured down into a funnel filter, after the Buddha had eaten Kunda's food. The distance from Pava to Kusinara was a mere 3 miles or half of a league, yet the Buddha had to make 25 pauses on his journey. At the end of the last leg of his journey, on entering the Sala grove at sunset, he was overwhelmed by the ailments. Hence, his admission of uneasiness and need to lie down was an ominous signal to the world that he was as good as dead. Here one might be tempted to ask, why did the Buddha take as much trouble to get to Kusinara? Were not other places fit to be his last repose? The answer is there was no place which was actually unfit for that great occasion. But there were 3 reasons for the Buddha in choosing this insignificant town of Kusinara as the place of his last repose. He saw the following 3 eventualities and considered. 1. If I were to pass away at any place other than Kusinara, there would be no occasion for the discourse about Mahasutasena Sutta, DN 17. This long discourse took 2 recitals, Bhavara, at the council, and revealed that even as a human being, when the Buddha was a bodhisattva, one could enjoy divine glory on earth, it would find a fitting setting only at Kusinara. The discourse would kindle the interest of the hearers to do good deeds. 2. If I were to pass away at some place other than Kusinara, Subhata, the wandering ascetic, would get no opportunity of meeting me, in which case it would be an utter loss for him, for he was fit to be awakened only by a Buddha and not by a Buddha's disciple. That ascetic Subhata would be there at Kusinara and would put intelligent questions, and at the end of the answers to his questions, he would embrace the doctrine, learn the method of practice for developing insight, and would become the last arahat during my lifetime. 3. If I were to pass away elsewhere, there would be bloodshed over the scramble for the relics of the realized one. In Kusinara, Brahman Doa would be able to prevent such a catastrophe, and the distribution of the relics would be effected peacefully. These were the 3 reasons why the Buddha took so much trouble to get to Kusinara. As the Buddha lay there on the couch, the twin Sala trees burst forth into full bloom, though it was not the flowering season, and in adoration of the Buddha, rained down blossoms, continuously scattering them over his body. Also, celestial Mandarava flowers fell from the sky, continuously scattering themselves over the body of the Buddha, signifying the adoration of the Buddha by the celestial beings. Also, celestial sandalwood powder fell from the sky, continuously scattering itself over the body of the Buddha, signifying the adoration of the Buddha by the celestial beings. And celestial music wafted in the sky. Celestial melodies resounded in the air above, in adoration of the Buddha. Then the Buddha said to Venerable Ananda, Ananda, the twin Sala trees burst forth in a full bloom, though it is not the flowering season. And in adoration of the realized one, rain fell, continuously scattering them over the body of the realized one. Also, celestial Mandarava flowers fall from the sky, continuously scattering themselves over the body of the realized one, signifying the adoration of the 1059 realized one by the celestial beings. Also, celestial sandalwood powder falls from the sky, continuously scattering itself over the body of the realized one, signifying the adoration of the realized one by the celestial beings. And celestial music wafts in the sky, celestial melodies resound in the air above, in adoration of the realized one. Ananda, all these forms of adoration cannot be called sufficient acts of honor, esteem, reverence, adoration, or worship of the realized one. Ananda, the male monastic or female monastic, or the male lay disciple, or the female lay disciple, who practices according to the doctrine leading to the supermundane, who conducts himself correctly in the practice, and who leads a righteous life, by such a follower of the realized one only is the realized one best honored, esteemed, revered, adored, and worshipped. Accordingly, Ananda, train yourselves diligently, with a firm resolve to practice according to the doctrine leading to the supermundane. Conduct yourselves correctly in the practice, and lead a righteous life. Herein, the Sala trees, raining down their blossoms, should be understood as acts of adoration by the guardian spirits of those trees by shaking the branches. Mandarava flowers bloom in the Nanda lake in the Tvatisa realm. The leaf of the plant is about the size of an umbrella, and the pollen collects in each flower is as much as a basketful. Not only Mandarava flowers, but also other celestial flowers, such as the coral flower and other celestial flowers, were strewn down by the Devis who dwell around the regions at the walls of the Kakava, Tvatisa, and Brahma realms, so that there was a continuous sprinkling of celestial flowers. Likewise, celestial sandalwood here should be understood to represent various other kinds of scented wood not only from the Deva realm, but from the realms of Nagas, Garuas, and other foreign lands of the human world, as well as all kinds of exotic natural scents in various forms, such as gold dust, silver powders, minerals, rocks, etc. In short, all the sentient worlds, celestial as well as terrestrial, joined in sprinkling scented dust of all descriptions continuously onto the reclining Buddha at Kusinara. Celestial music also represents a universal symphony played by musicians of all the sentient worlds extending throughout the 10,000 world element, including Devis, Nagas, Garuas, and human beings that sounded in the sky of the world element. Celestial melodies resounded in the air above. Behind the statement lies a touching story. It concerns Verua and Vru Devis, who have exceedingly long lifespans. These Devis, on learning that the Deva, who was the Bodhisattva, was going to be reborn in the human world, started making a garland for presentation to the Bodhisattva on the day of his conception. Before they had finished making the garland, they heard the news that the Bodhisattva was conceived in the human mother's womb. So when other Devis asked them for whom the garland was being made, they said, "Our garland is not finished yet, so it has to be presented to the Bodhisattva on the day he is born." Again, when they learnt that the Bodhisattva was already born, The garland-making Devas said, "Well, we will present it to the Bodhisattva on the day of his renunciation." When, after 29 years of life in the human world, the Bodhisattva renounced the world, the garland makers heard the news and said, "We will present it to the Buddha on his day of awakening." Then, after 6 years of the Bodhisattva's great struggle and the news of his awakening reached the garland-making Devas, they said, "We will present it to the Fortunate One on the day of the first discourse." After 49 days dwelling in absorption at 7 different places, when the first discourse was delivered at the Deer Park, the garland-making Devas said, "Well, we will present it to the Fortunate One on the day the Fortunate One displays the twin miracle." When the news that the twin miracle had taken place reached the garland makers, they thought of offering the garland when, after 3 months, the Buddha had descended from the Tvetisa realm. And when the news of the Buddha's descent from the Tvetisa realm was received also, they thought of offering the garland on the day the Buddha relinquished his life-maintaining thought process. But by that day the garland was still not finished, and so they said, "The garland is still not finished. We will honor the Fortunate One with it on the day of his passing away." Now that the latest news of the Buddha lying on his deathbed reached the garland makers, and that at the 3rd watch of that very night the Buddha would be passing away, the Vairava Devas and Vru Devas exclaimed, quite bewildered, "How is that? Just today the Bodhisattva is known to be conceived in his mother's womb. Just today he is born. Just today he has renounced earth and home. Just today the Fortunate One has attained awakening. Just today he has delivered his first discourse. Just today he has displayed the twin miracle. Just today he has descended from the Tvetisa realm. Just today he has relinquished the life-maintaining thought process. And just today he is about to pass away. Should he not have tarried till breakfast time the next day? It is just too soon, too early, for such a great personage who has fulfilled the 10 perfections supremely and has become a Buddha to pass away now." Thus murmuring mournfully, the Vairava Devas and the Vru Devas came before the Buddha, bringing with them the great garland, still unfinished, together with more flowers to go into its making. But they could not find any place in this world element amidst the celestial crowds who had already gathered, so that they were obliged to recede to the edge of the world element, and had to keep the great garland hanging in the air above. Then those Devas ran about the rim of the world element, holding onto another's hands or embracing one another, all the while contemplating the noble attributes of the 3 treasures, and singing devotional songs on the 32 marks of the great man, the 6-hued aura of the Buddha, the 10 perfections, the 550 existences of the Bodhisattva, and the 14 knowledges of the Buddha, and singing the refrain at the end of each song. The Fortunate One with such great following and fame. The Fortunate One with such great following and fame. All these beautiful melodies were coming from these great Devas, so that celestial music resounded in the air above. Even while the Buddha was lying there, on the couch, he saw the great gathering of Devas and Brahmas which filled the entire world element, from the earth's surface to the brim of this world element, and from its brim to the Brahma world. On seeing the zeal with which they were honoring the Buddha said the above words to Venerable Ananda. After mentioning the marvelous modes of worshipping the Buddha by the celestial beings of the 10,000 world element, the Buddha pointed out that the material offerings of Misa Puja were not sufficient in themselves as the best way of doing honor to the Buddha, but that only by learning and practicing the doctrine is the best honor done to the Buddha. In saying these words, the Buddha also implied that since the very beginning when, having been endowed with the 8 factors required of a full-fledged bodhisattva, as the ascetic Sume, he had aspired to Buddhahood at the feet of Buddhadpakara, lying face downward in the mud, offering himself to be used by the Buddha and his company of 400,000 arahats. All his fulfilling of the perfections over 4 immeasurable periods, Asakya, and 100,000 eons, were not for the purpose of being honored by the celestial world with these flowers, perfumes, and music, but was solely for the purpose of being honored by his disciples following his teaching, which is the best way of doing honor to him. Herein, it might be asked, it is usual for the Fortunate One to extol the offerings of his insignificant object, such as a sesame flower. Unless the offering is made with a consciousness of the Buddha's attributes, then the benefit accruing from the offering would be infinite. Yet in this case of the Varua Devis and Vru Devis, why did the Fortunate One not welcome their offering of the great garland? The answer is that the Buddha had in mind the true interest of the vast multitudes, and also the perpetuation of the teaching. Here is the explanation. The doctrine lays down the threefold training of morality, sila, concentration, samadhi, and wisdom, panna. If offering of material things were allowed too freely, then in future, the disciples of the Buddha might neglect the practice of concentration and wisdom. They would neglect the practice of insight meditation. The male monastic disciples would preach the merits of offerings of flowers and fragrant things and offering other material things only. Offering of material things cannot maintain the teaching consisting essentially of the threefold training even for one breakfast period. Indeed, thousands of splendid monasteries or thousands of splendid relic shrines, stupa, cannot maintain the teaching. These material donations merely lead only to mundane welfare. It is the right practice of the Dhamma that truly counts as honoring the Buddha. The Buddha desires for honoring him by practicing the Dhamma, Dhamma Puja. For by right practice alone can the teaching be perpetuated. That was the reason why the Buddha extolled the practice of the Dhamma. The practice leading to the four paths, four fruitions, and nibbana, the ninefold supermundane Dhamma, is the highest mode of honoring the Buddha. This practice, in accordance with Dhamma, Dhammanuttama, begins with refuge in the three treasures and culminates in the highest development that marks the change of the worldling into the lineage of the noble ones, Gatrabu, the state of mental maturity, which is, so to speak, on the threshold of path knowledge, Magadha with Makrane. A monastic who indulges in the 6 kinds of disrespect, Agarava, disobeys the rules of monastic conduct, and lives an improper life using the 4 requisites, which are acquired unlawfully and not according to the rules of Vinaya, is one who does not practice in accordance with the Dhamma. The monastic, who meticulously obeys every rule prescribed of monastic conduct, is one who practices in accordance with the Dhamma. These observations apply equally to female monastics. As for lay disciples, he who is in the habit of breaking the 5 precepts, such as killing, which is also known as the 5 animosities because non-observance of these precepts are inimical to one's own true interest, and who indulges in the 10 courses of evil action, is called one who does not practice according to the Dhamma. The lay disciple, who is well established in the 3 treasures, who observes the 5 precepts, the 10 precepts, who keeps fasting day precepts on 4 fasting days and the 4 days prior to them, who is in the habit of generously giving offerings of fragrant flowers to the 3 treasures, looking after his parents, and ministering to the needs of men of virtue, is called a lay disciple who practices in accordance with the Dhamma. These observations apply equally to female lay disciples. Honoring the Buddha by honoring the Dhamma, Dhammanuttama, is also called spiritual worship, puja. This kind of doing honor to the Buddha alone contributes to the perpetuation of the teaching. So long as the 4 categories of the Buddha's disciples, i.e., male monastics, female monastics, lay male disciples, and lay female disciples, are doing honor in this way, the teaching will shine forth like the full moon in the clear sky. Venerable Upava. At that time, Venerable Upava was standing in front of the Buddha, fanning him. Then the Buddha said to Upava, "Move away, monastic, do not stand in front of me." Venerable Upava obeyed without delay, dropped the palm leaf fan there, and stood at a suitable distance. Thereupon it occurred to Venerable Ananda thus. This Venerable Upava had for a long time during the first 20 years after the Fortunate One's awakening been a close attendant to the Fortunate One, and yet at this period of his passing away the Fortunate One caused him to move aside, saying, "Move away, monastic, do not stand in front of me." What might be the reason for the Fortunate One in doing so? Therefore he asked the Buddha, "Venerable Sir, Venerable Upava had for a long time been a close attendant on the Fortunate One, and yet at this period of the Fortunate One's passing away, the Fortunate One caused him to move aside with the words, 'Move away, monastic, do not stand in front of me.' What is the reason for the Fortunate One in doing so?" Then the Buddha, wishing to clear away from Ananda's mind any idea of Venerable Upava being at fault, and to make it clear that Venerable Upava was not at fault, explained to him thus. Ananda, with the exception of the Āṭānāṭiya Brahmas and Brahmas of the formless realm. Most of the Devas and Brahmas of the 10 world elements are gathered here at Kusinara to see the realized one. There is not, within 12 leagues in and around this solid grove, a single space about the breadth of a tail hair of a mountain goat that remains unoccupied by powerful Devas. Ananda, the Devas are murmuring against Upava thus. We have come from afar to see the realized one. It is only rarely that the Arahat, perfectly self-awakened Buddhas arise in the world. And tonight, in the third watch of the night, the realized one is due to pass away. This powerful monastic standing in front of the fortunate one is obstructing our view. Alas, we are going to miss the chance of seeing the realized one at his last hour. This is the reason why I had asked monastic Upava to step aside. A note of explanation. Within the space close to the Buddha, Devas and Brahmas in their subtle corporeality in groups of 10 each, occupied units of space which were a tail hair in breadth. Beyond those groups of Devas are Brahmas. There were groups of Devas and Brahmas in groups of 20, each occupying a space of the same breadth. And beyond those groups were similar arrangements of space occupancy, with groups of 30, 40, 50, and 60 Devas and Brahmas. Even though tightly spaced, there was no Deva or Brahma who got in the way of another either bodily or in their costumes. No one needed to ask another to clear the way for him or for her. Upava was a person of extra large size, about the size of an elephant calf. Moreover, he was wearing dust rag robes, pasuklika, which added to his bulk. So he was making an obstruction by standing in front of the Buddha, a genuine cause of complaint on the part of the Devas and Brahmas. It might be asked, did the Devas and Brahmas not have power to see through the monastic? The answer is, no, they did not have. For although Devas and Brahmas can see through a worldling, they cannot see through an Arahat. Venerable Upava was not only an Arahat, but a person of unique powers, so that people could not come too close to him. The cause and condition for the extraordinary powers of Venerable Upava, even amongst the Arahats, was that he had been a guardian spirit at the shrine set up in honor of Buddha Kassapa. 91 eons before the advent of Buddha Gautama, Buddha Vipassi passed away, leaving behind a single relic, a mass of golden hue. It is customary for the Buddhas, who appear during the human lifespan of thousands of years, to leave behind a single relic at their passing away, which is enshrined by the people. The people of those times built a shrine to house the relic. The shrine was of a league high, with golden-colored bricks measuring 1 cubit by half a cubit, 2 fingers' breadth thick. For cement they used crystal stone powder used for eye lotion mixed in sesame oil. In the construction of the shrine, the Devas belonging to the terrestrial abodes raised a further league above the shrine built by human beings, which was further raised another league by the Devas of the celestial abodes. Above that height, the Uhavalhak Devas, the Abhivalahaka Devas, the Devas of the Katamaharajika realm, and the Devas of the Tvatisa realm added a league respectively to the structure, so that altogether the shrine, in commemoration of Buddha Vipassi, that encased a single Buddha relic was 7 leagues in height. When people came to that shrine to make offerings of flowers and other things, the guardian spirit of the shrine took over the offerings and placed them suitably before the shrine, even in the presence of the supporters. At that time, in his previous existence, the elder Upava was born as a wealthy Brahmin. He went to the shrine to make an offering of a golden-hued piece of cloth for a robe for the Buddha. The guardian spirit placed the cloth beautifully at the shrine, which pleased the Brahmin supporter greatly, and who uttered his wish that in future he be reborn as a guardian spirit to a Buddha shrine of this kind. At his death, he was reborn in the Deva realm. During the time the future Upava was being reborn, in turns in the Deva realms and the human world, Buddha Kassapa had appeared in the world. When Buddha Kassapa passed away, the prevailing human lifespan being 20,000 years, only a single Buddha relic remained. This relic was treasured in a shrine of 1 league in diameter and in height. The future Upava, at that time, became the guardian spirit of the shrine. After passing away from that life, he was born in the Deva realm again. At the time of Buddha Gautama, he was reborn into a noble family. He renounced the householder's life, leaving behind his wife and children, and became an arahat. Thus, the cause and condition for Venerable Upava's extraordinary powers, even among arahats, was that he had been a guardian spirit at the shrine erected in commemoration of Buddha Kassapa. After the Buddha had thus explained to Venerable Ananda that Venerable Upava was told to move aside in the crowd, not because he was at fault, but only to satisfy the devas, Venerable Ananda said to the Buddha, "Venerable Sir, what is the fortunate one's assessment of the state of mind that is present in the devas and brahmas?" By this, Venerable Ananda was inquiring how far the devas and brahmas were able to bear the grief at the impending Buddha's decease. The Buddha told Venerable Ananda that the devas and brahmas were in a state of despondency thus. "Ananda, the devas who choose to remain in the air and are standing there as if there was firm ground to stand on, having transformed the sky into firm ground by their divine power, are wailing with disheveled hair, their arms upraised. They fling themselves down, rolling on the ground in all directions, all the while lamenting. All too soon is the fortunate one going to realize Parinibbana. All too soon is the gracious one going to realize Parinibbana. All too soon is the visionary going to vanish from the world. Ananda, the devas who choose to remain on the earth and are standing on the ground transforming the natural earth into supportable ground for their bodies of subtle corporeality, are wailing with disheveled hair, their arms upraised. They fling themselves down, rolling in all directions, all the while lamenting. All too soon is the fortunate one going to realize Parinibbana. All too soon is the gracious one going to realize Parinibbana. All too soon is the visionary going to vanish from the world. But those devas, who are free from sensual attachment, can bear it with fortitude in the keen contemplation that all conditioned things are impermanent by nature. And hence, how would it be possible to find any permanence in this conditioned nature? The devas' bodies are composed of subtle corporeality. The texture of the natural earth cannot support them. If they were to stand on it, their bodies would seep into the earth like a lump of butter. On a certain occasion, a Brahma named Āṭānāṭiya went to the Buddha, and as he tried to stand there, his body seeped into the earth. The Buddha had to remind him to transform his body into a gross kind of corporeality, so as to be able to remain on solid ground. The same situation holds true with devas. That was why the devas, in this context, needed to transform the natural earth to suit their subtle corporeality so that it became possible for them to stand on it. For places that inspire emotion. Then Venerable Ananda said to the Buddha, "Venerable Sir, it was customary for monastics who had ended the rain's retreat period in various parts of the land to pay homage to the fortunate one. We used to have the privilege of meeting and honoring these monastics whose presence inspired us. But, Venerable Sir, now that the fortunate one will be no more, we shall not get the privilege of meeting these inspiring monastics." In the days of the Buddha, monastics went to see the Buddha twice a year before the rain's retreat period began and at the end of the rain's retreat period. They went to the Buddha before going into rain's retreat to learn the meditation method, and at the end of the rain's retreat period to report to the Buddha their attainments, such as the paths and fruitions. In Sri Lanka also, as in the days of the Buddha, monastics used to assemble twice each year, before and after the rain's retreat period. Monastics, on the shore on the Mahagama side, assembled at the Tissa Monastery, which was donated by King Kavatissa, while those on yonder shore assembled at Lohapasada Pinnacled Hall. Of those two groups, monastics on the yonder shore, at the beginning of the rain's retreat period assembled at the great monastery, Mahavihara, bringing with them brooms and garbage collecting baskets, where they carried out maintenance works to the great shrine, Sakyans, such as mending the masonry work, whitewashing, etc., before they dispersed to the various places of their choice to pass the rain's retreat period. After having finished their cleaning up operations, they agreed to meet at the end of the rain's retreat period at the Lohapasada Pinnacled Hall. At the end of the rain's retreat period, they assembled again at the Lohapasada Pinnacled Hall, where the 5 collections, Nikaya, of the Buddha's teachings were taught by the elders and recited by the students. Some monastics attended the Pi Tech sessions while others attended the commentarial, Ahakath, sessions. Whenever the texts or the commentary were wrongly recited, the teachers would ask the student where and under which teacher he had learned it, and correct it. The same functions also took place by monastics on the shore on the Magadha side, at the Tissa monastery. Here, Venerable Ananda was referring to these biannual functions that were customary during the Buddha's times. Venerable Ananda was careful in the observance of religious and social duties towards fellow monastics. Whenever he saw an elder arrive, he would rise from his seat to welcome him. He would relieve the guest of the umbrella, alms bowl, and double robe, and offer a seat to the senior monastic. He would then sit down, make obeisance to the elder, and, finding a suitable lodging place for the visitor, he would clean it for occupation. Whenever he saw a monastic of senior standing arrive also, he would welcome him, ask about his needs, and render every possible help to him. This was because Venerable Ananda was always desirous of being a useful, helpful, and respectful monastic to every other monastic. This was his usual way, and hence he expressed his concern about the matter in the above words. The Buddha knew how Venerable Ananda was feeling. Ananda is concerned about losing the usual privilege of seeing and knowing monastics who are inspiring. Now I shall point out to him those places where he can see such monastics easily by just staying there himself. He therefore said to him, Ananda, there are 4 places which are worthy of pilgrimage for persons with devotion to the 3 treasures which will inspire in them a spiritual urgency. 1. Ananda, the Lumbini Sala Grove is one such place. A person of devotion, visiting there, reflects. This is the place where the realized one was born, and this reflection will inspire in him a spiritual urgency. Hence it is a place worthy of pilgrimage. 2. Ananda, the Mahabodhi, the Great Awakening Tree, is another such place. A person of devotion, visiting there reflects. This is the place where the realized one attains supremely perfect awakening, and this reflection will inspire in him a spiritual urgency. Hence it is a place worthy of pilgrimage. 3. Ananda, the Āṭānāṭiya Deer Park is another such place. A person of devotion, visiting there, reflects. This is the place where the realized one set the supreme Dhamma wheel turning, and this reflection will inspire in him a spiritual urgency. Hence it is a place worthy of pilgrimage. For Ananda, Kusinara is another such place. A person of devotion, visiting there, reflects. This is the place where the realized one realized Parinibbana, having passed away without any attachment to the 5 aggregates, and this reflection will inspire in him a spiritual urgency. Hence it is a place worthy of pilgrimage. Ananda, these are 4 places which are worthy of pilgrimage for persons with devotion to the 3 treasures which will inspire in them a spiritual urgency. Ananda, there will come to these 4 places male monastics, female monastics, male lay disciples, and female lay disciples who are devoted to the 3 treasures, reflecting. 1. This sacred place of Lumbini is the place where the realized one was born. 2. This sacred place of Mahabodhi is the place where the realized one attained supremely perfect awakening. 3. This sacred place of the Āṭānāṭiya Deer Park is the place where the realized one set the supreme Dhamma wheel turning. And 4. This sacred place of Kusinara is the place where the realized one realized Parinibbana, having passed away without any attachment to the 5 aggregates. Ananda, all those pilgrims, if they should die with devotion in their hearts while on pilgrimage to these 4 sacred places or shrines, after the death and dissolution of the body, they will be bound for fortunate destinations. They will be reborn in the Deva realm. Venerable Ananda's questions. Then Venerable Ananda put a series of questions to which the Buddha answered in detail. Venerable Ananda, Venerable Sir, how should we conduct ourselves with regard to women? Buddha, not seeing them, Ananda. Hence the best way, the Buddha says, is not to see any woman. For if a monastic stays with closed doors and windows inside the monastery, and if a woman were to appear at the door, there is no idea in him of attachment to the woman so long as he does not see her. But when he sees her, some thought of desire may come into his mind, and the mind is agitated. That is why the Buddha says it is best for a monastic not to see a woman. Venerable Ananda, Venerable Sir, if we should unavoidably see them, what should we do? Buddha, do not speak to them, Ananda. On going for alms collection in the mornings, women devotees usually come to offer alms food. They will have to be seen by monastics. In such a case, the Buddha says, consider the woman as if she were a fierce man with a sharp knife in his hand, who says to you, if you dare speak to me, I will cut off your head, or as a yaka who says to you, if you speak to me, I will devour you. Consider that if you were to speak to the fierce man or to the yaka, your life is at stake for the present life only, whereas if you were to speak to the woman whom you are obliged to see, you are liable to fall to the 4 lower worlds. If a monastic were to enter into conversation with a woman, there occurs familiarity. When there is familiarity, attachment arises. When the monastic's mind becomes attached to a woman, his morality is spoiled, and it leads him to the 4 lower worlds. That is why the Buddha says to not speak to them. Venerable Ananda, Venerable Sir, if we have occasion to speak to them, what should we do? Buddha, Ananda, consider the woman to be your mother or sister, etc., as the case may be, and be mindful. A monastic will, on occasion, be obliged to talk to a woman. She might want to know the fasting days, or she might ask to have the precepts administered, or she might request a discourse, or she might like a doctrinal point cleared. On such occasions, it is quite inadvisable for a monastic to remain silent, lest he should be taken as a dumb monastic or a dullard. If perforce a monastic is obliged to talk to a woman, he should regard her as his own mother, if the woman is of the age of his mother, or as his own sister, if she is of the age of his sister, or as his own daughter, if she is of the age of a daughter to him. Venerable Ananda, Venerable Sir, after the fortunate one has passed away, what should we do with regards to the remains of the realized one? Buddha, Ananda, do not trouble yourself about doing honor to the remains of the realized one. I exhort you, Ananda, devote yourselves to the noble practice. Strive in all earnest, without negligence, directing your mind towards Nibbana. Ananda, wise nobles, wise Brahmins, and wise householders are there, in deepest devotion to the realized one, who will see to the task of doing honor to the remains of the realized one. Venerable Ananda, Venerable Sir, in what manner should those wise nobles, wise Brahmins, and wise householders perform regarding the remains of the realized one? By this, Venerable Ananda means to say that those wise nobles, and so on, would certainly be seeking advice from him as regards the funeral rites, and so he wants to have a broad suggestion from the Buddha in the matter. Buddha, Ananda, it should be performed as in the case of treating the remains of a universal monarch. Venerable Ananda, Venerable Sir, what is the procedure in the case of treating the remains of a universal monarch? Buddha, Ananda, the procedure is as follows. The body of a universal monarch, after his decease, is wrapped up in new cloth which is made in the province of Kasi. Over that wrapping, there should be a wrapping of carded cotton wool. Over the cotton wool wrapping, there should be another layer of wrapping with new cloth made in Kasi. Then another layer of wrapping with cotton wool should be made. In this way, the body of the universal monarch is wrapped up in 500 pairs of cloth in successive layers and cotton wool. Then it is placed in an oil vat wrought with gold and covered with a lid wrought with gold. Then it is placed upon a funeral pyre built of various kinds of scented wood, and the body of the universal monarch is cremated. Then they build a shrine in memory of the universal monarch at the junction of the 4 highways. Ananda, this is the procedure in the case of the remains of a universal monarch. Ananda, as is the procedure followed with regard to the relics of a universal monarch, so also should the procedure be followed with regard to the relics of the realized one. A relic shrine, stupa, to the honor of the realized one, should be erected at the junction of the 4 highways. People will make offerings of flowers or incense or scented powder, or pay homage, or will reflect on the Buddha's greatness in front of the shrine. And for such deeds of devotion, those people will enjoy benefit and happiness for a long time. 4 types of person worthy of a relic Srinyananda. There are 4 types or classes of persons who are worthy of honoring by a shrine in their memory. They are 1. A realized one, a worthy one, a perfectly self-awakened one. 2. A Paksabuddha, 3. A noble disciple of a realized one. 4. A universal monarch. Ananda, on account of what special benefit is a realized one, the Arahat, perfectly self-awakened, worthy of a shrine? Ananda, a shrine, in honor of a realized one, arouses in the pilgrims who visited a keen sense of devotion with the reverential thought. This shrine is in memory of the Arahat, perfectly self-awakened Buddha. Having reverentially recalled the memory of the realized one, after the death and dissolution of their bodies, these pilgrims will be bound for fortunate destinations. They will be reborn in the Deva realm. Ananda, it is on account of this special benefit that a realized one, Arahat, perfectly self-awakened, is worthy of a shrine. Ananda, on account of what special benefit is Āṭānāṭiya worthy of a shrine? Ananda, a shrine in honor of Āṭānāṭiya arouses in the pilgrims who visited a keen sense of devotion with the reverential thought. This shrine is in memory of Āṭānāṭiya who discovered the Four Noble Truths by himself without the guidance of any teacher. Having reverentially recalled the memory of the Āṭānāṭiya after the death and dissolution of their bodies, these pilgrims will be bound for fortunate destinations. They will be reborn in the Deva realm. Ananda, it is on account of this special benefit that Āṭānāṭiya is worthy of a shrine. Ananda, on account of what special benefit is a noble disciple, Arya, worthy of a shrine? Ananda, a shrine in honor of a noble disciple, Arya, arouses in the pilgrims who visited a keen sense of devotion with the reverential thought. This shrine is in memory of a noble disciple, Arya, of the Arahat, perfectly self-awakened Buddha. Having reverentially recalled the memory of the noble disciple, Arya, after the death and dissolution of their bodies, these pilgrims will be bound for fortunate destinations. They will be reborn in the Deva realm. Ananda, it is on account of this special benefit that a noble disciple, Arya, is worthy of a shrine. Ananda, on account of what special benefit is a universal monarch worthy of a shrine? Ananda, a shrine in honor of a universal monarch arouses in the pilgrims who visited a keen sense of devotion with the reverential thought. This shrine is in memory of a universal monarch who lived and ruled righteously. Having reverentially recalled the memory of the universal monarch after the death and dissolution of their bodies, these pilgrims will be bound for fortunate destinations. They will be reborn in the Deva realm. Ananda, it is on account of this special benefit that a universal monarch is worthy of a shrine. Ananda, these are the four types or classes of persons who are worthy of a shrine. These were the questions by Venerable Ananda and the detailed answers by the Buddha. In this connection, it might be asked, why is a universal monarch who lives and dies a lay person honored by a shrine, whereas a monastic, though yet a worldling, who is possessed of virtue, is not? The answer is that the Buddha did not allow a shrine be built in honor of a virtuous monastic who is still a worldling, because that would be too common a practice. For if virtuous monastics were declared by the Buddha to be honored by a shrine, even in Sri Lanka alone, a great many shrines could be built so that these shrines would be very common. A universal monarch is a very rare personage, and a shrine built in his honor will be awe-inspiring. However, although a virtuous monastic, who is a worldling, is not honored by a shrine, he is entitled to funeral rites on the same scales as the honor that is accorded to an arahat at his parinibbana. The noble qualities of Venerable Ananda. After the Buddha had given detailed answers to Venerable Ananda's queries, Venerable Ananda thought to himself, "The Fortunate One has discoursed to me on the four places which inspire spiritual urgency and the benefits arising from pilgrimage to these places. He has answered me about monastic conduct regarding women. He has detailed to me the procedure about performing the last rites in honor of the realized one. And he has explained to me about the four classes of persons worthy of a shrine. And just today the realized one is going to realize parinibbana." These thoughts made him miserable. He felt like crying, but remembering that it would not be proper to cry near the Buddha, he retired into the assembly chamber and leaning against the doorpost, he wailed, "I am still training myself for the three higher paths, and my teacher, who has been so compassionate to me, is about to pass away." Then the Buddha asked the monastics, "Monastics, where is Ananda?" "Venerable sir," the monastics replied, "Venerable Ananda has gone into the pavilion and is leaning against the doorpost, wailing. I am still training myself for the 3 higher paths, and my teacher, who has been so compassionate to me, is about to pass away." Then the Buddha said to a monastic, "Go, monastic, say to Ananda in my words, 'Friend Ananda, the teacher calls you.'" Responding to that monastic's message, Venerable Ananda went to the Buddha and, after paying respects to him, sat in a suitable place. To Venerable Ananda sitting there, the Buddha said, "Enough, Ananda, do not grieve, nor weep. Have I not previously told you that it is the very nature of things most near and dear to us that one must part with them somehow, even while we are living, or when death divides us, or when we are on different planes of existence? Ananda, in this matter, how could one expect anything that has the nature of arising, of appearing, of being conditioned, and of dissolution, not to disintegrate? It is not possible for anyone to wish so. For a long time, Ananda, you have attended upon the realized one faithfully, whether in his presence or not, with infinite kindness indeed, with the welfare and happiness of the realized one at heart. Faithfully, whether in his presence or not, with infinite kindness in words, with the welfare and happiness of the realized one at heart. Faithfully, whether in his presence or not, with infinite kindness in thought, with the welfare and benefit of the realized one at heart. Ananda, you have earned much merit. Apply yourself to the task of insight meditation, and you will soon become an arahat. The Buddha said this to console Venerable Ananda. Venerable Ananda's personal service to the Buddha with infinite kindness indeed included all bodily activities, such as preparing the water and toothbrushes for the Buddha's morning ablutions. His infinite kindness in words included all courteous, respectful communication with the Buddha, such as saying, "Venerable sir, it is time for the fortunate one to wash his face," and so on. Taken in another sense, it also included words of appreciation and gladness on hearing the Buddha's admonition. Infinite kindness in thought means after rising early and his personal cleanliness being attended to, Ananda would sit in a secluded corner and wish the Buddha well. May the fortunate one be free from ailments. May he be free from harm. May he be at ease physically and mentally. Then, as if a strong man were to spread out the great earth that was folded, or as if a strong man were to smoothen the sky that was wrinkled, or as if a strong man were to push downwards Mount Kakava, which is 164,000 leagues high, or as if a strong man were to lift up Mount Meru, which is 168,000 leagues high, or as if a strong man were to shake the stem of the Jambu rose apple tree, 1069, which is 100 leagues high and 100 leagues wide, in order to incite wonder in the hearts of his audience. Regarding the meritorious qualities of Venerable Ananda, the Buddha spoke thus to the monastics. Monastics, the attendant monastics of the Arahat, perfectly self-awakened Buddhas of the past were as accomplished and devoted as my attendant Ananda. Monastics, the attendant monastics of the Arahat, perfectly self-awakened Buddhas of the future will be as accomplished and devoted as my attendant Ananda. Monastics, Ananda is wise and intelligent. He knows. This is the proper time for the male monastics to approach and see the realized one, or this is the proper time for the female monastics to approach and see the realized one, or this is the proper time for the male lay disciples to approach and see the realized one, or this is the proper time for female lay disciples to approach and see the realized one, or this is the proper time for the king, the king's ministers, or the teachers of other faiths or their adherents to approach and see the realized one. Note that the Buddha does not say anything about other Buddhas of the present time, because in no other world element was another Buddha of infinite attributes in existence. 4 marvelous qualities of Ananda. Monastics, Ananda has 4 marvelous and astounding qualities. They are: 1. If monastics, a company of male monastics, should visit Ananda, they are gladdened on seeing him. If Ananda should give them a discourse on the doctrine, they are gladdened by the discourse. Even when, at the end of his discourse, Ananda remains silent, the company of monastics is still unsatiated. This is one marvelous quality. 2. If monastics, a company of female monastics, should visit Ananda, they are gladdened on seeing him. If Ananda should give them a discourse on the doctrine, they are gladdened by the discourse. Even when, at the end of his discourse, Ananda remains silent, the company of female monastics is still unsatiated. This is another marvelous quality. 3. If monastics, a company of male lay disciples, should visit Ananda, they are gladdened on seeing him. If Ananda should give them a discourse on the doctrine, they are gladdened by the discourse. Even when, at the end of the discourse, Ananda remains silent, the company of male lay disciples is still unsatiated. This is another marvelous quality. For, if monastics, a company of female lay disciples, should visit Ananda, they are gladdened on seeing him. If Ananda should give them a discourse on the doctrine, they are gladdened by the discourse. Even when, at the end of his discourse, Ananda remains silent, the company of female lay disciples is still unsatiated. This is another marvelous quality. Monastics. These are the 4 marvelous and astounding qualities in Ananda. All the 4 categories of disciples who visited the Buddha also visited Venerable Ananda. Many visited him because he had a reputation of being absolutely dignified in bearing, pleasing in appearance, of wide learning, and was the pride of the Sangha. When they saw him in person, they were gladdened because all the good things they had heard about Venerable Ananda were found to be true. Venerable Ananda would give a discourse fitting to each category of disciples. His talk was mostly courteous exchange of personal interest. To a company of male monastics, he would ask, "Friends, are you doing well in health? Are you able to apply yourselves to the monastic practice with proper attention? Are you able to do your duties towards your preceptors?" To a company of female monastics, he would ask, "Sister, do you observe well the 8 weighty rules, Garu Dhamma?" To male lay disciples who came to see him, he would not ask such trite questions as, "Supporters, how is your headache? How is your stomach functioning now? How are your children or relatives doing in health?" etc. Rather, he would ask, "Supporters, do you remain firmly committed to the 3 treasures? Do you observe the 5 precepts well? Do you keep the observance day precepts on the 8th days of each month? Do you look after your parents? Do you minister to the needs of virtuous ascetics and Brahmins?" These words that monastics are obliged to say to those who visited them are the usual words that Venerable Ananda used when male lay disciples visited him. With female lay disciples also, Ananda's courteous words are of a similar nature. 4 marvelous qualities of a universal monarch. Monastics. A universal monarch has 4 marvelous and astounding qualities. They are: 1. If monastics, a company of the ruling class, should visit the universal monarch, they are gladdened by the sight of him. If the universal monarch should give them a discourse, they are gladdened by the discourse. Even when, at the end of his discourse, the universal monarch remains silent, the company of the ruling class is still unsatiated. This is one marvelous quality. 2. If monastics, a company of Brahmins, should visit the universal monarch, they are gladdened by the sight of him. If the universal monarch should give them a discourse, they are gladdened by the discourse. Even when, at the end of the discourse, the universal monarch remains silent, the company of Brahmins is still unsatiated. This is another marvelous quality. 3. If monastics, a company of rich householders, should visit the universal monarch, they are gladdened by the sight of him. If the universal monarch should give them a discourse, they are gladdened by the discourse. Even when, at the end of the discourse, the universal monarch remains silent, the company of rich householders is still unsatiated. This is another marvelous quality. For, if monastics, a company of recluses, should visit the universal monarch, they are gladdened by the sight of him. If the universal monarch should give them a discourse, they are gladdened by the discourse. Even when, at the end of the discourse, the universal monarch remains silent, the company of recluses is still unsatiated. This is another marvelous quality. These are the 4 marvelous qualities of a universal monarch. The ruling class, who visit the universal monarch, includes both crowned kings as well as uncrowned kings. They visit him because they have heard the good reputation of the universal monarch, such as, the universal monarch is attractive and dignified in appearance. He roams his realms by air to administer peace and justice, and he rules by justice alone. And when they see him in person, they are gladdened, because all the good things they have heard about the universal monarch are found to be true. When the ruling class visits him, the universal monarch would ask them, "How is it, friends? Do you abide by the 10 points of kingly conduct? Do you protect and preserve the time-honored traditions of ancient rulers?" To the Brahmin visitors, he would ask, "How is it, masters? Do you teach the Vedas? Do the close pupils of yours learn the Vedas? Are you being honored with sacrifices? Are you being offered new cloth with milk cows of variegated colors?" To the rich householders who visits him, he would ask, "How is it, men? Are you free from oppression by the rulers with unjust sentences or unjust taxes? Do you get regular rainfall? Are your harvests bountiful?" To the recluses who visit him, he would ask, "How is it, recluses? Are you being offered your requisites without trouble? Are you arduous in your religious undertakings?" King Maha Suddasana. The following is based on the discourse about King Maha Suddasana, Maha Suddasana Sutta, DN 17, in its commentary. After the Buddha had extolled the virtues of Venerable Ananda, he said to the Buddha, "Venerable Sir, pray do not realize Parinibbana in this insignificant little town of Kusinara. Venerable Sir, there are many great cities such as Kampa, Rajagaha, Savatthi, Sakita, Kosumbi, and Bras. Let the fortunate one realize Parinibbana in one of them. In these great cities, there are many rich nobles, many rich Brahmins, and many rich householders who are devoted to the realized one. They will carry out the task of honoring the relics of the realized one. Do not say so, Ananda. Do not say, this insignificant little town, Ananda. Ananda, as it happened in the long, long past, there was a king named Maha Suddasana, a universal monarch, a righteous ruler over the 4 quarters of the 4 island continents bounded by the 4 oceans, a conqueror of all enemies, holding unchallenged sway over his territory and endowed with the 7 treasures, the customary boon of the universal monarch. In Ananda, this Kusinara town was then King Suddasana's capital city named Kusavati. From east to west, it was 12 leagues long, and from north to south, it was 7 leagues broad. Ananda, the capital city of Kusavati, was prosperous and flourishing, populous and thronging with people, and well-provisioned. (41a) After the passing of the Buddha. Utterings that arouse religious urgency. Although in a separate chapter, this is a continuation of the retelling of DN 16. When the Buddha passed away, there occurred simultaneously a great earthquake, so terrible as to cause the body hair to rise and goose flesh to appear on the skin. Rumblings of celestial big drums reverberated in the sky. When the Buddha passed away, at the moment of his passing away, Brahma Sahampati uttered this verse. Sabva Nikipasani, Buddha Lok Samasaya, Yatha Edidiso Satha, Loka Pe Pugalo, Tathagato Balapado Sambuddho Parinibuddho. In this transient world, even such an incomparable person as the self-awakened realized one, the teacher of humans, Devas and Brahmas, endowed with 10 powers, has to pass away. All beings in this world, when the time of death is due, must lay down this body, which is a composite of mental and physical phenomena. When the Buddha passed away, at the moment of his passing away, Sakka, the Lord of the Devas, uttered this verse. Inika Vedasakra, Upadavaya Damino, Upajitva Nirajanti, Tessa Vupasamo Sukho. Impermanent indeed are all conditioned things. They are in the nature of arising and dissolution. Having arisen, they cease to be. The realization of Nibbana on their utter cessation is blissful peace. When the Buddha passed away, at the moment of his passing away, Venerable Anuruddha uttered this verse. Nahu asasapasaso hitacitta satadino anayosantimarabha yakalam akarimuni. For monastics, the great sage, Lord of the 3 worlds, free of craving for existence, has ended his span of life, intent on the peace of Nibbana. No more breathing in or out is there. Asalanina Satina, 1083, Vedna Ajhavasei, Pajo Tasiva Nibna, Vamako Satesoahu. Of him who was steadfast against the storm of worldly conditions, friends, our teacher endured the physical pain with fortitude. Like the extinction of a flame when the fuel is exhausted, his mind has attained total liberation from all bonds. When the Buddha passed away, at the moment of his passing away, Venerable Ananda uttered this verse which aroused spiritual urgency. Tadasi Yabisanaka, Tad ACI Lomahasana, Savakara Va repeat, Sambit Paranibate. At the moment of the passing away of our teacher, endowed with glorious qualities, there was a terrifying earthquake. Then at that moment, there occurred the hair-raising, goose-flesh-causing earthquake of sixfold intensity. When the Buddha passed away, those monastics who had not been able to abandon attachment and anger, i.e., the stream enterers and the once returners, wailed with their arms upraised. They flung themselves down, rolled in all directions, all the while lamenting. All too soon has the fortunate one realized Parinibbana. All too soon has the gracious one realized Parinibbana. All too soon has the possessor of the eye of wisdom vanished from the world. But those monastics who had abandoned attachment and anger, i.e., the non-returners, bore the event with fortitude and the keen contemplation that all conditioned things are impermanent by nature, and hence, how would it be possible to find any permanence in this conditioned nature? Then Venerable Āṭānāṭiya said to the monastics, "Enough, friends, do not grieve, nor weep. Has not the fortunate one previously expounded to you that it is the very nature of things most near and dear to us that we must part with them somehow, even while we are living, or when death divides us, or when we are on different planes of existence? Friends, in this matter, how could one expect anything that has the nature of arising, of appearing, of being conditioned, and of dissolution, not to disintegrate? It is not possible for anyone to wish so. Friends, the Devis are reproachful, saying, if even venerable ones cannot bear with it, how could they give comfort to others?" At these words of Venerable Āṭānāṭiya, Venerable Ananda asked, "But Venerable Āṭānāṭiya, according to your observation, what is the state of mind that is present in the Devis and Brahmas?" Friend Ananda, the Devis who remain in the sky are standing there as if there was firm ground to stand on, having transformed the sky into firm ground by their divine power, and are wailing with disheveled hair, their arms upraised. They fling themselves down, rolling on the fancied ground in all directions, all the while lamenting. All too soon has the fortunate one realized Parinibbana. All too soon has the gracious one realized Parinibbana. All too soon has the visionary vanished from the world. Friend Ananda, the Devis who remain on the earth are standing on the ground, transforming the natural earth into supportable ground for their bodies of subtle corporeality, and are wailing with disheveled hair, their arms upraised. They fling themselves down, rolling on the ground in all directions, all the while lamenting. All too soon has the fortunate one realized Parinibbana. All too soon has the gracious one realized Parinibbana. All too soon has the visionary vanished from the world. But those Devis who are free from sensual attachment bear the event with fortitude, contemplating that all conditioned things are impermanent by nature, and hence how would it be possible to find any permanence in this conditioned nature? Then Venerable Āṭānāṭiya and Venerable Ananda spent the rest of the small hours of the night in Dhamma Discourse. They discussed the omnipresence of death. Friend, death has no shame even to snatch away such a great unrivaled teacher of the three worlds. How should any common beings expect any shame from death? He would take away anyone without shame. Thus they were talking Dhamma, and soon it was dawn. Then Venerable Āṭānāṭiya said to Venerable Ananda, "Go, friend Ananda, enter Kusinara and tell the Malla princes. Sihas, the fortunate one has passed away. Do now what you deem fitting." "Very well, Venerable Sir." Ananda assented, and he went into Kusinara accompanied by a monastic. At that time the Malla princes were engaged in a meeting at the council hall, discussing the details needed in connection with honoring the Buddha who had passed away, such as flowers and incense to be arranged, seating places for the Sakka, offerings of food, etc. Then Venerable Ananda went to the council hall and said to them, "Sihas, the Fortunate One has passed away. Do now as you deem fitting." On hearing the news from Venerable Ananda, the Malla princes, their sons and daughters, their daughter-in-laws, and their wives were grief-stricken and sick at heart, and wailed, their hair disheveled, their arms upraised. They flung themselves down, rolling on the floor in all directions, all the while lamenting. All too soon has the Fortunate One realized Parinibbana. All too soon has the Gracious One realized Parinibbana. All too soon has the visionary vanished from the world. Last rites for the remains of the Buddha. Then the Malla princes of Kusinara ordered their men to gather flowers, perfumes, and all kinds of musical instruments in Kusinara. Then they went to the Sala grove where the body of the Buddha was, bringing flowers, perfumes, and all kinds of musical instruments, as well as 500 sets of long cloth. And there they passed the day in song and dance by way of venerating, honoring, revering, and paying homage to the remains of the Buddha. Flowers and perfumes were placed at suitable locations. Canopies of cloth were made, and pavilions set up with long cloth. Then the Malla princes of Kusinara decided that it was rather late for that day to cremate the remains of the Buddha. "We shall perform the cremation tomorrow." They all agreed. Then the second day was also passed in song and dance, by way of venerating, honoring, revering, and paying homage to the remains of the Buddha, where flowers and perfumes were placed in suitable locations, canopies of cloth were made, and new pavilions set up with long cloth. In the same manner the third day, the fourth day, the fifth day, and the sixth day were also spent. Then on the seventh day, the Malla princes of Kusinara conferred among themselves and decided thus: "We shall cremate the remains of the Fortunate One at the south of the town, to which place we shall carry the body by the southern road and perform the ceremony with song and dance, flowers and perfumes, thereby venerating, honoring, revering, and paying homage to the remains of the Fortunate One." Thereupon, 8 most senior Malla princes of robust build, after washing their heads and donning new clothes, thinking, "We shall now lift up the body of the Fortunate One," exerted in unison to lift up the body of the Buddha, but the body did not budge. Then the Malla princes of Kusinara, being confident that Venerable Āṭānāṭiya, as the foremost monastic in the power of divine, I should be able to explain it, asked him, "Venerable Āṭānāṭiya, these 8 most senior Malla princes, after washing their heads and donning new clothes, thinking, 'We shall lift up the body of the Fortunate One,' exerted in unison to lift up the body of the Fortunate One, but the body did not budge. What is the reason? What is the cause of this?" "Sihas, it is because you are working with a different intention from the Devis." "What, Venerable Āṭānāṭiya, is the will of the Devis?" "Sihas, your intention is this: we shall cremate the remains of the Fortunate One at the south of the town, where we shall carry the body by the southern road and perform the ceremony with song and dance, flowers and perfumes, thereby venerating, honoring, revering, and paying homage to the remains of the Fortunate One. The intention of the Devis, however, is this: we shall cremate the remains of the Fortunate One at the east of the town near the Magadha shrine of the Malla princes, where we shall carry it first northwards by the northern road, hence via the north gate into the town, then to the east gate by the middle road, to the Magadha shrine, and perform the ceremony with song and dance, flowers and perfumes, thereby venerating, honoring, revering, and paying homage to the remains of the Fortunate One. Venerable Sir, let it be according to the wish of the Devis." At that time, Kusinara, the hometown of Malla princes, was thickly strewn with celestial mandarava flowers everywhere, even including fence borders and rubbish heaps. Then the Devis and the Malla princes of Kusinara carried the remains of the Buddha northwards by the northern road, thence via the north gate into the town, thence to the center of the town by the middle road, venerating, honoring, revering, and paying homage to the remains of the Buddha all along the route by both celestial and human dance and song, flowers and perfumes. Mallika, widow of General Bandhula. While the remains of the Buddha was thus being paid homage to in the town, along the middle road, Mallika, the widow of General Bandhula, on hearing the news, awaited in front of her house with her famous great creeper, Malla, gown which she had not garbed herself with since the death of her husband. She had it cleaned and washed in perfumed water to decorate the body of the Buddha with it as her unique way of honoring the memory of the Buddha. The great creeper gown was a rare kind of dress which only 3 outstanding persons owned, viz. Sakka, Mallika, and a robber called Devadanya. This dress is referred to as the Mallika dress these days. As the procession carrying the remains of the Buddha reached her door, Mallika requested the people in the procession, "Princes, put down the body of the fortunate one for a while here." And when they complied with her request, she placed the great creeper gown around the body of the Buddha. It fitted well with the body from head to foot. The golden-hued body was then resplendent with the bejeweled dress wrought with the 7 kinds of gems. Mallika was throbbing with joy at the glorious sight of the Buddha's body being garbed in her bejeweled dress. Fortunate one, may I, in all future existences in Sasra, be blessed with a completely garbed person without the need to garb myself. Thus did she make her wish on that occasions. After she died, she was reborn in the Tvatisa realm, and her wish was fulfilled. See the commentary on the story about Mallika's heavenly mansion, Mallika Vimanavathu, VV 36. Thereafter, the Malla princes carried the body of the Buddha with the great creeper gown and proceeded to the east gate. They put it down at the Makwabandhana shrine of the Malla princes to the east of the town. The funeral rites. Then the Malla princes asked Venerable Ananda, "Venerable Sir, in what manner should the body of the realized one be properly handled?" Sihas, it should be treated in the same way as is done to the remains of a universal monarch. Venerable Sir, what is the procedure in the case of treating the remains of a universal monarch? Sihas, the body of a universal monarch is wrapped up in new cloth. Over that wrapping, there should be a wrapping of carded cotton wool. Over the cotton wool wrapping, there should be another layer of wrapping with new cloth. In this way, the body of a universal monarch is wrapped up in 500 pairs of pieces of cloth. Then it is placed in an oil vat wrought with gold and covered with a lid wrought with gold. Then it is placed upon a funeral pyre, which is built of various kinds of scented wood, and then cremated. The relics, after the cremation, are then enshrined at the junction of the 4 highways. Sihas, this is the procedure in treating the remains of a universal monarch. Sihas, in the same way as the procedure is followed with regard to the relics of a universal monarch, so also should the procedure be followed with regard to the relics of the fortunate one. A relic shrine, stupa, to the honor of the fortunate one should be erected at the junction of the 4 highways. People will visit the shrine and make offerings of flowers or incense or fragrant powder, or pay homage, or will reflect on the Buddha's attributes. And, for such deeds of devotion, these people will enjoy benefit and happiness for a long time. These instructions were the fortunate one's instructions, as has been described above. Then the Malla princes of Kusinara ordered their men to collect cotton wool from the storehouses of the Malla princes. Then they treated the body of the Buddha as instructed by Venerable Ananda. They wrapped it up in new cloth. Over that wrapping they made a cotton wool wrapping, and over that they again wrapped it up with new cloth. In this way the body of the Buddha was wrapped up in 500 pairs of pieces of cloth. Then they placed it in an oil vat wrought with gold, and covered it with a lid wrought with gold. A funeral pyre with various kinds of scented wood was built, on which they placed the embalmed body. Venerable Maha Kassapa. When the funeral ceremony of the Buddha was thus taking place in Kusinara, Venerable Maha Kassapa had finished the alms round in the city of Pava, and, with his mind set on going to Kusinara, he was on his way from Pava to Kusinara, accompanied by 500 monastics. On his way, he left the road and sat underneath a tree together with his company of monastics. He sat there, not to pass the day, as of routine, but to take a rest. Here is the explanation. All the companion monastics had been brought up in an easy way. So when they traveled on foot under the scorching heat of noon, they were tired out. Venerable Maha Kassapa saw how tired his followers were. The journey was not long ahead. There was time for rest, and they would proceed in the cool of the evening and see the Buddha. That was what was in the mind of Venerable Maha Kassapa. He sat at the foot of a tree, had his double robe spread on the ground, and cooled his limbs with the water from his water container. Some of the companion monastics were meditating while others were discussing the glories of the three treasures. At that time, a wandering ascetic was approaching them on the road from Kusinara, heading for Pava. He was holding a celestial Mandarava flower above his head with a stick as the prop of the umbrella. Venerable Maha Kassapa noticed the celestial Mandarava flower held in the ascetic's hand. He knew that this flower is not seen on earth at all times, and that it appears on earth only on such rare occasions as when some person of great power carries out an exercise in his psychic power, or when a bodhisattva takes conception in his mother's womb. But he reflected, this is not the day when some powerful person is carrying out an exercise in his psychic power, nor is it the day the bodhisattva takes conception, nor the day he is being born, nor the day he attains awakening, nor the day he delivers the Dhamma wheel discourse, nor the day he displays the twin miracle, nor the day he descends from the Tvatisa realm, nor the day he relinquishes the life-maintaining mental process. Hence, this must be the day he has passed away. Venerable Maha Kassapa wanted to verify his deduction and asked the wandering ascetic. But if he were to mention about the Buddha in his sitting posture, it might be lacking in respect. So he thought, and therefore he rose up and moving a few steps away from where he was sitting, he covered his head with a dark brown robe made from dust heap rags which the Buddha had offered him in exchange, just as the Chidanta white elephant would cover his head with a ruby-studded ornamental headdress, and putting his 10 fingers, with their luster aglow, together in the raised hands atop his forehead, he stood facing the wandering ascetic and asked him, "Friend, do you know our teacher?" Herein it might be asked, did Venerable Maha Kassapa know the demise of the Buddha, or did he not? The commentaries reject the idea that he did not know. The reasons for assuming that he knew are given by the commentators thus. There was no reason to believe that Venerable Maha Kassapa did not know the demise of the Buddha, since the great earthquake that took place in all the 10,000 world element could not go unnoticed by him. The reason why he asked the wandering ascetic was this. Some monastics who were with him had seen the Buddha in person while others had not. Those who had seen the Buddha wanted to see him again just because they had seen him before. Those who had never seen the Buddha also wanted to see him because they had not seen him before. If someone did not break the news of the demise of the Buddha before they arrived at Kusinara, on their arrival there, only to find the fortunate one had already gone, they would not be able to contain their grief, and they would weep and wail and made a wretched spectacle of themselves, throwing away their upper garments, or donning the robes improperly, or beating their breasts. People seeing them would say, the company of monastics that came with Venerable Maha Kassapa, all rag-wearers, are crying like women. If they cannot restrain themselves, how could they be able to give comfort to us? And so, I shall have to bear the blame for them. This is a remote place here. If, on hearing the bad news, these monastics should cry, and cry as much as they like, the blame will not fall on me, for no other follower of the Buddha is here to see them. If these monastics are to receive the sad news early, they would not get the shock on arrival at Kusinara and suffer grief. On being asked by Venerable Maha Kassapa, the wandering ascetic replied, "Yes, friend, I know of him. It is 7 days now since the ascetic Gautama passed away. As a matter of fact, I have brought this celestial Mandarava flower from the place of his demise." Thereupon, some of the monastics who were with Venerable Maha Kassapa and had not abandoned attachment wailed with their arms upraised. They flung themselves down, rolling in all directions, all the while lamenting. All too soon has the fortunate one realized Parinibbana. All too soon has the gracious one realized Parinibbana. All too soon has the visionary vanished from the world. But those among them who were free from sensual attachment bore the news with fortitude, contemplating that all conditioned things are impermanent by nature, and hence how could it be possible to find any permanence in this conditioned nature? Subhata, the elderly monastic. Now, at that time, there was an elderly monastic named Subhata among Venerable Maha Kassapa's 500 monastics. He had become a monastic only late in his life. When the other monastics were crying and wailing helplessly, he said these ugly words to them. Enough, friends. Do not grieve. Do not lament. Only now we are all well liberated from that great ascetic Sama. He had been hard upon us, always saying, "This is proper for you. That is not proper for you." Now we are free to do what we like, and equally free not to do what we do not like. Why did monastic Subhata say those horrendous words, it might be asked? The answer: because he bore a grudge against the Buddha. Now to relate the story. Subhata was a barber by profession before he became a monastic. He had 2 sons, both trainee barbers, living together with him in the town of Āṭānāṭiya, who were gifted with pleasant speech and well known as skillful barbers. Once, when the Buddha went to Āṭānāṭiya from Kusinara with a company of 1,250 monastics, he received the news of the happy event and, intending to offer a great offering of rice gruel, he said to his 2 trainee sons, "Sons, the fortunate one is coming to Āṭānāṭiya with 1,250 monastics. Go now, sons, carry your barber's tools with you, and collect in vessels or in bags from every house in the town whatever provisions, such as rice, oil, salt, and other edibles being offered. Let us prepare rice gruel with those things, and offer gruel to the fortunate one." Venerable Subhata's 2 trainee sons obeyed the instruction of their father. Thanks to their melodious speech and the skill in their profession, the townspeople sponsored them in their trade. Even those who did not actually need a haircut or a hair-do submitted themselves to them. After the job was done, they asked the trainee barbers, "Sons, what would you like as fees?" They would reply, "We are planning to offer rice gruel when the fortunate one comes to our town. So we want only the necessary ingredients to make rice gruel." And the people were generous in their gifts to the novices. They did not even consider those gifts of rice, oil, salt, and other edibles as fees. The provisions collected were of such an abundance that they could not carry them home. Instead, the supporters had to help to carry them. Then with the arrival of the Buddha in Āṭānāṭiya and his entering the straw-thatched monastery, the monk Subhata went to the village gate in the evening and announced to the townspeople, "Disciples, I do not want any other thing but utensils to cook rice gruel from the provisions which my young sons have collected. I also would like you to lend a hand in the preparation of the rice gruel." Then, after making ready the cooking place, he personally supervised the operations, with the dark brown loincloth and the dark brown upper robe on. He prepared a special kind of gruel worth 100,000 which was to be in solid form and had to be first eaten and then drunk. The gruel contained ghee, honey, molasses, fish, meat, nectar, fruit juices, etc. It smelt like hair pomade and was also suitable to be used as such. Besides this rich rice gruel, he also prepared honey cakes. The Buddha, rising early and having finished cleaning himself, went to the town of Āṭānāṭiya, accompanied by a big following of monastics, for alms round. The people informed Venerable Subhata, "The fortunate one is now on the alms round. For whom is the rice gruel being prepared?" Venerable Subhata, in his usual garb of dark brown robes, sat in the Brahma sitting posture, with his right knee top placed on the ground and holding a ladle and a big spoon in one hand, paid homage to the Buddha and said, "May the fortunate one accept my thick gruel as a food offering." The Buddha inquired after how the food had been made, what ingredients were used, etc. as described in the chapter about medicines, Besajaka Vin MV6, and being told of the facts, he reprimanded Venerable Subhata on a number of counts. The Buddha then laid down fresh Vinaya rules. 1. Taking upon oneself improper activity, which is liable to a wrongdoing, dukkha offense, Akappiya Samadana. And 2. Keeping up the outfit of a barber by one who had been a barber, which is also liable to a wrongdoing offense, Kura ba Parahara. He also enjoined the monastics from accepting Venerable Subhata's rice gruel in these words. "Monastics, you have spent millions and millions of eons in search of food. The food now offered by Subhata is improper for monastics. If you take this food, you will suffer in the 4 lower worlds for thousands of existences. Monastics, move away. Do not accept the food." After saying so, the Buddha proceeded to the alms collecting area of the town. None of the monastics accepted any of the thick gruel that Venerable Subhata offered. Venerable Subhata was greatly disappointed. This ascetic Sama goes about declaring, "I am omniscient. If he could not accept my offering, he ought to have sent someone to say so. My food is totally spoilt and wasted. Cooked food cannot last 7 days. If it were not yet cooked, the provisions could have lasted for my whole life. This ascetic has ruined me. He is inimical and antagonistic towards me." Thus thought Venerable Subhata, and he bore a grudge against the Buddha. But he knew that this ascetic Gautama comes from the Sakyans, a superior social class. If I were to say anything, I could only face oppression. And so he did not murmur while the Buddha was alive. Now he heard the news that the Buddha was no more, and he felt at ease and was greatly pleased, hence his vulgar remarks. Venerable Maha Kassava's plan. On hearing the wild remarks uttered by Venerable Subhata, Venerable Maha Kassava was very concerned. It was as though his heart had been dealt a blow, or as though he was struck by thunder on the head. Alas, barely 7 days have passed since the teacher passed away. His golden-hued body is still in existence. How soon has such a bad monastic, the scum of the religion, a thorn to the Sangha, arisen to threaten the existence of the teaching that the Fortunate One has so painfully set up? If such a monastic were to be left unchecked, the number of his kind would grow to the detriment of the teaching. Thus a spiritual urgency occurred to Venerable Maha Kassava. Then the idea of convening a council to recite and approve the doctrine was conceived by him, through the thoughts described as follows. If I were to expel, on the spot, this old monastic, who is a late entrant to the Sangha, deriding him and sprinkling his body with ash, the people would say, even when the remains of the ascetic Gautama are still in existence, his disciples are already in disharmony. I must therefore hold my patience, for the teachings of the Fortunate One are at present like a big heap of flowers not strung into garlands. Just as a loose heap of flowers could very well be blown away in all directions by the winds as time passes on, monastics of Subhata's sort would work havoc to the discipline collection, Vinaya Piyaka, by 1 or 2 rescissions at first. The Discourse collection, Sutta Piyaka, would be diminished by revocation, at first by 1 or 2 dialogues. The abstract collection, Abhidhamma Piyaka, would suffer by the omission of 1 or 2 of the ultimate things out of the existing doctrines, such as things pertaining to the sensuous sphere, things pertaining to the form realm, things pertaining to the formless realm, and things supramundane. In this manner, the disappearance of the teaching would come about collection by collection, in turn. If the teaching rooted in the discourses, the discipline, and the abstract collections were to disappear, the world would have nothing to stand on. Where the branches of a tree are cut off, the guardian spirit of that tree can dwell in the stem of the tree. If the stem is destroyed, the spirit can dwell in the roots. But if the roots are destroyed, then the spirit will be rendered homeless. If the 3 baskets, Tipiyaka, were to disappear, there would be nothing that the followers of the Buddha could point out as their religion. Or, to take another simile, the father Yaka has entrusted his Yaka son with a charm that can make its holder invisible. If the Yaka son loses this charm through forgetfulness or by being robbed of it, then he would be totally helpless. Similarly, if the collections were to be lost, then we all are lost. Therefore, we shall convene a council and recite the discourses and the discipline. By doing so, we would be putting the teaching in proper order that would withstand assault, just as flowers are carefully strung into garlands. The Fortunate One had come to Kusinara after traveling 3 miles to enable me to pay my last respects to him. He admitted me into the Sangha after 3 chapters of admonition. He gave me the robes he was wearing in exchange for the robes I was wearing. When he discoursed on the practice with the similes of the moon, he referred to me by way of example. In these 3 events, he showed his intention of leaving the custodianship of his teaching to me. CSN 16.68. So long as a true son of the Fortunate One such as myself is living, let this wicked man not grow in influence in this teaching. Before depravity gets a footing, before depravity mars the true Dhamma, before new-fangled rules gain ground, before spurious regulations obstruct the Vinaya, before miscreants hold sway, before upholders of righteousness are on the wane, before those people who misrepresent the Fortunate One become a strong force, before the faithful exponents of the Fortunate One's teaching are on the wane, I shall see to it that a council is convened to recite and unanimously approve the discipline, the Discourse, and the abstract collections. When such a council is convened, monastics will learn the teaching as much as they are capable of, and discuss the discipline with the matters that are proper and improper. When such a session is held, this wicked old monastic will know where he stands and will be duly chastised, and he will never be able to show his face. And above all, the Buddha's teaching will become well-defined, and it will prosper. These thoughts occurred to Venerable Maha Kassapa. However, he did not confide his plan to any other monastics or to any other person. He simply consoled the lamenting monastics by his discourse on the doctrine thus: "Enough, friends, do not grieve. Do not weep. Has not the Fortunate One previously expounded to you that it is in the very nature of things that regarding those most near and dear to us that we must part with them some day, even while we are living, or when death divides us, or when we are on different planes of existence? Friends, in this matter, how could one expect anything that has the nature of arising, of appearing, of being conditioned, and of dissolution, not to disintegrate? It is not possible for anyone to wish so." The Mallas cremate the body of the Buddha. Then 4 of the most senior Malla princes of robust physique washed their heads, donned themselves in new clothes, and intending to set fire to the funeral pyre of the Buddha, ignited it. But try as they would, the pyre did not catch fire at all. Herein, the pyre of fragrant woods was 120 cubits high. When 4 strong men failed to ignite it, 8 were engaged in it, and when 8 failed too, 16, and again 32 men were put to the task. All means to help ignite it were also employed, such as fanning and even blowing with the smith's bellows, but all in vain. This may be explained like this. The 80 great disciples of the Buddha had great followings devoted to them. When these people, numbering 80,000, passed away, they were reborn in the Deva realms. Among these Devas, the Devas who had particular devotion to Venerable Maha Kassapa when they were lay supporters of the monastic, saw the critical situation that their esteemed monastic was still on the way from Pava to Kusinara. So they made their wish that this funeral pyre be not lighted until he arrived on the scene. It was due to their will that no amount of human effort could ignite the funeral pyre. Then the Malla princes asked Venerable Āṭānāṭiya for the reason the funeral pyre remained unburnt. He replied to them, "The Devas wish it otherwise. Venerable Sir, what is the wish of the Devas? Siha's Venerable Maha Kassapa is now on his way from Pava to Kusinara in the company of 500 monastics. The Devas have willed that, until he has paid homage at the Fortunate One's feet, the funeral pyre of scented woods will remain unburnt." "Venerable Sir, let the wish of the Devas prevail," replied the Malla princes. When the people heard that Venerable Maha Kassapa was coming to pay homage at the feet of the Buddha, and that the funeral pyre of scented woods would not catch fire until he had done so, they were agog with excitement. "Friends, is that Venerable Maha Kassapa dark-complexioned or fair-complexioned? Is he tall or short? How does he look? Friends, how could that be, that there lives such a great monastic, when the Fortunate One's passing away has taken place?" Some of them took perfumes and flowers, and went out to meet Venerable Maha Kassapa, while others prepared the roadway. He was coming along, and stood there waiting. Then Venerable Maha Kassapa arrived, and went to the funeral pyre of scented woods at the Makwabandhana shrine of the Malla princes in Kusinara. He wore a folded robe on one shoulder, with joined palms raised to his forehead, and he walked around the funeral pyre, keeping it on his right for 3 rounds. By his special powers, he reflected on the embalmed body of the Buddha, and knew for certain which end of the body was the Buddha's feet. And standing at the end where the Buddha's feet lay, he entered upon the 4th absorption, jhana, which is the prelude or basis of special apperception, and, rising from that absorption, he made the solemn wish: "May the Fortunate One's feet, marked with 1,000 spokes at the wheels, push through the golden casket together with the multi-layered wrappings of cotton wool and 500 pairs of pieces of cloth, and come out to lie on my head." As soon as his solemn wish was made, The Buddha's feet pushed through the 500 layers of cloth and cotton wool wrappings like the full moon appearing from the clouds. Venerable Maha Kassapa spread out his palms of pinkish red, like the new bloom lotus, and holding the golden-hued feet of the Buddha firmly in his hands up to the ankles, placed a pair of feet on his head, thus paying homage in a most touching manner. Witnessing the miraculous scene, the people raised a thunderous applause and made their offerings of perfumes, flowers, and other things, and paid their homage at the feet of the Buddha to their heart's content. The 500 monastics who accompanied Venerable Maha Kassapa also wore folded robes on one shoulder and with their joined palms raised to their forehead, walked around the funeral pyre of scented wood, keeping it on their right for 3 rounds, and paid homage at the feet of the Buddha. After Venerable Maha Kassapa, the people and the 500 monastics had paid homage at the Buddha's feet as much as they liked. At the instant Venerable Maha Kassapa let go the Buddha's feet, the lac-colored feet of the Buddha returned to their former place inside the casket, without any further wishing by Venerable Maha Kassapa. As the feet disappeared into the golden casket, not a piece of scented wood was bestirred. As a matter of fact, as when the Buddha's feet came out of the golden casket, and as there entered it, nothing was disturbed, not a strand of cotton wool, not a fiber of the cloth, not a droplet of oil, not a piece of scented firewood was caused to stir itself. When once the feet were inside the golden casket again, everything was perfectly intact. But when the Buddha's feet disappeared from view like the setting of the sun or the moon beyond the western mountain, the people wailed. They presented an even more pitiable sight than they did at the passing away of the Buddha. After Venerable Maha Kassapa and his 500 monastics had paid their last respects, the funeral pyre of scented wood burnt by itself, all at the same time without human effort, but by the power of celestial beings. This is called the combustion by the element of heat, teju, of the body of the Buddha that had burned itself. The outer, thinner layer of the skin, the inner, thicker layer of the skin, flesh, sinews, and sticky substances did not remain in the form of ash or soot. What remained was only the relics that were formed out of the body. It is just like the case of burning clear butter, which leaves no ash or soot. Of the 500 pieces of cloth that were wrapped around the body of the Buddha, only the innermost and the outermost remained intact. Notes on the relics of the Buddha. Relics of the Buddhas that appear in the eons when human lifespans are very long, by tens of thousands of years, are of one solid mass of golden color. Our Gautama Buddha appeared in the period when human lifespan was short, 100 years. The Buddha reflected thus before passing away. My teaching has not spread to all directions at the time of my passing away. Let people from various places procure the relics from my body, which may be as tiny as a mustard seed, enshrine them, and make them a place of pilgrimage, and thus acquire merit leading to the good destination. With that compassionate thought, he willed that the relics of his body be split up into many pieces. In this matter, relics of the Buddha are of 2 broad classes: the relics that do not break up into many, and those that break up into many. Of the 2 classes, 7 items belong to the first category: the 4 canines, the 2 collarbones, the frontal bone of the head. The remaining relics belong to the second category. About a basketful of the latter remained of these. 1. The smallest are of the size of mustard seed, having the shape of the red jasmine buds, and a total collection of about 6 measures, a haka. 2. The medium-sized relics are of the size of broken rice, look like pearls, and have a total collection of about 5 measures. 3. The big-sized relics are of the size of a grain of green gram, having a golden color, and a total collection of about 5 measures. See the commentaries on the long Discourse about the Emancipation, Maha Parinibbana Sutta, DN 16, and the Chronicles of the Buddhas, Buddha Vesa. After the spontaneous combustion of the Buddha's body by the element of heat had occurred, there came down from the sky, through the agency of devas, huge columns of water, ranging in diameter from the thickness of a man's arms, to that of a man's calf, and to that of a palm tree, that quelled the fire arisen in the funeral pyre of scented wood. Fountains of water also sprang from the boughs of the solid trees. To cope with the size of the pyre, which was 120 cubits high, thick columns of water, with the diameter of a plow shaft, sprang up from the ground on all sides of the pyre. The Malla princes of Kusinara brought scented water in gold and silver pots and sprinkled it on the pyre. Then they combed the ashes with plows fitted with 8 golden and silver plowshares each to scatter and cool the ashes. A particularly wonderful phenomenon here is that although the flames were rising fiercely through the boughs, branches and foliage of the solid trees around the funeral pyre, not a leaf or a blossom was burnt. Insects living in the solid trees were going about their own way, quite unharmed. Last rites for the remains of the Buddha. After the funeral pyre had been quelled of the fire, the Mallas assembled at the council hall to prepare for a grand ceremony. They pounded into a cosmetic paint for ingredients: the rhododendrons, the saffron, cloves, and leaves of gum trees, which they applied to various parts of the hall. Then they strew flowers such as the primrose, the red jasmine, white dura grass, the saffron, and parched grain. They made a canopy and decorated it with gold and silver spangles and hung fragrant things, flowers and precious jewels all about the council hall. Then they made a ceremonial roadway from the council hall to the Magadha shrine with half a wall of matting and long cloth on either side of the route. Along it they put up canopies which were studded with gold and silver spangles. Fragrant things, flowers and precious jewels were also hung about. Fresh bamboo poles, looking like solid pieces of emerald, were set up along the route with 5 colored flags fluttering in the breeze, vying with the fluttering paper streamers. The route was made smooth and clean. Banana plants, water pots filled with water, and oil lamps in their stands were set up at regular intervals. Then they put the gold casket, which contained the relics of the Buddha, on the royal elephant fitted with bejeweled ornaments. The reader can visualize the ceremonial route which stretched between the council hall, which was in the town of Kusinara, and the funeral site at the Magadha shrine, which lay to the east of the town. The Malla princes, in a ceremonial procession with song and dance, led the royal elephant bearing the golden casket containing the relics of the Buddha into Kusinara town, making offerings of flowers and incense in front of the relics. In the town, in the council hall, they had erected a high platform, called the Sarabha, which was supported by a sculpted figure of a lion and was a platform decorated with the 7 kinds of jewels. There they placed the Buddha's relics, above which the white ceremonial parasol was set up. Around the council hall, where the relics were placed in state, the security of the place was arranged in great elaboration. Around the council hall, there was stationed an army of elephants standing close to one another. Outside this ring of elephants, there was a cavalry with horses standing close to one another. And outside the ring of cavalry, there was an army of chariots standing close to one another. Outside the ring of chariots, infantrymen stood guard in a ring, in close formation. Outside the ring of infantry, there was an army of archers in close formation. And outside the ring of archers, there was an army of lancers in close formation. Thus the security guard extended to a league on all sides, which took on the appearance of one huge network of chainmail. For 7 days the funeral celebrations were held in all gaiety. The Malla princes staged these celebrations only a fortnight after the demise of the Buddha because, during the previous fortnight, they were busily engaged in attending to the Sakyans' needs regarding their lodging and meals. Now they thought, now we shall celebrate the great occasion in gay festivities that are connected with spiritual urgency for 7 whole days. During these days of jollity, we must make sure that the Buddha's relics are safe against any thief. And so we shall mount guard over the relics to the best of our ability, hence the elaborate security arrangements. Distribution of the relics. King Ajātasattu of Magadha heard that the Buddha had passed away in Kusinara. The news reached him in the following manner. First, the ministers of King Ajāta heard the news of the passing away of the Buddha, and they said among themselves, "Even such a great person as the Buddha has passed away. Nothing in the world can make him alive again. Among worldlings, our king is unrivaled in the matter of devotion to the Buddha. If he were to learn this news in the normal course, he is sure to die of a broken heart. So it behoves us to see that he does not die of this news." After conferring among themselves, They made ready 3 golden troughs filled with a concoction of the 4 nutriments of sesame oil, honey, butter, and molasses. Then they said to King Ajātasattu, "Your Majesty, we had had a bad dream. To avert the evil consequences of the bad dream, we would advise your Majesty to wear 2 layers of white cloth and lie in the trough immersed in the 4 nutriments, with only the nose above the concoction." The king believed the loyalty of his ministers and said, "Nobles, let it be as you say," and putting on 2 layers of white cloth, he lay immersed in the concoction in the trough, with only his nose exposed. Then an official, discarding the official garb and in plain clothes, with disheveled hair, with his face directed towards Kusinara where the demise of the Buddha had taken place, with joined palms raised, addressed King Āṭānāṭiya, "Your Majesty, no one can escape death. The preserver of our lives, our shrine, the fertile field to sow our merit, the person worthy of sprinkling with ceremonial water on the occasion of the king's consecration and enthronement, the teacher of devas and humans, has now passed away at Kusinara." As soon as he heard this news, King Ajātasattu fainted. His body was so heated with sorrow that the concoction in which he lay immersed simmered. Thereupon, the officials removed the king from the trough and put him into a second trough filled with the concoction of 4 nutriments. Then King Ajātasattu regained his consciousness and asked, "What did you say, my nobles?" "Your Majesty, the fortunate one has passed away." And King Ajātasattu fainted again. The concoction in the trough simmered with the body heat of the king. Then the officials removed the king from the trough and placed him into a third trough filled with the concoction of the 4 nutriments. When King Ajātasattu regained consciousness, he again asked what was said to him. The news was repeated to him, and he fainted again. Then the officials took him out of the trough, bathed him in scented water, and poured pots of cool, clear water over his head. When King Ajātasattu regained consciousness, again he stood up and, throwing down his disheveled dark hair on his broad back, beat his chest in desperation, and holding firmly his golden-hued chest with his lac-colored fingers as if to check its breaking asunder, wailed helplessly and ran out along the high road like a lunatic. Then King Ajātasattu, accompanied by a big company of embellished court dancers, left the town and went to the monastery in Javaka's mango grove. There, gazing at the place where the Buddha used to deliver discourses, he lamented, "The fortunate one, the omniscient Buddha, have you not discoursed to me on the doctrine? Have you not removed the darts of sorrow from our hearts with your discourses? We are one of your disciples who go to you for refuge, who are established in the 3 refuges. But now you do not speak a word to me. In previous times, about this hour, I had had the good news of the fortunate one and his big company of monastics having gone to the various places in this southern island continent. But now, I have only the bad news of your demise." Thus, he went on lamenting the passing away of the Buddha, recalling the glory of the Buddha in 60 verses. He then bethought to himself, "Lamenting alone will get me nowhere. There is the more serious business of procuring the relics of the Buddha." This is a more complete account of King Ajātasattu's reaction on hearing the news of the passing away of the fortunate one. Then King Ajātasattu of Magadha sent an envoy to the Malla princes of Kusinara, saying, "Malla princes of Kusinara, the fortunate one was of the ruling class. I too am of the ruling class. Therefore I am entitled to a share of the relics of the fortunate one. I too shall build a relic shrine, stupa, where the fortunate one's relics will be held and honored." After sending an envoy, King Ajātasattu thought, "It would be well and good if the Malla princes comply with our demand. But in case they should refuse, we will get relics by force." Accordingly, he marched to Kusinara at the head of an array of the 4 wings of the armed forces: elephants, horses, chariots, and foot soldiers. Similar actions of sending envoys were taken by the Lichavi princes of Vesali, the Sakyans of Kapilavatthu, King Buli of Alakappa, and the Koyan princes, natives of Ramagama. Further, they also thought, "It would be well and good if the Malla princes comply with our demand. But in case they should refuse, we will get the relics by force." Accordingly, they marched towards Kusinara at the head of an array of the 4 wings of the armed forces: elephants, horses, chariots, and foot soldiers. The Brahmin of Vihatpa heard that the Buddha had passed away at Kusinara. He also sent an envoy to the Malla princes of Kusinara saying, Malla princes of Kusinara, the fortunate one was of the ruling class. I am of the Brahmin class, therefore, I am entitled to a share of the relics of the fortunate one. I too shall build a shrine, stupa, where the fortunate one's relics will be held and honored. Besides sending an envoy, the Brahmin also went to Kusinara with his followers. The Malla princes of Pava, like King Ajātasattu, sent an envoy to Kusinara demanding their share of the relics. They also marched towards Kusinara in full battle array of the 1095 four wings of the armed forces. Of the 7 rival claimants mentioned above, Pava was the closest to Kusinara, a mere 3/4 of a league distance. Yet they arrived last because they were engaged in more elaborate ceremonial arrangements. The 7 rival claimants sent their respective envoys and at the same time surrounded the town of Kusinara, declaring that if their demands were not met, they would wage war. The reply by the Malla princes of Kusinara was this: We did not ask by messenger for the fortunate one to come to our place, nor personally did we go to the fortunate one. As a matter of fact, the fortunate one came here on his own accord and informed his arrival to us. Naturally, you will not part with whatever treasure that arises within your domain. In the world of devas and all sentient beings, there is no treasure as noble as the Buddha. We have the greatest of treasures that has come to us, so we cannot by any means share it with you. You have been nourished by your royal mothers, and so have we. You are brave men, and so are we. If you would choose war, then so be it. Thus there was a vainglorious attitude on both sides. Tension was great. Should there be a war, the Mallas of Kusinara were bound to win because the devas that came to pay homage to the relics of the Buddha took the correct view that the relics were the legitimate property of the Kusinara Malla princes. Doa the Brahmin distributes the relics. When Doa, the Brahmin, learnt the tense situation between the 7 disputants, he thought, These princes are doing dishonor to the place where the fortunate one passed away. This is most improper as no one is going to benefit from war. I will pacify them all. So he went to the scene, stood on a small mound, and uttered a series of verses extolling the glory of the Buddha. His verses are known as a panegyric to the Buddha by Doa Gajita. It describes the Buddha's endowment of root causes, of results or fruits of merit, and of being a benefactor to all beings, known as the 3 endearments. The story of how Brahmin Doa got the ability to versify such a weighty panegyric should be noted here. On a certain occasion, when the Buddha was traveling from Āṭānāṭiya to Metteyya, he left his footprint with a solemn wish. May this footprint of mine remain intact until Brahmin Doa has viewed it, and then he rested underneath a tree. When Brahmin Doa came along on the way and saw the footprint, he knew for certain. This is the footprint of the greatest person among all beings, including devas. Then he traced the track of the Buddha and met him resting under the tree. The Buddha gave a discourse to him, and Brahmin Doa became devoted to the Buddha, hence his ability to sing in praise of the Buddha at such length. Although the Brahmin's verses were as lengthy as 2 recitals, since the disputing princes were squabbling, they did not hear the first half at all. It was only when the second half was nearly over that they recognized the voice. Well, this is our teacher's voice. Friends, this is the voice of our teacher, isn't it? Then all the tumult died down out of respect for Brahmin Doa, for in all Jambudapa in those days, almost all youths of good families had been pupils of Brahmin Doa. Very few of them would not know him as a teacher. When Brahmin Doa knew that the princes were now paying attention to him, he said to them, Sirs, listen to one word of mine. Our fortunate one was an upholder of forbearance. It would not be proper to make war over the matter of sharing the relics of him who was of such noble nature. Sirs, let us all be united and in harmonious agreement to divide the relics into 8 parts. There are the multitudes devoted to the Buddha. Let there be shrines to 1096 his honor, everywhere across the land. The squabbling princes assented. Brahmin master, they said, in that case, divide fairly the relics of the fortunate one into 8 parts. Very well, sirs. Brahmin Doa agreed and caused the golden casket of relics to be opened. On seeing the golden-hued relics lying motionless inside the casket, all the princes lamented, "The all-knowing Fortunate One." In previous times we used to see the resplendent sight of the Fortunate One with the golden complexion, marked with the 32 marks of the great man, emitting the 6-hued radiance, and embellished by the 80 lesser marks of the Buddha. But now we are seeing only the golden relics that remind one of the Fortunate One. What a misfortune for us! When Brahmin Doa saw the princes in their grief and knew they would not notice him, he snatched the right canine tooth and hid it in his headgear. When the princes were in their stable senses, he took 8 equal measures of the relics in a basket and distributed them, each sharing 2 measures, a haka, for the whole amount of the relics was 16 measures. Even while Brahmin Doa was distributing the relics, Sakka was watching. Where is the right canine tooth of the Buddha now? That of the Fortunate One, the expounder of the 4 truths that expelled all doubts in the minds of devas and humans. Who has got it? He scanned the scene, and he saw the right canine tooth hidden in the headgear of Brahmin Doa. He thought, "This canine tooth of the Buddha is such a cherished relic. I shall acquire it." And so he took it. It was a case of the robber being robbed. He took it from Brahmin Doa and placed it reverentially in a golden chalice, and took it to the Tvatisa realm, where he enshrined it in the Kame shrine. After distributing the relics to the 8 claimants, Brahmin Doa felt with his hand to reassure himself about the hidden relic in his headgear, but it was no longer there. But since he had stolen it himself, he dared not ask anybody about it. If he were to claim his share now, the princes would say, "Master, you distributed the relics yourself. Why did you not think of yourself to get a share for yourself?" So he consoled himself with the thought, "The basket measure used in dividing up the relics has become sacrosanct. I shall be content with obtaining it. I shall put up a shrine enshrining it." So he said to the princes, "Sirs, let me keep the measure basket used in dividing the relics. I shall erect a shrine in its honor." The princes agreed, and so Brahmin Doa got the measure basket used in the division of the relics. The Mauryan princes of Pippalavanna also heard that the Buddha had passed away, and they also, like King Ajātasattu, sent an envoy to Kusinara to demand their share of the relics, and also marched to Kusinara in full array of battle, with the 4 wings of their armed forces, but they reached there late. The Malla princes of Kusinara said to them, "There is no share of the Buddha's relics remaining. All the claimants have divided the relics among themselves. Take the charred pieces of firewood from the site of the cremation." And the Mauryan princes had to take away the charred pieces of firewood from the site of the cremation. Building relic shrines in reverence. 1. King Ajātasattu of Magadha built a relic shrine, stupa, at Rajagaha, where he enshrined the relics of the Buddha in reverence. 2. The Lichavi princes of Vesali built a relic shrine at Vesali, where they enshrined the relics of the Buddha in reverence. 3. The Sakyan princes of Kapalavathu built a relic shrine at Kapalavathu, where they enshrined the relics of the Buddha in reverence. 4. The Buli princes of Alakappa built a relic shrine at Alakappa, where they enshrined the relics of the Buddha in reverence. 5. The Kolian princes of Rama village built a relic shrine at Rama village, where they enshrined the relics of the Buddha in reverence. 6. The Brahmin of Vihatpa built a relic shrine in his Vihatpa country and enshrined the relics of the Buddha in reverence. 7. The Malla princes of Pava built a relic shrine at Pava and enshrined the relics of the Buddha in reverence. 8. The Malla princes of Kusinara built a relic shrine at Kusinara and enshrined the relics of the Fortunate One in reverence. 9. Brahmin Doa built a shrine and enshrined the measure basket in reverence. 10. The Mauryan princes of Pippalavanna built a shrine and enshrined the charred pieces of firewood from the site of cremation in reverence. Thus there were 8 shrines of the Buddha relics, with the 9th one, a shrine of the measuring basket, and the 10th a shrine of charcoal, altogether making 10 shrines. King Ajātasattu's Shrine. Of the above 10 shrines, We shall relate the events connected with the building of King Ajātasattu's shrine as told in the commentary and sub-commentary on the long discourse about the emancipation. Mahabharata Sutta, DN 16. King Ajātasattu carried home his share of the relics in great ceremony. He prepared the 25-league stretch of the journey between Kusinara and Rajagaha, a grand route of 5,000 meters wide, which was leveled. He made elaborate arrangements similar to what the Malla princes did with their passage route for the relics between the Magadha shrine and the council hall. Besides doing honor to the relics in various ways, he arranged for the opening of stalls at various places all along the route for the crowds. The golden casket of relics was placed in a golden coffin, which was carried in all pomp and honor, escorted by a big army of lancers. Before the relics arrived in Rajagaha, King Ajātasattu ordered the people to assemble in a gathering 500 kilometers wide. The festivities, which started in Kusinara, continued all along the route under the escort of his big army. Wherever golden-colored flower trees were in bloom, he placed the relics in the ring, surrounded by the army of lancers, and made ceremonial offerings, which lasted for as long as the golden flowers were in bloom. Then the procession moved on from there. At every length of the ceremonial carriage, as it proceeded along, the procession halted to hold festivities and to make offerings, which lasted for 7 days. The procession thus moved on at leisurely pace, so that it lasted 7 years, 7 months and 7 days to get to Rajagaha. Believers in wrong views raised an outcry that King Ajātasattu held funeral ceremonies on the passing away of ascetic Gautama against the wishes of the people, and that these festivities caused neglect of work by the people who had to suffer hardships. In denouncing thus, the 86,000 holders of wrong views were motivated by malevolent thoughts about the 3 treasures, as a result of which they were reborn in the 4 lower worlds. The Arahats then reviewed the situation. The prolonged festivities over the carriage of the relics was causing transgressions against the 3 treasures amongst the people, which was indeed undesirable. So they thought of seeking the cooperation of the Devas to speed up the king's procession to Rajagaha. They requested Sakka, the lord of the Devas. Sakka, think of some way to speed up the carriage of the relics to Rajagaha. Sakka replied, Venerable sir, there is no worldling who is as devoted to the 3 treasures as King Ajātasattu. You will not take my advice, but I can use other means. One possible way is to assume myself a terrifying appearance as Mara is wont to do, to cause terrible sounds to possess people, to cause people to sneeze, to cause people to lose appetite, which are also Mara's pet devices. When I use these means, the Venerable One should say to King Ajātasattu, King, the prolonged festivities over the carriage of the relics has angered the Devas. Speed up the procession to Rajagaha. On your advice, only would King Ajātasattu speed up his procession. Sakka did his part as suggested, causing terror among the people. The Arahats then went to King Ajātasattu and said, Great King, the prolonged festivities over the carriage of the relics has angered the Devas. Speed up the procession to Rajagaha. King Ajātasattu replied, Venerable sirs, I cannot fully satisfy myself in honoring the relics yet. However, I will follow your advice. And so he ordered his men to speed up the carriage of the relics to Rajagaha. This order was given on the day when 7 years and 7 months had elapsed on the way to Rajagaha. Now in the next 7 days the procession reached its destination. King Ajātasattu erected a shrine in Rajagaha in honor of the relics which had arrived. Other kings and Brahmins who received their share of the relics or the measuring basket or charred firewood also put up shrines in honor of the relics, according to their means in their own cities. These facts are recorded under the title, The Honoring of the Relics by Raising Shrines, which states, King Ajātasattu of Magadha raised a shrine in Rajagaha in honor of the relics of the Buddha, which was recited at the 2nd and 3rd councils. A secret relic depository. The following account is based on Pavasa, Chapter 5. After the various kings and Brahmins had erected their respective shrines at their own places where the Buddha relics were enshrined, Venerable Maha Kassapa, by his special power of seeing into the future, saw 1. That these shrines were liable to be pilfered by holders of wrong views. 2. That if a secret depository were to be built, these relics would be discovered by King Asoka, who should cause the spread of the relics over the whole of Jambudvipa to the benefit of devas and humans. So he went to King Ajātasattu and said solemnly, "Great King, it would be highly advisable that a secret depository be built to safeguard the relics." "Very well, venerable sir," said King Ajātasattu. "Leave the matter of building a secret depository to me. But how should the relics in other places be collected?" "Great King, the collection of the relics that are with the other kings and Brahmins will be our responsibility, not yours." "Very well, venerable sir. Let the venerable ones collect the relics. I shall build the depository." Having reached this understanding, Venerable Maha Kassapa went around to the recipients of the relics and explained to them his vision, and was able to collect the relics, leaving only an appropriate quantity of them for private homage at the various homes of the recipients. All the relics collected were brought to Rajagaha. The relics at Rama village were an exception. There, the Nagas were guarding the relics, and they were therefore secure against pilferers. Venerable Maha Kassapa foresaw that, at a later time, the relics of Rama village would be enshrined when the Mahatsattya was erected at the Mahavihara monastery in the island of Sri Lanka. So relics from that place were not among the relics collected and brought to Rajagaha. There, at a site to the northeast of the city, Venerable Maha Kassapa made a solemn wish. "May the ground at this site be flawless and clean. If there be any rocks, let them disappear now. Let no water arise here." King Ajātasattu then ordered earth-digging work at that site. The earth dug up there was made into bricks. Then he built 80 shrines in honor of the 80 senior disciples. When asked what the project was, the king replied that it was the building project of shrines in honor of the 80 senior disciples. Nobody was allowed to know that the Buddha relics were underneath. The enshrining of the relics in caskets. At the depth of 80 cubits, a copper platform was laid out, over which a copper chamber the size of a standard shrine was built. Then a series of 8 sets of containers of various sizes, beginning from golden sandalwood caskets, and 8 sets of shrines of golden sandalwood were made ready, each to be encased in another by turn in the following order. The relics of the Buddha were first put into a casket made of golden sandalwood. Then this was encased in a second casket of the same material. Then this was encased in a third casket of the same material. In this manner, 8 caskets of golden sandalwood encased in one another in turn formed one casket of 8 layers of golden sandalwood. This 8-layered casket of golden sandalwood was enshrined in the series of 8 shrines made of golden sandalwood, each shrine being encased in another in turn, so that a shrine of 8 layers of golden sandalwood was formed. Likewise, this shrine of golden sandalwood was encased in a series of 8 ivory caskets, which formed one casket of 8 layers of ivory caskets. This 8-layered ivory casket was enshrined in a series of 8 ivory shrines, each being encased in another in turn, so that a shrine of 8 layers of ivory shrines was formed. Likewise, this ivory shrine was encased in a series of 8 caskets wrought with the 7 gems, which formed one casket of 8 layers of the caskets of 7 gems. This 8-layered casket of the 7 gems was enshrined in a series of 8 shrines wrought with the 7 gems, each being encased in another in turn, so that a shrine of 8 layers of shrines of the 7 gems was formed. Likewise, this shrine of the 7 gems was encased in a series of 8 silver caskets, which formed one casket of 8 layers of silver caskets. This 8-layered silver casket was enshrined in a series of 8 silver shrines, each being encased in another in turn, so that a shrine of 8 layers of silver shrines was formed. Likewise, this silver shrine was encased in a series of 8 emerald caskets, which formed one casket of 8 layers of emerald caskets. This 8-layered emerald casket was enshrined in a series of 8 emerald shrines, each being encased in another in turn, so that a shrine of 8 layers of emerald shrines was formed. Likewise, this emerald shrine was encased in a series of ruby caskets, which formed one casket of 8 layers of ruby caskets. This 8-layered ruby casket was enshrined in a series of 8 ruby shrines, each being encased in another in turn, so that a shrine of 8 layers of ruby shrines was formed. Likewise, This ruby shrine was encased in a series of cat's eye caskets which formed one casket of 8 layers of cat's eye caskets. This 8-layered cat's eye casket was enshrined in a series of 8 cat's eye shrines, each being encased in another in turn, so that a shrine of 8 layers of cat's eye shrines was formed. Likewise, this cat's eye shrine was encased in a series of glass caskets, which formed one casket of 8 layers of glass caskets. This 8-layered glass casket was enshrined in a series of 8 glass shrines, each being encased in another in turn, so that a shrine of 8 layers of glass shrines was formed. Thus systematically encased in turn, the outermost glass shrine had the size of the Thilparama in Sri Lanka. The glass shrine was placed in a shrine set with the 7 gems. This again was sheltered inside in a golden shrine, which was again sheltered inside a silver shrine, and finally sheltered inside a copper shrine. Inside the copper shrine, 7 jewels were strewn about as sand flooring above which thousands of flowers grown on land were scattered. Golden statuettes depicting the 550 birth stories Jataka, the 80 senior disciples, King Suddhodana, father of Buddha Gautama, Queen Maya Devi, mother of Buddha Gautama, the 7 remarkable conatals that were born or appeared at the birth of Bodhisattva, etc. were placed there. 500 golden pots and 500 silver pots filled with water, 500 golden streamers, 500 golden lamps, 500 silver lamps fitted with wicks of white cloth filled with scented oil, were also set up inside. Then Venerable Maha Kassapa made a solemn wish. May the flowers remain fresh, may the scents retain their fragrance, may the lighted lamps remain aglow. On a golden sheet, he had the following inscription etched out and scaled. At some future date, a prince named Payadisai will be enthroned as a righteous king by the name of Asoka. That King Asoka will spread these relics through the southern island continent of Jambudvipa. After having carried out all forms of doing honor to the relics, King Ajātasattu closed all entrances to the inner shrine wrought with the 7 jewels. The same was done to the golden shrine and the silver shrine that successively housed the inner shrine. He locked up the outermost shrine, made of copper. Against the steel padlock, he placed a big piece of ruby accompanied by an inscription that read, "Let some needy king of some future date utilize this ruby to meet the expenses of doing honor to the relics." Then Sakka, the lord of the Devas, said to Visakhama, "My good Visakhama, King Ajātasattu had done his best for the security and preservation of the relics. You now see to the security of the depository." Visakhama went to the relic depository and set up a complex mechanism which emitted searing heat and which presented an awful sight with interconnected moving parts. The moving parts were made of steel blades shining like glass, which turned at the speed of whirlwinds, and which were held by wooden statues of demons which guarded it on all sides. All these complex rotating blades had only a single key switch. Having thus made the relic depository secure, Visakhama returned to his celestial abode. King Ajātasattu further put up stone walls around the depository, as was usually erected in the construction of a masonry monastery. Atop the walls, he covered the whole area with a rock platform which was covered up with earth. The earth was made into an even surface upon which a stone shrine was erected. The First Council. This section has been moved here from the story about Venerable Ananda. It is based on the Council of the 500 Panka Saddhikakandaka, Vincan 21, and its commentary. Venerable Maha Kassapa remembered the special recognition shown by the Buddha to him. The fortunate one exchanged his double robe with me. He declared to the monastics, in abiding in the first absorption, jhana, Kassapa is my equal, and so on, thus extolling my power of absorption, jhana, attainments with reference to the successively higher absorptions, which embrace the 9 absorption attainments that require abiding at each of the progressive levels, as well as the 5 supernormal powers. Again, the fortunate one remained in mid-air, and waving his hand, declared that, in the matter of detachment to the 4 types of followers, Kassapa is unequaled, and that, in the attitude of equanimity, Kassapa conducts himself like the moon. These words of praise are truly unparalleled. I must live up to these attributes in no other way, but by undertaking to convene a Sangha council for reciting the Dhamma and the discipline for their preservation. Inasmuch as a king appoints his eldest son heir apparent, conferring all his own regal paraphernalia and authority on the son with a view to perpetuating his sovereignty, so also the fortunate one had indeed praised me so lavishly, in such extraordinary ways, seeing that I, Kassapa, would be able to perpetuate his teaching. After pondering deeply thus, Venerable Maha Kassapa related to the monastic congregation the sacrilegious words of Subhata, the old monastic, and made this proposal. Now, friends, before immorality has gained ground and becomes an obstruction to the Dhamma, before infamy has gained ground and becomes an obstruction to the discipline, before upholders of immorality have gained strength, before upholders of the good doctrine have become weak, before upholders of infamy have gained strength, and before upholders of the discipline have become weak, let us recite in unison the doctrine and the discipline and preserve them. On hearing his animated appeal, the congregation said to him, Venerable Kassapa, may the Venerable One select the monastics to carry out the reciting of the doctrine and the discipline. Venerable Maha Kassapa then selected 499 arahats who had memorized the Dhamma Vinaya, and most of whom were also endowed with the fourfold analytical knowledge, the three knowledges Vijja, and the six supernormal powers, and were designated as the foremost monastic disciples by the Buddha. In this connection, the selection of 499 monastics indicates that one seat was reserved by Venerable Maha Kassapa for Venerable Ananda. The reason is that at that moment, Venerable Ananda had not become an arahat and was still training himself to become an arahat. Without Venerable Ananda, it would not be possible to hold the council because he had heard all the discourses of the Buddha, which comprise the 5 sections, Nikaya, the 9 parts, Agga, or the doctrines numbering a total of 84,000. Why, then, should Venerable Ananda be put on the list of the reciters by Venerable Maha Kassapa? The reason was that Venerable Maha Kassapa wanted to avoid criticism that he was partial to Venerable Ananda because there were other arahats endowed with the fourfold analytical knowledge like Venerable Ananda, while Venerable Ananda was still in training, Sakka, to become an arahat. This criticism was probable, considering the fact that Venerable Maha Kassapa and Venerable Ananda were very intimate. The former would address the latter in such intimate terms as, this young lad, even when the latter was about 80 years old with gray hair. Further, Venerable Ananda was a Sakyan prince and a first cousin of the Buddha. For that reason, Venerable Maha Kassapa, although knowing full well that Venerable Ananda was indispensable to the project of the recitations, awaited the general consent of the congregation in selecting him. When Venerable Maha Kassapa informed the congregation about his having chosen 499 arahats for the purpose, the congregation unanimously proposed Venerable Ananda to be selected for the council in spite of his still being a trainee, Sakka. They said, Venerable Maha Kassapa, although Venerable Ananda is still a trainee, he is not one who is likely to be misled into wrong judgment on any of the 4 unjust ways. Moreover, he is the monastic with the greatest learning imparted by the Buddha both on the doctrine and the discipline. Then Venerable Maha Kassapa put Venerable Ananda on the list of the reciters. Thus there were 500 reciters selected with the approval of the congregation. Then the venue for the holding of the recitals was considered by the congregation. They chose Rajagaha because it was a big city, big enough to provide daily alms food to the big gathering of monastics, and because it had many big monasteries where the monastics could stay. They also thought about the need to disallow other monastics outside of the council to spend the rains retreat Vasa in Rajagaha, where the council members would reside during that period. The reason for disallowing non-participating monastics was because as the proceedings of the council was to be conducted every day for a number of days, unless non-participating monastics were officially disallowed from residence during the rains retreat, Vasa, dissenters might interfere in the proceedings. Then Venerable Maha Kassapa, by making his formal proposal as an act in congregation, and getting the formal approval of the congregation, passed the Saga resolution in the following terms. Sutami, Avuso Sago, Yadi Sagasa Patakala, Sago Imani Panka Bhikkhu Satanasamania Rajagate Vasa Vasantani, Daman Se Vanayan Se, Sajo, Na Anahai Bhikkhu Rajagate Vasa Vasatabanti. ESA Nadi. The gist of this is 1. Only 500 monastics who were to recite the doctrine and the discipline were to stay in Rajagaha during the rain's retreat. And 2, that no other monastics were to stay in Rajagaha during the same period. The above legal act of the Saga, in council, took place 21 days after the passing away of the Buddha. After the act was performed, Venerable Maha Kassapa made a proclamation to all the members of the congregation. Friends, I allow you 40 days to enable you to attend to any of your personal obligations. After these 40 days, on no account will any excuses be accepted for failure to attend to the task of the recitation, whether for sickness, business concerning the preceptor, or parents or monastic requisites, such as alms bowls or robes. Every one of you is expected to be ready to begin the proceedings at the end of 40 days. After giving these strict instructions to the Saga, Venerable Maha Kassapa, accompanied by 500 monastic pupils, went to Rajagaha. The other members of the council also went to various places, accompanied by their monastic disciples, to assuage the sorrow of the people by means of discourses on the good doctrine. Venerable Pua and his 700 monastic pupils remained at Kusinagara, giving solace with their discourses to the devotees who mourned the demise of the Buddha. Venerable Ananda carried, as usual, the alms bowl and robes of the Buddha, and went to Savatthi accompanied by 500 monastic disciples. His following of monastics increased day by day. Wherever he went, devotees lamented and wailed. When, going by stages, Venerable Ananda reached Savatthi, and news of his arrival spread through the city, and people came out with flowers and perfumes to welcome him. They wailed, saying, "Venerable Ananda, you used to come in the Buddha's company, but where have you left the Buddha now, and come alone?" The people's lamentation in seeing Venerable Ananda alone was as pitiable as the day of the Buddha's passing away. Venerable Ananda solaced them with discourses on the impermanence, suffering and non-self of conditioned existence. Then he entered the Jetavana monastery, paid homage before the Buddha's perfumed chamber, opened the door, took out the cot and the seat, cleaned them, swept the precincts of the chamber, and removed the withered flowers. Then he replaced the cot and the seat and performed the routine acts at the Buddha's residence, as in the days when the Buddha was living. Whenever he carried out these routine tasks, he would say, weeping, "Fortunate one, is this not the time for your taking a bath? Is this not the time for your delivering a discourse? Is this not the time to give admonition to monastics? Is this not the time to lie on the right side in all the Buddha's grace like a lion? Is this not the time to wash your face?" He could not help weeping in the hourly routine activities in the usual service of the Buddha because, knowing well the benefits of the pacifying quality of the Fortunate One, he had a deep love for the Buddha, out of devotion as well as out of affection. He had not purged all the pollutants. He had a soft heart towards the Buddha owing to the mutual deeds of kindness that had taken place between him and the Buddha over millions of former existences. Advice given by a forest deity. While he himself was suffering intense grief and lamentation over the loss of the Buddha, Venerable Ananda was also giving much time to offering solace to the devotees who went to see him in sorrow on account of the Buddha's passing away. As he was then staying at a forest in the kingdom of Kosala, the guardian spirit of the forest felt sorry for him. And to remind him of the need to check his sorrow, the spirit sang the following verse to him, SN 9.5. Ruka Mula Gahana Pasakya, Nibna Hadayasmi Opiya, Jaya Gautama Ma Pamado, Kiti by Bite Karasati. Venerable one of the Gautama clan, resort to seclusion at the foot of a tree, immerse your mind in nibbana and abide in the absorption, jhana, characterized by concentration on the object of meditation and on its characteristics of impermanence, suffering, non-self. What good is there in your tittle-tattling with your visitors in your effort to solace them? That admonition caused urgency, Savega, in Venerable Ananda. Since the passing away of the Buddha, he had been standing and sitting too much so that he was feeling out of sorts, and to get relief, he took a laxative prepared from milk on the next day and did not go out of the monastery. On that day, Sabha, son of the deceased Tadaya the Brahmin, went to invite Venerable Ananda to an offering of a meal. Venerable Ananda said to the youth that he could not accept the invitation that day because he had taken a laxative made from milk, but that he might be able to do so the next day. On the next day, Venerable Ananda went to Sabha's residence where he was asked a question about the doctrine. Venerable Ananda's discourse, in reply to that question, can be found in the Discourse to Sabha, Sabha Sutta, DN 10. Then Venerable Ananda supervised the repairs to the Jetavana monastery. When the rains retreat, Vasa, was approaching, he left his monastic pupils at the monastery and went to Rajagaha. Other members who were selected for the council to recite the doctrine and discipline also went to Rajagaha at about the same time. All these members performed the observance day, Āṭānāṭiya, on the full moon of July, Shah, and on the first waning day of the month, they vowed to remain in Rajagaha for the 3-month rains retreat Vasa. Rajagaha had 18 monasteries around the city at that time. As they had been unoccupied for some period, the buildings and the precincts were in a state of despair and neglect. On the occasion of the Buddha's passing away, all the monastics had left Rajagaha for Kusinara, and the monasteries remained unused and untended so that the buildings became moldy and dusty, while there were broken panes and gaping walls. The monastics held a meeting and decided that, as according to the Vinaya laid down by the Buddha on living places, the monastic buildings and compound should be repaired and maintained to proper condition. So they assigned the first month of the rains retreat, Vasa, period to the repairing and maintenance of the monasteries, and the middle month to the recitals. They attended to the repair work to honor the Buddha's instructions found in the discipline and also to avoid criticism by the religious sects outside the Buddha's teaching, who would say, the disciples of ascetic Gautama took care of the monasteries only when their teacher was living, but when he is dead and gone, they neglect them and let the valuable assets donated by their followers go to waste. After coming to the decision, the monastics went to King Ajātasattu's palace. They were paid homage to by the king, who asked them the purpose of their visit. They told him that they needed men to carry out repair work to the 18 monasteries. The king provided men to repair the monasteries under the supervision of the monastics. In the first month the job was completed. The monastics then went to King Ajātasattu and said, "Great king, the repair work at the monasteries is completed. Now we shall convene the council by reciting the doctrine and the discipline in unison." The king said, "Venerable sirs, carry out your task freely. Let there be the joint operation of our regal authority with your doctrinal authority. Mention your needs, and I will see to them." The monastics said, "We need an assembly hall for the Sakka to carry out the task." The king asked them the place of their choice, and they mentioned the mountainside on Mount Vebera, where the great Satapai tree stood. A grand pavilion donated by King Ajātasattu. "Very well, venerable sirs," said King Ajātasattu, and he built a grand pavilion for the council, as splendid as one that might have been created by Visakhama, the Deva architect. It had compartments for the efficient working of the council, each with stairways and approaches. All the walls, pillars, and balustrades beautifully painted with artistic designs. The whole pavilion would seem 41b. Buddha Metteyya. Mingun Sayadaw did not include a chapter about the coming Buddha Metteyya. To rectify that omission, I include this story compiled by Saya Uchit Tin in his book on the coming Buddha Arya Metteyya. Saya's retelling has been modified here to fit in with the vocabulary adopted in this work, and most of his notes have been omitted. Many 18 details concerning the coming Buddha can be assembled by combining Buddha Gautama's prediction in the Discourse about the universal monarch, Kakavati Sutta, DN 26, the lineage in the future, Anagata Vesa, the garland of the times of the victor, Jina Kalamali, the appearance of the 10 bodhisattvas, Dasa Bodhisattva Padikatha, the teaching about the 10 bodhisattvas, Dasa Bodhisattva Adisa, and the book of the 10 stories, Dasa Vathapakara. Further details can be added from the description by Buddha Gautama of the past Buddha Vipassi, Magadha Sutta, DN 14, Venerable Ananda's praise of the Buddha, Akariya Abhuta Sutta, MN 123, and the commentary on the Chronicles of the Buddhas, Buddha Vesa. These are our sources for what follows. The Bodhisattva Metteyya. Buddha Gautama predicted as follows in the prelude to the lineage in the future, Āṭānāṭiya Vesa. Utamo Metteyya Ramo, Pasanati Kosalo Kabibaba Digasoni Ca. Kani Ca. Subo Tadaya, Brahmanal Juri Palalayo, Bodhisattva, and Nukamanasambati Labhanti Anagate. In the future, 10 bodhisattvas will attain full awakening in the following order. The most honorable Arya Metteyya, King Rama, King Pasanati of Kosala, the Deva Ababu, the Ajura Deva Digasoni, the Brahman Kani, the young man Sabha, the Brahman Tadaya, the elephant Nalajarai, and the elephant Palaliya. The 11 great bodhisattvas are confirmed in their aspiration by many Buddhists. A 16th century Pi text from Thailand, the Garland of the Times of the Victor, Jina Kalamali, says that Bodhisattva Metteyya received his prediction of future Buddhahood from Buddha Magadha. This would then be the first prediction for him. This text also gives details of the period during which the Bodhisattva, who became Buddha Gautama, made a mental resolve to become a Sammasambuddha. This is shown to be his preparation for the life in which he received his first sure prediction. Bodhisattva Metteyya is mentioned as being associated with him in 2 of these lives. As his leading disciple when he was a religious teacher, and as his chaplain named Sarigutta when he was King Āṭādeva. The story of one occasion when Bodhisattva Metteyya made an aspiration, and when the perfection which is strongest for him is illustrated, is told in the Pi texts which were written down after the compilation of the canon. The story of Bodhisattva Metteyya's aspiration was told to the leading disciple Venerable Sariputta when he was residing near Savatthi in the Eastern monastery, Pabarama, which was offered by the laywoman Visakha. Long ago, Bodhisattva Metteyya was the universal monarch Sakka in the city of Indapata in the Kuru country. This large city resembled a city of the Devas. Universal monarchs reign over the whole earth and have 7 great treasures: the wheel, elephant, horse, gem, wife, householder, and advisor. Sakka lived in a 7-story palace made of the 7 kinds of gems. This palace rose up out of the earth through the power of his merit. Sakka led others to follow the path leading to rebirth in the higher planes of existence, and he administered justice with impartiality. After Sakka became a universal monarch, there arose the Buddha Saramata. Whenever a bodhisattva is to be born in his last life, there is a Buddha proclamation 1,000 years before. Brahmas of the pure abodes, Suddhavesa, travel throughout the world of men and proclaim, 1,000 years from now, a Buddha will arise in the world. King Sakka must have heard of this proclamation, for one day, as he sat on his golden throne under the royal white umbrella, he said, "A long time ago, there was a proclamation that a Buddha would be born. I will turn over the place of universal monarch to whoever knows of the 3 treasures, to whoever points out to me the gems of the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha, as well as the dispensation. I will go to see the Supreme Buddha." Buddha Saramata was residing at that time only 16 leagues from Sakka's capital city. Among the novices in the Sangha, there was a boy who came from a poor family. His mother was a slave, so the novice went to the city to seek wealth in order to set his mother free. When the people saw him, they thought he was a yaka, so they threw sticks at him. Afraid, he went to the palace and stood before the king. "Who are you, young man?" the king asked. "I am a novice, Smera, great king," the novice answered. "Why do you call yourself a novice?" "Because, great king, I do no evil. I have established myself in moral conduct, and thus I lead the holy life. Therefore I am called a novice, Smera." "Who gave you that name?" "My teacher gave it, great king." "What is your teacher called, young man?" "My teacher is called a monk, Bhikkhu, great king." "Who gave your teacher the name monk, young man?" "Great king, my teacher's name was given by the priceless gem of the Sangha." Full of joy, King Sakka rose from his throne and prostrated himself at the feet of the novice. And he asked, "Who gave the name to the Sangha?" "Great king, the Supreme Buddha Saramata gave the name to the Sangha." Hearing the word Buddha, which is so difficult to hear in many hundreds of thousands of eons, King Sakka fainted from joy. When he regained consciousness, he asked, "Venerable sir, where does the Supreme Buddha Saramata reside at present?" And the novice told him the Buddha was in a monastery called the Eastern Monastery, Pabarama, 16 leagues away. King Sakka turned over the power of a universal monarch to the novice. He gave up his kingdom and a great number of relatives. Filled with joy at the thought of seeing the Buddha, he started walking to the north towards the Eastern Monastery. The first day, the soles of his feet split open, for they were very tender due to his luxurious upbringing. On the second day, his feet began to bleed. He was unable to walk on the third day, so he went on his hands and knees. On the fourth day, his hands and feet bled, so he determined to continue on his chest. The joy of the possibility of seeing the Buddha enabled him to overcome his great suffering and pain. Buddha Saramata surveyed the world with his omniscience, and seeing the power of the effort, Viriya Bala, of the king, the Buddha thought, "This universal monarch Sakka is surely a seed, a Buddha sprout, Buddha Kura Bija. He undertakes great pain because of me. Indeed, I should go to him." By his psychic powers, the Buddha hid his great splendor and went disguised as a young man in a chariot. He went to where Sakka was and blocked his path in order to test the power of his effort. "You there?" Buddha Saramata said to King Sakka. "Go back on your chest. I am going down this road in my chariot." But King Sakka refused, saying he was on his way to see the Buddha. The Buddha in disguise invited the king to get into his chariot, saying that is where he was going also. On the way, the Deva maiden Suja came down from the Tvatisa heaven, and taking the form of a young girl, offered food. The Buddha had it given to Sakka. Then Sakka, in the form of a young man, came down from the Tvatisa heaven and gave water. As a result of the divine food and water, all of King Sakka's ailments disappeared. When they arrived at the Eastern Monastery, the Buddha sat on his seat in the monastery, assuming his true appearance with the rays of 6 colors shining forth. When the king went in and saw the Buddha, he again lost consciousness. After a while, he came to himself, approached the Buddha, and paid his respects. "Venerable sir," he requested, "protector of the world, refuge of the world, teach me one point of the doctrine which may calm me when I have heard it." "Very well, listen," the Buddha said. The Buddha reviewed the teaching about Nibbana and taught the king a discourse concerning Nibbana. This aroused reverence for the doctrine in the king, but after hearing only a little of the teaching, he requested the Buddha, "Please stop, fortunate one. Do not teach me any more." He said this because he thought to himself that he would not have a gift worthy of what the Buddha taught him if he heard any more. "Indeed, venerable sir," the king said, "of all the doctrines taught, the fortunate one has pointed out Nibbana, which is the highest. So, of all the parts of my body, I will pay homage to your teaching with my head." He began to sever his neck with his fingernails and said, "Venerable Buddha Saramata, you go to the deathless first. Through the gift of my head, I will afterwards go to Nibbana." Having said just these few words, I pay homage to the teaching about Nibbana. Now, may this be the means for my attaining omniscience. And saying this, he finished severing his head with his fingernails. King Sakka's predominant characteristic was his great energy, viriya. This is shown through his overcoming the difficulties in going to see Buddha Saramata. His effort was so strong, the Buddha realized that he was a great bodhisattva. Other perfections are also illustrated in this story. He gives away his position of universal monarch in renunciation. Even before hearing of the Buddha, he set the example of leading a moral life leading to higher rebirths. As a just king, he would show his wisdom, patience, truthfulness, loving kindness, and equanimity. Once he heard of the Buddha, he renounced his kingdom and family, giving up the highest position that can be attained by a human being. And great resolution worked together with his energy. The final action of King Sakka is the gift of his head to the Buddha. This may seem strange, but it is explained in the text by the fact that the Buddha had taught him one aspect of the teaching concerning Nibbana, the highest goal. King Sakka cannot find any other gift worthy of Nibbana, so he resolves to offer his own head. In the Pi commentaries, it is said that only giving their own limbs or their life makes great bodhisattvas exalt when they give. Joy arises when they give such gifts, and they experience no contrariety of mind. So we can see that such gifts are beyond ordinary people, and we need not feel that we should make such sacrifices ourselves. Bin. Ahita. During the time of Buddha Gautama, the great bodhisattva who is to be the next Buddha was a monk named Ajita. According to the commentary on the lineage in the future, Āṭānāṭiya, Ajita was the son of King Ajātasattu and Queen Kankanadevi. Prince Ajita had 500 attendants, and when he reached the age of 16, the king asked his son to inherit the Buddha's heritage. The prince agreed. So the king took him to the bamboo grove monastery in great pomp and splendor along with his 500 attendants. Prince Ajita was ordained as a novice, and because of his serenity, calmness, and wisdom, he was much respected. Later he was ordained as a monk. The Buddha took him when he went from Rajagaha to Kapalavethu to reside in Nigrada's monastery. While they were residing at that monastery, Mahapajapati Gautami came one day with 2 special cloths to be presented to the Buddha for use as robes. She had planted the cotton seeds herself and did all the necessary work up to the time the robes were finished. The account of the gift of the cloths is found in the Discourse, giving the analysis of offerings, Daki Vibhaga Sutta, MN 142. There, the Buddha refused 3 times to accept the robes offered by Mahapajapati Gautami and suggested that she offer them to the Sakka with the Buddha at its head. Venerable Ananda approached the Buddha, suggesting he should accept the cloths. The Buddha then gave the discourse on the analysis of offerings. No other details are given in the Pi or Venerable Buddhaghosa's commentary on this discourse. In the commentary on the lineage in the future, Āṭānāṭiya, it is said that the Buddha accepted 1 robe for himself and instructed his stepmother to offer the second one to the Sakka. But not one of the 80 leading disciples came forward to accept that robe. Eventually, Venerable Ajita thought to himself that the Buddha had told his stepmother to give the robe to the Sakka for her benefit, so he bravely got up like a king of the lions in the midst of the Sakka and accepted the robe. There was some confusion and much talk about how an unknown monk could accept the robe when none of the leading disciples had taken it. Realizing the situation, and in order to dispel any doubts, the Buddha said, "Do not say this monk is an ordinary monk. He is a bodhisattva who will be the coming Buddha Metteyya." Then the Buddha took the bowl that had been given to him shortly after his awakening by the world's 4 great kings and threw it into the air. None of the 80 leading disciples could retrieve it, but Venerable Ajita understood that the Buddha intended for him to show his psychic powers, so he brought back the bowl. Then Venerable Ajita took the cloth he had accepted and put it in the Buddha's perfumed chamber as a canopy under the ceiling, making the aspiration that this act of generosity might result in his having a canopy made of 7 gems and with hangings made of gold, silver, coral, and pearls measuring 12 leagues when he becomes a Buddha. The Buddha smiled after this, and Venerable Ananda asked why he had smiled. The Buddha replied, "Ananda, the monk Ajita will become the Buddha Arya Metteyya in this auspicious aeon." Then he remained silent, enjoying the arahat fruition. The first chief disciple, Venerable Sariputta, who knew the assembled monks wished to hear more information, requested the Buddha give a discourse about the coming Buddha. And the Buddha gave the account in the lineage in the future, Āṭānāṭiya. The Book of the 10 Stories, Dasa Vatthapakara, goes on to say that from the time of the sure prediction, the Bodhisattva taught a large number of monks, explaining the whole canon and causing them to increase in insight and to attain the knowledge of adaptable patience. At the end of that life, he was reborn in a Deva world. But there is a reference to at least one other human life, as he should have a life in which he is generous in the way the Bodhisattva Vesantara was. After that life, he should be reborn in the Tusita realm, where all great bodhisattvas reside before their final birth. According to the lesser story, Kavesa, the bodhisattva would have other human births. When Venerable Buddhaghosa went from India to Ceylon to consult the commentaries on the Pi Canon, he was given 2 verses to comment on as a test. The result was the path of purification, Visuddhimagga. The Devas, in order to convince the people of his greatness, hid the text twice so that Venerable Buddhaghosa had to write it out 3 times. When the copies were compared with the original, no deviations were found. The saga then exclaimed, "Without a doubt, this is Metteyya." In another Pi text that is not part of the canon, there is a description of Metteyya in the Tusita realm. He is said to go to the Khmer shrine in the Tvatisa Deva world to pay respects to the hair cut off by the Bodhisattva when he made the great renunciation, and to relics brought there by the Sakka, the Lord of the Gods, after the death of Buddha Gautama. The Bodhisattva Metteyya is described as being surrounded by a host of male and female devas. For female devas in particular are described as having beautiful complexions, halos, ornaments, and clothes, one of a shining color, one red, one dark gold, and the fourth golden. The Buddha describes how morality among human beings grows stronger and stronger. As a result, their lifespan grows longer until it reaches 80,000 years, and at that time, Buddha Metteyya will come. Venerable Buddhaghosa explains that the lifespan increases to an incalculable number of years, Sakya, and then begins to decrease again until it reaches 80,000 years. For Buddhas arise only when the lifespan is decreasing. A tradition in Burma says that Buddha Metteyya will live for 80,000 years and that the human lifespan at that time will be 100,000 years, just as Buddha Gautama lived for 80 years when the human lifespan was 100 years. No definite number of years is given for the period between Buddha Gautama and Buddha Metteyya. The lineage in the future, Anagata Vesa, verse 5 says Buddha Metteyya will arise 10 million years later, Vasakoi, but the commentary says this means after many hundreds of thousands times 10 million years. DVP 125-132 says that after the human lifespan decreases to 10 years, there will be 7 intervening eons, Satanara Kappa, then the lifespan will increase to an incalculable, and when it has decreased again to 80,000 years, the next Buddha will arise. This Aeon Kappa is an auspicious Aeon Bada Kappa, which means that the maximum number of 5 Buddhas will arise in the same Aeon. Some eons are empty ones, meaning no Buddhas arise, Sunnakappa. In other types of eons, 1 to 4 Buddhas arise. Buddha Gautama was the 4th Buddha in this auspicious Aeon, and Metteyya will be the 5th and last Buddha in it. The commentary to the Chronicles of the Buddhas, Buddha Vesa, says that an auspicious Aeon is very difficult to encounter. Those who are born in such eons are usually rich in goodness and happiness. They usually have the 3 root conditions of non-greed, non-hatred, and non-delusion, and destroy the defilements. Those with the 2 root conditions of non-greed and non-hatred are usually reborn in good planes of existence, and those with no root conditions acquire one. In another commentary, it is said that during the time of Buddha Metteyya, the group of sensual pleasures will have little initial power to distract. The birth of the next Buddha. Before his last rebirth, which is in the human world, each bodhisattva resides in the Tusita realm. He is mindful and aware when he is reborn there, and while he lives there. He lives there as long as his lifespan lasts. 1,000 years before he is to be reborn as a human and become a Buddha, Devas or Brahmas go to the world of men and announce that a Buddha will arise. This is a Buddha uproar, Buddha Kalahala. 19. When the time is right, he descends into his mother's womb, mindful and aware. He is aware it is his last existence. At that time, there is an illimitable, splendid radiance throughout the universe. His mother is protected by the 4 great kings during the gestation period. His mother does not break the 5 precepts during her pregnancy, and she is not attracted to any man. The mother is surrounded by all the pleasures of the 5 senses. She suffers from no illness, and she can see the bodhisattva in her womb. He is seated cross-legged in the womb, facing outward. His mother gives birth in a standing position and in a forest. The Bodhisattva Metteyya will be born in the deer park at Isipatana. The feet of the baby are placed in a golden cloth. He is received first by devas and afterwards by men. Before his feet touch the ground, the 4 great kings present him to his mother, saying, "Rejoice, lady, for mighty is the son that is born to you." He comes forth without any stain. 2 showers of cool and warm water fall from the sky to bathe mother and the bodhisattva. He takes 7 steps to the north, surveys the 4 quarters, and pronounces the lion's roar that he is supreme in the world. When he is born, an illimitable, splendid radiance is seen throughout the universe. 7 days after the birth of the Bodhisattva, his mother dies and is reborn in the Tusita realm. When Bodhisattva Metteyya is reborn in the human world, life on earth will be like life in a Deva world. Women will marry at the age of 500. There will only be 3 diseases: desire, icha, hunger, anasana, and old age, jara. Jambudvipa will have Āṭānāṭiya, which is present-day Bras, as its capital city. In addition, there will be 84,000 cities with 900 million princes. Jambudvipa will extend for 100,000 leagues. It will be without thorns, clear, with green grass. There will be grass which is 4 inches high and soft as cotton. The climate will always be good. The rains will be even, and the winds will be neither too hot nor too cold. The rivers and ponds will not lack water. There will be white sand that is not rough, the size of peas and beans. The country will be like an adorned garden. The villages will be close together, full of people, without interval. The people will be tranquil, safe, and free from danger. They will be happy and joyful, enjoying festivals. They will have plenty to eat and drink. Jambudvipa will be delightful, like Āṭānāṭiya, the capital city of the Kurus. The capital city of Jambudvipa, Āṭānāṭiya, will be 12 leagues long and 7 leagues wide. The city will have beautiful lotus ponds, full of water that is fragrant, clear, clean, cool, and sweet. The ponds will be accessible to people at all times. There will be 7 rows of palm trees and walls of 7 colors, made of jewels, will surround the city. In squares at the gates of the city, there will be shining wishing trees. 1 blue, 1 yellow, 1 red, and 1 white. Divine adornments and ornaments, as well as all sorts of wealth and possessions, will be hanging on the trees. The universal monarch Sakka. At this time, there will be a universal monarch named Sakka. In a past life, he and his father made a hut for a Paksabuddha. They had him stay there for the 3 months of the rain's retreat and 20 then gave him 3 robes. In the same way, they had 7 Paksabuddhas stay in the hut. The father and son were reborn in the Tvetisa realm, and Sakka requested that the father be reborn in the human world as Prince Mahapanada. The architect for the Devas, Visakamma, built a palace for Mahapanada. During the time of Buddha Gautama, Mahapanada was Venerable Badaji, who, on one occasion, raised up the Mahapanada palace from the bottom of the Ganges. The palace still waits there for the future Sakka, who was the son that gave to the Paksabuddhas in the past. When Sakka becomes the universal monarch, he will raise up the Mahapanada palace, which will serve as his palace in the center of Āṭānāṭiya. The palace is described as resplendent with many jewels, so bright it is hard to look at. And he will possess the 7 treasures of a universal monarch: the wheel, elephant, horse, gem, wife, householder, and advisor. Through the merit of Sakka, there will be a square in the middle of the city with 4 halls facing the 4 directions with wishing trees. Hanging from the trees there will be all sorts of fine garments, drums, and jewelry. Through the merit of the people at that time, there will be rice that grows without being cultivated. It will be pure, sweet-smelling, and the grains will be ready husked. The residents of Āṭānāṭiya will have whatever they want. They will be very rich. They will wake up to the sound of drums and lutes. They will be exceedingly happy in both body and mind. King Sakka's palace will have 84,000 dancing girls. He will have 1,000 sons, valiant, of heroic forms, crushing enemy armies. The eldest son will be the king's advisor. The king will conquer the sea-girt land of Jambudvipa without violence, without a sword, but rather by righteousness. The career of Bodhisattva Metteyya. The Bodhisattva will be the son of the universal monarch's head priest, Sabrahma, and his wife, Brahmavati. He will be named Ajita, and he will bear the 32 marks and 80 minor marks that are common to Buddhas and universal monarchs. He will lead the household life for 8,000 years. He will have 4 palaces named Sarivaha, Vahamana, Siddhartha, and Kandaka. He will have 100,000 dancing girls. His wife will be Kandamukhi, and his son will be named Brahmavahana. Bodhisattvas decide to give up household life after they have seen the 4 signs of an old man, a sick man, a dead man, and a recluse. They go forth from lay life, and after a son is born to them, they put on the yellow robe and engage in striving. The Bodhisattva Metteyya will go forth in one of his palaces. Accompanied by his followers, he will fly through the air in the palace and go to the ironwood, Naga tree, which will be his Bodhi tree. He will engage in striving for 7 days, which is the minimum period. At the age of 8,000 years, the Bodhisattva will mount a chariot that resembles a glorious celestial palace, and when going to the royal park, he will see the 4 signs. They will produce a sense of spiritual urgency, savega, and he will long for the state of going forth. Then he will return and go up to his palace. His mind will be bent on the state of going forth. At that moment, that jeweled palace will fly up by a path in the sky, and he will leap up into the sky like the king of the golden waterfowl, together with his followers. Then the devas of the 10,000 world element will take flowers and honor him. The 84,000 kings of Jambudvipa, the people from the cities and from the countryside will honor him with perfume and flowers. The king of the Asuras will guard the palace. The king of the Nagas will take him a precious gem. The king of the Supas will take him a jewel necklace. The king of the Gandhabas will honor him with musical instruments and dancers. The universal monarch, together with his consorts and followers, will go to the Bodhisattva. By the power of the king and the power of the Bodhisattva, that crowd will be established in the state of going forth, and the people will rise into the sky with him and go to the Bodhi tree. Then a Maha Brahma will take a 60-league parasol and hold it over them. The Deva king Sakka will blow the Vidyutara conch shell. The king of the Yama Devas, Suyama, will take a yak's tail fan and honor him. The king of the Tusita Devas, Sanasita, will hold a jewel fan. The Gandhabadeva, Pankasika, will take his celestial lute Baluva and play it. The 4 great kings, swords in hand, will surround them on all 4 sides. All those people, Devas, Gandhabas, Yakas, Nagas, and Supas, surrounding him in front, in back, and on both sides will go with him. Surrounded by a crowd of Devas and women, etc., of great splendor and beauty, the Bodhisattva will rise into the sky, and then descend near the place of awakening. At that moment, the Mahabrahma will take the 8 requisites of an ascetic created by his psychic powers and offer them to him. Then the Bodhisattva will cut off the top knot of hair on his head and throw it up into the sky. He will take the 8 requisites from the hands of the Mahabrahma and go forth. For 7 days, he will make the austere striving. And all that great crowd of people will follow the example of the Bodhisattva in going forth. The ironwood, Naga, tree where the Bodhisattva will be awakened is described as being 120 cubits high, with 4 main branches 120 or 130 cubits long. There will be 2,000 minor branches. The tips of the branches will be bent, constantly moving, and will be continually in bloom with blossoms as big as wheels. They will have a heavenly smell, full of pollen. The perfume will spread around for 10 leagues, both with and against the wind. The leaves will be a deep green in all seasons, and the flowers will scatter on the people all around. The lineage in the future, Anagata Vesa, describes the people who go forth with the Buddha, including the names of the most important people among them. He will be accompanied by a large group of people, including friends, ministers, and members of his family. There will be a 4-fold army and an assembly of the 4 castes to go forth with him. There will be 84,000 princesses and 84,000 Brahmins who are skilled in the Vedas. Among the 84,000 there will be the brothers Isadatta and Pura, the twins of unlimited wisdom, Jadamita and Vijaya, the householder Sadika and the female disciple Sadhana, the male disciple Saga and the female disciple Sag, the householder Sadara and the famous man Siddhartha, and the husband and wife Visakha and Yasavati. Many other citizens and people from the countryside of various social ranks will go forth. The spot on which the Bodhisattvas attain awakening is one of the 4 fixed places, so Metteyya will make his final bid for liberation on the same spot as all the past Buddhas, the present-day Bodhigaya. On the day they attain self-awakening, Bodhisattvas have a meal of milk rice. They are seated on a spreading of grass. They use mindfulness of breathing as their preparation for developing insight and shatter the forces of Mara. They attain the 3 knowledges and the 6 special qualities not shared by others, etc., while still seated in the cross-legged position. And they spend 7 weeks near the Bodhi tree after becoming self-awakened. The lineage in the future commentary says that from the time he becomes awakened, Arya Metteyya will be known as the Buddha King, Buddha Raja. Then the Maha-Brahma will request that Buddha Metteyya teach others the path to Nibbana. Buddha Metteyya will preach his first discourse, the discourse setting the Dhamma wheel turning, Dhamma Kakapavattana SN 56.11, in the Elephant Grove, Nagavana. The park is said to be in Isipatana near the city of Kedamati. He will be surrounded by an assembly extending 100 leagues. A great many devas will approach him at that time, and he will set free 1 billion from their bondage. This will be the first occasion when a great number of beings attain penetration, abhisamaya, into the 4 noble truths. Then King Sakka will give his jewel palace to the Saga with the Buddha at its head, and he will make a great donation to the poor, the needy, and beggars. Accompanied by his wife and 900 billion people, the king will approach the Buddha. And all that 900 billion people will be ordained with the words, "Come, Bhikkhu, Etha Bhikkhu." This will be the second penetration. After that, the third penetration of 800 billion will take place when devas and men approach the Buddha with a question concerning arahatship. There will be 3 assemblies, Sanapada, of arahats. The first will include 1,000 billion. This may be, as for many past Buddhas, at the time the Buddha recites the Padamaka on the full moon day of February, Magadha, to an assembly possessing 4 factors. 1. All the monks present are ordained with the Come, Bhikkhu ordination. 2. All have the 6 types of higher knowledge. 3. All of them come without any previous announcement. And 4. The observance day, Upasatha, is on the 15th day in the bright fortnight. The second assembly will be at the time the Buddha proclaims the invitation, Pavara, at the end of the rainy season, and will include 900 billion. For the third assembly, 800 billion arahats will accompany the Buddha when he goes in seclusion on the Gandhamadana slope of the Himavant mountain range. Otherwise, the Buddha Metteyya will continually be surrounded by 1,000 billions of those who have attained the 6 types of higher knowledge, abhina, and great psychic power. Buddha Gautama said that just as he was accompanied by a saga of hundreds of bhikkhus when he wandered around, Buddha Metteyya will be accompanied by thousands. Buddha Metteyya will go through the countryside teaching the Dhamma, awakening many people. Some will take the 3 refuges, some will be established in the 5 precepts, some will undertake the 10 skillful actions. There will be some who become ordained, some who attain the 4 excellent fruition states, some who will attain analytic insight into the Dhamma, some who will attain the 8 excellent perfections, some the 3 knowledges, and some the 6 types of superknowledge. The teachings of Buddha Metteyya will be widespread. Seeing people who are ready to be awakened, he will go 100,000 leagues in a moment to cause them to be awakened. It is said that Buddha Metteyya will quench the heat for beings reborn in the lower realms. The first chief disciple will be the universal monarch Sakka, who will have the Bhikkhu name of Asoka. The second chief disciple will be Brahmadeva. The Buddha's attendant will be named Siha. The chief women disciples among the female monastics, Bhikkhuni, will be Paduma and Sumana. The chief lay attendants among the men will be Sumana and Saga. Among the women, Yasavati and Sag. Wherever he goes, Buddha Metteyya will be accompanied by a great company of devas honoring him. The devas will make necklaces which will be adorned by the kings of the Nagas and the Supas. There will be 8 garlands each of gold, silver, jewels, and coral. There will be many hundreds of banners hanging down. Awnings adorned with jewels will resemble the moon. They will be surrounded by nets of bells and jeweled garlands. They will scatter sweet-smelling flowers and different sorts of perfumed powder, both divine and human. And there will be various types of cloth of many colors. Having faith in the Buddha, they will sport all around, and many marvels will take place through the power of Buddha Metteyya's merit. Seeing those marvels, many people will decide they would rather die than abandon him as their refuge. Many of them will attain awakening, and those who do not will do good deeds which lead to heavenly worlds. Several other details can be predicted for Buddha Metteyya, as they are part of the list of 30 things that are true of all Buddhas. He will live regularly at a monastery at Jetavana. His bed there will be on the same spot as those of past Buddhas. He will perform the double miracle at the gateway to the city of Savatthi. He will teach the Abhidhamma to his mother in the Tavatisa Deva world. He will descend from that Deva world at the gateway to the city of Sakka. He will lay down a rule of training whenever necessary. He will tell the story of one of his past lives, Jataka, whenever necessary. He will teach the chronicles of the Buddhas, Buddha Vesa, to a gathering of his relatives. Several details have to do with his day-to-day habits. He will give a friendly welcome to monastics when they arrive. He will spend the rains retreat where he is invited to and will not leave without asking permission. Each day, he will carry out the duties to be performed before and after meals and for the 3 watches in the night. The lineage in the future, Āṭānāṭiya Vesa, says his eyelashes will be thick, that the eyes will be broad and pure, not winking day or night, and that with his physical eye he will be able to see large and small things all around for 10 leagues without obstruction. Rays of 6 colors will radiate from his body and illumine the 10,000 world element. The major and minor marks will always be visible as countless hundreds of thousands of rays, which will shine in all directions for 25 leagues. Through the merit acquired when the blood flowed from his head when he offered it to Buddha Siramata, his radiance as a Buddha, Buddha Pabha, will shine from the summit of the world, Bhavaga, to the lowest of the hells, Avicii, and the offering of his head and the drops of blood will mean that the radiance from the hair between his eyebrows will be unlimited. People will not be able to distinguish night from day. The only way they will know when it is night is through the sound of bird cries and the closing of the blossoms and leaves of lotuses and water lilies. They will know it is day by the cries of birds going to seek food and the opening of the flowers and leaves of lotuses and water lilies. Wherever Buddha Metteyya walks, lotuses will spring up for him to step on. This is said to be the result of his great effort in the past life when he was the Bodhisattva King Sakka and went to Buddha Siramata. The main petals of the lotuses will be 30 cubits, and the minor petals, 25. The stamens will be 20 cubits, the pistils will be 16 cubits, and they will be full of red pollen. But even Buddhas are subject to the law of impermanence. Eventually, Buddha Metteyya will attain parinibbana. All Buddhas have a meal with meat on the day of their parinibbana. Before their parinibbana, they will have accomplished 24,000 billion attainments. According to the lineage in the future, Āṭānāṭiya Vesa, commentary, when Arya Metteyya attains parinibbana, he will not leave behind his human body, Vipaka Kamaja Rupa, the body produced by the fruition of volitional actions. He will enter the element of nibbana, nibbana dhatu, and no relics will remain. Although the text says his dispensation will last for 180,000 years, the commentary says it will continue for 380,000 years. How to meet Buddha Metteyya. The teaching about the 10 bodhisattvas, Dasa Bodhisattva Adisa, and the lineage in the future, Āṭānāṭiya Vesa, both give instructions on what people must do if they are to meet Buddha Metteyya. This is very important for all those who do not attain at least the first stage of awakening during this Buddha dispensation. For, as we have seen, Buddha Metteyya will be the last Buddha to arise in this world cycle. If a person does not attain awakening in this world cycle, it will be extremely difficult to get another opportunity. In the teaching about the 10 bodhisattvas, Dasa Bodhisattva Adisa, Buddha Gautama says to Venerable Sariputta, "Not all men will see my physical body. If they encounter my dispensation, sasana, give gifts, dana, observe morality, sila, and cultivate development of the mind, bhavana. Through the fruit of that, they will be reborn in the time of Buddha Arya Metteyya." These 3 actions are the basis of meritorious action, panna. Through these actions, a person can be assured of rebirth in the higher planes of existence. Developing the mind leads to the temporary purity attained through the absorption, jhana, states. But it can also lead to insight, vipassana, and true liberation. The lineage in the future, Āṭānāṭiya Vesa, gives more details. In order to meet Buddha Metteyya, people should put forth effort, viriya, and be firm, daha, with agitated mind, abhigamanasa. We can surmise that agitated mind means the profound stirring of the mind or sense of spiritual urgency, savega, that comes from realizing the urgent need to work for liberation. All those who do good deeds and who are vigilant, whether they are male monastics, female monastics, laymen, or laywomen, will be able to encounter the next Buddha. All those who pay great honor to the Buddha will see the auspicious assembly of Buddha Metteyya. The spiritual life, Brahmacharya, should be practiced. Gifts, dana, should be given. The observance days, upasatha, should be kept. Loving kindness, metta, should be carefully developed. By delighting in vigilance and meritorious actions, it will be possible to eventually make an end to misery, dukkha. Venerable Ledi Sayadaw points out that it is necessary to make balanced effort in terms of good conduct, kara, and right knowledge, vijja, if one is to meet the next Buddha. Right conduct means developing morality, sila, and concentration, samadhi. Knowledge means developing wisdom, panna. Right conduct can be compared to having sound limbs. Right knowledge can be compared to being able to see. If one or the other is missing, a person will be unsuccessful. A person may be generous and keep the moral rules of the 5 precepts and the 8 precepts on observance days. But if the seeds of knowledge are not planted, that person may meet Buddha Metteyya, but still not awaken. If only knowledge is developed, wrong conduct will mean that the chances of encountering the next Buddha will be slight, due to the intervening period, anthara kappa, between this Buddha's dispensation and the next one. Examples of wrong conduct mentioned by Venerable Ledi Sayadaw are not being generous, being poorly guarded in physical actions, being unrestrained in speech, and unclean in thought. Such conduct will mean rebirth in the lower realms, either in the next life or in a future life. If people who act in this way do manage to be reborn in a higher world, their lack of generosity will mean they will encounter hardships, trials, and tribulations in making a living. Through not keeping the precepts, they are likely to meet with disputes, quarrels, anger, and hatred, and they will be susceptible to diseases and ailments. This will make it even harder to avoid actions leading to the lower worlds. It may be possible, however, that a person today has already prepared in the past for attaining awakening. If the right effort is made in this life, that person can reach at least the first stage of awakening and become a stream enterer, sotapanna. Then it will be impossible to do any action that results in rebirth in the lower realms. This will not necessarily mean that such a person will miss the opportunity to see the next Buddha. Eventually, as a non-returner, he or she can be reborn in the Suddhavesa Brahma worlds, and life in these worlds can span the careers of several Buddhas. If a person who has enough perfections, parami, to reach awakening in this lifetime does not make the necessary effort, it may be possible to become a stream enterer, sotapanna, in the next life in the Deva worlds. If such a person does not practice the factors leading to awakening, he or she will miss out entirely during this Buddha's dispensation and will only be able to attain release during the next Buddha's dispensation.